In a desolate corner of the universe, where no bird dare to defecate, the echoes of rage reverberate through the night. Kakarot, 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 you cannot kill him. Die, Broly. I have had enough of you, obstructing me time and again. He is your father, not mine. The cacophony of chaotic voices lingers in his mind, a torment that has become all too familiar. Ever since he traversed into the Dragon Ball universe and assumed the identity of the tempestuous Broly, he has been awakened nightly by these furious utterances. Indeed, the current Broly is a traveler from Blue Star, thrust into this world. With the passage of time, he finds it increasingly challenging to rein in his emotions, often succumbing to bouts of rage. His understanding of the narrative is limited, and yet it proves futile. He realizes that he exists within the timeline of Dragon Ball Super's Broly movie, which signifies that the story he is aware of is nearing its conclusion. Thus, even this shred of advantage bears little significance. Most alarmingly, he senses the presence of the new Broly. This revelation is profoundly unsettling. Recently, the new Broly has emerged to thwart his plans, intent on preventing the traveler from eliminating his father. However, this Broly, already weary of the overbearing paternal figure, resolves to assert his will and ultimately obliterates the new Broly's soul. Wiping the perspiration from his brow, Broly slowly rises. Beside him, slumbering, lies his nominal father, Paragus, a scion who regards Broly merely as a tool for vengeance. Due to Broly's volatile temperament, Paragus has equipped him with a restraining device, a precaution for the day he intends to return to planet Vegeta with Broly in tow. Feeling the cold sensation around his neck, Broly's expression darkens with fury. This device emits an alarm at the slightest contact, alerting Paragus to his movements. Having resided in this world for half a year, Broly has endured relentless torment from Paragus. Every few days he has contemplated rebellion. But each time he attempts to act, the new Broly intervenes, thwarting his every effort. In a bid to escape this wretched existence, Broly has been urging himself to repair the communicator and send a distress signal, thus lying in wait for the right moment. The searing pain penetrating his psyche and the numbing effects of electric shocks are excruciating. If given the choice, he would never wish to endure such torment again. Consequently, he feigns obedience to lull Paragus into a false sense of security. Yet, this ruse proves ineffective, as Paragus continues his cruel treatment, but a mere deviation from his commands results in torturous electric therapy. With Paragus grinning maniacally, treating Broly as his plaything. Paragus, you shall perish. Broly's eyes gleam with a bloodthirsty red, igniting a murderous intent. Just yesterday, Paragus repaired the communicator and dispatched a distress signal. With the new Broly no longer an obstacle, Broly feels unrestrained. As the fog thickens and the moonlight wanes, the cave descends into darkness. The moment has arrived, with a thrill coursing through his veins. Broly has long awaited this opportunity. He prepares to move, but suddenly, an unexpected sound reverberates from outside the cave's spaceship engines. Curse it! Broly curses under his breath, halting his actions. The instant the noise emerged, Paragus seized the remote control, clearly vigilant even in his fatigue. Yawning, Paragus remarks, "What is all that noise outside?" Broly, "Go see what is happening." "Yes." "Father," reluctantly. Broly resolves to address the situation outside before confronting Paragus, stepping out of the cave. He encounters two figures wielding blinding flashlights, illuminating his presence. "That is someone there?" one exclaims. "Hey, did you send a distress signal?" As they approach, Broly is momentarily taken aback. Following the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super, the resurrected Frieza has resumed his territorial expansion, now grappling with a shortage of manpower. To remedy this, he has dispatched his subordinates to recruit warriors, offering generous rewards for those who could deliver fighters with formidable combat power. In the original narrative, it is these very two individuals, Chi-Lai and Limo, who brought Broly back. Has the timeline progressed to post-Tournament of Power? If I accompany them, will I not be met with a brutal beating from Gogeta? This cannot happen. The more Broly contemplates, the more his heart sinks, even forgetting to respond to their inquiries. "Hey, are you even listening?" Chi-Lai, feeling slighted, perceives Broly's lack of courtesy as rude. "Broly, who is speaking?" At that moment, Paragus emerges from the cave, and upon seeing their battle attire, he excitedly inquires, Are you? Are you subordinates of Lord Frisia? Chi shrugs and explains, no, we are merely cosmic travelers who fortuitously intercepted your distress signal. Her response leaves Paragus and Broly momentarily stunned. They are not Frisia's subordinates. How is that possible? Paragus continues to probe. Then, where did you acquire those battle suits and power scouters? In his mind, such attire could only belong to Frisia's army. You mean these? We purchased these battle suits and scouters from a cosmic merchant. Pretty nice, right? The elasticity is quite impressive. Chi demonstrates by stretching the suit at her chest, showcasing its elasticity. Beep beep. Meanwhile, Limo scans Paragus with the power scouter, stating a combat power of over 4,000. Not bad at all. How about joining us? Paragus contemplates for a moment before smiling and agreeing. Upon boarding the spaceship, Broly curiously surveys his surroundings, as this is his first encounter with an intact spacecraft. Is he perhaps a fool? I'm speaking to him, and he ignores me. Chi leans her chin on her hand in the co-pilot's seat, engaging in casual banter with Limo. Limo pats Chi on the shoulder. Don't be too harsh. I asked his father earlier, and they've been trapped here for 41 years. If it were me, I might have gone mad by now. Cut him some slack. Chi pouts, feeling somewhat embarrassed due to her misunderstanding of Broly. Time to set off. Our next destination is Lord Zuno's planet. It is said that Lord Zuno knows everything and can guide us on our future journey. Ugh, how boring did I heard their Dragon Balls on Namek that grant wishes. Let's go to Namek. No, we should go to Lord Zuno's planet. No, we should go to Namek. As Chi and Limo bicker incessantly, Paragus brandishes a laser pistol, aiming it at the two. Enough, both of you. Shut your mouths and leave this place at once. Paragus' actions startled the two. Hey. We came specifically to rescue you. How can you treat us like this? Paragus sneered cruelly. Broly, throw them down, we're leaving this place. Broly, who was munching on food, pretended not to hear. After all, in the original story, these two had treated him quite well, and their words and demeanor mirrored the original tale perfectly, so he had no desire to harm them. Paragus pulled out a remote and shouted at Broly, Broly, did you not hear what I said? Seeing Broly remain unresponsive, the infuriated Paragus pressed the button on the remote to ZZ. Oh God! Broly collapsed to the ground, food spewing from his mouth due to the pain, his hands clutching the limiter around his neck, trembling uncontrollably. Hey, what are you doing? Zyle, witnessing Paragus' treatment of his son, spoke up. I will discipline my son, it is none of your concern. You two should worry about your own predicament. With a cold snort, Paragus continued to press the remote. During these days, he had noticed Broly's unusual behavior, but chose not to address it directly. Instead, he seized this opportunity to make Broly understand who his true master was. Zyle and Remer exchanged glances, feeling immense pity for Broly. They resolved to rescue him, and after their silent communication, they charged at Paragus, one in front and the other behind. Unwise, seeing their daring provocation, Paragus raised his hand and pulled the trigger. With the attention diverted, Broly found a moment of relief. Damn, zapped again. At this moment, Broly's body convulsed. His face contorted in agony, veins bulging all over. A picture of extreme suffering. The intensity of the electric shock rendered him utterly powerless. Bang! At that moment, Remer was accidentally shot by Paragus, collapsing to the ground as blood quickly stained the floor. Remer, you bastard! Zal shouted furiously, promptly drawing her laser pistol to return fire. In an instant, the interior of the spaceship was pockmarked with craters. As the ammunition dwindled, the two engaged in hand-to-hand combat. However, being a scion, Paragus soon overpowered Zyle, who fell defeated after just a few exchanges. You think a worthless being like you can meddle in my affairs. Paragus advanced, seizing Zyle by the throat and lifting her off the ground. Zile. Wounded, Remer attempted to intervene, but his body was too weak to allow any further movement. As Zyle's neck was about to be crushed, Broly, enduring the pain, roared and swiftly rose from the ground. In a flash, he appeared behind Paragus and delivered a punch that pierced his abdomen. Paragus' pupils dilated. Zyle fell from his grip as he turned around in disbelief. Broly. How dare you? He reached for the remote, but Broly seized his arm. You old fool. Even when facing death, you still wish to electrocute me. Broly's eyes burned with fury as he exerted his strength, tearing Paragus' arm clean off. Blood gushed from the gruesome wound, exposing white bone, creating a scene of extreme carnage. Paragus screamed in agony, yet Broly had no intention of letting him off so easily that would be too lenient. Years of oppression erupted in an instant, and Broly aimed to make him experience hellish suffering. Cough, cough. Ugh. Zal clutched her throat, struggling to breathe, barely escaping death at the hands of Paragus. But as she caught her breath, she witnessed Broly mercilessly slaughtering Paragus, and she couldn't help but lose her stomach. Are you all right? Broly, drenched in blood, appeared horrifying, and at his feet lay a pile of mangled flesh belonging to Paragus, a truly terrifying sight. Thanks. I'm fine. Zal waved her hand dismissively, not one to indulge in sentimentality. Given how Paragus had treated her and Reamer, she certainly couldn't plead for his life. Thinking of Reamer, Zal rushed to his side to check on him. Though he was still breathing, he had lost considerable blood, and without timely medical attention, the consequences would be dire. Broly, please fetch the medical kit over there. I need to transfuse blood to Reamer. With fluid motions, Zal swiftly stitched the wound and began transfusing blood to Reamer. Watching him gradually regain color, Zal finally sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground. Have you always lived like this? Broly frowned at the question, clearly reluctant to answer, as he wished to forget those days. Noting his silence, Zal changed the topic. What are your plans now? With your strength, staying here would be a waste. Broly had pondered this question countless times, but having been subjected to Paragus' cruelty, he had gradually forgotten the fantasies he once held. Straining to recall, he vaguely remembered arriving in this world, filled with anticipation for the future. Imagining sparring with Goku, meeting all the characters, training together to become the strongest, and so forth. After a moment of contemplation, Broly replied, I want to go to Earth. Zal, like a curious child, asked, Earth? What kind of place is that? It is a beautiful planet, filled with delicious food and various entertainment options. The living conditions are excellent, and the people there are quite weak, so there's no fear of being bullied. After saying this, Broly added silently, except for Kakarot and his friends. Then let us go to Earth. I entrust our safety to you from now on. Zal smiled as she extended her small hand. On another planet, chomp, chomp. At a dining table, the god of destruction, Beerus, was savoring a meal while the angel Whis stood respectfully behind him. Across the table sat a group of insect-like aliens, their faces filled with tension as they gazed at Beerus. These dishes are quite good, very tasty. After finishing his meal, Beerus casually picked his teeth with a toothpick while offering his review, appearing quite relaxed. Upon hearing the praise, an insect-like chef hurried over to flatter him. Thank you, Lord Beerus. It is my honor. However, you don't really think you can poison me, do you? Beerus narrowed his cat-like eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. At this remark, the aliens present were taken aback. The insect-like chef quickly explained, Lord Beerus, how could there be poison? That is impossible. If these dishes do not suit your taste, I can prepare a vegetable soup for you. Forget it. There's no need. I've already decided to destroy this planet. How can you treat us this way? I apologize for that. How dare you? In that case, let's fight. Seeing Beerus so resolute, the insect aliens dropped their pretense and drew their weapons, charging at him. With a flicker of light from his fingertips, the entire planet was instantly reduced to cosmic dust. Chapter 3. Broly vs. Caulifla. In the vast expanse of the universe, several individuals, deep in slumber aboard their spacecraft, were abruptly awakened by a deafening roar. Broly and his companions had been traversing the cosmos for an extended period, and such an occurrence was unprecedented. Before they could discern the cause, the spacecraft began to shake violently. The crew felt as though the very fabric of reality was spinning around them, resulting in a chaotic tumble. Just as Broly attempted to rise, Chi-Lai, with a face etched in terror, pointed out the window. A meteor! A meteor! This is bad. The spacecraft has malfunctioned. Reimer hastily attempted to correct their course, only to discover that no amount of manipulation yielded any response from the ship. Boom! The spacecraft collided with the meteor, its fragile hull tearing apart in an instant. At that moment, a ripple surged through the cosmos, revealing two figures gradually materializing. Miraculously, the battered spacecraft was drawn into this wave. Where did these individuals come from? It is unclear. Their attire appears peculiar. Look, there's a spacecraft. They must be aliens. The cacophony stirred Broly from his slumber, but upon opening his eyes, he was met with a throng of faces surrounding him. Ah, he is awake. The crowd quickly dispersed. Broly sat up, surveying the scene, noting Chi-Lai and Reimer sprawled on the ground beside the wreckage of their spacecraft. Approaching them, he checked for signs of life and breathed a sigh of relief upon sensing their breaths. Over their long journey through space, they had forged a profound bond of friendship. He turned to the gathering crowd and inquired, "Where is this place?" "Wow." He spoke. Quickly, summoned the village chief. The crowd rushed in and out in a flurry, vanishing almost as swiftly as they had arrived. Broly, feeling a wave of frustration, raked his fingers through his hair. Was his appearance truly so fearsome? "Hey, big guy, where are you from?" Suddenly, a sharp voice interrupted Broly, drawing his gaze to a girl with a spiky hairstyle clad in a pink halter top striding toward him. Behind her was a seemingly delicate girl. Could it be Caulifla and Caulifla? Broly's heart raced. Why were the inhabitants of Universe 6 here? "Hey, you brute. I'm talking to you." The fiery Caulifla seized Broly by his collar. "Sister." Caulifla tugged at Caulifla, attempting to dissuade her from her aggressive demeanor. As Broly regained his composure, he swatted her hand away and said, "I don't know how we got here. I only recall our spacecraft colliding with a meteor before appearing in this place." "Oh, so you are outsiders? Very well. Hand over your valuable belongings, and I might consider sparing you." "I refuse." Caulifla was taken aback by his unyielding refusal. Who did he think he was? She was the most ferocious scion of Planet Salad, and submission was not an option. "Fine. Let me see what you're capable of that allows you to reject my generosity." Caulifla cracked her neck, assuming a combat stance. "I accept your challenge, but if I win, you shall guide me, for there are many matters I do not comprehend." "Deal." Caulifla grinned, brimming with confidence, fully convinced of her impending victory. "Come on." The two squared off, and Broly let out a mighty roar, his muscles bulging with power. Caulifla mirrored his intensity, unleashing a fierce aura before launching herself at Broly. So fast. Broly's eyes sharpened. Caulifla was no cumbersome beast from planet Wampa. She was a scion. Like him, with a powerful punch, Broly met her blow head-on, the resulting shockwave causing nearby structures to crumble. "Not bad, big guy," Caulifla praised as she continued her relentless assault. Boom, boom, boom. The two exchanged blows in a flurry of strikes, but unbeknownst to Caulifla, Broly's eyes began to glow with a crimson light as the battle progressed. "Huh, take this, big guy." Caulifla conjured energy blasts, relentlessly firing them at Broly. Broly adeptly dodged the attacks, countering with an energy sphere of his own. Boom. The area was engulfed in smoke, and Broly and Caulifla locked eyes. "Big guy, I'm getting serious now. If this is all you've got, you might as well hand over your valuables." Broly's expression grew grave. It seemed Caulifla was prepared to engage in earnest, yet his blood surged with fervor. "Huh," Caulifla bellowed, her muscles tensing and her aura intensifying. She flashed a confident smile and unleashed a kick toward Broly, declaring, "The outcome is clear. Fall down." Caulifla's speed was astonishing, and Broly was caught off guard, sent flying backward after the strike. Boom, boom, boom. Broly crashed through several hills before finally coming to a halt. "Oomph, now you know my strength," Caulifla boasted, turning to Caulifla with a triumphant grin. However, at that moment, a furious roar erupted from behind her. "Huh!" A green beam shot into the sky, causing the surrounding hills to collapse. Slowly, Broly emerged from the debris, enveloped in a green aura, his eyes radiating an unsettling glow. At this moment, Broly was consumed by rage, his consciousness overtaken by primal fury. Indeed, battle is instinct. Rage is instinct. Broly was born to fight. Even as a traveler, he had been assimilated into this essence. The sudden explosion startled Caulifla, and Caulifla, facing her sister, pointed in terror, "Sister, behind you." Before Caulifla could turn, Broly had already lunged forward, seizing her head and slamming it into the ground. Cough. The earth cracked, and Caulifla spat blood. Broly's speed was simply overwhelming, leaving her no time to react. "Ah!" Broly roared, lifting her and hurling her toward a nearby hill. Boom. As the mountain shattered, Broly crossed his arms and delivered a powerful blow toward Caulifla, who lay trapped within the debris. Boom. The entire hill collapsed as if struck by a cannonball. Broly clenched his hand, gathering a sphere of green energy, which he then hurled into the thick smoke. Boom. The green orb detonated, creating a massive crater, with Caulifla lying helplessly within. So strong cough. As Broly advanced once more, she was utterly drained of energy, unable to move. Die. Broly's rage blinded him, and his massive fist descended toward Caulifla. No. In that critical moment, Caulifla unleashed a surge of energy, positioning herself before her sister. Bang! Broly's fist collided with Caulifla's face, the dust settling to reveal her pallid eyes. Her green hair stood on end, her physique rivaling Broly's, exuding an aura of lethal intent, akin to a demon. You bastard! I will kill you. Chapter 4. A single punch struck Kampa's plump face, and Kale's eyes gleamed with a terrifying white light, her visage contorted like that of a frenzied beast. Just as Broly intended to retract his fist, she seized it with a fierce grip. In an instant, her right fist swung out violently, crashing heavily against Broly's face, sending him hurtling backward like a rocket. As he soared through the air, Broly spun uncontrollably, unable to regain his balance, while Kale advanced relentlessly. Kale unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks, her fists raining down upon Broly like a relentless storm. Yet, with each blow, Broly's latent abilities awakened, gradually allowing him to adapt to her onslaught. Indeed, as the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly possessed an extraordinary passive skill, limitless growth, and an exceptional capacity for learning. A resonant hum filled the air as Broly became enveloped in an ethereal green glow. With a powerful shake of his arms, he deflected all of her attacks. The transformation into his furious state began. A deafening roar erupted from Broly as he surged forth, the clarion call of retaliation ringing loud and clear. His fist struck out with blinding speed. The once dominant Kale found herself trembling under the relentless assault, unable to keep pace with Broly's movements. In a swift motion, Broly grasped Kale's hair and delivered a crushing blow to her face, causing several of her front teeth to shatter as blood poured from her mouth. With a sinister grin, Broly opened his mouth wide and unleashed a massive energy wave. At such close range, Kale had nowhere to evade and was sent flying. Yet, Broly's assault was far from over. With an explosive burst of energy, he seized her ankle and began a dizzying 360-degree spin before slamming her down to the ground with tremendous force. The earth trembled beneath them, resembling the aftermath of an explosion, creating a deep crater. Under this fierce attack, Kale reverted from her Super Saiyan form. In the air, Broly let out a triumphant roar. Just as Gabe, freshly returned from a mission, prepared to dock his spaceship, a resounding crash startled him, prompting him to hastily engage the engines and rush toward the source of the commotion. Kale, with a stagger, approached the crater, clutching her injured arm. Hey, are you all right? Unbeknownst to her, the awakened Zai and Reamer had joined her side. Kale's gaze was vacant, her lips murmuring, "It's all my fault. All my fault. What on earth happened? Why has Broly transformed into this?" Reamer queried, puzzled. Zai, however, understood all too well, explaining, "As you know, Broly grew up enduring torment, which instilled in him a deep aversion to violence. Yet, as the abuse persisted, his psyche became increasingly twisted, rendering him unable to control his emotions, ultimately succumbing to rage. This means that once Broly engages in battle and feels provoked, he will spiral into a frenzy that will only cease when his energy is spent. He revealed this to me while you were unconscious, emphasizing that we must keep our distance if he goes berserk. I initially dismissed it as a jest. Yet here we are. What do we do now? Just the two of us cannot hope to restrain Broly," Reamer lamented, his head throbbing at the daunting situation. Given Broly's demonic demeanor, who would dare approach him? Unbeknownst to them, as they deliberated, Kale had already reached Kale's side. "You will not lay a finger on my sister," Kale declared, spreading her arms to shield her sister, summoning the last remnants of her strength for resistance. Broly, with a sinister chuckle, dove from the air, his massive fist descending. Kale fixed her unwavering gaze upon Broly, resolutely standing in front of Kale. Suddenly, a figure emerged before the two women, blocking Broly's punch. With a sickening thud, the immense force caused him to spew blood, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The newcomer's face was taut with strain. It seemed he had underestimated Broly's might. "Gabe," Kale gasped, astonished at the sight before her. "You're all right. Thank goodness." Gabe stood frozen, fearful he might falter under Broly's relentless assault. At that moment, Zai and Reamer joined him, interposing themselves before Broly. "Broly, snap out of it. It's me, Zai." The familiar voice flickered in Broly's consciousness, causing his gaze to waver as he clutched his head, retreating as if repulsed by his current self. No, I can't harm them. Broly's awareness began to resurface, yet his rage remained unwavering. Just as everyone found themselves at a loss, the space around them suddenly warped, revealing a figure that burst forth. No, to be precise, it tumbled out. Huh, Bardos, you scoundrel, how dare you kick me? A rotund purple cat and a tall woman with a high ponytail appeared before them. Oh, it's not my fault that Lord Kampa is too plump to fit through the passage. Bardos retorted. Well, it's not like you didn't indulge in the delicious noodles from Universe 7. Kampa bellowed in indignation, while Bardos facepalmed, fully aware of her master's temperament. Lord Destroyer. Gabe exclaimed in astonishment, having heard tales of the Destroyer-S legend, and promptly informed the others of their identities. Ahem, well, since you recognize me, splendid. I am indeed Lord Kampa, the Destroyer of Universe 6. I have come to. Boom. Just as Kampa began to boast of his identity, Broly suddenly struck him squarely in the face. His rotund form was sent sprawling far away, leaving everyone gaping in shock. Ah, Lord Kampa, are you off on a trip? Bardos chuckled, unfazed by Broly's assault. The gap between gods and mortals remained vast, even if Kampa had grown lazy and indulgent. Roar. Oblivious to his misstep, Broly, after striking Kampa, turned his wrath towards Bardos. The sight of Broly in such a frenzied state sent Zai and Reamer into a panic as they shouted, Broly, stop. They are deities. Bardos, unperturbed by Broly's wild behavior, smirked. Your actions are quite irrational, you know. With a mere flick of her staff, Broly was immobilized. His furious roars rendered futile. Just then, a booming voice erupted from afar. You insolent fool. You dare strike a god? I shall reduce this planet to cosmic dust. A menacing aura surrounded Kampa as he hovered in the air, a violet energy sphere coalescing in his grasp. A tempest swept across the ground, the potent destructive energy pulsating ominously. Just as he prepared to unleash it, Bardos interjected. Chapter 5. The Castle of Kampa in a fit of rage. Kampa was on the verge of hurling the destruction sphere when Beerus intervened, saying, Lord Kampa, you have come to Planet Salad to select participants. If you eliminate them all, we won't have enough competitors for the tournament. I don't care. That damned fool must die. Kampa retorted. Are you implying that you intend to concede to Lord Beerus? Upon hearing this, Kampa regained his composure in an instant. Indeed, no matter what, he could not bear the thought of losing to Beerus. It was utterly intolerable. After a moment of reflection, Kampa crushed the destruction sphere and approached Beerus, pointing at Broly. I may spare this planet, but he must perish. This clearly illustrated that although Kampa often presented a comical facade, he could be exceedingly ruthless when provoked. When Reimer and Silai heard that Broly was to be slain, they immediately knelt, pleading for his life. Broly, he is a good person. He has always been kind, and his current plight is due to years of abuse from his father. Silai recounted Broly's tragic experiences. Bardos nodded, contemplating the situation, yet Kampa remained unmoved. No. Anyone who dares to challenge this god of destruction must be annihilated. Lord Kampa, while Broly's actions may be disrespectful, his strength is undeniable. Allowing him to compete would undoubtedly enhance our chances of victory. Gazing at the restrained Broly, Kampa found himself in a quandary. Although he found Broly's demeanor distasteful, it was undeniable that his immense power would rank him among the top fighters in the 6th universe. Very well, I shall grant him an opportunity to redeem himself. But let me be clear. If he loses, I shall still kill him. Yes, Lord Kampa, once the tournament concludes, it will be entirely up to you. All right then. Bardos pointed her staff once more, causing the immobilized Broly to fall into a deep slumber. Reimer and Silai rushed forward to catch him. Thank you, dear deity, thank you. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Kampa cleared his throat, stating, allow me to clarify my purpose. This god of destruction seeks to recruit powerful warriors. I require 5 in total, and I have already found 3. Thus, I intend to recruit the remaining 2 here. With Broly included, that leaves 1 more. Kampa's gaze swept over the group, ultimately landing on Kaba. After all, among those present, Caulifla had lost an arm, Kale was still unconscious, and the 2 supporting Broly appeared rather ordinary. Only Kaba, despite his injuries, still stood resolute. You shall do, Kampa declared, pointing at Kaba, who, bewildered, gestured to himself, me. Is there a problem? Kampa's eyes narrowed, causing Kaba to hastily shake his head. Then follow me. With that, Kampa turned and approached Bardas, while Reimer and Tsilai carried Broly closely behind. Kaba reassured Caulifla before hastily joining the others. As Bardas struck the ground with her staff, Kampa and the others vanished in a brilliant flash of light. Caulifla cradled the unconscious Kale, murmuring, "Kale, I promise I'll avenge you." In the blink of an eye, the light dissipated, revealing the exterior of the God of Destruction's palace. The enchanting scenery elicited gasps of wonder from the group. Wow, this place is breathtaking. The palace is suspended in midair. Is this truly the residence of the God of Destruction? It is simply magnificent. Hey, what are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and come here, Kampa bellowed, startling them into action as they scrambled to follow. Once everyone had entered the palace, Kampa summoned all the tournament participants. As footsteps echoed, Kaba and the others turned to see a large yellow bear, a purple sweet potato with hands in its pockets, and a knockoff version of Frisia entering. However, upon their arrival, they were rendered speechless by the sight before them. There lay Broly, sprawled across a chair, sound asleep. Before them stood the God of Destruction of the Sixth Universe. Yet remarkably, he did not chastise Broly, leaving them baffled as to what made him so special. They could only imagine their reaction if they knew Kampa had been struck by Broly's punch moments earlier. Now that everyone is present, Bardas, please explain the tournament rules to them. Certainly, Lord Kampa. The tournament will follow the rules of the Seventh Universe's martial arts tournament. After outlining all the pertinent details, Bardas stepped back behind Kampa, who then spoke with grave seriousness. Remember, you must win this tournament at all costs. Do you understand? Rest assured, Lord Kampa, we will prevail. However, may I ask who that individual is, sleeping so audaciously? The yellow bear glared at Broly, while the counterfeit Frisia and Hit shared an inquisitive look, though they remained silent. Ah, he is a participant, much like yourselves. However, he attempted to provoke me earlier and was knocked unconscious by my fist. Do you comprehend? If any of you dare to lose, I shall ensure your fate is worse than his. Kampa's expression turned fearsome, causing the yellow bear to gulp nervously and nod vigorously. Meanwhile, Bardas mercilessly undermined Kampa, pointing out that it was Broly who had knocked him out, revealing the thickness of Kampa's skin. Bardas' comment left Kampa feeling embarrassed, his expression one of utter bewilderment. If I were to strike, he would surely face annihilation. Annihilation? Oh, but I wonder who it was that was sent flying by Broly's punch. Kampa, exposed and furious, stomped his feet in anger, while the others exchanged bewildered glances, observing the two deities bickering. Later, Bardas informed everyone that the tournament would commence in 3 days and advised them to train diligently during that time before allowing everyone to depart. In the God of Destruction's guest room, Broly gradually opened his eyes, taking in his unfamiliar surroundings before swiftly rising to survey the area. You are awake? How do you feel? Tsilai entered, carrying a tray of food, her concern evident upon seeing Broly conscious. I'm fine, but where is this place? This should be the guest quarters for those hosted by the God of Destruction. Chapter 6. The eve of the competition, God of Destruction? Guest room? A perplexed expression adorned Broly's face, his mind a chaotic jumble. Observing his foolish demeanor, Sai couldn't help but chuckle, opting to recount the previous events. You mean to say I went berserk? And was reprimanded by the attendant of the God of Destruction, Kampa? Broly's eyes widened in disbelief. He had indeed arrived in Universe 6, a deviation from his intended destination of Universe 7. He expressed his desire to leave to Tsai, only to be doused with cold water. Broly, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You struck the God of Destruction. I can only hope that he, in his wisdom, will overlook our transgressions. Listen closely. The condition for his forgiveness is that we assist him in defeating the contestants from Universe 7. Broly was momentarily taken aback. Are we to participate in the Tournament of Power? However, as he continued to listen, he realized that certain elements of the Dragon Ball universe had shifted due to his actions, such as the demise of Paragus and his premature exit from planet Vampa. Sai and Reimer were no longer Frisia's subordinates, and the contestants had changed due to a simple bowl of instant noodles. Was this truly the Dragon Ball universe he once understood? Broly pondered silently. Hey, why are you spaced out? You've been unconscious for 2 days. You must be starving. I brought some food, eat up. Sai observed Broly's silence, assuming he was consumed by guilt, and tactfully shifted the topic. The mere mention of food prompted a rumble from Broly's stomach. He promptly approached the dining table, devouring the meal ravenously, while Sai watched him with a smile. Is there something on my face? Broly asked, puzzled mid-meal. Sai's cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze. Ahem, hurry and eat. The god of destruction has instructed you to train diligently before the competition. You've already wasted 2 days due to your unconsciousness. Now you have less than a day left. Broly was taken aback. The urgency was palpable. As for having angered the god of destruction, the only way to avoid annihilation was to triumph in the upcoming competition. Within the courtyard, Broly closed his eyes, rapidly devising strategies. In the original narrative, Hit had intentionally lost to Monaka to repay Goku a favor, resulting in the inevitable defeat of Universe 6. However, with the roster of participants altered, as long as he placed himself last, he could effortlessly deal with Monaka and secure victory. Yet, was this truly the right approach? Avoidance was merely a temporary solution. It was essential to confront challenges head-on. He realized he had been presumptuous, believing Goku to be invincible, which had instilled fear within him. Nevertheless, inevitable confrontations awaited. Facing difficulties was unavoidable. Furthermore, strength encompassed not only physical prowess, but also mental fortitude. Only by fortifying both body and mind could he become fearless. This was the undeniable truth. Having come to this realization, Broly felt an unprecedented resolve surge within him. Indeed, I shall surpass Goku. I shall even eclipse the god of destruction. His eyes gleamed with determination. His spirit was rejuvenated. No longer was he lost or fearful. He would steadfastly pursue his martial path. On the eaves, quietly observing Broly, was Beerus, whose eyes subtly shifted. She sensed that Broly had undergone a silent transformation, a shift in his very essence. This lad is quite intriguing. She mused with a soft chuckle before vanishing. In the courtyard, Broly commenced training, adhering to Paragus' prior regimen. Push-ups, speed drills, strength training. Everything he could conceive. 9999999. 100 million. After completing the final weighted push-up, Broly dusted himself off and stood up. Ah, refreshing. Broly, come back for dinner. Sai called, having opened the window to remind him it was mealtime. I'm coming. True to his Saiyan heritage, Broly sprinted back inside with an insatiable hunger. Upon entering, he found Sai and Reimer seated at the table, awaiting his return. Suddenly, Broly realized how fortunate he was to have someone who cared for and worried about him. The following day, all contestants stood in the grand hall, awaiting Kampa's arrival. With a yawn, Kampa emerged, clad in his pajamas, clearly still groggy. Why are you all standing here? He inquired, bewildered. Wasn't today the day of the tournament? At that moment, Beerus chimed in, Lord Kampa. Today is indeed the day of the competition. Instantly alert, Kampa recalled, right, today is the day? I can't afford to be late. His expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as he admonished, listen closely. This competition must result in victory. There is no room for defeat. Otherwise, you shall face my wrath. After issuing his warning, Kampa gathered everyone together, and Beerus enveloped them in light, transporting them to the venue. During the 3 days of training, Kampa and Beerus had not been idle. They transformed the barren planet into a martial arts arena. Furthermore, Kampa positioned the Super Dragon Balls around the arena, each of colossal size, capable of existing as individual planets. Suddenly, a transparent cube descended from the sky. Wow, this is all constructed by Lord Kampa? The god of destruction wouldn't create such trivialities. Even if he did, the craftsmanship would surely be atrocious. As the cube settled, Broly felt a jolt. Those were the voices of Goku and the god of destruction, Beerus. Upon their safe arrival, Kampa approached, declaring, I vehemently disagree. This place is far from shabby. Humph. Beerus scoffed, while Kampa retorted, oh, so you actually decided to show up? I thought you might have fled in fear. Of course, I had to come. I want to relish the sight of you weeping, then take the Super Dragon Balls home with me. Beerus shot back, their banter sharp and unyielding. Suddenly, Beerus's gaze hardened. I have heard that several of the Super Dragon Balls were pilfered from my universe. Chapter 7. Extreme Danger. What are you talking about? Kampa awkwardly denied, his eyes instinctively darting to the side. Forget it. In light of our brotherhood, I shall overlook this, after all. The Super Dragon Balls will ultimately belong to me. Beerus's indifferent demeanor infuriated Kampa. At that moment, Beerus's attendant, Whis, intervened, saying, all right, that's enough. I have prepared seats for you both. Please take your places in the audience, as the match is about to commence. Is there no soft seating? Trunks grumbled, glancing at the hard concrete seats. His mother, Bulma, chimed in exactly. We traveled such a long way, and there's not even a plush seat. Kappa scoffed, "Humph. I didn't invite you." Bulma had a point. If I had to sit in such a meager position, I would be utterly ashamed. Beerus, with his hands behind his back, expressed disdain before instructing Whis to rearrange the seating. "Yes, Lord Beerus," Whis replied, waving his staff, causing the current seating and decorations to vanish. In their place appeared more elegant, soft floating seats, adorned with rose petals drifting from the sky. "Wow, it's beautiful. Thanks to you, Mr. Whis," Bulma exclaimed, her youthful spirit shining through as she lavished praise. "How infuriating. Why didn't you make it look this nice from the start?" Kampa gritted his teeth at Whis. Meanwhile, Whis wore a cheerful expression. "Truly admirable, sister." Beerus continued to mock Kampa beneath his darkened expression. "She merely catered to your aesthetic standards. She is indeed an exceptional attendant." On the other side, while the two gods of destruction bickered incessantly, Broly and his companions were already waiting at the written test venue. Gabe approached Broly, extending his hand and introducing himself. "Hello, I'm Gabe. Tights and Rema have informed us about your situation, and I empathize with your plight. Let us strive together moving forward." Broly was momentarily taken aback, cursing Tights and Rema for their loose tongues, but he politely shook Gabe's hand. With Gabe's enthusiastic introduction, Broly began to familiarize himself with the others. Despite not needing Gabe's introduction, Broly was aware of their identities. However, he engaged in the formalities nonetheless. Hit remained aloof, greeting briefly before leaning against the wall. While only the clumsy Bear Barda and the seemingly amiable Frost exchanged encouraging words with everyone. "All right, everyone, this is the venue for the written test," Whis announced as he led Goku and the others to the site. Broly's eyes lit up upon seeing the first person, Goku. Behind him were familiar faces, the tragic Tapion, Gohan's caretaker Piccolo, the lackluster Monaka, and the rotund Majin Buu. Not only that, as Goku and his companions made their entrance, cheers erupted from the audience. Scanning the crowd, Broly recognized the familiar faces of key characters from Dragon Ball: the beautiful Android 18, Bulma, Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, Mr. Satan, and more, evoking a sense of warmth within him. In the midst of his reminiscence, a voice echoed deep within him. "Kakarot! Kakarot! Kakarot!" Broly lowered his head, clutching his chest, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What is happening? This voice usually only arises in sleep. Why is it surfacing now? Is it because of Goku? Truth be told, Broly had an inkling about this furious voice. The voice belonged to the old version of Broly, who had been agitated by Goku's incessant cries as a child. Although it was normally dormant, encountering Goku would awaken those memories, especially the moment he laid eyes on Goku. The echoes of a child's wails reverberated in his mind. It is well known that the Broly from Dragon Ball Super had no interactions with Goku, and the memories surfacing now were from the Dragon Ball Z movie version of Broly, who was obliterated. The old Broly, while lacking the power to compare with Dragon Ball Super's version, exuded an overwhelming presence. He was bloodthirsty, brutal, and warlike. Killing for pleasure and annihilating planets was trivial for him. He had even destroyed the entire South Galaxy, resembling a demonic entity. It seemed that during the process of traversing dimensions, the essence of the old Broly had also been transported. This was the only plausible explanation. A single body housing 3 souls. It was truly preposterous. Nevertheless, as the dominant soul, Broly struggled to suppress this violent rage. "Wow, even Frieza is here in Universe 6. He looks like a bear," Gabe said, already engaging with Vegeta and others beside him, pointing to himself. However, when Goku and Vegeta directed their attention towards Broly, an immediate sense of alertness washed over them. This Broly is undoubtedly a dangerous individual. The aura emanating from him instills a sense of peril, Gabe exclaimed, urging Broly to join them. Broly merely lifted his gaze slightly, inducing a chilling sensation akin to being in an ice cellar. Cold, brutal, bloodthirsty, mad. These were the initial impressions Vegeta had of Broly. He recognized this gaze all too well, reminiscent of his own past. No, it paled in comparison to Broly's intensity. Kakarot. Yes. Vegeta and Goku's expressions grew serious, having mentally tagged Broly as exceedingly dangerous. However, at that moment, Gabe, noticing Broly's indifference, forcibly brought him before the two. "Here, this is also our Universe 6 Scion, but I've heard he's an outsider, not one of our native Scions." As Gabe introduced him, he divulged Broly's background. At this, Vegeta extracted crucial information: Planet Vegeta, spaceships, and Broly's experiences, all distinctly rooted in Universe 7. Vegeta raised his head, questioning Broly. You are a scion from Universe 7? Yet, why have I never seen you before? Chapter 8. The competition begins upon hearing Vegeta's inquiry. Broly made no effort to conceal the truth. In the past, King Vegeta was deeply intimidated by my existence. After all, how could one not fear an infant born with a battle power of 10,000? To protect his throne, King Vegeta even contemplated eliminating me, yet his efforts proved futile. For I survived. Prince Vegeta, have you ever heard the saying that a son must repay his father's debts? Broly lowered his imposing figure and flashed a mocking smile at Vegeta, exuding absolute disdain. At that moment, Broly struggled to suppress his violent emotions. Yet he felt as free as a wild stallion, exhilarated and liberated. Vegeta's forehead throbbed with anger, and just as he was about to strike, he was restrained by Piccolo. Calm down, Vegeta. The match is about to begin. Acting rashly now could lead to disqualification. Let's resolve this on the arena. TCH. Vegeta turned away in displeasure, while Goku, ever cheerful, remarked to Broly, we'll meet on the arena then. The tense atmosphere had left Kaba feeling somewhat awkward. He was unaware of the deep-seated animosity between Broly and both Vegeta and Goku. So, you mean to say you come from Universe 7? I always thought you were referencing somewhere within our universe. It was at this moment Kaba realized he had made a blunder. Broly returned in silence to his desk. The events that had just unfolded were observed by all, sparking discussions about Broly's connections with them. Meanwhile, Beerus turned to Whis, inquiring about Broly's background. Lord Beerus, I investigated Broly, and he is indeed from our Universe 7. Interestingly, during the last visit of my sister and Lord Kampa to Universe 7, a rift unexpectedly absorbed Broly's spaceship, leading to his appearance in Universe 6. Moreover, Broly seems to harbor a deep-seated hatred for the inhabitants of planet Vegeta, given his status as an exiled scion. Wouldn't you say, Lord Beerus, that this resembles a tale of vengeance? Whis' excitement was palpable, provoking a weary expression from Beerus, yet he sensed an aura of destruction emanating from Broly. This destruction was unlike that of a god of destruction. It was laced with a thirst for bloodshed. If left unchecked, it could become a perilous force. However, to Beerus, such matters seemed trivial. I wonder why Kampa would bring someone like him here. Beerus harbored disdain for Broly, yet Kampa was less than pleased. Beerus, regardless of the circumstances, he is now a member of my Universe 6. You have no authority to intervene. Kampa and Bardoss had overheard their earlier conversation. Yet regardless of the discourse, Broly was indeed a warrior representing Universe 6, and it was essential to voice their position. I have no intention of reclaiming him. Do as you wish. Bardoss interjected, pleased to see the two settle down. All right, everyone, the written examination is about to commence. The contestants took their seats, and exam papers materialized before them. To assess your fundamental understanding, the questions are quite simple. You have 10 minutes, and a score of 50 or above will be deemed acceptable. Broly picked up the paper and mused at its simplicity. However, for Goku and his carefree companions, the questions were indeed quite challenging. 10 minutes later, as expected, aside from the slumbering Bu, all others passed the examination. Beerus, frustrated, shouted at them, while Kampa determined the order of participation for Universe 6. Hit was designated as the trump card, while the others could choose for themselves. After announcing the order, Kampa approached Broly and said, Beerus may not believe in you, but I do. Regardless of your origins, as long as you are in my Universe 6, you are one of us. Prove him wrong and make him regret it. Broly nodded. He had heard Beerus's dismissive comments and felt a surge of irritation. Did he consider him mere property, discarded at will, while remaining so nonchalant? It appeared that he had idealized the situation too much. The anime Dragon Ball portrayed only the brighter aspects, neglecting the darker realities, which left Broly, who had traversed from the Blue Star, feeling somewhat out of place. Clang. As Kampa rang the bell for the competition, the host announced loudly, Dear guests, thank you for your patience. The martial arts tournament featuring contestants selected by the gods of destruction from Universes 6 and 7 is officially underway. First, let us enjoy the song of the universe. As the audience awaited with anticipation, a small chicken hopped onto the stage, cleared its throat, and sang, The universe is vast then. It abruptly ended. Bang! The seventh universe audience collapsed in disbelief. No one expected the song of the universe to be so brief. On the contestants' side, Bardock eagerly declared, I'll go first. Frost shrugged, then I'll be second. Kaba glanced at Broly, noticing his lack of desire to compete, and said, Then I'll take the third spot. The order was established: Bardock, Frost, Kaba, Broly, and Hit. After reporting the lineup, the big screen began to rotate, displaying the faces of the 9 contestants. The first match. Contestant Bardock from Universe 6 will face contestant Goku from Universe 7. Please, to the arena. As the host's voice faded, Goku and Bardock simultaneously leaped onto the stage. They exchanged confident smiles, and as the host shouted, "Begin!" both sprang into action. Bardock lightly lifted onto his toes, gradually accelerating, his body in a state of bounce. Goku moved forward slowly, intending to gauge Bardock's abilities. Yet before he could approach, Bardock astonishingly leaped into the air, crashing against an invisible barrier, using the rebound to charge swiftly at Goku. Bang! Goku stumbled, nearly being knocked off the stage by Bardock's attack, only to see Bardock's mocking expression upon turning back. However, Goku paid it no mind and voiced his curiosity. "Aren't you going to attack?" That was a perfect opportunity. Bardock smirked disdainfully, beckoning Goku with his palm. Oh, just as disappointing as our encounter at Beerus's castle. On the 6th universe's contestant side, Kappa mercilessly ridiculed Goku. The other contestants from Universe 6 were certain Goku was destined to lose. "No, this match will be Bardock's defeat." A voice contrary to the prevailing opinions rang out. Kappa stared at Broly as if he were a fool. "Huh, are you joking? Goku is currently being suppressed, and he almost fell off the stage just now." Broly turned to Kappa, locking his gaze on him. "Lord Kappa, as a fellow Scion, how do you think I would fare against you with a single punch?" Being scrutinized by Broly, though somewhat irritated, Kappa recalled the scene with Broly on Planet Salad. Chapter 9. The Damned Wild Monkey. As Kappa remained in a daze, a sudden deafening noise erupted, revealing Sun Wukong having flung Bardock out of the arena. Bardock's defeat served only to validate Broly's suspicions. Kappa's expression darkened. Losing the first match was far from ideal. Amidst the cheers from the audience of Universe 7, Kappa cast a stern glance at Frost, commanding him not to lose. "Rest assured, Lord Kappa, I shall do my utmost," Frost replied with a familiar smile. However, as he passed by Broly, he heard the latter's admonition, "Put away your little tricks." Frost turned to meet Broly's disdainful gaze. His expression froze, forcing a strained smile. "What do you mean, Broly-san?" "Literally. It would be best if you refrained from using what you have in hand." Broly had no desire to engage in further dialogue and turned to take his seat among the competitors. He held no respect for such a dishonorable individual. A true man should engage in a fair fight, not resort to underhanded tactics that warranted contempt. As Frost turned away, his previously amiable demeanor morphed into a sinister visage, and he slowly descended onto the stage. "Ah, in our universe, there are indeed creatures like you. Surely, you can transform as well?" Sun Wukong greeted him amiably. Yet Frost was disinclined to engage in pleasantries. It was his first encounter with such utter disdain, as if he were mere refuse. With a loud roar, Frost transformed into his third stage, intending to unleash his full strength upon the monkey before him. Now, that's the spirit. Sun Wukong, oblivious to Frost's foul mood, assumed he was eager for a serious spar. With a powerful thrust, Frost charged at Sun Wukong, who leaped into action, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Frost. The impact resounded as Frost raised his hand in defense, then shot forth a crimson beam from his fingertips. Whoa, that was close. Sun Wukong managed to support himself on Frost's smooth head, elegantly evading the beam. Stunned by the unexpected grip on his head, Frost's fury surged within him. He bellowed and seized Sun Wukong's arm, flinging him to the ground. Moreover, he viciously drove the poisonous spikes from his arm into Sun Wukong's palm. Such blatant cheating prompted the onlookers to cry out for the match to be halted. "He cheated. He used a weapon," Gak immediately shouted, prompting others to echo the demand for an end to the contest. However, blinded by rage, Frost disregarded their pleas, intent only on venting his ire upon Sun Wukong with relentless blows to his face. "Dare to look down on me? Damn wild monkey. Next up is you, Broly." With the excessive poison coursing through him, Sun Wukong collapsed, utterly drained of strength, helplessly observing Frost's assault. "Frost, cease your attacks immediately. You have been disqualified," the host implored as he rushed onto the stage, only to be shoved aside by Frost. "Frost, you scoundrel, don't embarrass me. Come back at once." Kampa was on the verge of exploding. They had lost the first match, and now the second was marred by egregious violations. Why would Frost resort to such tactics? His strength is formidable enough, Gabe questioned, perplexed. "Ah, It is not surprising you are unaware, for this is Frost's true nature. Prior to this, his heroic facade was merely a guise to instigate conflict and later purchase desolate lands, Bardos explained to the others. Humph, Bardos, you certainly enjoy exposing others' flaws. Frost shrugged off Bardos' words, feeling a sense of pride instead. Why did you select such a character? Kampa demanded of Bardos, who calmly replied. You did not instruct me to consider the contestant's character, but rather to choose those with assured victory, as you stated at the outset. You, despicable. Kampa was rendered speechless by the retort, raising his hand to obliterate Frost in a fit of frustration. Frost, please exit the arena immediately. You have committed a foul. The host reiterated. There's no need to declare him the loser or destroy him. It is now my turn. I shall personally defeat this scoundrel. Vegeta could no longer contain himself, erupting in anger as he soared onto the stage. What? Why should I heed you? I will obliterate him. Lord Kampa, isn't this quite favorable? He hasn't been disqualified, and he can continue fighting. If he wins, it could still benefit us. After all, we suffer no loss. Bardos urged Kampa to remain calm. On the stage, seeing both sides indifferent to Frost's use of weapons, the match continued. As the battle unfolded, Frost took the initiative, kicking Sun Wukong towards Vegeta and unleashing a barrage of crimson beams. Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta deflected the beams with ease and bellowed, "Trash. Do you think you can oppose Lord Vegeta?" Golden light enveloped Vegeta as his power surged, and he dashed towards Frost, delivering a devastating punch to his face. Frost spat blood, his eyes bloodshot with fury. You damned wild monkey. You will pay for this. Yeah. Frost unleashed a rapid flurry of strikes, revealing the deadly spikes on his hands. Even now, you resort to such despicable tactics? Get out of my sight. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his energy skyrocketing. Blue arcs of electricity crackling around him as he unleashed a punch that sent Frost flying. Boom. Frost crashed outside the arena, and the host promptly announced the victor. Vegeta from Universe 7 wins. As the announcement echoed, the audience from Universe 7 erupted in cheers, while the atmosphere in Universe 6 grew oppressive. Kampa's expression was dark as he watched Frost return, his fingertips radiating a purple aura of destruction. Lord Kampa, do you wish to provide entertainment for Universe 7? Bardos intervened just in time. Humph. Kampa grunted in silence, remaining obedient to Bardos, who, although outwardly his subordinate, was his true mentor. All his abilities were taught by Bardos. Gape, fight properly. This time, Kampa lacked his usual confidence, offering only a casual reminder before lapsing into silence. Why yes, Lord Kampa, Gabe stammered as he timidly approached the stage, assuming his fighting stance. Gabe, I have already stated that I will not go easy on anyone in this match. Chapter 10. Frightened, Piccolo abandons the match from the contestant's seat. Broly observed the fierce exchange between the two fighters on the stage. He thought to himself, a Saiyan capable of transforming into Super Saiyan Blue is evenly matched against a regular Saiyan. Is this not a case of leniency? Nevertheless, this provided Broly with an excellent opportunity to scrutinize Vegeta's fighting techniques. With an exceptional capacity for learning, Broly possessed an almost photographic memory. Once he had seen a technique, he could replicate it with remarkable accuracy. Hence, this observation was indeed advantageous. After several minutes, and as anticipated, Vegeta emerged victorious, teaching Cabba the Super Saiyan transformation and taking him on as a disciple, just as depicted in the original narrative. Following the announcement of Vegeta's triumph, the host began to introduce the next competitor from Universe 6. The fifth match will feature Broly from Universe 6. As the host introduced him, Broly rose from his seat in the contestants' area. However, after only a few steps, he encountered Cabba, who had just exited the stage. With a cheerful demeanor, Cabba exclaimed, Broly-san, do your best. Although you may not defeat my master, just give it your all. Broly's lips twitched at the remark. Upon glancing back, he caught sight of the sullen-faced Kampa. Although Kampa merely cast a cold glance in his direction, Broly understood the underlying message but chose not to respond, gracefully descending onto the arena. Wait, this individual is also a Saiyan, and he hails from our universe. Broly recalled Cabba's words as he prepared to enter the ring, his memory sharpened by the urgency of the moment. Nearby, Kak, filled with concern, wondered aloud, he's a Saiyan too? With such a massive physique, isn't Vegeta in danger? On the stage, Vegeta scoffed. Is it true that debts must be repaid by the next generation? Let Lord Vegeta demonstrate what true power is. Vegeta harbored no fondness for Broly, especially given Broly's audacious claims of vengeance. Enough chatter. Prove your worth by coming at me directly. Broly smirked, his demeanor heavily influenced by his former self, now burning with a fervent desire for combat. With a powerful thrust, Vegeta propelled himself off the rigid arena floor, his body shooting forth like a cannonball, moving with astonishing speed. With a resounding impact, Vegeta's fist connected squarely with Broly's chin. Yet, instead of faltering, Broly felt invigorated by the pain. He disdainfully smiled and countered by thrusting his chin against Vegeta's fist. What? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. He withdrew his fist and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, resembling a child throwing a tantrum at an adult. It's time to discipline this unruly child. Broly seized Vegeta's fist and retaliated with a powerful blow to Vegeta's face. Vegeta staggered back, clutching his nose, blood seeping through his fingers. In the audience, spectators from Universe 6 displayed expressions of delight. Come on, Broly. Defeat him. Kampa began to exult, animatedly celebrating Vegeta's struggles, while his companion, Beerus, exhibited a keen interest, having recognized Broly's remarkable transformation since their last encounter. In the stands of Universe 7, Goku and the others wore expressions of astonishment, well aware of Vegeta's formidable capabilities. He claims no one can rival him when it comes to strength. Yet, their concern was tempered, as they noted that Vegeta was merely in his standard form. Vegeta, what are you doing? Defeat him already. Beerus, unable to contain his impatience, shouted at Vegeta. Back on the stage, Vegeta felt the pressure of Beerus's urging, causing him to grow increasingly irritated. Moreover, the fact that he had been injured only fueled his anger. You fool, keep your eyes wide open. Witness the insurmountable chasm between us. With a fierce roar, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, unleashing a tempest that shook the arena and the entire planet. The winds howled, engulfing the venue, forcing the audience to shield their faces and peer through their fingers. Prepare to fall. Vegeta materialized before Broly, delivering a crushing blow to his face, sending Broly crashing into the ground. The arena trembled as Broly spewed blood, feeling dizzy from the impact. Vegeta, with a cold sneer, unleashed a barrage of punches upon Broly, striking him relentlessly. With each blow, Broly's form sank deeper into the ground, creating an ever-expanding crater. The spectators from Universe 6 began to grow anxious for Broly, while Kampa shielded his face, unable to bear the sight. Suddenly, Broly's eyes glinted with ferocity as he grasped Vegeta's fist, halting his advance completely. Impossible. You, a mere low-class warrior who cannot even transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta gasped in shock. He exerted all his strength, attempting to push forward, but Broly refused to yield. With a flash of crimson light in his eyes, Broly's muscles swelled, doubling in size. He slowly rose, unleashing a primal roar that sent a powerful aura radiating outward. The chilling energy caused involuntary shivers among the audience, especially Vegeta, who felt a deep-seated dread. How can this be? Could it be that you are? Vegeta stuttered, rendered speechless by Broly's transformation. With a single step, Broly utilized his physical strength to hurl Vegeta to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Vegeta, panic-stricken, summoned every ounce of strength to break free from Broly's grasp. He created distance and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Broly. Royal battle technique. Broly swatted one of the energy blasts to the ground, causing a plume of smoke to rise. I care not whether you are the legendary Super Saiyan. Fall. Vegeta poured every ounce of energy into his attacks, illuminating the venue as if it were midday. After a minute of relentless bombardment, Vegeta paused, panting heavily, and laughed maniacally. Have you seen the might of Lord Vegeta now? Suddenly, a shadow burst through the smoke, and Broly's face appeared before Vegeta, startling him. As Vegeta attempted to retreat, Broly swiftly seized him in a powerful embrace. End of the line. Energy blast. A green wave coalesced from Broly's chest, and before Vegeta could comprehend, he was sent flying. Boom. Vegeta was propelled hundreds of meters away, crashing through the protective barrier set by Beerus, and promptly fell unconscious. Silence. The entire arena fell into stunned silence. No one anticipated that Vegeta would be so thoroughly overwhelmed by Broly that he would lose consciousness. The fifth match goes to Broly from Universe 6. Wow, Broly has won. Kampa celebrated exuberantly, like a jubilant child. I didn't expect his strength to be this formidable. In the audience, Goku wore a grave expression and unbeknownst to him, Piccolo, the next contestant, had turned a shade of green. As the host began to announce the sixth battle, he was abruptly interrupted by Piccolo from Universe 7, who raised his right hand with an expression of discomfort and declared, "I forfeit." Chapter 11, Broly vs. Kakarot. I forfeit. Piccolo's concession took everyone by surprise, as they collectively turned to him, bewildered by his decision. With a grave expression, Piccolo stated, "Did you not sense the aura emanating from him? It is rife with brutality and bloodlust. Even Vegeta in his Super Saiyan Blue form could not withstand him. My involvement would merely squander a Senzu bean." As he spoke, beads of sweat trickled down his green cheeks, a testament to the immense pressure he was under. "So that is how it is." Goku smiled serenely and patted Piccolo on the shoulder, urging him not to feel burdened. On the arena, Broly's ferocious energy continued to escalate. Although influenced by emotion, he still managed to exert control over his rationality. One must admit, the willpower of the Blue Star Boy is truly formidable. Following the tournament's ruling, Goku regained his qualification to compete since Frost had committed a foul by using a weapon. At that moment, the host stepped to the center of the arena, announcing the results of the discussion between Beerus and Kampa. Kampa's swift acquiescence was primarily due to witnessing Broly's true power, leading him to become somewhat inflated with pride. Indeed, Kampa had become rather arrogant, and his smug expression nearly provoked Beerus into unleashing a destructive energy ball upon him. However, for the sake of the competition, Beerus restrained himself and approached Goku with a serious demeanor, insisting, "You must defeat him." To this, Goku chuckled heartily, "Lord Beerus, you are far too serious. Even if I lose, we still have the strongest in the universe, Manaka? You." Beerus was left speechless, nearly biting his tongue, realizing that he had shot himself in the foot. He knew all too well that Manaka's abilities were merely a ruse to create pressure for Goku and Vegeta. Yet Goku was not buying it. Goku began to stretch, then leapt onto the arena. "How about we exchange a few blows?" Goku said with a calm, confident demeanor, his fearless attitude irking Broly immensely. At that moment, Broly's mind was consumed by the name Kakarot, the influence growing ever stronger. "Kakarot! Kakarot! Kakarot!" Broly roared as green energy surged forth, enveloped in green flames and blue arcs of electricity, creating an astonishing aura that swept through the surroundings. What is happening? Broly's energy has intensified again. Vegeta, now healed by the Senzu Bean, stared in shock at the increasingly powerful Broly. "I don't know, but this guy is a monster. His strength seems limitless and continues to grow." Piccolo clenched his teeth, fixated on Broly, while Beerus's expression darkened further. Previously dismissive of Broly as a minor player, he now recognized that even Vegeta had been effortlessly defeated. It was evident that only Goku remained as the sole fighter from Universe 7. Taking a deep breath, Goku assumed his stance and locked eyes with Broly. "Kakarot, prepare to be struck." Goku initiated the assault, his form flickering in the air as he delivered a punch to Broly's chest, but it inflicted no damage. Goku's expression shifted. It felt as though he had struck solid steel, the force reverberating painfully through his own arm. Kakarot. Despite his massive size, Broly's speed was unaffected as he barreled into Goku like a heavy tank. Boom. The sheer force sent Goku hurtling backwards, tumbling through the air before regaining his footing. With a fierce shout, golden flames enveloped him as he transformed into Super Saiyan, launching himself back at Broly. Bang, bang, bang. An intriguing scene unfolded as Goku darted around Broly, relentlessly pummeling him, yet Broly remained stationary, absorbing the blows. "Humph, Saiyan explosive." Broly scoffed before unleashing a tremendous surge of energy from his core, causing a massive explosion. Oh, Goku was propelled into the air, and Broly swiftly pursued with a barrage of strikes. Damn it, if that is the case. Goku's body ignited with red flames as he activated Super Saiyan God mode, his overwhelming presence forcing Broly back. Broly charged forward again, but Goku merely smirked. With both hands, Goku seized Broly's swinging arm and, employing minimal effort, effortlessly neutralized the attack. "Nanny!" Broly exclaimed in surprise, regaining his balance and launching another punch. "Hey, just calm down," Goku called out, his hands bending as he gathered energy. A golden halo materializing before him, which he unleashed with haste. Buzz. Broly found himself immobilized, and Goku urged, "Hey, control yourself. Do not let your emotions dictate your actions." Broly hesitated momentarily before breaking free from the restraint. He understood Goku's words, yet if he could not secure victory, Destruction awaited him at the hands of the god of destruction. With newfound resolve, Broly swung a punch that sent Goku flying. Damn it! Goku's attacks are completely ineffective. Krillin lamented, striking the ground in despair. Beside him, the 18th, cradling Marin, reassured, Krillin, do not worry. Goku hasn't transformed yet. He hasn't activated that blue form. Right. Goku hasn't even transitioned into Super Saiyan Blue yet. Krillin exclaimed, his spirits lifting. Just as he felt triumphant, Goku was struck by Broly's punch, now transformed into the very form he had anticipated, Super Saiyan Blue. Goku cried out as he crashed to the ground, quickly attempting to regain his footing. However, just as he lifted his head, a massive hand seized him by the scalp. Boom. The violent jolt forced Goku's face into the ground. He pushed against Broly with all his might, yet the latter's strength was insurmountable. Damn it. Goku continued to struggle, but Broly intensified his grip. Just when everyone believed Goku was finished, he suddenly opened his mouth wide and bit down hard. Broly yelped in pain, releasing his hold, clearly realizing that Goku's biting ability was truly formidable. From his childhood to Dragon Ball Super, Goku had bitten even angels like Whis, showcasing that his biting skill had reached its zenith, especially now, feeling the immense pain firsthand. Kaiken. Goku chuckled and suddenly clenched his fists, an eruption of red light enveloping his body. Kakarot. Broly roared, charging forward as their fists collided with explosive force, generating shockwaves that radiated like halos. As the spectators watched the intense exchange in the arena, they erupted into cheers, fervently rallying for their respective champions, filling the venue with an electrifying atmosphere. Chapter 12. The arrival of the Omni King. Go for it. Goku. The friends of Son Goku from Universe 7 shouted in unison, fervently cheering him on. Opposite them, several individuals from Universe 6 were equally ardent in their support for Broly. Come on, Broly. Defeat that kid. Let Beerus weep in despair. The battle on the stage had reached a fever pitch. Ever since Goku had unleashed the Kaioken technique, his physical prowess had surged dramatically, making him a formidable match for Broly. With a resounding clash, their fists collided, sending shockwaves through the arena as both warriors glared at each other, letting out fierce roars. In a breathtaking display of speed, they simultaneously struck with their fists, the rapid movements leaving behind fleeting afterimages. The combatants soared from the ground to the air and back again, each impact reverberating like the grand fireworks of a New Year celebration. With a powerful strike, both warriors landed blows to each other's faces, resulting in a simultaneous recoil. Blood trickled from the corners of Broly's mouth as he savored the taste, a wicked grin spreading across his face, indicating his exhilaration. In contrast, despite the toll the Kaioken had taken on Goku, his fervor for battle shone through with a smile. Forgive me. I must unleash all my strength. I can scarcely maintain my current state. Goku chuckled softly, his gaze sharpening as he unleashed a tremendous wave of energy. Just as I intended. Let this decisive move determine the victor, Kakarot. Broly, too, was unwilling to prolong the match, erupting with an awe-inspiring aura. With a swift motion, he conjured a green energy sphere, which gradually expanded. Kamehameha. Goku summoned his signature technique, gathering brilliant energy in his hands before launching it at Broly. The force of the attack ravaged the arena. Super explosive wave. Broly retaliated with his green energy sphere, the cataclysmic clash of their powers resonating throughout the arena. Go Goku! Krillin shouted, his eyes shut tight as he poured his heart into the cheers, while the others behind him shared in the anticipation, rallying for Goku. Give it your all. Broly. The ecstatic Kampa shouted, disregarding decorum, with Caulifla and Kaba also rooting for Broly. The collision of energy was monumental, shaking the very ground beneath them. The surrounding environment began to tear apart, and the protective barriers set by Beerus started to crack, culminating in a sharp, resonant snap as Goku bellowed, 20 times Kaioken. Indeed, Goku had just transitioned from his recent mastery of the Super Saiyan Blue form, and until now, he had only been using the tenfold Kaioken. Broly roared, channeling all his power into the fray, watching as the green energy surged exponentially. With a deafening boom, their powers erupted, causing the desolate planet to shake violently. As fissures began to form in the ground, revealing a golden light from below. Is that the Dragon Ball? The crowd gasped, realizing that the final Dragon Ball they sought was right beneath their feet. With a resounding thud, both warriors collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Both competitors, Broly and Son Goku have fallen simultaneously. However, as they have landed outside the ring, this match is declared a draw. The diligent announcer, trembling slightly, emerged from behind cover to explain the situation to the audience. Upon hearing this outcome, Kampa felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but accepted it, for Universe 6 still had hit their trump card, and he was confident in his strength. Meanwhile, Beerus was growing increasingly anxious. If Goku were to be declared the loser, only Monaka, an ordinary being, would remain, exposing their ruse. At that moment, Gohan carried Goku back, who grinned at Beerus. "Apologies, Lord Beerus, but Broly's strength is truly formidable. I must train harder to surpass him. Though it's a draw, we still have the strongest Monaka to back us up, so we should be fine." Beerus was on the verge of a meltdown. "Can we even win with him? He.S. just a delivery boy." "Oh, how the tables have turned for you, Lord Beerus," Whis remarked, relishing in his misfortune, which further aggravated Beerus, who, regrettably, lacked fur. Whis, sensing the need to temper the situation, leaned closer to Beerus and whispered, "What was your initial intention in arranging Monaka?" "To make Goku and Vegeta understand that there are always greater heights to aspire to," Beerus replied without hesitation. Whis chuckled. "Did you not see Goku's expression? It was one of lofty aspirations. You heard him earlier. With Broly's presence, Monaka has become redundant. Thus, there is no need to worry about exposure. This match is already a loss for us." Beerus fell silent. Whis' words rang true. Yet he still struggled with the loss to Kampa, ultimately sighing as he addressed the referee. "All right, no need for the next match. We concede." "Huh? What are you saying, Lord Beerus? We still have Monaka?" Goku questioned, bewildered. "Indeed, Lord Beerus. Why make such a decision?" The crowd chimed in confusion. At this moment, Piccolo stepped forward, having overheard Beerus and Whis' conversation due to his unique hearing. Since Beerus was unable to articulate the truth, he took it upon himself to explain. Kampa, equally perplexed, could not comprehend why the other party would concede when they still had a contestant left. Meanwhile, Hit, standing at the edge of the audience, felt awkward, caught in indecision. With Universe 7's automatic forfeit, Universe 6 emerged victorious. As the announcer concluded, the members of Universe 7 sighed in disappointment. Piccolo had already clarified the situation to them, so they accepted their loss gracefully, understanding that they had only 5 participants, and considering that they had lost a member in the previous round. Facing a 3-against-5 match was not entirely humiliating. Just as the cheers erupted from Universe 6, Vados suddenly pointed towards a direction. "Lord Kampa." "Huh, what is it?" Kampa exclaimed, startled by Vados' urgency, and upon following her gaze, his tail shot up in alarm. Beerus, too, wore a face of dread. "What? This cannot be happening." The Omni King had arrived. Chapter 13, Resurrection. The Earth of the 6th universe at this moment, 2 tall figures clad in purple robes, obscuring their faces, suddenly appeared alongside a smaller, unremarkable figure resembling a diminutive pea. The 2 towering figures displayed utmost reverence toward this peculiar entity, clearly indicating its superior status. In the audience, Beerus and Kampa wore expressions of trepidation, exclaiming the title of Lord Zeno. Their ungracious behavior drew curious glances from the crowd, who speculated about the origins of these individuals. "Zeno?" Goku blinked innocently, while the East Kaioshin, equally intrigued, turned to the elder and inquired about the identity of the unsettling child. The old Kaioshin, upon hearing this, scolded him sharply. "You fool, refrain from speaking such nonsense." Suddenly, an unknown contender had emerged, leaving everyone in bewilderment. The host, microphone in hand, attempted to continue his commentary, but a mere glance from the newcomer rendered him speechless. "Isn't that just a tiny pudding?" Vegeta questioned, confusion etched on his face, mirrored by Piccolo beside him. In response to the audience's puzzlement, Beerus trembled as he explained, "Lord Zeno is the supreme being over all 12 universes." Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, as the realization of the pea-sized figure's immense significance dawned upon them. "Lord Beerus, is it truly appropriate for us to look down upon Lord Zeno from our elevated positions?" Whis queried, sitting beside Beerus. "Do you even need to ask?" "Certainly not," Beerus replied, springing to his feet and soaring towards Zeno. Lord Zeno, why have you appeared in such a place?" Kampa, trembling in fear, hastily followed suit, exclaiming, "A warm welcome to Lord Zeno." In a striking display of humility, the 2 destroyers bowed deeply before the diminutive entity, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. Observing this, Others could not remain idle and promptly approached to pay their respects. Only Broly feigned severe injury, lying with eyes closed in the audience. This behavior was not entirely his fault. A tempest of rage and malevolence stirred within him, and Zeno harbored a deep aversion to evil. Much like Zamasu, who was mercilessly obliterated for spreading malevolence, Broly was wary of provoking Zeno. Even Zamasu, having wished for eternal life through the Super Dragon Balls, was crushed in an instant. Zeno's capabilities were akin to possessing the power of resurrection, making Broly hesitant to engage in actions that could invite his wrath. Lord Zeno, is there something that necessitates your presence here today? Oh, because you have organized this event without authorization, I wish to remind you that destroyers must not be negligent in their duties. Zeno's voice, surprisingly gentle, caught everyone off guard. However, the sight of the sweating destroyers hushed any dissent. Please allow me to clarify, Lord Zeno. Lord Beerus is far more interested in slumber and gourmet cuisine than destruction. Whis interjected, eager to report. Likewise, Lord Kampa has been neglecting his health, which has led to a rather unfortunate physique. I fear it may impact his work. So I have been providing balanced meals, yet he finds my cooking distasteful. Vados chimed in, feigning tears. Perhaps we should consider replacing one of the destroyers, Zeno suggested, prompting the two to scream in terror, drenched in perspiration. Nevertheless, Vados and Whis, as siblings, exhibited no hesitation in reporting on the inadequacies of the destroyers. Seeing their comical expressions, Zeno chuckled, just joking. Both Kampa and Beerus released sighs of relief, nearly losing their composure at the thought of being replaced. I intended to issue a warning, but upon witnessing your event, I found it exceedingly entertaining. So, I would like to gather participants from across the universe for the next one. Is that true? If so, that would be absolutely delightful, Goku exclaimed, stepping forward from the crowd. Initially, the guards attempted to intervene, but Zeno approached Goku, compelling them to withdraw. Hey, don't presume you're worthy to speak with Lord Zeno. Beerus interjected, alarmed by Goku's audacity, but Zeno merely took Goku's outstretched hand and was lifted effortlessly by him. This act left Beerus and Kampa in a state of shock, their souls seemingly escaping their bodies. Once Zeno departed, the two remained speechless, the earlier joy evaporated. Sighing, Kampa lamented, well, since you have triumphed, we shall take our leave. Without a moment's pause, Beerus turned and departed, thoroughly humiliated. Humph. Beerus, you heard Lord Zeno's words. Did you not? We shall meet in the arena next time. I will win again, Kampa proclaimed triumphantly, provoking Beerus's ire as he led the members of Universe 7 onto a transparent cube. As the cube ascended, Goku turned to the audience of the 6th universe, shouting, Broly, if you have time, remember to come find me. Bye. Broly, no longer feigning injury, waved his hand, and after the members of Universe 7 vanished, Kampa gathered everyone. Regarding your performance, I am quite satisfied, particularly with you, Broly. You reversed the situation excellently. Even falling off the stage resulted in a tie. Not bad, not bad. About that incident, I shall forgive you. Kampa donned a proud expression, though his demeanor repulsed Broly. One could only imagine a plump purple cat wriggling in front of him, its flabby flesh jiggling. Suppressing the urge to strike him, Broly simply closed his eyes. All right, everyone, return to your seats. I am about to make a wish. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly leaped back to their seats, leaving only Vados and Kampa on the Dragon Balls. As the incantation was recited, a dazzling beam of golden light soared into the heavens, a striking sight in the cosmos. The Super Dragon appeared, its colossal form dwarfing hundreds of galaxies, leaving the crowd in awe. Broly, having witnessed this in the anime back on Blue Star, was now in a real-life version of the Dragon Ball universe. A stark contrast to the animated depiction. State your wish. Boomed a voice like thunder, resonating with immense power. The Super Dragon radiated brilliant golden light, rendering the Earth's dragon and even the Namekian dragon insignificant in comparison. Please grant our 6th universe an Earth as civilized as that of the 7th universe. Kampa exclaimed excitedly, while Vados recited the ancient incantation beside him. As the Super Dragon's eyes gleamed, it declared, your wish has been granted. Farewell. With a powerful flap of its wings, the Super Dragon transformed into a burst of golden light, dividing into 7 and scattering throughout the universe. Chapter 14, My Request. To take Vados as my master seated on the throne, Kampa appeared quite exhilarated, holding a goblet in one hand while engaging in lively conversation with the others. His joy stemmed from the victory in the tournament, which had restored his pride. Furthermore, the recreation of Earth from the seventh universe was a dream come true for him, bringing him such delight that he could hardly contain it. The sumptuous feast before them was sourced from Earth in the sixth universe, which, while a replica of its counterpart, held its own unique charm. Despite the wish being to recreate the Earth of the seventh universe, the nature of twin universes meant that this version was a mirror image. Notably, the sixth universe lacked the scions such as Sun Wukong and Tianjin Han, likely due to their non-Earth origins. Fortunately, the culinary offerings on this planet were quite similar to those from the seventh universe. Otherwise, Kampa would have been inconsolable. As the merriment progressed and spirits lifted, Kampa, slightly inebriated, stood atop the table and addressed the gathering. "Ah, your performance has greatly pleased me. Speak now. Take advantage of my good mood and request your rewards." The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of Kampa's intentions. At that moment, Bados smiled reassuringly, clarifying that the rewards had already been preordained by Lord Kampa. Anyone who triumphed in the competition would be granted a single request. With this assurance, the group settled down, and the usually stoic Hit boldly voiced his desire. "I have but one request, simply to receive the shifting cube you promised me." Kampa wasted no time in instructing Bados to hand over the item to Hit. Upon receiving it, Hit's demeanor changed, his excitement unmistakable, an impressive feat for someone typically so expressionless. Witnessing Kampa fulfill his promise inspired the others to eagerly share their wishes. Berta sought to shed a few pounds, while Gabe requested that the god of destruction keep a closer eye on Salad Star in the future. Even Frost, who had cheated during the competition, was granted a reward, albeit a modest one, a pardon from death. Finally, all eyes turned to Broly, who had yet to voice his request. The group was eager to learn what he desired. Broly had already contemplated his wish while others spoke, but he was uncertain if Kampa would grant it, especially after Frost's request had been denied. "Broly, you may express your wish. You have been the greatest contributor in this tournament, and I shall fulfill whatever lies within my power," Kampa proclaimed with grandiosity, while Bados too was intrigued, wondering what this individual from the seventh universe could possibly want. Was he wishing to return to the seventh universe? Taking a deep breath, Broly stated, "I wish for Bados to become my teacher, to train me." The room fell silent in astonishment. Even the inebriated Kampa widened his eyes, while Bados covered her mouth in surprise at Broly's unexpected request. Indeed, this was what Broly sought. As a traveler from another realm, he understood the angelic lineage well. In the hierarchy, it was clear, Xeno angels gods of destruction Kaioshin's. Moreover, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta had experienced significant growth under Whis' tutelage. This is quite unprecedented, Kampa stammered, grappling with the unusual nature of such a request. Unlike the others, who sought tangible items or promises, the notion of apprenticeship was distinctly unique. Noticing Kampa's hesitation, Broly grew anxious and quickly added, "I do not seek extensive training. Merely occasional guidance will suffice." This was Broly's minimum requirement. Should Kampa refuse, he would have no choice but to ask to be sent back to the seventh universe or some other realm. "Well," Bados interjected, her expression brightening as she gazed at Broly, causing him to feel a bit bashful. While this request seemed rather ordinary, it carried a deeper implication, a potential candidate for the next god of destruction. All gods of destruction were trained by angels, without exception. By acknowledging an angel as a master, it significantly increased the chances of becoming the next god of destruction. "Bados, are you certain?" Kampa inquired, perplexed. He knew his master well. Ordinary individuals rarely captured her interest. However, her willingness to engage indicated her intent to take Broly under her wing. "Yes, Lord Kampa. I find myself rather bored. Having a disciple to occupy my time would be delightful," Bados replied nonchalantly. With that, Kampa nodded in agreement, stating to Broly, "Very well. You shall reside in the guest quarters. However, I must insist that you take responsibility for all cleaning duties henceforth." Upon hearing this, Kampa displayed a sly smile. "Understood, Lord Kampa," Broly replied, pleased with the arrangement, though Kampa soon delivered some unfortunate news. "You may stay here, but your two companions cannot. They are mortals and cannot dwell with the divine. Do you comprehend?" Broly felt conflicted. After finally finding two individuals who cared for him, he was disheartened to learn they could not remain together. "I will explain the situation to them," Broly said, to which Kampa waved his hand dismissively. Before departing, Broly stopped Gabe, having formulated a plan. "Gabe, may I ask a favor?" Gabe, having developed a positive impression of Broly despite their previous encounter, now felt sympathy for the towering figure. What do you need? It is this. As you heard, I will be training here. But Kappa does not permit Lemo and Zilai to accompany me. I would like you to take them back to your planet to stay. I will visit them when I can. Gabe, perceiving the request as a simple matter, readily assured Broly. As they arrived at the guest quarters, they were met with an unexpected sight. Lemo and Zilai were nowhere to be found, leaving behind only a note. The message was straightforward. Having overheard the conversation between Broly and Kampa, they chose to continue their cosmic journey to avoid burdening him. The ink was still wet, suggesting it had been penned only moments before. Broly felt a profound melancholy as he tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. The first companions he had encountered in this world had departed. Chapter 15. The Defense Squad. Zilai and Limer departed. Broly felt a twinge of reluctance towards his self-serving companions. Lying in bed, he found himself enveloped in a gloomy mood, now truly alone. Suddenly, a knock at the door jolted Broly upright. It was known that only 3 individuals resided here. Aside from himself, only Bardos and Kampa remained. So he needed to be prepared for whichever one approached. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Bardos standing at the threshold. "Ah, Lady Bardos, what brings you here?" he inquired. "Did you not request me to train you?" Bardos replied with a light chuckle as she entered the room. Broly hurriedly folded his disheveled bedding, awkwardly smiling. "Is it because your little friends have departed that you seem so listless? If I told you they sought me out before leaving, would that change your mood?" "What did they say?" Broly asked eagerly, while Bardos perched herself on the edge of the bed, crossing her long legs. "They instructed me to take good care of you. Claiming you are a kind-hearted individual," she recalled, her lips pursed in thought. "Oh, and they mentioned you have quite the appetite. They asked me to prepare ample food for you." Broly's heart warmed. Limer and Zilai were his first friends in this world, and he treasured that bond. He resolved not to let their goodwill go in vain. With newfound determination, he turned to Bardos, exclaiming, "Please, train me. I wish to grow stronger." Bardos paused in surprise, but upon seeing the steadfastness in Broly's gaze, she smiled and said, "Then follow me." With that, she placed a hand on his shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished in a burst of white light. On Earth of Universe 6. The sounds of clattering filled the air as a multitude of researchers busied themselves at their computers, facing 3 transparent nutrient pods. Inside the pods lay 2 men and 1 woman, unclothed and connected to various tubes, with oxygen masks covering their faces. An elderly man with long white hair and a frail physique turned to his assistant, inquiring, "How is the progress?" The assistant smiled faintly, reporting, "The progress is quite promising. I believe we shall complete it soon." The old man nodded, his gaze fixated on the trio within the nutrient pods, his expression one of obsession, as if he were gazing upon a rare treasure. The assistant bowed slightly and retreated, but once turned, her expression morphed into one of malice. Truth be told, the assistant possessed a face that could be deemed flawless, yet the display of her ruthless nature lent her an entirely different allure. In her own quarters, she shed her professional attire for a lab coat. Locking the door behind her, she placed a sensor at the threshold, ensuring she would be alerted to any intruders. After completing these tasks, she opened her wardrobe and pressed a button concealed within. The wardrobe rotated 360 degrees, revealing a dark, hidden passage that no one would suspect could exist within such a small room. "Mother is coming," she murmured to herself, before vanishing into the shadows of the secret passage. Meanwhile, Bardos had taken Broly to the planet Salad, which surprised him. He had not anticipated that Bardos's training ground would be located here. "All right, you may explore freely for now. I shall seek you out later." "Huh?" Broly was puzzled by Bardos's words. Just as he was about to ask for clarification, she transformed into white light and disappeared. Confounded, Broly wandered aimlessly, until he suddenly recalled Gabe. Since Bardos had granted him the liberty to roam, he decided to visit Gabe first. Soaring into the sky, he flew toward the place etched in his memory. After nearly 10 minutes, he arrived at the location where the village once thrived. The inhabitants had long since relocated, leaving behind only a pockmarked landscape and shattered mountains. Broly felt a pang of guilt. After all, this devastation was a result of his actions. Sighing softly, he accelerated his flight. During their last parting, Gabe had shared his address, which allowed Broly to find him swiftly. The address led to a bustling city, and Gabe's residence was a circular villa that, while seemingly ordinary, befitted Gabe's character. However, before he could knock, Broly inadvertently smashed the iron gate. Immediately, an alarm blared, and armed machines emerged from within the house. The head of one robot bore a display screen, which flickered to life, revealing Gabe's face. Who dares to intrude upon the home of the defense squad leader? Recognizing the familiar voice, Broly sheepishly replied, "Sorry, Gabe. I didn't anticipate your door would be so fragile." Upon seeing Broly, Gabe muted the alarm, exclaiming, "Broly, what brings you here? Aren't you training with Bardos?" "Well, Bardos mentioned that my training location would be here on Salad, but she vanished suddenly, leaving me to wander. I thought I would find you. I'm currently working with the defense squad, but I'm not busy at the moment. Come, let me show you around. You'll get to see the mightiest warriors of Salad," Gabe declared, his tone laced with pride, as if the defense squad were an unparalleled force. Broly nodded in agreement, as he truly had nowhere else to go. "Oh, and before I forget, could you please fix my door before I leave?" Broly muttered. An hour later, Broly followed Gabe's directions to the defense squad headquarters. The sight that greeted him was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The towering buildings loomed high above, surrounded by expansive training grounds equipped with every imaginable apparatus. Moreover, numerous scions were engaged in rigorous training. However, Broly couldn't shake the feeling that this group seemed rather weak. Upon noticing the unfamiliar presence, several scions approached to investigate. "Hey, you do realize that ordinary people are not permitted here, right?" One robust figure, even more muscular than Broly, stepped forward, flanked by similarly imposing companions, reminiscent of a world out of a Van philosophy. For those unfamiliar, feel free to look it up. "Gabe, where is he?" "Huh." The muscular figures exchanged glances of disdain. "Oh, so you're here to see that well-connected guy?" Broly found himself puzzled, as the anime had not depicted Gabe's daily life, yet the disdainful expressions suggested a lack of respect for him. Chapter 16 Encountering Kale. Broly stood there, his expression etched with confusion, unable to comprehend why these individuals labeled Gabe as a relational benefactor. However, the group across from him grew increasingly audacious, not only shoving Broly but also brazenly demanding that he leave. Yet, as soon as they laid a hand on him, they realized they could not budge the formidable figure before them. It was as if they were attempting to push against a solid wall. In disbelief, one of them exclaimed, "This is absurd." Despite their collective efforts, Broly remained steadfast, leaving them in a predicament. At that moment, Broly took a step forward, and the group suddenly felt a tremendous force surge towards them, sending them sprawling to the ground. "How dare you act up at the headquarters of the defense force?" the leading man bellowed, sensing that he was no match for Broly. He decided to escalate the situation, calling for his comrades for assistance. As anticipated, this tactic proved effective, and soon a throng of fierce-looking individuals poured onto the scene, encircling Broly with a menacing intensity. "Hey, are you the one causing trouble? Beat him. Let's throw him in the black room." The crowd clamored, their voices overlapping, causing Broly to furrow his brow in irritation. Just as he contemplated taking action, a figure emerged from the building. The crowd parted as the newcomer advanced, clad in the distinctive battle gear of the Scions, his spiky hair long enough to nearly touch the ground. The arrival of this individual silenced the others, as he appeared to be their commanding officer. "Who are you, and what brings you here?" the officer inquired. "Commander Damarin. He is here to see Gabe," someone replied. "Here for Gabe, you say?" Damarin chuckled coldly, his disdain evident and shared by the others. Although Broly felt a surge of frustration, he refrained from causing further trouble in Gabe's workplace. He maintained his composure and replied, "I am a friend of Gabe's and have come to discuss a matter." "Humph. Friends of relational benefactors are seldom virtuous. Brothers, expel him," Damarin commanded with a wave of his arm, prompting the crowd to lunge at Broly. At that moment, Broly's patience finally evaporated. He swiftly maneuvered through the throng, reaching Damarin and seizing him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. The onlookers froze, astonished by Broly's speed. However, as they turned to see their commander being held aloft, a chill ran down their spines. "Hey, you bastard, let go of Commander Damarin," one shouted. Broly cast a glance at him, an overwhelming aura of menace radiating from him, enveloping the crowd in a frigid terror. They trembled and instinctively stepped back, while Broly's lips curled into a smirk. "Damarin, I am here to inform you, not to report to you. You need to understand that no one can obstruct my path." With his crimson gaze flashing, Broly's aura erupted, exerting a tremendous pressure that forced those nearby to kneel. Damarin, facing Broly at such close range, felt an overwhelming fear. He perceived the sheer bloodlust and brutality in Broly's eyes, a glaring contempt directed at him. His legs tightened, warmth surged through him, and in front of Broly, he lost control. The esteemed commander of the defense force, reduced to such humiliation in public. The thought of it becoming fodder for laughter was unbearable. Yet no one dared to speak. Typical, whether in Blue Star or the Dragon Ball realm, there are always such cowardly creatures, Broly muttered disdainfully. Releasing Damarin, he walked straight into the building, and the crowd instinctively parted to make way for him. In the hall, Gabe had just descended with several loyal guards, and he encountered Broly walking in. He approached with genuine concern, having witnessed the commotion on the monitors upstairs. Initially puzzled by Broly's delay, he soon realized that Damarin had obstructed him, prompting him to rush down to greet Broly. Once they reached the office, Gabe recounted the situation. That guy is my sworn enemy. We are members of the Laser Defense Force, which comprises 3 main divisions and 6 smaller squads. I am the squad leader of the 3rd division, while Damarin is my rival, leading another squad. Our division commander, Lam-Z, was injured in a critical mission and is considering retirement, necessitating the selection of a new leader from the subordinate squads. I was promoted by Commander Lam-Z, hence the label of relational benefactor. I do not concern myself with others' opinions. I merely wish for Commander Lam-Z to recover and lead us again. As Gabe clenched his fists, Broly interjected, "Do not be disheartened. Since he is maliciously defaming you, you must establish your authority and retaliate. I noticed that even ordinary soldiers dared to call you a relational benefactor, which is not a good omen. If they do not respect their commander, who will heed your command in the future?" Gabe nodded in appreciation and then proposed that Broly meet his commander, Lam-Z. With time to spare, Gabe was amenable to any arrangement, feeling rather bored. Ascending to the top floor, where the 3 division leaders conducted their affairs, Gabe explained that among the 3 divisions, the 1st was the strongest, followed by the 3rd, with the logistics division trailing behind. Due to the formidable enemy encountered during their last mission, Commander Lam-Z sustained a leg injury while protecting his team. Subsequently, he expressed a desire to retire, and the overall commander, Shalada, consented, yet insisted he select a successor to take his place. As expected, Lam-Z chose Gabe, whom he had personally promoted. However, this decision incited deep jealousy in Damarin, leading to a series of provocations and slanders against Gabe. Despite Gabe's guilt-ridden demeanor preventing him from retaliating, it only emboldened Damarin and his cohort, culminating in the current situation. Upon hearing Gabe's words, Lam-Z fell silent, realizing that although he had meant well, he had inadvertently thrust Gabe into the center of controversy. When Broly finally laid eyes on Lam-Z, he too was taken aback. Perhaps no one recognized Gabe's true strength. At this point, Gabe had surpassed Lam-Z completely, especially since Lam-Z could not even transform into a Super Saiyan. Just as Lam-Z prepared to speak, the door to the room was abruptly flung open. "Brother, I'm back," a girl's voice rang out, and Broly turned to see, to his astonishment, the very same wild girl he had encountered before, Kale. Chapter 17. A brief confrontation. Huh? How dare you, you scoundrel? The moment Caulifla laid eyes on Broly, her anger flared. Ever since their last encounter, this hulking brute had not only injured her beloved sister, but had also knocked out several of her teeth, leaving Kale feeling quite self-conscious for a spell. Just when she thought she couldn't find him, this rascal was right here, sipping tea and chatting with her older brother. How could she possibly tolerate such a sight? Fueled by rage, she charged at Broly, ready for a fight. Upon seeing his sister's furious approach, Kale felt an impending headache and interjected, "How can you be so rude? You are a lady. You should not behave so barbarically. Broly is a guest. Calm yourself for a moment." "Huh, brother, you dare call me barbaric? Indeed, you are quite the savage yourself." Gabe sighed, gently patting Broly's shoulder, suggesting he should grow accustomed to it, as the siblings often engaged in playful banter. Once the commotion subsided, Gabe recounted Broly's recent tribulations. Upon grasping the situation, Caulifla's eyes narrowed, and her temper ignited. "Those worthless fools. Gabe, let us teach them a lesson." So they ceased their slanderous tongues. Seizing Gabe's arm, she attempted to storm out, only to be halted by Kale's voice. "Return here, Caulifla. This is not a matter you should interfere with." "But brother, they are defaming you and Gabe, and I am absolutely furious." "Actually, I've already dealt with that moron." Broly interjected, but before he could finish, Caulifla interrupted. "You little brat. I almost forgot about you. Come here." We shall settle the score for last time when you harmed my sister. Realizing too late that his words had landed him in hot water, Broly regretted his earlier bravado. Perhaps it's best to reconsider. Last time, you were trying to steal my belongings. I was merely acting in self-defense. Caulifla scoffed. I have heard from Gabe about the god of destruction summoning you both for some grand tournament, and you are the most prominent among them. However, I am not the same as before. With that, she clenched her fists and unleashed a surge of energy, causing Kale's office to crack under the pressure. Surrounded by a golden aura, her hair standing on end, her pupils transformed to a vivid green. She was now in the state of a Super Saiyan. Kale, witnessing Caulifla's transformation, trembled and stammered, "See, Caulifla, have you truly become a Super Saiyan?" "Surprised, are we, brother? I intended to give you a surprise, but upon seeing this brute, my temper flared. Hey, big guy, let us step outside for some training." Broly thought to himself that women were indeed troublesome. Just as he was about to decline, Caulifla flashed a mischievous grin and lunged at him, seizing his head and crashing him through the wall. Boom! The entire wall crumbled, yet Caulifla was undeterred, dragging Broly away towards an open area for an epic showdown. Upon reaching the vast expanse, she hurled Broly with force. He collided with a snow-capped mountain, lifting his gaze to Caulifla as his warrior instincts surged within him. "Come on, big guy, experience the might of a Super Saiyan." After the tournament concluded, Gabe had taught Caulifla the method to transform into a Super Saiyan. True to her reputation as a combat prodigy, fueled by her anger towards Broly, she successfully transformed, her power soaring while her temperament grew more volatile. All she desired was to thrash Broly, and before she could seek him out, he had delivered himself right to her doorstep, an opportunity she could not let slip by. "Mind your eyes, you might end up shedding tears." Broly grinned, launching himself into action, a white aura trailing behind him like a comet's tail. "You!" Caulifla, incensed, charged at Broly, and the two clashed midair. Bang! 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 Ya! 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 Caulifla unleashed a flurry of punches, meeting Broly's fists in a fierce exchange, the shockwaves reverberating through the ground beneath them. "Not bad. It seems you've made considerable progress." Broly leaped back to create distance, while Caulifla beamed with pride. "Of course. I've been training every day to deliver a proper lesson to you. Prepare yourself." Caulifla unleashed a barrage of red energy blasts at Broly. Boom, boom, boom. Broly evaded the energy blasts, retaliating with beams from his fingers. Caulifla concentrated, her aura surging, and deflected all of Broly's attacks. "Prepare to fall, Broly. This is a special gift I've prepared just for you." Caulifla's secret technique, harnessing her inner energy, unleashed a powerful energy wave. In an instant, the surroundings trembled as her power escalated. Goodness, this woman is serious. Broly realized the magnitude of her energy. Should it strike the ground, it could obliterate the planet. Summoning all his strength, he unleashed it in a brilliant green aura, entering his rage form. Both warriors gathered their energy, releasing their respective attacks. The world shifted, accompanied by thunderous roars, as the two energies converged. Suddenly, a figure appeared between them. Seeing someone intervene, Caulifla shouted, "Get out of the way. I can't control this power." Broly echoed her warning, but the newcomer merely waved a hand, and the two energy blasts froze in midair. With a snap of their fingers, the attacks dissipated effortlessly. Caulifla's eyes widened in disbelief. She knew the strength of her attack, and yet this being had casually erased it. What kind of formidable presence was this? Whis! Broly recognized the figure, adorned in the attire of an angel, holding that distinctive staff. "Oh dear, I asked you to go out for a stroll, not to engage in a brawl," Whis said with a light-hearted chuckle, gently descending before Broly. As Broly reverted from his rage form, he inquired, "Where have you been? You left me alone in the forest without a word." "Fear not. I shall take you to a place where all shall be revealed," Whis replied, grasping Broly's arm and transforming into a beam of light, vanishing from the scene. Left behind, Caulifla seethed with frustration, feeling utterly disregarded once more. "How dare you ignore me? Broly, just you wait." Chapter 18. King Sharada. As the radiant light dissipated, Broly beheld an exquisitely adorned hall, filled with opulent decorations. "This is the training ground you brought me to?" Broly asked, perplexed. But there's nothing here. Aside from the two of them, the room was filled solely with lavish items. What could he possibly train with in such a place? Bardoss smiled gently at Broly, and then called out to a specific location, "Come forth, King Sharada. This is the opponent I have brought for you to spar with." Broly was momentarily taken aback, only to hear a hearty laugh as a colossal figure, standing 3 meters tall, emerged. To Broly's astonishment, King Shirata bore a striking resemblance to Son Goku. Aside from their differing gazes, their appearances were nearly indistinguishable, akin to an oversized Goku. The uniqueness of his hair caught Broly's attention, a spiky hairstyle with golden tips and black roots. Broly pondered if this individual was also a time traveler. Is that hair dyed? Greetings, I am the king of Shirata Planet. You may call me Shirata, he said, exhibiting a down-to-earth demeanor reminiscent of Goku, which instilled a sense of familiarity. Broly politely acknowledged him and then turned to Bardoss, curious about her next intentions. I brought you here to explore, primarily to converse with King Shirata, and fortunately, he has agreed to spar with you, Bardoss explained with a smile, elegantly waving her staff, causing all the decorations to vanish. Additionally, a protective barrier was established around the hall, rendering its interior undetectable from the outside. Shirata shrugged off his cloak from his shoulders and stretched his body. Oh, it's been a while since I last exercised. Boy, accompany me in training. Do not hold back. Was this the aura of a king? His presence commanded respect without uttering a word, and even with a welcoming smile, one felt an insurmountable distance from him. Broly nodded and unleashed his power, causing the entire hall to tremble with his formidable energy. Yet, Shirata remained unfazed, appearing utterly unconcerned by Broly's might. Che! Broly felt a surge of anger and instantly transformed into his rage form. Boom! Green energy enveloped him, his eyes radiating an intense light. Oh, not bad, kid. Shirata finally displayed a reaction, though his demeanor remained relaxed. Gritting his teeth, Broly charged at Shirata with all his might. Huh! He swung a punch, slicing through the air towards his target, but before he could revel in his strike, he found his fist firmly grasped by Shirata. Kid, your fighting style resembles that of a beast, utterly chaotic. With a sudden jolt, Shirata propelled Broly backwards several steps. What just happened? Broly felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness from Shirata's attack, a sensation he had only experienced against Goku, like being effortlessly subdued in a match. Akin to the old adage of using softness to overcome strength. With renewed fury, Broly dismissed such notions. To hell with using softness to overcome strength. To hell with being subdued with ease. I shall conquer with brute force. In the face of absolute strength, all else is futile. Even as a beast, I am the fiercest among them. Broly attacked once more, his muscles taut and veins bulging like a coiling dragon, roaring as he struck with unyielding force toward Shirata. Shirata furrowed his brow, bemused by the boy's stubbornness despite his warnings. Yet, as Broly's fist connected with Shirata's palm, he grimaced. The sheer power of the blow sent a jolt of pain through him. Retreating to absorb the impact, it was too late. Broly surged forward, landing a devastating punch on Shirata's hand, accompanied by a resounding crack as Shirata's palm contorted. With a cry of anguish, Shirata was sent crashing into the wall. Coughing, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. It was undeniable that Broly had inflicted significant damage. Well done, young one. In that case, I shall unleash my full power. Suddenly, a golden aura erupted around Shirata, revealing that he, too, could transform into a Super Saiyan. His form expanded to nearly 5 meters tall, an astonishing sight. Remarkably, his injury began to heal instantaneously, emitting a wave of heat that raised the hall's temperature significantly. Kid, let me show you a different kind of Super Saiyan. With a sweeping gesture, he unleashed a wave of heat towards Broly, whipping up a scorching wind within the hall. Broly was swept off his feet, the searing wind striking his face like needles. Regaining his balance, he lunged forward like a descending tiger. Activating a protective shield, he shielded himself from the intense heat. Piercing through the heat wave, Broly's powerful punch aimed for Shirata's face. Yet unexpectedly, Shirata danced aside with an uncanny grace, effortlessly avoiding Broly's strikes as if they were choreographed. Let me show you what true combat is. Shirata roared, lunging forward like a spear, directly into Broly's chest. In an instant, Broly was caught off guard. He barely perceived Shirata's movement before being struck, the sharp pain of a penetrating blow causing crimson blood to surge forth. As Shirata withdrew his arm, Broly collapsed to the ground, his consciousness fading as a name echoed in his mind. Ultimate meditation technique. Oh, striking so hard. Aren't you here to heal him in a moment? Shirata shrugged, seemingly unconcerned about Broly's injuries. Bardoss sighed, waving her staff around Broly, visibly accelerating the healing process of his chest wound. Are you truly not considering becoming the next god of destruction? Bardoss inquired after lifting the unconscious Broly into the air. I have long since outgrown my reckless days. Now, I simply wish to watch over my people and ensure they thrive. Not to mention the many beautiful companions I have, Shirata chuckled. Bardoss, however, was aware that this individual had once been handpicked by Kampa to be the next candidate for the God of Destruction, a position he had declined. Bardoss had brought Broly to train precisely because Shirata was a prominent figure in the 6th universe, an ideal mentor to help elevate Broly's strength. Chapter 19, Where Are My Clothes? In the vast expanse of the universe, a battered spacecraft swayed as it navigated through the cosmos. We are running low on energy. What shall we do? You go check the storage, see if there are any spare energy supplies left. The two frantic individuals were none other than Reimer and Zeli, who had stealthily departed from Broly to avoid being a burden. Their current destination was the Earth spoken of by Broly. Although it was not the Earth of the 7th universe, they were nonetheless curious about what the planet described by Broly was like. However, it seemed they had encountered a predicament. The alarm blared, and the display screen indicated a critical energy shortage, forcing them to prepare for an emergency landing. The energy in Reimer's storage can only sustain our descent, he lamented. Sigh. It seems we won't reach Earth after all. What are our current coordinates? Reimer's expression grew serious as he gripped the controls, while Zeli swiftly perused the coordinate map. We are currently at 7093 XY, and the nearest planet is at 7254 XY. Upon finishing her statement, Zeli wore a grave expression, lamenting their ill-fated journey, having not anticipated that Earth would be so far away. Very well, let us land there. I hope there are civilized beings who can assist us in replenishing our energy. Meanwhile, Broly gradually opened his eyes, discovering himself in an unfamiliar room, with Bardoss seated on a nearby sofa. You are awake. Did I lose? Broly's spirits were somewhat dampened, despite being able to contend with Goku. He had unexpectedly been bested by a certain Salad King. Understanding Broly's feelings, Bardoss consoled him, do not be disheartened. Salad King was personally appointed by Lord Kampa as a candidate for a god of destruction, possessing formidable strength. Your defeat is not unjust. I am not particularly saddened. I am merely astounded by Salad King's prowess. It seems that the participant, Gabe, could not even transform into a Super Saiyan. Let me tell you, Salad King's transformation is actually a variant of the Super Saiyan, meaning his power has mutated, Bardoss explained. Broly fell into contemplation. Mutation? Could it be akin to the legendary Saiyans? Yet, it appears to be different. Salad King's body was modified during a cosmic calamity. An evil sorcerer unleashed a demon that devastated countless galaxies. Aware of the demon's might, Salad King deliberately allowed himself to be controlled by the sorcerer to gain power. Ultimately, he utilized this newfound strength to vanquish the demon, marking the moment Salad King's transformation mutated. After sharing this, Bardoss observed the stunned Broly, thinking he needed time to process the shocking information. She then took her leave to indulge in some desserts. Left alone, Broly pondered Bardoss's narrative. A demon? An evil sorcerer? Willingly submitting for power? It struck him as eerily reminiscent of the scenarios involving Majin Buu and Babidi from Dragon Ball Z. Truly, this mirrored universe was like a reflection. What existed in the 7th universe might manifest differently in the 6th. This logic provided clarity to Salad King's mutation. Anyone familiar with the Majin Buu saga knows that once controlled, one would obey unconditionally. Vegeta, possessing immense pride, managed to break free from control. Yet it must be noted that Salad King also possessed a remarkably strong spirit. Broly felt a surge of respect for him. Indeed, as he had once theorized, regardless of physical strength, without a robust spirit, one's life would remain stagnant. However, if one's spirit were powerful, they could transcend their limits. Broly, rejuvenated, shook off the shadows of defeat and was about to rise from the bed when he suddenly froze in place. Where are my clothes? Why am I naked? Broly gazed down at himself, bewildered. Who the hell undressed me? Meanwhile, on a desolate planet resembling ruins, a spacecraft crashed into the ground. With a loud clang, the door of the spacecraft swung open, revealing two figures, one red and one green. Ahem, Reimer, how did you manage to land? You almost killed me. Zeli coughed as she brushed off the dust, directing her complaints at Reimer. Ahem, the energy suddenly cut out. I had no control over it. Reimer felt wronged by Zeli's grievances, claiming it was an uncontrollable circumstance. Just then, Zeli tugged at Reimer, exclaiming, "Look, there's a light over there. Perhaps it's a life form from this planet. We should inquire if they have any energy to sell us." "Huh? Do you really think this trash planet has any energy?" Reimer doubted, questioning how any life could exist in such a barren wasteland with red dust swirling around and low visibility due to sandstorms. Nevertheless, he was dragged along by Zeli. As they approached, Zeli was taken aback. "This isn't a creature, it's an egg." The egg appeared peculiar, its surface undulating as if it were a fleshy tumor. What is this?" Reimer felt a wave of nausea, but Zeli saw it differently, believing it to be an egg from some wild creature. The egg, roughly the size of a basin, was neither particularly large nor small. From this, Zeli deduced that whatever creature laid such an egg could not be too massive. With their weapons in hand, they felt sufficiently equipped to handle the situation. Discarding fear, Zeli decided to bring the egg aboard the spacecraft. The universe was home to myriad bizarre creatures, and if they could sell it for a high price, it would be a lucrative endeavor. However, Reimer found the egg unsettling, a sense of discomfort washing over him. Despite his reservations, he ultimately succumbed to Zeli's insistence, and they secured the egg aboard the spacecraft. "All right, now let us search for energy. Hopefully, it won't be too far." Just as they were about to exit the spacecraft, the energy display on the screen suddenly illuminated, indicating a full energy capacity. This was indeed perplexing. Both concluded it must be a display error. However, as they powered up the spacecraft, they realized the energy was genuinely replenished. They remained baffled as to why the spacecraft suddenly had a full energy supply. The lights flickered, and following the glow, they discovered that the egg they had brought aboard was radiating light. Moreover, the egg began to root itself, its fleshy tendrils extending throughout the spacecraft. Terrified, Reimer and Zeli clung to each other, screaming in horror. Chapter 20. Super Saiyan Transformation. With a thunderous crash, two fists collided, sending shockwaves that shattered the surrounding mountains. In an expansive arena, Broly and King Salad stood face to face, engaging in a spirited spar. They exchanged knowing smiles before swiftly separating. "You have made remarkable progress during this time. You have managed to match me," King Salad praised generously, while Bardoss looked on with satisfaction at Broly's growth. A week had flown by, and Broly's strength had surged. From previously being overpowered by King Salad, he now held his ground in the battle. Bardoss was particularly pleased, noting Broly's exceptional comprehension skills. After witnessing the techniques employed by King Salad just once, Broly was able to replicate them instantly, a terrifying capacity for learning she had never seen before, at least not in Compa. At that moment, Broly shook his finger, exclaiming, "TSK, TSK, TSK, is this enough for you?" Both King Salad and Bardoss were left bewildered, unsure of Broly's sudden arrogance. "What do you mean, kid? Are you getting cocky just because I praised you?" King Salad frowned slightly. Such arrogance was not a commendable trait. Bardoss remained silent, sensing that Broly's words held deeper meaning. "Thank you for the training during this time, King Salad. However, this is not my full strength." With a resounding roar, the space trembled, and the very planet quaked beneath them. Loose pebbles on the ground danced in agitation as dark clouds spiraled and cloaked the sky. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning fractured the darkened heavens, accompanied by a deep rumble of thunder. Broly bellowed to the sky, "Ha!" His hair began to lift, and his pupils oscillated between black and green. His clothing was torn asunder by the sheer force emanating from him, revealing a muscular physique adorned with bulging veins that snaked across his body. Crack! A deafening thunderclap resounded as a bolt of lightning struck down. A fierce wind howled, swirling around the trio. The immense energy created a state of weightlessness, causing everything nearby to float. Broly's fists clenched tightly as he roared, his golden aura enveloping him, transforming his hair into a brilliant gold. As Broly ceased his furious cry, he became surrounded by crackling lightning, his icy demeanor stunning those present. Dust and debris flew about, crashing to the ground with a cacophony of sound. King Salad, astounded, gazed at Broly, who radiated an overwhelming force. You have transformed." Bardoss mirrored his astonishment, recognizing that this incredible energy had surpassed that of all beings in Universe 6, excluding the gods of destruction and Bardoss herself. Seeing Broly nod, King Salad regained his composure, a broad smile breaking across his face. "Kid, I knew I was right about you. Come on, let us engage in a proper duel." King Salad's competitive spirit was ignited, and he immediately pushed his power to its zenith. The tremors caused by the two super scions were significant, drawing the attention of personnel at the defense headquarters. Meanwhile, the lively Caulifla tugged on Kaba's arm, eager to witness the spectacle unfolding with Broly. Roar! It seems a thrilling show is about to commence. Bardoss gracefully floated backward, allowing space for the combatants while she observed from above. As Kaba and Caulifla arrived at the scene, they were left in awe of the immense energy radiating from Broly and King Salad. Is this Broly's true strength? Caulifla gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, while Kaba marveled at Broly's prowess, though he was even more astonished by King Salad's transformation. He had always believed that only he and Caulifla could transform, but now he witnessed his king do the same. You two youngsters, pay close attention. This battle will be immensely beneficial for you, Bardoss announced, waving her staff. Since we have an audience, let us create a viewing platform. A small floating sofa materialized before them, and the three settled in to watch the duel below. And so it began. As soon as the words left Bardoss's lips, Broly and King Salad clashed with incredible speed, their massive forms producing thunderous sounds upon impact. Kid, you truly excite me more and more, King Salad exclaimed. You too, King Salad. You are the strongest opponent I have faced thus far. With wide smiles, both warriors unleashed a flurry of punches, each blow creating deep craters in the ground, leaving the arena riddled with pits resembling the surface of the moon. King Salad gathered energy in his hands, accompanied by golden lightning and intense heat, launching two fiery orbs akin to molten rock towards Broly. In response, Broly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a beam of energy. The clash of their powers erupted in a tremendous explosion, sending both warriors flying back. Broly, it's only been a short time since we last met, and your strength has become terrifying, Kaba exclaimed, mouth agape in shock. However, Caulifla was less than pleased, feeling a sting of competitiveness. She had previously matched Broly, but now found herself overshadowed. Her pride, always strong, took a significant hit. Bardoss, on the other hand, wore a satisfied expression, acknowledging the surprising speed at which Broly had increased his strength, surpassing even Kampa's potential. Back on the battlefield, Broly and King Salad continued their relentless assault, with Broly subtly gaining the upper hand. Kid, while you are indeed strong, I am much older. Don't you understand the respect due to elders? King Salad jested, engaging Broly in a test of strength. Humph, old man, if you have reached your limit, then it's time to end this. Boom, boom, boom. The ground beneath them began to crack and crumble as they descended, forming a massive pit. Lightning flickered ominously between the two, deterring any onlookers from approaching. Submit, King Salad. Broly roared, unleashing all his energy in a final explosion, lifting King Salad effortlessly before slamming him down into the ground with the force of TNT. Boom! A colossal shockwave erupted, tearing the earth apart. King Salad plummeted downward, and Broly, fueled by his explosive energy, followed suit, grasping King Salad's head and driving him into the ground with relentless force. Chapter 21. Eve of the Power Tournament. Broly grasped King Salad's collar, hovering mere centimeters above the molten lava. How about that? This time, you've lost, he grinned, while King Salad, caught in his grip, could only manage a wry smile. You little rascal. Let me go? No, behind you is the lava. While you may not fear it, if you were to go out there unclothed. Broly chuckled mischievously. Once the two returned to solid ground, they were met with a dismal sight. The once smooth terrain lay shattered, and the searing lava danced restlessly. Dark clouds loomed overhead, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning, creating an apocalyptic atmosphere. Oh dear, we've really gone too far this time. King Salad scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Your Majesty. A loud voice rang out as Gabe flew in from a distance and knelt before King Salad. Ah, it's you, Gabe, the captain of the Linso team. You remember me. Gabe beamed with excitement. Indeed, Linso often speaks of you, replied King Salad. At that moment, Bardoss arrived with Caulifla by her side, and Broly seized the opportunity to request restoration of the area. Bardoss nodded and, with a wave of her hand, restored the landscape. The ominous clouds began to part, allowing beams of sunlight to filter through, illuminating the ground, and everything returned to its original state. I am truly grateful, Lady Bardoss. King Salad bowed deeply. Well then, since the training has concluded, I shall take these three and take my leave, as the power tournament is about to commence, Bardoss declared. A beam of white light enveloped Broly, Gabe, and Caulifla, and they vanished from sight. During Broly's training, Bardoss had received an invitation from the Grand Priest. After relaying the Grand Priest's intentions to Kampa, the two made their way to the King's palace. Upon arrival, they were astonished to find all the angels and destroyers from the 12 universes present. However, the most surprising revelation was the appearance of two kings. Moreover, Goku from Universe 7 was also in attendance, and according to the Grand Priest, it was Goku who proposed the martial arts tournament to the kings. In truth, the kings sought to use this opportunity to assess the average level of civilization across the universes, hence the organization of the power tournament as a means of selection and elimination. The ranking proceeded in order from Universe 1, 12, 5, 8, 11, 2, 3, 10, 4, 6, 7, to 9. Universes 1, 12, 5, and 8 had met the necessary standards, i.e., scoring above 7, thereby exempting them from participation. The remaining 8 universes were required to each dispatch 10 warriors, culminating in an 80-person melee. The defeated universes would be instantly erased, while the victorious universe would be rewarded with the Super Dragon Balls to grant a wish. The gods shuddered at this revelation. The kings were beings capable of effortlessly obliterating everyone present. With the kings having issued their decree, all had no choice but to comply. The time was set for 39 hours hence, and the gods returned to their respective universes to seek participants. Returning to the present, following Broly's training with King Salad, only 23 hours remained, less than a day. Bardoss, having brought Broly and the others back to Kampa's palace, made a point to also escort Kale. Throughout the journey, Kale kept her distance from Broly, hiding behind Caulifla, clearly still intimidated by their previous encounter. Kampa Palace as the white light dissipated. Bardoss and the others materialized within the palace. The hall was already populated with several individuals, including Hit, a lean version of Bardock, Batamo, Frost, and Sanel, all of whom were participants Kampa had gathered. With the arrival of Broly, Kale, Caulifla, and Gabe, they had assembled the requisite 10 warriors. When asked why the more powerful King Salad was not participating, it was explained that, although Bardoss had informed him, he insisted that his nation and this planet needed him, thus declining the offer. While others were puzzled, King Salad understood his predicament well. Ever since acquiring a peculiar item, he had become bound to this planet. And even Bardoss could discern nothing amiss with his condition. Respecting his decision, Bardoss did not pressure him further. Gabe, spotting familiar faces, approached them to greet each one. Outgoing and eager to make friends, Gabe was acquainted with many, both from this planet and others, though they often regarded him with indifference. Sister. The timid Kale tugged at Caulifla's arm, retreating to a corner. In stark contrast, Caulifla was eager to meet the fellow competitors. As footsteps echoed, everyone settled in, aware that the main event was about to commence. Kampa entered with a serious demeanor and noticeable dark circles under his eyes. Since learning of the king's intent to annihilate 7 universes, he had been unable to eat or sleep, appearing quite gaunt. Addressing the assembly with piercing eyes, he declared, "Listen closely. This battle is crucial for our entire universe. If you wish to survive, unleash your full power. Use any strategies necessary to win." The crowd was taken aback by Kampa's formidable presence. It was their first encounter with such a grave side of him. The mention of destruction and survival left everyone stunned. They had not anticipated the magnitude of this tournament. Nodding solemnly, Kampa continued, "There's less than a day left. Ensure you are in peak condition, understood? And Frost, I have spared you for a reason. You must utilize your intellect to eliminate the competitors from other universes." "Yes, Lord Kampa," Frost replied, a sinister smirk creeping across his face, aligning perfectly with his intentions. "Now, you may all return and prepare. The next time I summon you, it will be for our departure." The attendees bowed to Kampa before dispersing. In his room, Broly decided against further training, realizing that preparation was not merely about urgency. It was paramount to adjust his mindset and maintain his peak state. Chapter 22. Meditation Training in the Vast Expanse of the Cosmos. A spacecraft, or rather, a grotesque tumor, hurtled through the universe at remarkable speed. Any asteroid or celestial body that obstructed its path was obliterated upon impact. Just one day remained until it reached Earth. Under the command of Lord Puu. Within the tumor, across from Zilai, sat a peculiar creature, its entire form of vibrant pink. This monster sported a tail-like appendage atop its head, flanked by 6 orifices on either side. Its skin was a striking pink, with an upper body that was half naked, and its lower half clad in white trousers and dark brown shoes, adorned with wrist guards on both arms. If Broly were present, he would instantly recognize this creature, Majin Buu. However, this particular Majin Buu was not the same as the one from the 7th universe, though they bore a resemblance. He possessed intellect and the ability to manipulate others, much like Zillai and the pilot, Reimer, who bore an eerie symbol, M, upon their foreheads. Both of their eyes glowed with an unnatural red, starkly contrasting with the cold indifference etched upon their faces. Accelerating. The creature named Puu tore an arm from a humanoid being, crushing it along with the bone, using its razor-sharp teeth. Knock, knock. Broly, resting in bed, was roused by the sound of knocking. As he opened the door, he was greeted by Gabe and Caulifla standing outside. Hey, big guy, about what happened last time. I acknowledge my fault, but you better not think I'll let you off the hook for hurting my sister. Broly scratched his head in confusion. Are you sure you came to apologize? What's with the attitude? Ah ha ha ha. Broly, don't misunderstand. I've cleared things up with Caulifla. She was at fault first, so I'm here to apologize. Gabe, caught in the middle, felt quite awkward at Caulifla's words. Unexpectedly, Caulifla merely huffed in a tsundere manner and turned to leave, evidently not intending to linger, with a small figure, Kale, trailing behind her. As they watched Caulifla's departing figure, the atmosphere was left filled with confusion and the awkwardness of Gabe. Hee, don't mind her, she's just like that. Oh, by the way, noticing Gabe hesitating to speak, Broly sensed that he might have something important to discuss and slightly stepped aside, inviting Gabe to enter. Gabe expressed his gratitude politely, and the two settled into chairs. Broly, I have something I'd like to ask of you. What is it? Speak freely, if it's within my capabilities. I will assist you. Broly held a favorable impression of this enthusiastic scion. His inherent kindness, eagerness to help, and perceptive nature suggested that, should he grow stronger, he could become a trustworthy ally. I wish to request your training. I realize my strength is insufficient, even if I can transform into a Super Saiyan, witnessing your battles, alongside Master S and King Salad S, has made me acutely aware of my inadequacies. I yearn to grow stronger, to protect those I hold dear. Gabe poured forth his heartfelt sentiments. Broly met his resolute gaze, momentarily lost in thought. He saw a reflection of his former self in Gabe's determination, an echo of the despair he once felt about his own limitations. I understand, but we are in Kampa's palace. Training here might disturb Lord Kampa. Gabe's demeanor fell slightly, his head bowing in silence. Broly, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed his forehead, suddenly struck by inspiration. He recalled the meditation training Gohan and Krillin underwent en route to Namek in Dragon Ball Z. Such practices were quite common, akin to the meditative sitting of monks in everyday life. Meditation allows one to empty the mind and achieve a state of relaxation. This method not only cultivates focus, but also stabilizes the mind, proving indispensable during combat. In Dragon Ball, Piccolo often meditated by waterfalls to enhance his mental fortitude. The Demon King Dabura would meditate before battling Gohan, seemingly to bolster his combat prowess. Even Jiren practiced meditation during the Tournament of Power to stabilize his mindset. Clearly, meditation held significant importance. With a solution in mind, Broly patted the dejected Gabe on the back. Gabe, I have an idea. He then guided the puzzled Gabe to sit on the ground, sharing the technique of key manipulation he had independently discovered during his time in this world. Although not as adept as Goku and the others, he could wield it effectively. The two closed their eyes, and together they ventured into the realm of meditation. Facing each other, Gabe was astonished, never expecting such an experience existed. They trained in this meditative world, with Gabe initially being overwhelmed by Broly's prowess, but eventually, he was able to engage Broly in a competitive manner. Gabe's learning ability was remarkable, as evidenced by how quickly he grasped the transformation technique taught by Vegeta. Upon exiting the meditative realm, Gabe emerged physically and mentally exhausted, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Thank you, Broly. I am truly grateful to have you as a friend, he said, extending his right hand in camaraderie. Broly was taken aback. This was the first time someone, aside from Zillai and Reimer, had proactively sought to befriend him. It feels quite nice, he replied, shaking Gabe's hand, both sharing a joyful smile. Let us call it a day for training. We have 7 hours until it begins. It's essential to conserve our energy. Indeed, I'll heed your advice, ha ha ha. Reclining in bed, Broly wore a broad smile. The feeling of friendship was immensely gratifying, unlike in Blue Star where companions were mere acquaintances driven by self-interest. In that society, one could easily turn on another, feigning brotherhood one day and stabbing them in the back the next. The Dragon Ball world was far better, devoid of such conflicts. Everyone was united in their desire to protect and grow stronger for those they cherished. As Broly pondered these thoughts, he gradually succumbed to slumber, a smile gracing his face, indicating that his resistance to being in the Dragon Ball universe had entirely dissipated. Everyone, gather immediately. A thunderous shout reverberated through Kampa's palace, startling all within, including Broly, who had never slept so soundly before. Clad in his attire, he hurried to the hall, only to feel someone patting him from behind. Turning around, he was met with Gabe's beaming face, greeting him cheerfully. "Good morning, brother." Chapter 23. The Power Tournament commences. Listen closely. This battle is a crucial fight for the fate of our entire sixth universe. If you do not wish to vanish, then give it your all. Do you hear me? Kampa's piercing gaze fixated on the 10 warriors before him as he spoke with great seriousness. The others understood this all too well, roaring in affirmation that victory was imperative. At that moment, Kampa suddenly turned to the Supreme Kai Fuwa beside him and extended his hand. "Hand me the earrings." Fuwa was taken aback, and without further explanation, Kampa yanked the Patera earrings from his ears, causing Fuwa to yelp in pain. Kale, step forward." The bewildered duo approached Kampa, who then entrusted the earrings to them. "Remember, these earrings will allow you two to fuse. Among all of us, your bond is the strongest, and your powers are closely matched, enabling you to achieve the greatest effect when combined." Kale, somewhat dismissive at first, accepted the earrings upon witnessing the dangerous glint in Kampa's eyes. "Lord Kampa, the time has come." Suddenly, Beerus appeared beside Kampa, addressing him with respect. Kampa's demeanor shifted, shedding his previous flippant attitude. It was the first time everyone witnessed him embodying the essence of a destroyer. As they moved outdoors, Beerus summoned a transparent cube for everyone to board. Broly recognized it. It resembled the spacecraft they used during the Universe Survival Tournament. Experiencing it firsthand this time was quite exhilarating. "Let us take off." With Kampa's command, the transparent cube ascended rapidly into the sky. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, the recently revived Earth was experiencing a catastrophic event. The once clear sky suddenly darkened as countless stars, trailing fiery tails, streaked across the horizon. "Look, Mommy, it's a meteor shower." "Indeed, it's so beautiful." The inhabitants of Earth paused to marvel at this magnificent sight, but before long, they realized that the beautiful stars were hurtling towards them. Boom. These were no stars. They were small meteors colliding with Earth. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant, Earth was besieged by meteors from above. Flames engulfed the land, accompanied by the cries of desperate people. Suddenly, a grotesque mass plummeted from the sky, its immense force tearing the ground apart. Some curious survivors ventured closer, but upon realizing it was a writhing mass, panic set in. Just then, the mass erupted, releasing countless tendrils that ensnared the survivors before retracting swiftly back into the grotesque form. The gaping mass resembled a demon, greedily devouring humanity. Moments later, 3 bizarre figures emerged: Zamasu, Lemmy, and the demon born from that mass, Bu. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Bu roared, charging directly into the inferno engulfing the city. In the cosmos, the members of the sixth universe aboard the transparent cube were chatting and laughing. Kampa paid little mind to their antics. After all, maintaining a positive mindset was essential. "Broly, come here." Broly, engaged in conversation with Gabe, was suddenly called by Beerus. Seeing Broly's confusion, Beerus chuckled softly. "What? Are you afraid of me?" No, I'm just curious why you summoned me," Broly replied awkwardly. Although they shared a mentor-student relationship, Broly had little interaction with Beerus, who typically offered brief reminders during training sessions. Thus, Broly felt somewhat constrained in Beerus's presence. "Relax, there's no need to be tense. Since I've promised to take you on as my pupil, I will certainly look after you." Broly blushed, his thoughts straying, while Beerus chuckled, her beauty captivating. "What are you thinking, you little rascal? I merely wish to inform you that I am quite busy with my duties, but I'm always available if you need assistance. There's no need to feel awkward." Previously, Beerus had noticed Broly's hesitance to speak up, so she wanted to clarify things to prevent any misunderstandings. Broly felt warmth in his heart. As a deity and an angel of greater stature than a destroyer, she was not obligated to explain herself. Yet she chose to do so, and he felt immensely grateful. All right, don't feel pressured. Just perform well in the power tournament. If you win this time, I will teach you how to utilize destruction. As she spoke, Beerus gently ruffled Broly's hair, leaving him momentarily stunned. It was his first experience of such intimacy with a woman. However, he soon relaxed, understanding that Beerus had lived for millions, even billions of years. He felt unworthy to be regarded as her grandson. Recalling her earlier words, excitement surged within him. Destruction. Wasn't he that the very essence of a destroyer's power? Topo from the 11th universe, a candidate for the position of destroyer, had once forsaken justice under the pressure of Frisia and Android 17, transforming into a form of destruction. He bore unique markings, emanating a destructive energy that annihilated anything in proximity. Though his mastery of destruction was lacking during the tournament, his destructive energy remained formidable, excelling in both energy attacks and close combat. All right, I will definitely win. Absolutely, Broly exclaimed, elated, for the greater his strength, the more he could affirm his purpose in this world. Observing Broly's joy, Beerus smiled knowingly. Unbeknownst to them, the Grand Minister had approached. As the father of all angels, his power was beyond question, and under his guidance, they arrived at the Void Realm. In the dimly lit, otherworldly space, a colossal arena came into view. Beerus gently lowered the transparent cube, revealing that many had already gathered upon the stage. Just as Broly and the others disembarked, the Grand Minister led another group in, consisting of none other than the individuals Broly had eagerly anticipated, Son Goku and the others, the 7th universe, led by Beerus. Now that everyone is present, let the power tournament commence. Chapter 24, The Tournament of Power, 1. With the arrival of Universe 7, all contestants gathered in anticipation. At this moment, Frost from Universe 6 approached the newly added members of Universe 7 with keen interest, particularly drawn to Frisia. Simultaneously, Cabba rushed to greet Vegeta, exclaiming, "How have you been, Master?" The atmosphere transformed into a grand reunion between the two universes. Broly surveyed the scene, recognizing the formidable warriors from various universes, but suddenly paused upon spotting the representatives of Universe 11. As the ultimate antagonist of Dragon Ball Super S Tournament of Power, the formidable alien Jiren commanded respect with his overwhelming strength, making him a formidable foe. He stood out as the only being among all universes whose combat prowess surpassed that of a god of destruction. Broly found himself irresistibly drawn to Jiren's powerful and unique aura, a sentiment mirrored by Goku. Now, let us lend our ears to the words of Lord Zeno. Everyone, please be silent. The voice of the Grand Minister interrupted the thoughts of all present, directing their attention to the throne of Zeno hovering above. The two diminutive figures seated upon it cheerfully welcomed the attendees, expressing their eagerness for the forthcoming competition and encouraging everyone to do their best. Once Zeno concluded his address, the Grand Minister took the opportunity to elaborate on the tournament rules. The time limit is set at 100 ticks. The central pillar will descend with the passage of time, and once it has fully sunk, the tournament will conclude. If no clear victor emerges by then, the outcome will be determined by the number of remaining contestants from each universe. The audience buzzed with inquiries about the duration of 100 ticks, while others debated the merits of conserving their strength until the end. Silence. The Grand Minister's authoritative voice emanated a formidable energy, instantly silencing the crowd. He continued with a smile, "No weapons aside from your abilities may be used, and killing your opponent is strictly forbidden. The only way to eliminate an opponent is to throw them off the stage. A contestant incapacitated but not yet out of bounds is not considered defeated." Broly felt a surge of anxiety at this. In the original story, Jiren's arrogance in failing to eliminate the incapacitated members of Universe 7 led to their eventual downfall. He resolved not to repeat that mistake. During the tournament, aside from those with wings, the remaining contestants would be unable to utilize their flight capabilities. Regardless of the peril to their lives, the use of recovery items is strictly prohibited. This concludes the explanation of the rules. Please keep them in mind. As the Grand Minister finished speaking, contestants from various universes began strategizing. Regardless of past grievances, let us set aside our personal vendettas. We are all in this together. Cabba implored, mindful of Broly's entanglements with several members from Universe 6, such as Kale, Caulifla, and Frost. I understand, but Broly, I must assure you that I will seek retribution for my sister after our victory, Caulifla declared, ready for a challenge. Broly remained indifferent to her provocations, choosing to ignore her for the moment. At that moment, the timid Kale clutched Caulifla's arm, trembling. Sister. I'm scared. What? Scared? What are you talking about, Kale? You only need to channel your anger like before and strike. The audience murmured, with the gods of destruction and angels from each universe closely observing the arena. Their concerns palpable, for this was no trivial skirmish but a battle that could determine the fate of entire universes. Now prepare yourselves. The tournament of power begins. With the Grand Minister's declaration, all contestants launched into action, igniting a fierce melee involving 80 warriors. The members of Universe 6, however, exhibited little inclination towards teamwork, opting instead for individual strategies while still offering assistance to comrades in distress. The arena erupted with the sounds of combat, a dazzling display of skills illuminating the stage like fireworks. Who shall I engage first? Broly grinned, feeling the adrenaline surging through his veins, reminiscent of encountering a throng of alluring beauties. Broly, fight me, a familiar voice called out, and Broly turned to see Goku soaring toward him, only to be intercepted by other contestants. Haha, you've come at the right time, Kakarot. All other nuisances, step aside, Broly exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he charged toward Goku. The intervening contestant from Universe 4, Ganos, found himself in a precarious position. With a swift motion, Broly seized Ganos, who had been engaged in battle with Goku, and hurled him to the ground. Ganos grimaced in pain, attempting to rise, only to be met with Broly's foot pressing him down. Insignificant pests, be gone. Broly radiated a green aura as he entered his wrathful state. Meanwhile, Goku transformed into his Super Saiyan form, determined to settle the score from their previous encounter. You've angered me. You've all made a grave mistake, Ganos shouted, unleashing a torrent of golden lightning as he transformed from his humanoid state into a more formidable rooster-like form, his muscles bulging and enveloped in electric energy. Broly's foot was dislodged as Ganos stood, glaring defiantly at him. Fool, Broly scoffed, swinging his fist toward Ganos. The latter, surprisingly, not only grew larger but also doubled his speed, dodging Broly's attack and retaliating with a swift kick. The impact momentarily stunned Broly, while it was hardly significant. He realized he had underestimated his opponents. Yet, this only fueled his excitement. The stronger the adversary, the more exhilarating the challenge. In no way, Ganos gasped in disbelief, staring at Broly, who remained unfazed by his fierce strike. You should leave now. Ganos heard these words just as he found himself propelled toward the audience, his interference eliminated. Come on, Kakarot. Chapter 25, The Tournament of Power, Part 2. Come on, Kakarot. The two, filled with fervor, were just about to engage in a fierce battle when they were unexpectedly interrupted once more. Buzz, a rapidly spinning top, swiftly swept across the arena, knocking back one competitor after another, before advancing toward Broly and his companion. Hey, this is utterly despicable. Kampa gaped in disbelief. Such a method of attack was truly beneath contempt, with several individuals already sent tumbling out of the ring. Furthermore, the next target was none other than his two proud warriors, one of whom was Broly. This he could not allow. This is called the sweeping mode, clearing all enemies from the arena. Our victory will undoubtedly belong to Universe 3. The god of destruction of Universe 3 adjusted his glasses and declared confidently. Damn it. Kampa gritted his teeth, anxiously watching Broly. Back in the arena, Broly was thoroughly enraged at the incessant interruptions. With a furious roar, he thrust his hands directly into the midst of the spinning top. Bang! Time seemed to come to a halt as Broly halted the top, and before him appeared Narlama, a competitor from Universe 3. You worthless scrap. Get out of my way. Broly, infuriated by the disturbance, unceremoniously hurled Narlama aside. Boom. Narlama was sent crashing to the ground, and in the stands, Kampa exclaimed with excitement. Well done, Broly. While Vados remained silent. The smile on her lips spoke volumes. Narlama, how infuriating. Is that creature a monster? He actually stopped the spin with his bare hands. The god of destruction of Universe 3 could hardly believe his eyes, while the mechanical god of destruction babbled incomprehensibly. Fortunately, he had an angelic translator. Moscow said they should give their all and not concern themselves with that individual for now. Humph. Are you frightened? You cowardly turtle. Kampa's taunts reached their peak, infuriating the opposing god of destruction. Back in the arena, while Broly and Narlama were locked in a struggle, the scoundrel, Rodel, made a decision that deeply displeased Broly. He abandoned Broly to pursue the ET alien, Jiren. Bastard. Truly deserving of the title Scoundrel Rodel. Broly's lips twitched in annoyance at Goku's shift in focus. However, with so many competitors present, a one-on-one confrontation proved challenging, as one could never predict when another would intrude. Thus, the best course of action, indeed, was to send them all flying off the stage. A fierce glint flashed in Broly's eyes as he leaped into the air, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts amidst the bewildered gazes of those around him. Boom, boom, boom. The entire arena was engulfed in Broly's relentless energy blasts, a 360-degree indiscriminate assault. Hey, is this guy insane? What on earth is he doing? The crowd condemned Broly's frenzied onslaught, but before they could voice their discontent, a blast sent them flying. He even interrupted Ribrian's transformation. This is absolutely unacceptable. The god of destruction of Universe 2, the Egyptian goddess, expressed her displeasure, yet while some lamented, others reveled in joy. Kampa shouted loudly at the unstoppable Broly while simultaneously mocking the Egyptian goddess and her companions. In an instant, Kampa found himself on every god of destruction's blacklist. For the sake of justice, you stop this at once. At that moment, the embodiment of justice from Universe 11, Toppo, charged toward Broly with a punch. I've hooked a fine catch. Indeed, Broly employed this tactic not merely to incite hatred, but also to draw powerful opponents toward him. Evil eradicated. Bang, bang, bang. Indeed. As the leader of the proud team from Universe 11, Toppo's strength was unparalleled compared to those weaklings. The two sides exchanged blows, shaking the surrounding hills and ground to pieces. Meanwhile, Jiren displayed no interest in Goku, who was determined not to let him slip away so easily, as that would deprive him of much enjoyment. Just then, a robust arm suddenly wrapped around Goku. I like you. I adore your strength. The creature from Universe 4, named Nink, resembled a green troll, saliva dribbling from his lips in a most repulsive manner. Goku struggled fiercely, yet was firmly held in place. As Jiren vanished from sight, urgency surged through him. He released his energy and broke free from Nink's grasp, swiftly delivering a kick that sent Nink sprawling out of the ring. Out of bounds. Yes, Lord Zeno, the creature from Universe 4, Nink, has been eliminated. Soon after, two bean-like beings began using their divine iPads to record the disqualifications. The battle on the stage remained intense, with competitors continually being knocked out. Among them, Broly stood out, his overwhelming presence causing many to hesitate in approaching him. Though he had changed opponents, Broly grew increasingly formidable, akin to a pure melee assassin decked out in 6 crit gear sets, 6 armor-piercing sets, 6 defense sets, and 6 pairs of speed-enhancing shoes. Yet even so, some audacious competitors dared to challenge Broly, only to be effortlessly dispatched one by one, sent flying from the arena. Is he a monster? Surrounding competitors trembled and retreated far from Broly. As Broly approached the lone little bunny girl before him, he slowly advanced. What a cute little bunny. Should I steam her or spice her up? Woo woo woo. The frightened Sorrel from Universe 9 felt as if she were about to wet herself. Her tear-filled eyes turned as she fled toward the edge of the arena, automatically forfeiting. Hey, such a cute bunny. How could I possibly eat you? Keeping you as a pet would be delightful. Broly grinned, his gaze shifting back to the battle involving Goku and others. At that moment, Goku found himself surrounded by 3 fierce canines from Universe 9, Bazal, Lavenda, and Bergamo. Their teamwork was impeccable, making it challenging for Goku to escape them quickly. Goku, your time of reckoning has come. Brothers, let's send him flying. Bergamo laughed maniacally as the trio prepared to unleash their devastating move, the dangerous triangle formation. Chapter 26, The Tournament of Power 3, The Dangerous Triangular Formation. The 3 Wolf brothers swiftly arranged themselves, encircling Sun Wukong in the center, and then launched a simultaneous assault. The force of their attack was ferocious, and though Sun Wukong attempted to fend off their strikes, he found himself outmatched, ultimately leaving an opening that the brothers seized upon. In a calculated move, the eldest brother delivered a powerful kick, sending Sun Wukong airborne, while the second and third brothers followed up with their attacks. The relentless barrage of blows left Sun Wukong trembling, crying out in distress. TCH, what on earth is that Kakarot up to? Vegeta, having dispatched his opponent, turned to see Sun Wukong being besieged from all sides and could not contain his irritation as he rushed to offer support. Hey, Kakarot, how long do you intend to toy with those three mutts? The competitors from Universe 9 were indeed formidable. Their presence was nearly undetectable, and facing all three at once proved to be a daunting task. Humph, spare me the excuses. You rest while I take care of these three dogs. As the two exchanged bravado, the dangerous trio felt a sense of being underestimated. Those bastards! How dare they look down on us? With renewed determination, the brothers attacked again. But this time, it was 3 against 2, allowing Sun Wukong to adopt a more composed demeanor. All fighters from Universe 9, join in. Throw those two aside. The Kaioshin of Universe 9, filled with excitement, recognized this as a prime opportunity to eliminate the strongest warriors of Universe 7. On the arena, the remaining members of Universe 9 heeded the Kaioshin's call, converging upon the brothers, and the scene swiftly transformed into a 2v7 conflict. Damn it, Beerus fumed, shocked that Universe 9 had summoned their entire roster to defeat Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Oregon, Sissup, Chapper, Hoop. You four handle that greasy-haired one. Leave the one named Sun Wukong to us. Understood. The quartet charged at Vegeta, who, in turn, retreated to create distance. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was locked in a fierce struggle with the three brothers. Just as the onlookers anticipated their inevitable defeat, Vegeta could no longer contain his frustration and unleashed his Super Saiyan Blue form, turning the tide of battle. With a series of powerful strikes, the four assailants were sent flying. Just as Vegeta prepared to pursue his advantage, the brothers executed their combined technique, the dangerous triangular beam. Concurrently, they unleashed energy waves from different angles, creating a stunning display of blue, red, and yellow light converging upon Vegeta. Vegeta, Sun Wukong, alarmed by the coordinated assault, rushed to assist. You needn't interfere. Ultimate Flash. Vegeta countered with a tremendous burst of energy, clashing with the brothers' combined attack, resulting in a fierce stalemate. At that moment, a smile crept across Sun Wukong's face as he unleashed the Kamehameha, successfully knocking all adversaries from the ring. How could 10 fighters be eliminated so easily? What will become of Universe 9? The god of destruction Sidera cast a fearful glance towards the Grand Zeno. With the complete elimination of Universe 9's competitors, the Grand Minister officially declared the first universe to be erased. Grand Zeno, the Kaioshin of Universe 9, pleaded for mercy. But the two diminutive beings showed no sympathy, playfully responding, "We're here." As Grand Zeno activated the erasure technique, a blinding light enveloped all beings from Universe 9, and they vanished in a state of terror. Silence fell. Both the competitors on the stage and the divine spectators were transfixed, gazing at the now empty space where Universe 9 once stood. They vanished. Whis, observing the situation, turned to Beerus, whose face was drenched in sweat as he urgently inquired about the fate of Universe 9. Whis delivered the grim news. Lord Beerus, Universe 9 has been completely obliterated. Gulp. The assemblage collectively swallowed. The notion of such instantaneous annihilation was terrifying. Grand Zeno truly destroyed Universe 9? He is indeed the supreme god of the cosmos. Kampa stammered, his voice trembling, when suddenly, the voice of Beerus' attendant, Bados, broke through the tension. Wah wah wah. Sayonara, Kampa. The thought of parting ways with you makes me quite sad. Bados, you scoundrel. Just because you won't be erased, you make light of the situation. Roar. If we want to avoid being erased, our fighters must give their all. In that moment, whether divine or competitor, the singular thought resonated in everyone's hearts. Victory. As long as they remained unscathed from erasure. Seizing the initiative, Broly, while aware of the unfolding narrative, showed no surprise. Taking advantage of the other's momentary distraction, he unleashed his mighty roar technique. With a resounding explosion, a wave of energy shot forth from the center of the arena, sweeping counterclockwise like the hands of a clock. Damn it, that bastard is launching a sneak attack. Get out of the way. Many were caught off guard, sent flying from the arena, with at least 20 competitors falling victim to Broly's onslaught. The expressions of those remaining were grim. They had not anticipated such underhanded tactics from Broly. Well done, Broly. Go for it. Kampa cheered, relieved after witnessing the fate of Universe 9, fearing he might be next, but now feeling emboldened by Broly's performance. How despicable. Kampa, you shameless imp. In an instant, all the gods of destruction began to denounce Kampa, yet he remained unconcerned as long as victory was within reach. Boom. The arena, reminiscent of a battlefield, was shrouded in chaos, littered with the remnants of Broly's destruction. With a triumphant grin, Broly surveyed the scene, having nearly cleared the field of competitors. Though the remaining fighters were furious at Broly's methods, they could not deny the fact that he had indeed done them a significant service. Some competitors, learning from the situation, took the opportunity to attack those who had narrowly escaped Broly's wrath, reigniting the chaos in a fierce struggle. Hey, that uncle named Sun Wukong. The blue transformation you just used is something I've never seen before. Teach me how to achieve it. As a return favor, I will defeat you using that form. In one corner of the arena, Kale confronted Sun Wukong, immediately inquiring about his transformation. Sun Wukong, bewildered, gazed at her in confusion, unable to comprehend her peculiar request in broad daylight. Chapter 27. The Power Tournament. 4. What is the matter? Are you afraid? No. I merely believe that Super Saiyan Blue is still too formidable for you. In response to Caulifla's provocation, Goku remained unfazed, candidly expressing his thoughts, which unexpectedly incited her fury. You bastard, how dare you underestimate me? Hey, Kale, transform and give him a good beating. Kale strained to transform, but found herself unable to summon the previous sensation. Well, fine. Caulifla ceased her insistence, only to turn and see Goku attempting to leave. She quickly intervened, realizing she hadn't yet mastered her transformation and couldn't allow him to escape. She showcased what she believed to be her most powerful transformation, Power Limit. In an instant, Caulifla's petite form morphed into that of a muscular giant, and she beamed with pride. To her surprise, Goku dismissed her transformation with disdain, demonstrating through action that it was ineffective. Subsequently, Goku revealed to Caulifla the Super Saiyan second grade. If you wish to learn, start with this. Electricity crackled around him, instantly capturing Caulifla's attention. Following Goku's guidance, she quickly grasped the essence of the transformation, and with a mighty shout, she successfully transformed into Super Saiyan second grade. Witnessing the closeness between her sister and Goku ignited jealousy in Kale, who entered a rage state, screaming at Goku, tears streaming down her face, as though her beloved possession had been taken from her. Goku, you have taken my sister. Unforgivable. Goku. Oh. A vibrant green energy enveloped Kale's entire being, radiating outward in waves, transforming the arena into a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling another dimension. The powerful, volatile energy swirling around Kale drew the attention of the competitors on stage, who couldn't help but glance in her direction. What is that aura? It is so unsettling. Vegeta, who had paused his training with Kaba, was informed by Kaba that Kale had transformed, unleashing a formidable energy. Nanny, is that even considered a Super Saiyan? Vegeta could hardly believe his eyes. It was his first encounter with a green-haired Saiyan. Huh. Kale exploded with energy, darting towards Goku with explosive speed. She unleashed a barrage of punches, but Goku, with his agile reflexes, evaded her attacks time and again. However, the arena floor suffered as Kale's fists cracked the ground, quickly obliterating one corner of the stage. Goku, I will kill you. Frustrated by her inability to hit Goku, Kale's rage intensified. With a burst of speed, she closed the distance, colliding with him and knocking him back several steps. Bienai. After a series of strikes, Goku shook off the pain in his arms, now curious about his opponent. He hadn't anticipated that the frail girl he had encountered earlier could possess such strength once transformed. Hey, Kakarot, don't underestimate her. This might be the true form of a Saiyan. As Goku prepared to engage again, Vegeta quickly interjected. At that moment, Kale seized Goku's ankle, repeatedly slamming him into the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! Goku, caught off guard, struggled to escape, but found Kale's grip as unyielding as steel. With no other option, Goku activated his Super Saiyan Blue form, amplifying his physical prowess and forcefully breaking free. But enraged, Kale pursued him, seizing his head and forcefully rubbing it into the ground. Damn it! Gohan attempted to assist Goku, but Piccolo quickly restrained him, urging him to wait. Sensing that something was amiss. Forget him. I am your true father. Kale flung Goku away with a powerful motion, her body radiating fierce energy, completely beyond her control. Ah! Kale. As Kale's face contorted with rage, Caulifla prepared to step in, but was swept away by Kale's overwhelming aura. Fortunately, Hit intervened just in time to save her from being blasted out of the arena. You have truly awakened a monster. Kale is not a monster. Caulifla's stubborn expression prompted a resigned sigh from Hit. Just then, uncontrollable energy erupted from within Kale, her aura surging exponentially, lifting her off the ground. She roared incessantly, unleashing energy blasts in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. An indiscriminate assault, sparing neither friend nor foe. The entire arena was engulfed in Kale's energy blasts, resulting in a series of explosions. Whoa, here we go again. The competitors on the stage were at their wits' end. The previous attack from the 6th Universe's Broly had already left them reeling, and now this onslaught was overwhelming. Did the 6th Universe possess this much energy without an outlet? Everyone scrambled to evade, but Kale's power erupted like a volcano, becoming increasingly ferocious as energy blasts filled the air. After a prolonged barrage, Kale's assault finally ceased. But the arena lay in ruins, not a single spot left unscathed. TCH, this monster. Vegeta emerged from the rubble, gritting his teeth, while others, equally battered, silently condemned Kale in their minds. Goku, Goku, Goku. In search of Goku, Kale called out his name as she advanced. Suddenly, from behind a barrier, a golden energy ensnared Kale. Monster, listen well. Our proud team will never allow you to run rampant. My whip of justice will strip evil of its power. Blown. The dinosaur warrior from Universe 11 declared as he launched his attack. However, Kale effortlessly broke free from the binding, striking Blown with such swiftness that he was sent flying out of the arena. Kale's victory over Blown satisfied her, and she roared to the heavens as her surroundings began to collapse under her overwhelming energy, expanding the ground beneath her. Unexpectedly, a figure emerged from the proud team, the extraterrestrial resembling an ET, Jiren. With an indifferent expression, he stated, "I'll handle this," before charging toward the raging Kale, conjuring a crimson energy sphere to hurl at her. Kale! Caulifla gasped in horror, realizing Kale was unprepared for the incoming blast. In that critical moment, Broly appeared, deflecting Jiren's attack with a single hand. I won't let you succeed, you extraterrestrial. Chapter 28, The Tournament of Power, 5. With a resounding crack, Broly deflected Jiren's energy blast, preventing him from interrupting Caulifla. Jiren was momentarily taken aback, but quickly resumed his stoic demeanor. Broly understood that this seemingly effortless strike contained enough energy to incapacitate Caulifla. He had no intention of letting her, fueled by rage, be knocked out so easily. She deserved to showcase her utmost potential. Come on, Broly. Bring that unremarkable fellow down. The audience member, Kampa, was unwavering in his belief in Broly, dismissing any opponent as unworthy. At that moment, the god of destruction from Universe 11, Vermaud, wore a mocking smile. What are you laughing at? Your support was interrupted, and your lack of composure is quite displeasing, Kampa retorted. Jiren is the strongest warrior of our Universe 11. Do you believe he is as easily dealt with as the weaklings from other universes? You are sorely mistaken. Vermaud's laughter grew more derisive, the disdain in his gaze unmistakable. How infuriating. Kampa was about to confront him when he was interrupted by the voice of Beerus. Kampa, Broly has launched an attack. With an explosive force, Broly struck Jiren squarely in the chest, seemingly to no effect. Jiren lowered his head, expressionless, and remarked, "Too weak." Broly, unfazed by Jiren's arrogance, was determined to make him remember this encounter. Here I come. Activating his rage transformation, Broly became enveloped in a vibrant green energy, his overwhelming presence shaking the arena. Yet, Jiren remained impassive. Seeing this, Broly swung a powerful fist. Broly's strength has increased tremendously since our last encounter, and that alien's power is simply unfathomable. On a nearby hill, Vegeta and Cabba watched, astonished at Broly's rapid growth. Vegeta recalled the humiliation of being defeated by Broly and felt a sense of disgrace. However, Cabba shook his head. Master, Broly is not using his full power. Vegeta instinctively acknowledged this, but quickly processed Cabba's assertion. Broly had not unleashed his complete strength? What do you mean? After the last match, Broly trained with Beerus, and his power has surged, yet he still hasn't revealed all he can do. Beerus? The angel of your universe? Yes, Cabba confirmed. Vegeta clenched his fists, realizing that Broly's rapid ascent in power made sense. He, too, had trained under an angel. With a feint, Broly struck, catching Jiren off guard momentarily, before landing a hit to Jiren's side. Jiren grunted, then retaliated with a barrage of rapid strikes emanating from his eyes. The audience gasped as Broly was struck directly, his body shaking under the onslaught. Kampa was stunned to see the unstoppable Broly being sent flying by Jiren. Did you see that, Kampa? This is the true form of Jiren. Vermaud gloated, his nose reddening with delight. As Broly was sent reeling, Caulifla rushed in recklessly, attacking Jiren with wild abandon. Yet her efforts were as insignificant as a droplet in the ocean, swallowed whole by Jiren's overwhelming power. She too was soon brought to her knees by his relentless force. Jiren, do not waste time with these weaklings. Eliminate Broly from the ring so you can rest, Vermaud communicated telepathically. Understood, Jiren replied. Casting aside Caulifla and heading towards Broly's last position. Lying on the ground, Broly attempted to clear his mind, but he sensed Jiren approaching with incredible speed. Realizing he was now the target of Vermaud's strategy against Son Goku, he knew he had no time to hesitate and summoned all his strength. With a fierce glare, Broly unleashed a tremendous force, an invisible energy radiating outward. As he roared, his hair stood on end, surrounded by crackling lightning, and a golden aura erupted, shaking the very fabric of the arena. With a thunderous roar, green flames surged skyward, illuminating the arena and creating a whirlwind of energy. Broly, emanating intense heat, propelled himself forward like a rocket, reaching Jiren in the blink of an eye. Jiren's expression finally shifted as their fists collided, unleashing a flurry of strikes that engulfed the arena in a spectacular display of power. The fierce battle drew the attention of all participants, their gazes fixed on the sky, where thunderous sounds and brilliant light waves erupted with every clash. Go, Broly! Kompa shouted, pounding the railing with fervor. How is this possible? Broly is holding his own against Jiren. Vermaud grasped his hair in disbelief, while the Supreme Kai beside him mirrored his astonishment. With a series of punches exchanged, neither fighter showed any inclination to defend themselves, allowing their opponent's strikes to land with heavy thuds. Broly roared, launching a rapid strike, seizing Jiren's head and slamming it down hard. But he was far from finished. He continued to grip Jiren's head, grinding it against the rocky terrain. Jiren, enraged, broke free from Broly's grasp and retaliated with a powerful elbow strike to Broly's head. A loud ringing filled Broly's mind as he momentarily lost his focus. Chapter 29, The Tournament of Power, 6, Buzz. Broly's mind momentarily blanked, followed by a sweeping punch. Bang! Jiren blocked with his arm, their robust limbs colliding with a dull thud. Gritting his teeth, Broly continued to exert force, while Jiren suddenly lowered his body, sweeping Broly off his feet. In quick succession, he seized Broly's ankle and slammed him onto the ground repeatedly. Thud! 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 Broly's muscular form seemed weightless as Jiren tossed him around effortlessly. He quickly adopted Goku's technique to escape, pushing back with both hands and delivering a powerful kick with his right foot. As expected, Jiren released his grip, and Broly rolled to the side, regaining his footing. Ha! 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 Broly gasped for breath, the sweat on his face a testament to Jiren's might. Despite numerous abrasions, Jiren remained composed, unlike the panting Broly. Gulp! The spectators collectively swallowed, astonished by the formidable strength displayed by these two warriors. Suddenly, Goku appeared out of nowhere, grinning widely at both fighters. Broly and Jiren paused, with Broly momentarily forgetting Goku's presence, while Jiren dismissed Goku as foolish. However, Goku had long desired to face Jiren but refrained from interrupting their battle out of respect for martial arts. Now, unable to contain himself during the break, he leaped forward. TCH, that rascal Kakarot. As a loyal comrade, Vegeta would not allow Goku to confront two titans alone, charging toward Goku's position. Seeing the imminent support, the proud leader of Team Pride, Toppo, also stepped forward. Crack! A sound of shattering resonated as Hit emerged beside Broly, standing in solidarity. In an instant, the most captivating figures on the arena converged. One punch. Goku initiated the attack, with Vegeta closely following, while Broly and Hit also launched their assaults. Jiren and Toppo joined the fray. It must be said that the notorious Jiren was indeed living up to his reputation, boldly entering the fray. Bang! 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 The six warriors clashed fiercely, causing spectators to scatter in fear of collateral damage, while the arena erupted like fireworks, occasionally exploding in bursts. Wow! Wow, cool! The two diminutive spectators cheered with excitement as they witnessed the best fighters engaging in a brawl. The gods of destruction from the 7th, 6th, and 11th universes rose simultaneously, their expressions tense as they fixated on the arena. With over 50 fighters still present, should these few wear themselves out, the remaining contestants would pounce, making this an unwise battle. But at this point, it was too late to reconsider. Go Goku! The eliminated Krillin, Tien, and Master Roshi cheered for Goku and Vegeta. While not only members of the 7th universe, but also eliminated contestants from other universes shouted encouragement for their own fighters. The battlefield had reached a boiling point. Bang! 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 Broly clashed with Toppo, Hit engaged with Vegeta, and Goku confronted Jiren. A three-way melee ensued, rich with deep connections. Justice Fist. Justice Smash. Toppo's strikes were vicious, and Broly, caught off guard, found himself grappling with Toppo's grip around his neck. However, Broly retaliated with a swift elbow strike to Toppo's abdomen, delivering a blow that forced Toppo to stagger back with a pained cry. In the last match, you won without lifting a finger. This time, let Lord Vegeta have a go at you. Huh. As Vegeta's words echoed, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and charged at Hit. Unperturbed, Hit casually placed his hands in his pockets, only to appear beside Vegeta in an instant, landing a punch squarely on his face. The force of this blow left Vegeta utterly dazed, bewildered by Hit's sudden appearance. Hit's timeskip technique was greatly enhanced by Broly's last victory, which granted him access to the Space Cube, significantly boosting his overall power. Meanwhile, Goku and Jiren locked eyes. The previous probing phase concluded, and the real battle was about to commence. Goku's fighting spirit surged, while Jiren remained unfazed, believing Broly to be the greater threat. Huh. Goku clenched his fists, and suddenly, a powerful blue aura erupted, causing the entire arena to tremble violently, accompanied by crackling lightning that encircled him. I'm coming, Jiren. Boom. As Goku unleashed his energy, he charged at Jiren, who no longer remained passive, meeting Goku head-on. Although Broly and the others were engaged in a fierce brawl, some misguided individuals seized the opportunity to attack from the sidelines. This provocation, however, ignited the fury of the 6 warriors. They swiftly dispersed, simultaneously assaulting the universe. Indeed, such unscrupulous tactics originated from the hands of the god of destruction from Universe 4, Quitella. Yet, he grossly underestimated the resolve of the 6 fighters, who effortlessly annihilated the 7 opponents in mere moments. What? Quitella's forces were obliterated, and panic surged within him. Even his most trusted fighter, Damon, was sent flying off the stage by Broly's overwhelming force. Humph. Who told you to resort to such despicable methods? Even sitting back and watching the fight unfold would not justify taking advantage of their struggle. Beerus from the 7th universe wore a scornful expression. With all contestants from Universe 4 eliminated, their universe faced imminent destruction. The Grand Priest's words caused everyone to pause once more. The terrifying prospect of annihilation sending chills down their spines, further fueling their determination. Lord Zeno, please grant us another chance. Quitella's pleas fell on deaf ears as Zeno, with a gentle grip of his tiny hand, made all but the angels from Universe 4 vanish in an instant. Zeno truly shows no mercy. Though affected, Goku's resolve to triumph only intensified. As the battle raged on, contestants from Universe 2 plotted their own schemes. The trio of Ribrian gazed toward the highest peak, then at the attention-grabbing figures of Broly and the others, and leapt to the summit together. Senka, Su, now is the time for us to showcase our strength. Nodding in agreement, Ribrian called out to all warriors across the universes. Warriors of every universe, heed my call. Her voice resonated throughout the void, capturing everyone's attention as the 3 youthful maidens stood atop the highest peak. Finally drawing the gaze of all, Ribrian quietly asked, "Are you 2 ready?" "Yes." Standing at the highest point indeed yields the best effect. In the audience, the Kaioshin of Universe 2, visibly excited, shouted that the moment had arrived. Meanwhile, the female god of destruction from Universe 2 stood, highly pleased, proclaiming that the battlefield was about to blossom with beautiful petals. Everyone was left bewildered, uncertain of Universe 2's intentions. I am Ribrian de Chateaux of Universe 2. I am Sankako of Universe 2. I am Sue Rose of Universe 2. Let them bloom. Let them resonate through the heavens. The song of love and victory. Now, let us transform. As soon as Librian's voice fell, the surroundings instantaneously transformed into a realm of youthful exuberance, adorned with hues of pink, blue, and yellow. Brilliant, brilliant, brie. The crowd exclaimed in awe. Sang, cake, sancake. They continued. Sususu, Soloro, Susolorasioloro. The trio's dazzling appearances momentarily blinded the onlookers, sparking fervent discussions among them. Silence, everyone. This is a sacred ceremony. interjected the goddess of destruction from the second universe, earning a modicum of respect from the gathered crowd. However, just as the audience was engrossed in the spectacle, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Two beams of light, one yellow and one green, streaked past the crowd, heading straight for the mountain summit. The transformation trio was momentarily taken aback, only to be met head-on by two energy blasts. Boom! Everyone stood in stunned silence. What a letdown. Who could be the audacious scoundrel to mar this exquisite scene? The god of destruction and the supreme Kai of the second universe were on the verge of losing their composure. Damn it, we've disliked you in the anime. And now we find you even more irksome in reality. Special thanks to General Foam, who adores Japanese cuisine, for the delightful milk tea and other gifts. To Brother Shiman, a fan of Yerba, for the bubble tea and other offerings. To those who sent love letters in absentia. To the proud Uncle Zhao for his thoughtful gifts. To Muyu, a lover of homestyle musas, for the presents. To the free-spirited Angel Nagisa Keru for the love letters and gifts. To Yuan Shiji, who enjoys stir-fried lotus root, for his thoughtful contributions. Thank you all for your support. I shall strive even harder in my endeavors. Chapter 30. The Tournament of Power, 7. A sudden assault caught the contestants of Universe 2 completely off guard, causing Brianna and her companions to tumble down from the mountaintop. A sneak attack. To think someone would resort to such underhanded tactics, while others transformed openly. Such behavior is unworthy of martial arts. The arena erupted with outrage, as both contestants and spectators vehemently denounced this despicable act. As a figure descended slowly, the identity of the assailant was revealed to be number 17 from Universe 7. Goku, too, expressed his discontent with number 17's actions, turning to him and asking, "Why did you attack them?" In response to the collective condemnation, number 17 shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "I merely perceived a multitude of openings." Yet, he added, "The energy I utilized was not excessive." Meanwhile, standing opposite Broly, Hit stared in disbelief at Broly, still shaken by the unexpected attack. Just 10 seconds prior, while everyone was watching Brianna and her companions transform, Broly had suddenly morphed into a furious beast. His veins bulged, and his face contorted into a fearsome visage, akin to a demon from the depths of hell. Then, Hit witnessed another side of Broly. With a mighty roar, Broly unleashed a colossal energy beam from his mouth, the sheer speed and force nearly striking Hit. Had he not evaded swiftly, he would have been the one hit. At that moment, Brianna and her companions were dazed, having succumbed to the onslaught. The remaining contestants from Universe 2 quickly gathered around to protect them. How utterly revolting these three are. They are just as insufferable in the anime. In this real-life version of Dragon Ball, it would surely make one feel nauseated. Calm down. Calm down. Having traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, this was the first time he had felt such fury. It must be said that Brianna and her companions were indeed successful in nearly driving Broly to a state of uncontrollable rage. After the interruption, the battle continued. As time passed, many had already fallen from the arena, and from the original 8 universes, only 5 remained. Just moments ago, Universe 10 had been entirely eliminated, followed by the erasure decreed by the Omni King. Now, Universe 10 was left with only the despondent angel, Kusu. The intensity of the battle escalated, as no one wished to become the next target for annihilation. Furthermore, with the fierce skirmish, Universe 6 also began to see contestants eliminated, including Steelman, Bardock, and 2 Namekians, much to the chagrin of Kampa. Conversely, Universe 7 maintained a remarkably stable fighting force, with several core members still in play. My head aches. What on earth is happening? Brianna, you are awake. Thank goodness. The contestants who had been vigilantly guarding Brianna and her companions finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, to protect the 3, Universe 2 had already lost 4 contestants. Among them, Jimmy's had tirelessly utilized instant transmission to evade danger, but ultimately exhausted. He was easily eliminated. The trio of Brianna, enraged by their companion's plight, declared, "How infuriating. They understand nothing of love. The contestants from other universes are desperately lacking in affection. We shall prove to them that our love is invincible." Brianna clasped her sister's hands, and the remaining trio was moved to tears. "All right, let's continue our transformation from before." With renewed determination, the 3 leapt back to the mountaintop, eager to demonstrate that love is indeed invincible. Observing their return, the Egyptian woman from Universe 2 wiped her tears, exclaiming, "Brianna, you have finally awakened. Those hideous women are back to wreak havoc." It seems they must be dealt with accordingly. As Broly gazed at the trio now atop the mountain, his expression darkened. He had not anticipated these three would remain so obstinate. However, this time, all the warriors aligned to protect them, even Goku and Toppo standing resolutely before them. I can't believe it. Broly felt utterly defeated, overwhelmed by this Na'vi assembly. Finally, in an uninterrupted moment, the three successfully transformed, their portly forms adorned with excess flesh, their heads topped with sock-like hats, a sight utterly grotesque. As Broly had predicted, they were just as repulsive in this reality as they were in the anime. Yet, as Whis had remarked, different strokes for different folks. Each universe possessed its own aesthetic, and some, like Toppo from Universe 11, found them appealing. The light of love. Brianna soared into the air, unleashing a multitude of heart-shaped energy blasts. Each heart detonated upon contact with the ground, releasing a cloud of pink mist that enveloped the arena. This technique also bore an enchanting effect. Those unfortunate enough to be caught in its wake found themselves mesmerized by visions of love. What a foul odor! The scheming King Frieza finally made his presence known, fanning away the thick mist while deflecting the heart blasts. Suddenly, three beams of light shot forth simultaneously from different directions, their target being Brianna, suspended in midair. This is bad. Brianna immediately halted her assault and attempted to dodge, but the unexpected nature of the attack, coming from multiple angles, resulted in her right arm being struck by a green energy blast. Bam! Brianna was sent flying, cursing her misfortune. Why must she contend with green energy yet again? How ironic that her favorite color was green. Humph! What a farce, to have waited so long only to face such a level of incompetence. Slowly lowering his hand, Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. The other two, not needing to be told, understood that in addition to Vegeta, Jiren, who could not tolerate such reckless attacks, was intent on bringing her down, but it seemed his attack had been deflected by the green energy sphere. He glanced to the side, where Broly stood. How had he not finished her off? Her resilience was remarkable. In a fit of rage, Broly unleashed his power, only to find he had merely injured Brianna. Driven by a desire for mutual destruction, he was astonished by the outcome. Count yourself fortunate. Out of sight, out of mind. Broly quickly sought his next elimination target. Humph. My apologies. Love is a great force, and I shall show you its true power. With that, Brianna spun rapidly. Unlike others who rotated horizontally, she executed a vertical roll, resembling a living cannonball. However, the most absurd aspect was her face, which appeared to flicker in and out of view as she spun at high speed. With a burst of acceleration, Brianna charged towards Vegeta, who, smirking, prepared to punch her away. Yet, as she drew nearer, he panicked. He leapt to evade her attack. Curse be it! She is so hideous that I instinctively recoiled. Chapter 31. The Power Tournament. 8. Vegeta deftly evaded Ribrian's cannonball-like assault, yet she could not halt her reckless advance, fortuitously crashing into Broly's vicinity. Whoosh! Broly's ferocious adversary, Ja Pulley, a crude imitation of Cell, was abruptly ensnared by Ribrian's charge, the impact of her corpulent form and grotesque visage eliciting his abject screams. Broly gazed upon the scene with a mix of horror and disbelief as the third universe's counterfeit Cell was ejected from the arena, seemingly as if subjected to a relentless onslaught akin to that from the world of One Piece. Ha! Behold, this is the power of love, Ribrian proclaimed, hands on her hips, laughing maniacally, her expression reminiscent of a landlord, sending a chill down Broly's spine. However, fate had intertwined their paths, and Broly resolved to bestow upon her a one-way ticket to paradise. Swish! In the audience of the third universe, the fallen imitation of Cell bore a countenance of utter grievance. His pitiful demeanor rendered the destroyer and Kai of the third universe too embarrassed to utter a word, merely offering a comforting pat on his shoulder. Back on the stage, the transformed trio launched a fierce offensive against other universe participants. Among them, Kakunsa and Android 17 were locked in a fierce struggle, while Rogi and Goku engaged in a battle that epitomized princely combat. Ribrian, however, found herself in dire straits during the fray. Ribrian stumbled upon a startling revelation. The green energy waves relentlessly assaulting her originated from none other than Broly himself. Observing Broly's fearsome visage, she impulsively queried, "Do you harbor feelings for me, hence your incessant attempts to capture my attention with energy blasts?" At that moment, Broly's fist, poised for attack, froze in midair, his entire being rendered immobile. What an astonishing revelation! Was this individual raised on mediocrity? So ordinary yet exuding such confidence. Truly bewildering. Oh, do not feel embarrassed. After our victory, I could wish for your revival. What do you say? Ribrian's repugnant face even winked at Broly. A flirtatious glint in her eye. Boom. Broly felt as though his very essence had detonated. A profound humiliation. This was a direct affront to his sensibilities, aesthetics, and dignity. Get lost. He roared, retaliating with unprecedented speed, delivering a titanic slap to Ribrian's ample visage. The resounding clash of palm against plump face caused Ribrian's features to contort grotesquely, sending her spiraling into the air like a corkscrew, obliterating everything in her path. Ribrian, found at last. The Omni King, wielding his divine iPad, pressed the button to eliminate Ribrian. Ribrian. The members of the second universe were incensed. Not only had they been eliminated, but now she lay in a state of utter defeat. The imprint of Broly's slap was stark upon her face, which had swollen to resemble that of a pig. Oh, wait. She was already akin to a pig. Ignoring the outcry from the second universe, Broly disdainfully wiped his hands, having become soiled from the earlier encounter. Who shall be next? He mused, surveying the arena as competitors fled in terror, the earlier confrontation instilling profound dread within them. They were not inclined to engage. TCH, how dull. Boom. 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 The sounds of explosions erupted as Goku and Rogi unleashed a barrage of energy blasts upon one another, recklessly expending their energy as if it were limitless. Kikikikek. Dozens of golden energy spheres materialized around Rogi. With each movement of her arm, another sphere emerged. Go. Annihilate with a barrage of energy. As the spheres approached, Goku, undeterred, deftly dodged numerous blasts before instantaneously teleporting beside her, delivering a Kamehameha that sent her crashing out of the arena. A complete victory. In the previous match, Goku had sensed Broly's formidable power, compelling him to train diligently, resulting in a significant enhancement of his own abilities. Meanwhile, Android 17 had also dispatched the final member of the transformed trio, Kakunsa, though victory appeared assured. Piccolo and Gohan found themselves under pressure from the Pride Troopers of the 11th universe. Gohan and Piccolo were forced to retreat, relentlessly pursued by their adversaries, who were determined to corner them. Piccolo, we can't shake them off. Gohan urged. You go ahead, I'll hold them off. Upon hearing Gohan's plea, Piccolo paused momentarily. Gohan, hurry. This is not the time for rashness. If we fail to secure victory, our 7th universe will face annihilation. Is that what you wish to see? With gritted teeth, Gohan swiftly turned to flee. I leave the rest to you, Gohan. Piccolo smiled reassuringly before confronting the oncoming Pride Troopers. Come on. Special beam cannon. Swish. In the audience of the 7th universe, Piccolo took his seat, having cleverly outmaneuvered a member of the Pride Troopers, Kettle. Well done, a true strategist. Adept at utilizing intellect to discern advantages. Beerus, seated behind Piccolo, offered effusive praise. However, Piccolo remained tense, fixated on Gohan in the arena. At that moment, Gohan found himself once again ensnared, not by the Pride Troopers, but by Frost of the 6th universe. The brutality of Frost was well known to the 7th universe, and the spectators felt a collective chill for Gohan's precarious situation. During his escape with Piccolo, Gohan had sustained injuries, leaving him in a dire predicament against Frost. Bang, bang, bang. Gohan and Frost engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, their fists moving with such speed that they left behind mere afterimages. Oh, the scion of the 7th universe. You are gravely injured, Frost noted as he observed Gohan's subtle attempts to shield his ribcage, a clear indication of his compromised condition. As expected, upon Frost's remark, Gohan broke into a cold sweat, attempting to feign nonchalance. Yet Frost was no fool easily deceived. Transforming his body into a beam of light, Frost swiftly closed the distance between them. Gohan, likely hindered by his injury, was slow to react, and in a moment of carelessness, he was struck by Frost. The blow landed squarely on his ribs. Gohan is in peril. Yet at that moment, a crimson beam surged forth, striking with unrelenting speed. Chapter 32, The Tournament of Power, 9. Suddenly, a fierce attack startled Frost, but upon recognizing the attacker, a smile spread across his face. There, above them, was Frieza, having just targeted Gohan. This provocation ignited the fury of the 7th universe, with Krillin slamming his fist against the railing, exclaiming, Damn it, that bastard Frieza. How dare you? If you attack Gohan again, I will obliterate you. Beerus was livid, his face turning an ominous shade of purple. Yet, Frisia remained unfazed, chuckling. Oh, Beerus. Unless you are unafraid of being deemed a disruptor of the tournament and facing erasure by Lord Zeno, I suggest you mind your own business. You're infuriating. Beerus seethed, his teeth grinding. However, as Frisia pointed out, attacking contestants from outside the arena was against the rules, and the consequence would be Zeno's erasure. With Beerus silent, Frisia disdainfully leapt before Gohan, declaring, Son Goku's son, you shall descend. Frost, with an innocent admiration plastered on his face, remained cautious. Should Frisia harbor ulterior motives contrary to his earlier claims, the energy sphere in his hand would strike true. Frisia, noticing Frost's preparation, chose not to elaborate further and launched a punch at Gohan. In that brief moment of contact, Gohan comprehended Frisia's intent. The two soon engaged in a performance titled Frost's Deception. The battle within the same universe swiftly captivated the attention of all present, yet to avoid appearing too contrived, Gohan and Frisia unleashed their utmost powers. Frisia grew more fervent in his assault, undoubtedly fueled by personal emotions. As he swiftly kicked Gohan away and continued his relentless barrage without allowing Gohan a moment's respite. Feeling the intensity, Gohan realized this was no mere charade. In a flash, he unleashed his full power, reversing the tide of battle as he sent Frisia flying with a single punch. Humph! You wretched monkey, behold the true might of Frisia. The Emperor. With a dramatic display of energy, Frisia transformed, enveloped in a radiant golden aura, proclaiming his transformation into Golden Frisia. The clash was fierce, each blow resonating with raw power as Frisia demonstrated his strength as a cosmic sovereign. Ultimately, a crushing spinning kick landed squarely on Gohan's head, culminating in Gohan collapsing, unconscious. Witnessing Gohan's defeat, the audience of the seventh universe erupted in a cacophony of insults directed at Frisia's family. Meanwhile, the sixth universe's Kampa rejoiced, dancing in celebration for Frisia's triumph. This victory further solidified Frost's faith in Frisia, prompting him to approach and flatter the Emperor while inquiring about the transformation. However, the cunning Frisia had no intention of freely imparting his transformation secrets. He explicitly stated that to attain the Golden Frisia form, one must elevate their power to its zenith, also known as the Limit Breaker form. Frost. This transformation is merely the preliminary stage of Golden Frisia. You must master it. But be warned, it requires immense energy to maintain, so you must unleash your full strength upon entering the arena. Frost, oblivious, nodded in agreement, mirroring Frisia's transformation into the Limit Breaker form. Is this how it works, Senior? Indeed, but Frost, there is one more thing I must impart. What is it? Never trust anyone. Huh. In a sudden twist, Frisia raised his arm and unleashed an energy blast at the unsuspecting Frost, sending him tumbling from the arena. The rapid turn of events left everyone stunned, but soon the audience of the seventh universe erupted in approval. Upon hearing the Grand Priest announce Frost's elimination, Gohan finally rose from the ground, grasping the harsh reality of the situation. Kampa, seething with rage, hurled insults at Frisia. As Frost descended from the arena, his face twisted in fury. He realized he had been deceived by Frisia. He raised his hand to retaliate, but this act would soon spell disaster for him. No attacking from outside the arena. With a single motion, the Omni King made Frost vanish without a trace, leaving no trace of his energy. Kampa gasped, dropping to his knees as the Omni King warned him against rule violations, threatening the sixth universe's disqualification should such behavior persist. Trembling, Kampa nodded in compliance. Ha ha ha, Kampa. You are remarkably swift in your fear. Batos mockingly laughed from the sidelines. Damn it, that wretched Frost. Back in the arena, the 11th universe finally took the initiative. Jiren advanced towards the others with an overwhelming presence. With just a glance, he emanated an aura so potent that it stirred a tempest on the battlefield. Is this power truly emanating from a mortal body? Beerus thought, drenched in cold sweat. Realizing Goku's opponent was formidable, his concerns for Goku's situation intensified as the moment he dreaded unfolded. Goku charged directly at Jiren, exclaiming, Hey Jiren, let us continue our earlier duel. The warrior, ever eager for battle, was met by the arrival of Broly, who descended onto the scene. Moreover, the remaining contestants from the third universe, aiming to survive to the end, also emerged. The pressure from Jiren's power compelled many to seize this opportunity to eliminate him. In an instant, The remaining 5 universes congregated at the center of the arena. 3 fighters from the second universe, 8 from the third, 5 from the sixth, 6 from the seventh, and 5 from the 11th, totaling 27 warriors now embroiled in chaos. Virum, Virum. At that moment, Pepperoni from the third universe received a directive from the god of destruction, summoning all members. By the order of Lord Moscow, warriors of the third universe, unleash a devastating assault upon them. As soon as he finished speaking, the mechanical warriors of the third universe sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of firepower upon the other universe's contestants. Explosions erupted everywhere, igniting the battlefield. However, the no-harm principle would soon show its effects. The third universe's barrage failed to yield the desired outcome, instead provoking a united resistance from the others. In the midst of this, the god of destruction of the second universe resolved to execute the ultimate plan. Zarbin, Rabin, Zero, initiate the final strategy. Note, the chaotic battle is nearing its conclusion, transitioning into original and fan-created narratives. Any feedback can be conveyed in the rating area, and I will consider integrating elements without disrupting the original plot. Lastly, gratitude to all for your companionship. Love to everyone. Oh, and don't forget to click the button for a free gift. Chapter 33, The Power Tournament, 10. As the final plan of Universe 2 commenced, a surge of energy erupted from the bodies of Zabujuo, Labanla, and Zeroyan. Did you hear that? It is the sound of everyone praying for our victory. Indeed, that is the love from all the beings of Universe 2. The live broadcast initiated by Ribrian allows every creature in Universe 2 to pray for the remaining 3, which is precisely the ultimate scheme of the Egyptian woman. The principle is akin to the spirit bomb, channeling the strength of the people to the fighters. This is the ultimate secret weapon of Universe 2. Love, love, love. Even if we are not the most beautiful, our love is invincible. Form, Zeroyan, Zeroyan, Zeroyan. La Laban, Zaza, Zabujuo more. A maidenly space materializes, with 7 colored radiance enveloping the 3, as the new generation of the transformation trio descends once more. Here we go again with all this flashy nonsense. After kicking Catabessler, Vegeta gazed at the trio atop the mountain. One cannot deny that Universe 2 has a penchant for elevated places, as both the new and old trio transformed atop the most conspicuous peaks. Meanwhile, Broly, who harbors a deep aversion to Universe 2, seized an opportunity during his bout with Topo to unleash a wave of light. Unexpectedly, the new trio coalesced to Black Heart, deflecting Broly's attack. You are the only one who dared to ambush Ribrian. Watch us avenge her. The trio surged towards Broly, and in an instant, Broly found himself in a 1v4 predicament against Topo. Perfect. This saves me the trouble of seeking you out individually. Broly blocked Topo's strike, and, with a powerful kick, sent Zeroyan flying. In the audience, Moscow, who had witnessed Universe 2's transformation, likewise issued a transformation command. Kekitsukai, Ponxia, Bolalita, unite for fusion. Pepperoni's staff flickered, signaling his communication with the god of destruction from Universe 3. Fusion. I shall form the head. The 3 mechanical warriors quickly gathered to transform, with Kekitsukai, head, Ponxia, body, and Bolalita, legs, combining into the latest mechanical warrior, Kekitsukialator. The Supreme Kai of Universe 3 erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. A super powerful mechanical warrior has been born. Victory belongs to Universe 3. Go forth. Kekitsukialator knocked them off the stage. As the trump cards of each universe were revealed, Kampa from Universe 6 could no longer remain idle, shouting to Caulifla and Kale that it was time to use that. Caulifla and Kale nodded in agreement and retrieved the Patera earrings, adorning their ears. As golden light flashed, the two collided together. When the brilliance faded, a brand new warrior, Kefla, emerged. Since it is Caulifla and Kale, then it is Kefla. Son Goku, prepare yourself. The newly fused Kefla set her sights on Son Goku, launching herself at him like a cannonball. Here it comes. Son Goku leapt back to create distance, assuming a battle stance. Bang! Kefla unleashed a powerful kick, which Son Goku blocked with an elbow, subsequently seizing her leg and slamming her to the ground. You scoundrel! Ha ha ha! Kefla clenched her fists, and in an instant, a surge of green energy erupted forth. In Super Saiyan form, she broke free from Son Goku's grasp. Go Kefla! Bring down the Son Goku of Universe 7. In the audience, Kampa shouted excitedly, while fellow competitors from the same universe, Bardock and Iron Man, fervently cheered her on. Kampa, do not take pride too soon. Beerus scoffed, uttering, Goku, show them your prowess. Hey, Frieza, what are you doing? Stop loafing around. At that moment, Frieza was leisurely strolling, either not participating or merely pretending to, his nonchalance evident to Beerus, who spotted him instantly. Oh ho ho ho. It seems I've been discovered. If that is the case, I shall join the fray. Frieza shrugged, conjuring red beams of energy in his hands and indiscriminately bombarding the area. The scene shifted to Broly engaged in a fierce battle with members of the Proud Warriors, where the ordinary members coordinated seamlessly with their leader, Toppo. Evil science of Universe 6, Surrender. Kaeslar, wearing a beret, concentrated his energy into a blade of light and unleashed a series of slashes at Broly. Broly reached out, grabbing both of Kaeslar's arms, disdain evident on his face as he scoffed, humph. A bunch of clowns daring to contend with the full moon. But how infuriating. His strength is immense. I'll cover you. Just as flying kick. Tispo leaped into the air, targeting Broly from behind, yet Broly would not allow it. He pivoted and flung Kaeslar away with a powerful swing of his arms. Bang! Tispo's attack struck Kaeslar, who spat out blood, clearly taken aback that Broly had used him as a shield. Kaeslar, you despicable fiend. Just to shatter. Tispo clenched his fists, 5 red beams of light emanating from his fingers as he hurled 2 fiery energy spheres at Broly. Boom! A cruel smile spread across Broly's face as he swatted the energy spheres aside. Then in a flash, he appeared beside Tispo. Aren't you the one who claims to be the fastest? Hardly impressive. What? Down you go. Broly crossed his arms and struck downward with tremendous force, sending Tispo crashing into the ground like a cannonball. You are far too arrogant, Justice Fist. Initially, during the 3-on-1, Toppo had intended to hold back, but he quickly realized his miscalculation. Broly was not someone easily subdued by 3 opponents. Toppo swung his massive fist, but Broly responded with remarkable speed, effortlessly catching it without even glancing. He then executed a Brazilian martial arts maneuver, landing a blow to Toppo's abdomen. Gah! Toppo staggered back, clutching his stomach in disbelief. This man is truly formidable. Toppo, the support character, Kokot, unleashed a barrage of Kokot spheres, but they were all crushed by Broly's overwhelming strength, rendering the controlling technique ineffective against him. Do not underestimate us. Kaeslar and Tispo simultaneously unleashed a wave of energy, directing a colossal beam toward Broly. With a thunderous roar, Broly, who had just shattered the Kokot spheres, turned and unleashed a wave of light. The 2 forces collided, erupting in a cacophonous explosion of sound. Chapter 34, The Tournament of Power, 11. Following the thunderous explosion that shook the arena, thick clouds of smoke billowed outward. As the haze began to dissipate, a gaping black hole emerged in the center of the stage. How infuriating. This wretch has managed to withstand their combined attack without a scratch. Tispo and Kaeslar gasped for breath. Their recent assault had drained much of their energy, yet their adversary appeared utterly unscathed. However, before they could fully register their astonishment, Broly sprang into action. His robust physique seemed impervious to the constraints of speed, and in an instant, he materialized behind the duo. Oh no! Their eyes widened in horror as Broly ensnared them with his arms, one on each side. Cough! Let go of me! They struggled futilely, kicking and thrashing in a desperate attempt to break free from Broly's grip, but their efforts were in vain. Their strength was woefully inadequate. To Broly, who had transformed into his Super Saiyan form, they were akin to mere chicks, easily toyed with. Release them. Justice Flash. Boom. Toph rushed in, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts from his fingertips, striking Broly's back. The impacts felt to Broly like mere tickles. Turning back with a sinister grin, he taunted. Do you wish to follow in their footsteps? Patience, your turn is next. In this moment, Broly exuded an air of unbridled arrogance. You from Universe 6 are far too arrogant. Justice will not allow you to continue. You are not in a position to dictate to me. Broly pressed the 2 captives against his chest and unleashed a brilliant green light, striking them at close range amidst their terrified gazes. Boom. Both were left charred, plummeting from the stage, landing in the audience of Universe 11. The god of destruction, Vermouth, witnessed their severe injuries and immediately condemned Broly's methods to the Omni King and the Grand Priest. However, he was met with a rebuttal from the Grand Priest, who declared that Broly had not committed murder, thus not violating any rules. Vermouth gritted his teeth, glaring furiously at Broly, who had become a thorn in his side. A threat greater than Son Goku of Universe 7. Evil Scion, I shall eradicate you in the name of justice. The fall of his two companions ignited Toph's rage. He resolved to teach Broly a lesson. Don't worry, you are next. Broly, however, paid no heed to the threat, slowly turning around. His eyes glowed red like a ravenous tiger, displaying a bloodthirsty gaze as he provocatively beckoned Toph. Hunting time. With each enemy he vanquished, Broly's assaults grew increasingly brutal, only tossing them from the stage after rendering them nearly lifeless. The remnants of his former self remained deeply ingrained. His savage, bloodthirsty, and combative nature became ever more pronounced. Yet, none noticed, not even Broly himself, the peculiar protrusion at the back of his form. On another front, during the previous assault by the newly transformed trio against Broly, it had arrived to lend support. However, with the introduction of the Pride Troopers, Hit promptly resolved to split their forces, drawing the trio away while Broly continued to confront the Pride Troopers. Returning to the present, Hit toyed with the transformed trio, while they, in their frustration, could not land a single hit on him, resorting to wild, erratic strikes. Our love, forward we march, never to be defeated. Prepare to face the beautiful black hole. Zeroin, Labanla, and Zabuto unleashed their combined ultimate technique, concentrating the weight of love from Universe 2 into a singular point, creating a gravitational entity that even Ribrian had not mastered. Buzz. Everything around began to sink. Under the oppressive gravity, all were somewhat affected, but it's time to end this. Hit's eyes narrowed as he activated his time skip. The moment the black heart descended, it pierced through Hit, yet regrettably, they struck only the illusion left behind. The true Hit was traversing through the fabric of time. Suddenly, he appeared beside them, relentlessly striking at their vital points, followed by 3 invisible energy blasts. Utilizing the time skip, he maximized his power. Bang! The trio's hearts halted, collapsing to the ground. Yet, Hit refrained from delivering a fatal blow, allowing them to retain a breath of life. With a swift kick, he sent all 3 plummeting from the stage. Thus, the ultimate plan of Universe 2 was single-handedly dismantled by Hit. How could this be? Our love, defeated by such a crude attack. Impossible, the Egyptian girl cried out. But beside her, the Kai of Universe 2 sighed. Hellas, we have lost. The Egyptian girl's voice faltered. She turned to the warriors, her eyes filled with defiance. But as the Grand Priest announced the results, she found solace in acceptance. Defeat must be acknowledged. In the end, the narrative of love from Universe 2 concluded with their disappearance. Now, only 4 universes remained, perhaps influenced by the fall of Universe 2. The Kai of Universe 3 grew anxious and expressed to the God of Destruction his belief that they should seize the moment, while the Ultimate Fusion members still remained. God of Destruction Mosco agreed, promptly relaying the information to Paparoni. On the stage, Paparoni, entangled with Universe 7, was controlling Kaioshin Arita to maneuver against Son Gohan, Vegeta, Android 17, and Android 18. Suddenly, his staff ignited once more, this time with an unprecedented brilliance, entering a constant glow. Indeed, the God of Destruction of Universe 3 had finally issued the final command. This was a power that should be used sparingly, a transformation that came at the cost of one's life. Yet, there was no retreat now. Initially, I had hoped to avoid using this skill. But since the moment has come, I, Paparoni, shall go all out. Fusion of Kaioshin Arita. With that, Paparoni leaped high, emitting a radiant light alongside Kaioshin Arita, initiating their fusion. A colossal cocoon appeared, and with a crack, it began to fissure, revealing a massive figure before the astonished crowd. The ultimate warrior of Universe 3, Oniraza, descended. A powerful aura surged forth, enveloping all in its wake, his towering form rendering everyone else insignificant as the battle was about to commence. And where has Jiren, who has not appeared for ages, gone? One might say he has retreated to meditate and cultivate his strength for a more effective display of power. Moreover, Kokot stealthily slipped away from Broly's battlefield, ensuring that no one would disturb Jiren. But alas, the cunning Frieza had secretly followed Kokot, discovering Jiren's sanctuary for meditation. Chapter 35. The Tournament of Power, 12. As the ultimate warrior Oniraza from the third universe made his entrance, the entire void trembled. The ground quaked, and small mountains crumbled. With a deafening roar, Oniraza opened his massive mouth, unleashing a whirlwind of astonishing energy that left the warriors of the seventh universe struggling to keep their eyes open, forced to shield themselves from the raging sandstorm with their arms. This creature's power was immensely formidable. A strategy to neutralize him was imperative. Gohan wore a serious expression, mirrored by his companions, but before they could devise a plan, Aniraza charged towards them. With each step, Aniraza's colossal form left deep imprints in the ground. Yet his speed remained unaffected. In a flash, he dashed toward the group, catching Gohan and the others off guard, and with a single kick, sent Android 17 flying. 17. How dare you? Die? Android 18 seethed, firing missiles relentlessly at Aniraza. The numerous projectiles struck him like a gentle rain, and he wore a perplexed expression, a mockery in itself. Ha ha ha. Behold, seventh universe. This is the ultimate warrior of the third universe. The god of destruction from the third universe laughed maniacally, his arrogance infuriating Beerus. Seventh universe. Dispose of that scrap metal. He taunted. Humph. Beerus, can you not see the decisive factor? Your seventh universe is doomed. With each punch, Aniraza sent a fighter soaring. Gohan, bloodied and kneeling, thought, if only my father were here. However, he quickly realized the folly of placing all hope upon others. He shifted his mindset. If my father or Uncle Piccolo were in this situation, how would they handle it? Suddenly, Gohan noticed that under the combined assault of androids 17 and 18, Aniraza was oddly protective of his head. Could it be that his head was the weak point? Determined, Gohan surged with energy, pushing his strength to the limit. Uncle Vegeta, please distract him, he shouted as he approached Aniraza, revealing the vulnerability. Vegeta understood and activated his Super Saiyan Blue form, unleashing a barrage of golden energy waves like a rainstorm. Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta's might was undeniable. While Android 18's tactics failed to shake Aniraza, Vegeta's assault forced him to be more cautious. Aniraza shielded his head with one arm while attacking wildly with the other. Gohan gathered his Kamehameha energy and called to 17 and 18, urging them to strike his arm away. They exchanged glances and, in unison, kicked at Aniraza's arm. With a resounding thud, Aniraza's protective arm was knocked aside, and Gohan seized the moment to unleash his Kamehameha. Just as the attack approached, Aniraza unleashed a tremendous energy surge, sprouting wings that dissipated Gohan's attack. What? Gohan gasped in shock, but before he could react, Aniraza's fist sent him flying. He crashed through several small mountains before coming to a halt against a large boulder at the edge of the arena, preventing him from falling out of bounds. Gohan! Piccolo shouted from the stands. Worry etched across his face, but Gohan remained unresponsive. How pathetic. Clearly, you've grown complacent, losing your edge. Vegeta sneered, launching another offensive. With androids 17 and 18 following closely. You dare flaunt your strength before me? Prepare to be obliterated. Ultimate Flash. The battle with Aniraza not only ensnared Vegeta and his allies in dire straits, but also affected the surrounding competitors, including the cunning Frost, who had intended to ambush Jiren. As he stealthily approached Jiren's meditation spot, the entire space trembled violently. His energy beam, unfortunately, veered off course, alerting Kokot, who activated a protective barrier around Jiren. Thwarting Frost's attack. Damn it! Which fool ruined my plans? Frost fumed, yet he was unwilling to retreat empty-handed. He unleashed a barrage of energy waves, but Jiren's shield effortlessly deflected every assault. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the void. No, the entire cosmos shook. All combatants halted, looking toward Jiren. Feeling the immense weight of his presence for the first time, Frost felt a suffocating sensation wash over him. His breaths grew shallow, and his body felt unbearably heavy. Struggling, he lifted his gaze, only to meet Jiren's icy, indifferent stare. Jiren had awakened. He began to stride toward Frost, each step making the latter's breathing increasingly difficult. How dare you? Frost shouted defiantly, clenching his fists until they bled, and transformed into golden Frisia. With labored breaths, he felt slightly better after his transformation. Just as he prepared to hurl insults to rattle Jiren, he realized his opponent had vanished. Humph, as I suspected. Even Jiren must concede in the presence of the mighty Frisia. But then, Nanny? Frost turned to find a towering figure standing emotionless behind him, voice as cold as ice. Without a second thought, he attempted to flee, but no matter how hard he ran, he remained immobile. Glancing back, he saw Jiren's foot pinning his tail, contorted under the immense pressure. Die! Frost roared, unleashing a red energy wave that struck Jiren head-on. Yet, Jiren did not even flinch, merely brushing dirt off his shoulder. "How dare you look down upon me?" Frost seethed, humiliated by being treated so contemptuously. He swung his fist at Jiren, but with a singular blow. Jiren rendered Frost's mind blank, his head ringing. Subsequently, Jiren continued to press Frost's tail down, using him as a punching bag for a relentless flurry of strikes. P.S. The success of this book is intricately tied to the efforts of my readers. Only through your commitment can this story flourish and endure. I aspire to prolong this tale and delve deeper into Broly's journey. I kindly ask for your support in rating, liking, or sharing a small gift. These gestures will only take a minute of your time, and I thank you in advance. Oh, by the way, the seeds of the previous foreshadowing are about to sprout. Are you excited for Broly's mastery of Ultra Instinct? Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments. Chapter 36, The Tournament of Power, 13, Bang, 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 Bang. Those insufferable fiends. Frieza, battered and enraged, roared as he seized the moment to unleash a barrage of death beams. Jiren merely sidestepped, transforming into several phantoms to evade the onslaught. In an instant, he grasped Frieza's arms, rendering him unable to utilize his skills, and followed up with a knee strike that sent Frieza retching. Ugh! Frieza clutched his abdomen in agony as he collapsed to the ground. Jiren, expressionless, seized his head, intending to toss him from the arena. He strolled leisurely, gradually coming into view of the crowd. In the stands, Beerus's expression darkened at this sight, and he bellowed to the members of Universe 7, urging them to assist Frieza. "I refuse to save that scoundrel Frieza. Let whoever wishes to do so go." Vegeta, engaged in a struggle with Oniraza, disregarded Beerus's command. "It's better for him to perish. I cannot extricate myself." "Neither can I," replied androids 17 and 18, swiftly dodging Oniraza's punches. "You lot." Beerus clenched his fist, causing the railing in the stands to shatter. With 17, 18, and Vegeta preoccupied with the formidable foe from Universe 3, and Goku entangled with Kefla, they were utterly outnumbered. Just as he was growing anxious, a sudden loud crash drew his attention to Jiren's direction. To his astonishment, Gohan had emerged from the edge of the arena, successfully rescuing Frieza. However, it was evident that Gohan had paid a steep price for this act of bravery. His arm was twisted grotesquely, revealing glimpses of bone, and beads of sweat streamed down his face as he trembled from the pain, yet he uttered not a word. Frieza, shocked, had not anticipated that his savior would be Gohan. His emotions were a tumultuous mix, leaving him momentarily speechless as he stared blankly at Gohan. "No need for thanks. We must devise a strategy to confront Jiren." Gohan's tone was cold, while Frieza slowly rose to his feet. "Gohan, I owe you a debt. Should I ever return to destroy Earth, I shall certainly spare your life. Enough of your dark humor. We must act swiftly," Gohan shouted, retreating hastily as Jiren charged toward them. "You scoundrel! I will not let you go unpunished for all the grievances you have caused me." Frieza, rather than retreating, boldly confronted Jiren. Gohan gasped. He understood all too well the magnitude of Jiren's power. There was no way they could stand against him. Moreover, he was astonished by Frieza's reckless bravado. Frieza's eyes blazed with hatred as he launched a full frontal assault against Jiren. "Stop it, Frieza. We need to strategize. Do not order me around. Do not think that because you saved me once, I will heed your commands. That scoundrel, I will never forgive him." Frieza's forehead bulged with veins, and despite his fury, he found himself incapable of harming Jiren, leaving him frustrated and agitated. "Is this your limit?" Jiren, as if toying with a child, effortlessly deflected Frieza's punches. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief, and he accelerated his strikes, but Jiren's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed a silent counterattack that left Frieza trembling like chaff in the wind. Bang! Frieza was sent crashing into a small mountain. Bloodied and with eyes filled with rage, he bellowed at Jiren, "To hell with the rules. A creature like you is destined to perish at my hands." Boom! Frieza gathered his energy and charged at Jiren at full speed, only to be crushed once more, his head tilting as he lost consciousness. Humph. How many times must this play out? The result remains unchanged. Jiren leisurely grasped Frieza's tail, preparing to hurl him from the arena. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as Vegeta, Android 17, 18, and Gohan maneuvered Oniraza toward Jiren. And just as the enormous fist struck Jiren, a resounding boom echoed. Jiren was sent flying, crashing through several small mountains. He rose unscathed, glancing at Gohan as comprehension dawned upon him. In the face of their inevitable defeat, Gohan had devised a clever ruse to pit Oniraza against Jiren. Surely, two fierce titans would contend with one another. But soon he realized his strategy had faltered, for Jiren dismissed Gohan's ploy entirely. In an instant, Jiren was at Oniraza's side, enveloped in a searing red energy, and delivered a powerful kick that sent Oniraza crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. The Kai of Universe 3 broke into a cold sweat, his teeth chattering at the sheer force of Jiren's might. Oniraza, all contestants from Universe 3 have been eliminated. The universe itself faces annihilation. The Grand Priest stood with arms crossed, as if the destruction of an entire universe stirred not a single ripple within him. Alas, brave warriors of Universe 3, your efforts have not gone unnoticed. The Kai of Universe 3 adjusted his glasses for the final time, and soon they transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing into the cosmos. In the arena, Jiren coolly remarked, "The ultimate warriors of Universe 3 are nothing but this. Arrogance." The disdainful pride exhibited by Jiren instilled a profound sense of pressure and helplessness among the members of Universe 7. Yet at that moment, Kefla and Goku descended from the heavens. "Gohan, are you alright? You should retreat. Let your father handle the rest." Goku's brow furrowed. Gohan's injuries were severe, and he was losing blood rapidly. Without prompt medical attention, he could easily succumb to blood loss, even as a scion. Gohan shook his head. "Father, I am fine. This is a critical moment for the survival of Universe 7. I cannot retreat." Goku paused, then smiled. "Very well, together we shall survive." "Yes. Hey, stop chatting. Our opponents are closing in." Vegeta interjected with a scoff, immediately igniting with power, while 17 and 18 assumed battle stances. "Father, how is Kefla from Universe 6 here with you?" Gohan inquired, bewildered as he glanced at Kefla, who appeared to be an ally despite their rivalry. "Kefla is here to assist." "Huh." Gohan was taken aback, but Jiren had already approached, leaving him with no further opportunity to ask. Chapter 37, The Tournament of Power, 14. Here he comes. Jiren's speed is astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he arrives, and with a single punch, he sends Sun Wukong and the others flying like petals scattered by the wind. The group regains their composure and spreads out, encircling Jiren. At this moment, they all understand that their greatest adversary in this competition is undoubtedly the man before them, Jiren. Beerus grits his teeth, realizing that Jiren's strength far surpasses his expectations. Witnessing Jiren effortlessly overpowering his companions, he clenches his fists in frustration. Beside him, Whis, noticing Beerus's anxious demeanor, remarks mockingly, "I suggest you concede, Beerus. Jiren is beyond my capabilities." The others are taken aback by Whis's words. They had long heard tales of a warrior from another universe whose power eclipsed that of a god of destruction, and now they learn that this being is indeed Jiren. Beerus' jaw tightens further at Whis's declaration, yet he can find no retort, only silently praying for Sun Wukong and the others to prevail. Just as all eyes are fixed on Jiren, a sudden scream pierces the air, drawing everyone's attention. Bang, 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 bang. Ha ha ha. Broly is seen laughing maniacally, ruthlessly pummeling Toppo. The proud leader is battered and bruised, even his symbolic uniform of justice reduced to tatters. Broly's heavy fists rain down relentlessly. Even as Toppo is rendered incapable of resistance, the onslaught continues. At this moment, Broly appears bloodthirsty, brutal, and unhinged, eliciting discomfort among the spectators. Hey, hey, hey. Is he trying to kill Toppo? Grand Priest, I demand you intervene. Whis shouts towards the Grand Priest, but the Grand Priest remains unfazed, as long as no one dies. The match proceeds, an unyielding rule that only Zeno can alter. Well done, Broly. Keep it up. Defeat Universe 7 and Universe 11. The previously subdued audience of Universe 11, feeling the weight of their universe's formidable opponents, finds their gloom lifted by Broly's actions. TCH. Cockroach, what are you doing? Go support Toppo. Whis chastises the timid Cockroach, who jumps to attention and rushes towards Toppo. Yet, just a few steps in, a sudden crack resounds, and Cockroach is sent flying by an unexpected punch. It's hit. In the audience, Krillin gasps, the unexpected turn leaving everyone stunned. As a top assassin, Hit has been lurking nearby, observing the arena's every movement, ready to deliver a lethal strike to the competitors from other universes. His plan has been quite effective. After the emergence of the Ultimate Warrior from Universe 3, he has eliminated all other members of that universe, which explains the swift elimination of the ultimate warrior after being defeated by Jiren. Aya! Kakarot screams in terror as she is ejected from the arena. Upon her return to the audience, Whis erupts in a fit of anger, while Kakarot repeatedly apologizes. Her head bowed in shame. Back in the arena, Sun Wukong and the others are engaged in combat with Jiren. Broly is relentlessly attacking Toppo, and Hit continues to bide his time, preparing for the next opportunity. The remaining 3 universes are locked in fierce conflict, but one among them is merely spectating Kaba. Taking Hit's advice, Kaba conceals himself, aware that with less than 15 minutes remaining, preserving numbers is a viable strategy. Allowing the weaker Kaba to act as a numbers game is a sensible plan. Though reluctant, he complies for the sake of overall strategy. Suddenly, he notices Toppo, who is being brutally assaulted, emanating an eerie purple glow. He wishes to warn Broly, but it is too late. Toppo roars and sends Broly flying away. His eyes filled with ferocity, his aura pulsating with rage. Justice. I cast it aside. I will defeat you here to protect our universe. My resolve is unshakable. Ah! Toppo bellows, clenching his fists as his power surges with intensity, exploding like a nuclear reaction, filling the arena with his overwhelming presence. The once chaotic energy gradually stabilizes, and Toppo's tattered uniform of justice disintegrates, revealing his muscular form. His skin darkens, a strange pattern emblazoned on his chest, and his pupils transform into a haunting purple, evoking an otherworldly aura. Jiren, who had been clashing with Sun Wukong and the others, halts to observe. It seems you have made up your mind, Toppo. This energy, it resonates closely with that of a deity. The Supreme Kai of Universe 11 cannot fathom how a mortal body could exude divine energy. Now they shall witness that power, Toppo. Whis rests his chin on his hands, feigning contemplation, yet the corners of his mouth reveal his delight. Our universe stands at the brink of annihilation. From this moment forth, it is a genuine battle for survival. Go, Toppo. Jiren. With a flourish, the Supreme Kai of Universe 11 raises his hand, his voice resonating throughout the void. In the arena, Toppo advances towards Broly, but suddenly, a rift appears beside him. Hit strikes again. However, as Hit's attack lands on Toppo, it proves ineffective, sending Hit reeling instead. As he is propelled backward, he instinctively fires an invisible energy blast. Bang! Though this move has some effect, it merely leaves a scratch on Toppo. Damn! This guy's body is incredibly resilient. My attacks cannot breach his defenses. What is that layer of purple energy surrounding him? Hit is at a loss. Unsure how to overcome this obstacle, but for safety's sake, he decides to distance himself. Following this, Hit attempts long-range attacks to probe Toppo's defenses. Destruction. Toppo bellows, channeling his destructive power, utterly unfazed by Hit's attacks as they strike him. Boom. As he hurls the sphere of destruction, Hit attempts to evade, only to discover that this energy sphere possesses a strange property. Everything it touches disintegrates into a myriad of stars and vanishes. That energy, it is destruction. But destruction is not. The Supreme Kai of Universe 11 is gripped by terror, while he had previously been puzzled by Toppo's divine aura. The truth begins to dawn on him. Indeed, destruction is the power that belongs to our gods of destruction. Let me be frank. Toppo is, in fact, the candidate for the god of destruction of Universe 11. The Supreme Kai of Universe 11 proclaims with pride, while Whis merely shrugs, relishing the astonished expressions of those around him. Chapter 38, The Tournament of Power, Part 15. As the words of the 11th Universe's Supreme Kai lingered in the air, an overwhelming shock enveloped everyone present. The arena already harbored the presence of the formidable Jiren, and now the addition of a god of destruction candidate left the crowd feeling desolate. Goku, you can do it. I believe in your victory. In the midst of this gloom, Krillin suddenly rose from his seat, summoning all his strength to shout towards the arena. Witnessing this, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and others quickly joined in the chorus of support. Beerus and Kampa, too, were moved by the fervor of Krillin and his companions. What of a mere god of destruction candidate? It's nothing to fear. Broly, Hit, Caulifla, take them all down. Goku rallied, undeterred by Jiren's might. No matter who stands before us, we will clear them from the arena. In an instant, the audience erupted with fervent cheers, resonating throughout the void. It seems we have a reason we cannot afford to lose. Despite his injuries, Goku smiled, a sight that momentarily stunned Jiren. Indeed, Kakarot, we cannot falter. Vegeta, Gohan, And even androids 17 and 18 stood fearless in that moment. How naive. Jiren scoffed at their innocent faith, for in his world, only the strong deserved anything. With a thunderous punch, Goku was sent hurtling away, only for Vegeta to follow up with an assault. The androids employed a kite tactic, keeping their distance. And their teamwork was impeccable, yet it was no match for overwhelming power. 20 times KO Ken. Goku, after crashing to the ground, sprang back instantly, charging at Jiren with astonishing speed. Vegeta, seeing his rival snatched away, shouted, "Kakarot, you coward!" Screaming with newfound strength, Goku's attack made Jiren take notice, albeit slightly. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, ascending from the ground to the skies, Goku's energy surging as he roared defiantly. Jiren, however, remained stoic, showing no signs of exertion, not even a bead of sweat. Seizing an opening, he unleashed a swift kick that sent Goku reeling, followed by a brutal onslaught of throws and strikes, culminating in a devastating hammer blow from above. With a resounding crash, Goku plummeted into the ground, blood spilling from his lips, feeling as if his entire body had been shattered. Meanwhile, in his God of Destruction form, Toppo was wreaking havoc, disregarding Hit's attacks with contempt that irked the latter. Why are Hit's attacks ineffective against Toppo? Krillin pondered aloud, to which Beerus casually explained, "It's destruction. Toppo envelopes himself in destructive energy." "How can that be? Isn't that impossible to penetrate?" Krillin queried, to which Beerus replied, "Yes and no. Toppo's mastery of this energy is not yet refined. He requires time to gather it, providing an opportunity. However, without an attack capable of breaching this energy, it is futile." Reverting to the arena. This marks the end for Universe 6's assassin. Justice and evil are irrelevant now. Only victory and survival matter. Destruction. Toppo focused his energy into a singular force, growing ever larger. As he amassed this colossal energy, Hit began to sweat nervously. Just when he was pondering how to counter, a figure dashed forward and, with a single hand, pinned Toppo to the ground. Boom! The interruption of the destructive energy triggered a cataclysmic explosion, splitting the arena in two. You vile scoundrel! Toppo, struggling against the ground, turned to see a pair of bloodthirsty, feral eyes. Indeed, after being flung aside, Broly had descended into a state of frenzy, consumed only by the desire to fight. Unconcerned with Toppo's intentions, Broly seized his head and relentlessly slammed it into the ground. Yet, due to the protective layer of destructive energy, the ground posed no threat to Toppo. Futile. But Toppo's glee was short-lived as he found himself hoisted into the air. Broly gripped his head with one hand and his legs with the other, forcefully driving Toppo's body against his knee. Bang! Toppo felt a surge of excruciating pain. Crashing to the ground, utterly astonished that his once proud destructive energy had been so easily breached by Broly. Destruction. He gritted his teeth and climbed back to his feet, attempting to unleash destruction once more, only to be swatted aside by Broly. Are you a snail? Your speed is akin to that of a tortoise. Indeed. Although Toppo had transformed into a god of destruction, his speed was alarmingly sluggish, primarily due to his lack of proficiency with his destructive powers. On the other side of the battlefield, Goku, having been knocked down, gasped for breath. Jiren was overwhelmingly powerful. Neither Super Saiyan Blue nor the 20-fold Kaioken could inflict any damage upon him. I now understand your strength. Prepare to witness my ultimate technique. With that declaration, Goku exited his Super Saiyan Blue form and ascended to the mountaintop, raising his hands high. Father, you aren't thinking of using that, are you? Gohan, gazing at Goku in his base form, instinctively sensed what was to come. Jiren, though unaware of Goku's intentions, noted the determined expressions of the others and found himself intrigued, refraining from initiating an attack. Everyone, please lend me your energy. Goku called out, and the members of Universe 7 comprehended his request, promptly raising their hands. Take it, Goku. Let Jiren experience the might of Universe 7. Krillin was the first to comply, gathering a luminous orb of energy that floated towards Goku. Oh ho ho, it's that technique. A rather unpleasant memory for me, but feel free to use my energy. The unconscious Frieza, having regained consciousness, saw Goku preparing his move and raised his hand, channeling his power toward Goku. Countless orbs of energy converged, coalescing into a resplendent sphere that expanded rapidly above Goku's hands. It's coming, it's coming! Goku exclaimed with exhilaration, only to soon realize the gathering of energy was progressing too slowly. No. I need more time to gather it. Damn it. However, Jiren stood with his arms crossed, allowing Goku the luxury of time. I can wait for you. For you. This is a special technique, isn't it? Unleash your full power. Jiren's words momentarily stunned Goku, who then retorted, You are remarkably generous. But don't say I didn't warn you, Jiren. Chapter 39. The Tournament of Power, 16. Jiren's calmness was terrifying. Even upon witnessing the spirit bomb in Sun Wukong's hands, he remained utterly unperturbed. His demeanor suggested that he was ready to counter any technique thrown his way, embodying a philosophy of absorbing the opponent's greatest attacks only to retaliate with far superior strength. This was Jiren's signature style. In the audience, the god of destruction from Universe 11 spoke with arrogance, as if victory was already within his grasp. So this is it. This technique is indeed intriguing. Who would have thought that a lower-level universe could possess such a move? This match is truly worth watching. On the edge of the stands, a few figures clad in the garb of gods of destruction sat, their appearances unsettling. They were the god of destruction from Universe 1, Yuan, the god of destruction from Universe 5, Yarak, and the god of destruction from Universe 12, Jin. They showed a keen interest in the spirit bomb unleashed by Sun Wukong. Buzz. The colossal energy sphere that Sun Wukong held illuminated the entire void realm. As the energy ceased to swell, the spirit bomb was finally complete. Completed. Jiren, you better not regret giving me this time to prepare. Go. Spirit bomb. The gigantic sphere broke free from Sun Wukong's grasp and hurtled toward Jiren below, obliterating all obstacles in its path. With eager anticipation, the crowd watched as the spirit bomb enveloped Jiren entirely. Just as they prepared to cheer for what they believed was victory, a sudden and thunderous shout startled everyone. The spirit bomb, astonishingly, began to rise slowly, revealing Jiren within its grasp. What? Sun Wukong was taken aback. The power of the spirit bomb was no trivial matter. Time and again, he had vanquished formidable foes with this very technique, yet against Jiren, it seemed utterly ineffective. Jiren effortlessly lifted the spirit bomb with one hand and began to push it back. Sun Wukong felt a powerful force pushing against him as the spirit bomb sped back towards the space between them. Gritting his teeth, he activated his Super Saiyan Blue form, propelling the spirit bomb once more toward Jiren. However, Jiren simply raised his other hand, reversing the situation again. Tenfold KO Ken. Jiren remained unflappable. Observing this, Sun Wukong unleashed all his strength with a 20-fold KO Ken. At last, Jiren was compelled to react. He roared, and the spirit bomb surged uncontested from his direction, reaching Sun Wukong in an instant. Sun Wukong was engulfed by his own spirit bomb, cries of anguish escaping him. Moments later, the spirit bomb erupted. Boom! A violent shockwave radiated outward, leveling everything around. The audience from Universe 7, along with the competitors present, were left dumbfounded by the spectacle. The explosion obliterated a third of the arena, leaving a massive crater filled with lightning, yet Sun Wukong was nowhere to be found. The cacophony of destruction also affected Broly and his companions, who turned to witness a dazzling burst of light erupting from the opposite side of the arena. An intense whirlwind swept across the battlefield, impacting even those far removed from the epicenter. It was hard to fathom what kind of technique could yield such catastrophic results. It's worth noting that the arena itself was constructed from a material even harder than the thunder steel produced in Universe 7. At last, Ultra Instinct Goku. You were about to emerge, while others may have been oblivious. Broly was acutely aware that Goku was on the verge of unlocking a new power, one that transcended all previous transformations. Where did he go? Yes, indeed. The two diminutive beings, though astonished by the earlier confrontation, expressed concern upon noticing Goku's sudden disappearance. Why? Why hasn't Goku returned to the stands? If he hasn't come back, then where is his presence on the stage? I cannot sense Goku's energy. The elder Kaioshin suddenly articulated the grim possibility that everyone had been reluctant to consider. It was only then that the members of Universe 7 realized Goku might truly be gone. They rushed to the railing, crying out his name in despair, but received no response. Could it be that you have truly been defeated, Sun Wukong? Beerus gazed gravely into the abyss, his mind racing with questions. Since Sun Wukong was obliterated by his own technique, Jiren of Universe 11 would face no repercussions. The Grand Priest announced this unforeseen outcome, and all members of Universe 11 rose to bow. With this, the mightiest warrior of Universe 7 had been eliminated, leaving the remaining contestants vulnerable to Jiren's overwhelming strength. The god of destruction from Universe 11 wore a smug grin. Without Sun Wukong, Universe 7 posed no threat. The two diminutive beings in the Omni King's throne exchanged glances before preparing to erase Sun Wukong's image from the divine iPad. Just as their fingers were about to make contact, the entire arena began to quake violently. What is happening? The entire arena, no, the entire Void Realm was trembling. As confusion spread, a colossal beam of light shot skyward. That power was all too familiar to Universe 7, prompting them to rise and gaze at the crater with anticipation. Emerging from the light was a figure, slowly rising. And Universe 7 erupted in joy. It was their spiritual pillar, their dearest friend, Sun Wukong. Humph, as expected. Frisia was well aware of the extent of Sun Wukong's resilience, so he remained unfazed when Sun Wukong was engulfed by the spirit bomb. Could the king of transformations truly fall? Impossible. Lord Beerus, what are your thoughts? Beerus pondered, it's coming. As the beam dissipated, a silhouette enveloped in azure and silver flames emerged, revealing Sun Wukong. His form was unprecedented, with silver streaks in his hair and silver pupils, though his aura was restrained. It radiated an impending explosive potential. If he were to unleash it, the devastation would be cataclysmic. Jiren stepped forward, and Sun Wukong subtly turned to meet his gaze. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared beside Jiren, who instinctively evaded the attack. Sun Wukong swept his hand in a fluid motion. Bang! The two collided, and the point of contact sent ripples radiating outward. It seemed that Sun Wukong had not merely survived the explosion. His presence and energy were unlike anything witnessed before. In the audience, murmurs of astonishment filled the air, even causing the gods of destruction from Universe 11 to waver. Bang! Topo fell to the ground, bloodied and battered. His body riddled with wounds as crimson flowed steadily, staining the earth beneath him. Before him stood Broly, a cruel smile etched upon his face. Chapter 40. Wrath. In a moment of desperation, Topa attempted to rise, only to be forcefully pinned down by a foot on his head. His destructive power, which had once seemed formidable, now crumbled under Broly's overwhelming might. Damn you, you demon! Topa seethed. Broly erupted into laughter. Oh, how hypocritical of you. Aren't you the one who constantly preaches about justice? Just look at your pitiful state now. Humph, the god of destruction? Lord Topa, the god of destruction. Such is the facade of your hollow justice. Broly's words pierced Topa's heart like a needle. He had fought for justice all his life, earning the respect and applause of the people. Yet, this man before him dared to belittle that very concept. Enraged, Topa vowed to never allow justice to be sullied, even if it meant becoming the embodiment of destruction himself. Topa pushed against the ground, striving to lift Broly's foot off him, determined to make this mocker of justice pay dearly. Still struggling? Broly pressed down harder. Topa staggered, almost collapsing, but gritted his teeth and pushed up again. Topa, your notion of justice is extreme. You have no right to decide anyone's guilt, let alone eradicate them. Each of Broly's words struck Topa's spirit like a resounding bell, intended to erode his resolve from within. Topa, do not heed his nonsense. We are the proud team, a team beloved by the people. Do not let his words sway you. From the audience, Tiz urged loudly, his fellow team members steadfastly gazing at Topa. Humph, a bunch of meddlesome fools. Realizing that verbal attacks were futile, Broly unleashed a powerful kick. Bam! Broly was taken aback as his foot was suddenly seized. Before he could regain his composure, Topa roared in fury and hurled himself upwards. Bam! 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 Grasping Broly's ankle, Topa executed a 360 spin, smashing him into the mountainside, causing it to shatter with each impact. Yet, Topa's assault was far from over. He now wielded his destructive power with newfound mastery, invigorated by his teammates' encouragement. His entire being brimming with potent destructive energy that Broly could not withstand. However, Topa would not allow this demon to escape so easily. With relentless force, he continued to slam Broly while simultaneously gathering a sphere of destructive energy. He no longer required time to charge his power. Broly, startled, realized that he had previously overcome Topa's destruction only because he had taken too long to charge and because he had exploited the openings in his attacks. But now, Topa seemed to have evolved, instantly unleashing the destructive sphere, which struck Broly squarely. Boom! Broly was sent flying, rolling across the ground for hundreds of meters before colliding with the mountainside, finally coming to a halt. Ugh! The pain in his chest was excruciating, as he felt that destructive energy coursing through his body, slowly eroding his own strength. Broly. In the audience, Zampa watched in horror as Toppa reversed the situation, overpowering Broly. Panic surged within him. The end was near, and if Broly were eliminated, the sixth universe would be doomed. Beside him, Bardoss clenched her fists, concerned for her disciple's fate. Ha ha ha. Well done, Toppa. Make that scoundrel understand the justice of Universe 11. Let him know the consequences of insulting justice. Wei Mei cheered, excitedly stomping his feet. He had been deeply troubled by Son Goku's revival and his back and forth with Jiren, but now, seeing Toppa regain control, he felt exhilarated. If Toppa could eliminate the sixth universe's main force and then join with Jiren, no one would be able to thwart Universe 11's victory. It was time to end the sixth universe's demons. Destruction. Following Wei Mei's command, Toppa began to condense a sphere of destructive energy, aiming to finish Broly once and for all. Thunderous roars accompanied the massive sphere as it surged forward, obliterating everything in its path with unstoppable force. Just as everyone believed Broly was finished, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Uft! Scalding blood splattered onto Broly's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. He felt no pain, no discomfort. Raising his head, he saw a familiar figure gradually materializing before him. It was Gabe. Be Broly. We cannot lose you, even if I am the weakest. If my sacrifice can ensure your safety, it is worth it. The sixth universe is my home, and I refuse to let it suffer harm. Uft! Gabe coughed up blood again, his frail body drenched in crimson, gravely injured. Gabe! A furious roar erupted as Vegeta hurtled toward them at incredible speed. Broly's mind blanked, unable to hear anything around him, as memories of Gabe flooded back. Their first encounter, Gabe eagerly introducing him to everyone. The mishap on Salad Star that damaged Gabe's door, Gabe showing him around his workplace, cheering him on during matches, and now, Gabe stood before him, battered and bloodied, taking the hit for him. Thud, thud, thud. Broly's heart raced violently, an overwhelming fury igniting within him. Humph. The demons of the sixth universe must be eradicated, Toppa declared, once again gathering destructive energy. Yet, just as he was about to unleash it, Broly's furious roar echoed through the void. Clenching his fists, an uncontrollable, ferocious energy surged forth, darkening the already dim realm of nothingness. The howling winds screamed like vengeful spirits, and thunderous roars shook the very fabric of the void. Broly's hair flickered between green and gold, his pupils shattered, losing all semblance of reason. As he radiated a bloodthirsty crimson glow like a ferocious tiger, the violent green aura erupted, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the arena, leaving everyone gasping for breath. Crack! Accompanied by a deafening sound, a colossal bolt of lightning tore through the void, unveiling a cosmic panorama that dazzled all eyes. Broly, in his full power. P.S. Gabe has finally completed his sacrifice. Let the applause resound. Broly unleashed his full might, a gift for his comrades, and in the next chapter, witness how the most fearsome and brutal scion carries the day. Chapter 41. Overwhelming. The transformation of the space left all present in awe. As a tremendous force erupted from Broly, radiating outward, the entire arena was enveloped in a surreal spectacle reminiscent of a galaxy. On the opposing side, Toppa was already taken aback by the scene before him, instinctively retreating. Indeed, this was a primal instinct, a timeless law of the food chain. The fear when confronted by a ferocious beast, the trepidation in the face of a formidable foe. On the other side of the arena, those engaged in combat with Jiren halted their skirmish, captivated by the anomaly produced by the void. Jiren gazed at the surging green energy, a rare seriousness etched upon his face. The power was overwhelmingly immense, nearly engulfing the entire arena. This was Broly's aura from Universe 6. What had transpired to provoke such fury in him? Oh no! Gohan exclaimed in confusion, while Caulifla, without hesitation, dashed towards Broly, sensing an ominous premonition. Above the void, under Broly's influence, a phenomenon akin to a dragon siphoning water manifested, as spirals of energy cascaded down, obliterating everything in their vicinity. At that moment, the void resembled a hellscape. In the stands, as the number of spectators dwindled, the Grand Priest rearranged the seating, causing the audience from 3 universes to huddle together. Gulp! The onlookers, witnessing the cataclysmic power, could not help but swallow hard. Even the gods of destruction felt discomfort in the presence of such energy. Indeed, It was this very force. Beerus, with a grave expression, recalled the first time he encountered Broly, sensing trouble. He had detected an unstable element within Broly's being. If left unchecked, it could spell disaster, and now that disaster had finally come to fruition. Meanwhile, Kampa, no longer jesting, questioned with a serious demeanor, "Is this your doing, Beerus?" Beerus shook his head, while Whis from Universe 7 interjected, "The situation with Broly may be linked to the Scion race. Scions generate immense energy when in a state of extreme rage. Surely, it is due to Caulifla's influence that Broly has transformed into this state." Whis' words offered some clarity, yet the usually composed Vegeta could not remain calm. He sensed the overwhelming strength, but with only 10 minutes remaining in the match. The sudden emergence of Broly had completely disrupted his plans. On the arena floor, Broly had surpassed his limits and entered his full power form. He appeared drastically altered, his hair shifting from golden to emerald green, gaining volume and muscle mass, his height soaring close to 3 meters. At this moment, Broly had completely lost his sanity. Consumed by rage, with only the desire to fight remaining in his mind. With a ferocious roar, he charged at Toppo, causing the ground beneath him to collapse as he lifted off. "You vile demon of Universe 6, I shall obliterate you. Destruction, destruction, destruction." As Broly surged towards him, Toppo concentrated, conjuring spheres of destructive energy. Boom, boom, boom. The spheres struck Broly but merely produced wisps of white smoke, leaving Broly unscathed. How? How is this possible? Toppo exclaimed in horror, retreating. Yet, in that moment, Broly was upon him. Broly roared as he unleashed a punch. Toppo raised his hands in defense, but the sheer might of Broly was overwhelming, and he was instantly driven into the ground. Boom. The entire arena trembled. Toppo. In the stands, the competitors from Universe 11 felt a surge of anxiety for Toppo. The force of that punch was something they would not dare to withstand. With no other recourse, they could only pray for Toppo's endurance. But this was merely the beginning of Toppo's nightmare. Observing the enraged Broly, hit side and activated his time skip technique, swiftly scooping up Kaba and hurling him off the stage. TCH, Beerus. Kampa, engrossed in the spectacle, was displeased at the sudden interruption. Yet Kaba was a key player and needed saving. Boom. A sudden explosion echoed as Kampa turned to see the arena's ground beginning to crumble. What was already a dilapidated stage fractured into several pieces. Not enough. Not enough. Ha. Broly cackled, delivering brutal punches that Toppo struggled to endure. He raised his arm, preparing to counter with a destructive sphere, but to his astonishment, Broly crushed the newly formed sphere with ease, seizing Toppo and swinging him violently. Bang, bang, bang. Toppo was treated like a mere punching bag, nearly losing consciousness from the blows. Then, Broly lifted him effortlessly, gripping his head. Toppo, refusing to submit, clutched Broly's arms tightly. But the berserk Broly was not one to be deterred. With a monstrous roar, Broly unleashed a powerful wave of energy, sending Toppo flying. Kill! 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 Broly bellowed, pursuing Toppo and delivering a devastating chest blast that sent him hurtling through the air. Following that, Broly clenched his fist, and 5 radiant green beams erupted from between his fingers, launching them at Toppo, all striking true. Boom! Toppo exploded like fireworks in midair. Meanwhile, Vegeta, watching from the sidelines, was drenched in cold sweat. Faced with Broly's relentless assault, Toppo had no means of retaliation. This was the candidate for God of Destruction, being so effortlessly ravaged by Broly. Simultaneously, the audience could hardly bear to watch. Broly's cruel methods seemed intent on annihilating Toppo. The competitors from Universe 11 incessantly appealed to the Grand Priest. However, rules are rules. As long as Toppo remained alive, the match would persist. In the air, Toppo plummeted rapidly while Broly raised his arm. In his palm, a luminous orb grew larger, and with a malicious grin, he hurled it forth. The energy sphere sped away, and Toppo, battered and bruised, found himself unable to evade. Helplessly watching as the impact loomed closer, Toppo screamed in agony as the colossal energy propelled him onward, hurtling towards Jiren and the others. Meanwhile, Broly charged forward, relentlessly pursuing him. Chapter 42. Indomitable with each step, Broly left a deep crater in his wake, his imposing figure resembling a heavy armored tank that crushed everything in its path. He was coming for them. Startled by Broly's reckless charge, Gohan quickly dodged aside. Broly was utterly chaotic, disregarding the small hill before him as he barreled through with sheer brute force. Dodge quickly as Broly approached, showing no signs of halting. Number 17 instinctively pushed number 18 aside. That scoundrel. Die. Number 18, visibly displeased, raised her hand to unleash an attack on Broly, only to be restrained by number 17, who shook his head in disapproval at her confusion. At that moment, Broly halted, scanning the group with a sinister grin that sent shivers down their spines. In his eyes, everyone was merely prey. With a thunderous crash, Toppo was propelled by a sphere of energy, nearly flying off the stage when Jiren extended a single hand to halt it. Observing Toppo, who appeared almost cooked under pressure, Jiren furrowed his brow at the sight of his fractured limbs and contorted body. A flicker of anger crossed Jiren's gaze as he pushed Toppo off the stage, leaving him in the care of his comrades from the same universe. Back in the audience, Toppo was quickly surrounded by his teammates, who were alarmed by his injuries, especially Kakarot, who burst into tears. Hey, Compa, are all your universe's fighters demons? How could you be so brutal? The god of destruction from Universe 11, burning with rage, directed his ire at Compa. Although Compa felt a twinge of cruelty, the reprimand from his counterpart extinguished any guilt he harbored. This was a matter of life and death. It was fortunate they hadn't killed anyone. What do you want me to do about it? After all, Broly was one of their own. How could they allow outsiders to criticize? Indeed, the caliber of a destroyer reflects the quality of their universe. Their quarrel drew the attention of the Grand Minister, who, with a smile, inquired if there were any issues between Universe 11 and Universe 6, offering his assistance. Both were instantly taken aback, quickly shaking their heads, realizing how absurd it would be to seek help from someone so powerful. As the audience settled into silence, the battle on stage raged on fiercely. Number 17 and number 18 circled Broly, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts to distract him, while Gohan seized the opportunity to gather energy for a Kamehameha. However, their strategy soon faltered. With a sudden lunge, Broly closed the distance to number 18, seizing her by the neck and forcefully slamming her to the ground. With a resounding crash, number 18 was driven into the earth, twitching momentarily before her body fell limp. Number 18, Krillin, her husband, was instantly alarmed upon seeing his wife assaulted. He attempted to leap over the barrier toward the stage, only to be restrained by his comrades. Are you insane, Krillin? If you go up there, you'll only be signing your own death warrant. You won't help her. You'll be obliterated by the Grand Minister. Piccolo's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. He had never witnessed an android so easily incapacitated. However, Krillin pounded the ground in frustration, feeling powerless as a husband unable to protect his wife. After incapacitating number 18, Broly turned his attention to the fleeing number 17, realizing Broly's intent. Number 17 quickly distanced himself. Yet Broly, with a menacing grin, suddenly charged toward Gohan, who was still gathering energy for his attack. Oh no, Gohan thought, hastily releasing the Kamehameha. Yet Broly, undeterred, charged through the blast, advancing toward Gohan with relentless determination. Ha ha ha, you're finished. Broly's laughter echoed as he savored the final struggles of his prey. Curse you. Gohan, veins bulging in fury, unleashed all his energy against the approaching Broly. With a thunderous explosion, the Kamehameha surged, engulfing Broly completely. Well done, Gohan, Piccolo shouted, proud of his student. But disappointment was imminent from the radiant energy. A massive hand emerged, grasping Gohan's, and abruptly halting the Kamehameha. In Gohan's panicked gaze, Broly delivered a knee strike to his abdomen, following up with a brutal barrage that showed no mercy, even as Gohan's arms twisted painfully. Gohan. Piccolo lost his composure. Recalling his earlier advice to Krillin not to act impulsively, now he found himself in the same predicament. Jiren, let us pause our battle for a moment and subdue this rampaging beast. Goku, witnessing Gohan's agony, suggested to Jiren. However, Jiren's brow furrowed. In his mind, he resisted the notion of allowing Goku to return for support, intending instead to use Broly to eliminate the remaining competitors on stage. Yet, haunted by the memory of his master's murder in his youth, Jiren felt a deep-seated aversion to such a course of action. Finally, he nodded in agreement with Goku's plea. Jiren silenced the voice in his mind and followed Goku. Gohan's cries echoed, while Broly reveled in the sound, perceiving it as a symphony of despair. Let him go. Suddenly, number 17 teleported beside Broly, delivering a fierce punch to his face. But the immediate pain that followed made number 17's expression shift to one of shock. Broly merely turned, disdain etched on his features. Did you skip breakfast? Insect. With gritted teeth, number 17 activated his protective barrier, attempting to repel Broly. To his astonishment, Broly pierced through the seemingly impenetrable shield with a single hand, seizing number 17 by the throat and lifting him effortlessly. In Broly's grasp, Gohan and number 17 struggled violently. Chapter 43. Call me the demon Dai, you insignificant ants. Broly exerted his strength with both hands, leaving Gohan and Android 17 gasping as if their throats were being crushed. Just as despair enveloped them, a figure suddenly appeared beside Broly, radiating a blue-silver aura, with a finger pressed to his forehead. It was instant transmission. In an instant, Goku soared through the air, delivering a powerful kick that struck Broly's body. Yet, Broly merely trembled slightly. Goku's Ultra Instinct was not in its complete form, so while it had some effect, it was minimal against Broly. Ha ha ha, useless, Kakarot. Is that so? Broly's words had barely left his lips when a voice echoed from behind. He turned to find a massive foot coming toward him. Bang! Broly staggered back 2 steps. When he looked up, he saw Jiren enveloped in a crimson aura. Jiren was momentarily taken aback. That kick had the force to eliminate the ultimate warrior of Universe 3. Although it was not his full strength, it was not something that could be easily brushed off. Clap, clap. Broly brushed off the dust from his body, revealing a disdainful smile. The ultimate mockery. Jiren's eyes narrowed as he unleashed infinite impact, sending countless invisible attacks rushing toward Broly. Do you think a technique you've already used will work again? Broly scoffed, enduring Jiren's infinite impact with his formidable physique. As Jiren closed in, Broly retaliated with a powerful punch that struck Jiren squarely in the face, forcing him back several steps. Impossible. Wei Mei was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding on the arena. He knew Jiren's strength all too well, yet he could not fathom that the so-called strongest warrior would be pushed back by anyone. The battle raged on, with Broly's fists raining down upon Jiren like a torrential downpour, producing dull thuds with each impact. Simultaneously, Jiren retaliated against Broly. Neither fighter defended against the other's strikes, opting instead for a clash of raw power. Let me show you something spectacular. With a thunderous roar, Broly erupted with intense energy, instantly sending Jiren flying. Then, with a flicker of red light in his eyes, Broly unleashed Jiren's own infinite impact against him. Countless green afterimages surged forth, overwhelming Jiren. Bang! 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 Jiren, witnessing this, rarely resorted to using both hands for defense, but he found himself continuously forced back. Yet, Broly relentlessly pursued him, akin to a bulldozer, pushing Jiren far away. Both the fighters present and the audience were astonished by Broly's monstrous learning ability. This guy, is he a monster? Jiren's technique. And Broly learned it just by watching. Tien Jinhan broke out in a cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. How does it feel to be struck by your own technique? Quite delightful, isn't it? Faced with Broly's taunts, Jiren finally lost his temper. He unleashed an astonishing crimson aura that enveloped the entire arena. He moved with incredible speed, appearing before Broly in an instant, throwing a punch that connected with Broly's face. Bang! Broly was sent flying, but Jiren immediately pursued him. Broly steadied himself, colliding once more with Jiren. The realm of nothingness was filled with the shockwaves produced by their clash. At that moment, Goku suddenly appeared near them, delivering a punch to Broly's head. Broly, sensing the attack, swiftly grabbed Goku's arm, spinning him around before hurling him toward Jiren. Goku collided with Jiren, both being sent flying. Kakarot, you will be the first to fall. Broly felt an inexplicable urge, no matter whom he battled. Whenever Goku appeared in his line of sight, he instinctively regarded him as the primary target. Come on. Goku leaped forward, closing the distance in an instant, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, their fists raining down like a torrential storm. Bang! 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 Goku's eyes flickered with intensity as his blue-silver aura diminished with the ongoing battle. With a mighty roar, he channeled all his strength into a single punch. Bang! Though Broly braced himself, he was still sent staggering back several meters, a noticeable scratch marking his chest. Left by Goku's blow, Broly's fury ignited. Kakarot! 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 Boom! A pillar of green flames shot into the sky. Broly's rage surged once more as he charged toward Goku. opening his arms wide to ensnare Goku's neck before slamming him forcefully into the ground. Bang! Goku was driven into the earth with tremendous force, nearly losing consciousness. Goku! The warriors of Universe 7 shouted anxiously from the sidelines. But Broly paid them no heed. Instead, he seized Goku by the ankle and began to slam him against the ground. "You monster! Let go of my father!" Gohan roared, radiating an incredible aura. "Monster?" Broly sneered. "No, I should be called a demon." "Ha ha ha." Broly turned and charged at Gohan. "Run, Gohan! You're no match for him." Goku, lying on the ground, reached out in an attempt to stop the impending disaster, but Broly was already upon them. Gohan, his expression grave, prepared to resist with his remaining strength. However, just as Broly's fist descended, a figure suddenly appeared, tackling Gohan to the ground. It was Goku. He had used instant transmission to save Gohan. Yet, Broly's fist did not halt. What should have been a missed blow instead connected with Frisia's face. Who had been behind them? "Hey, calm down. I'm Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe." "Ah!" A scream echoed as Frisia was sent flying. Spitting blood, Frisia regained his balance and furiously shouted at Broly, "You despicable creature. How dare you make me your scapegoat?" He glared at Broly, seething with rage. "You fool. You dare to strike the Emperor of the Universe. Let me show you the power of Golden Frisia." Yaha! With a flash of golden light, Frisia was enveloped in a golden sheen, transforming into Golden Frisia. However, before he could launch his attack, Broly was already upon him. Chapter 44. The Tragic King Frisia. Allow me to showcase the might of Golden Frisia. No sooner had Frisia's words left his lips than Broly swung his massive fist, crashing down with a resounding impact that nearly sent Frisia's head flying. Following that, Broly unleashed a relentless barrage of punches. Bang! 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 "Damn you, wretched monkey. Do not let your arrogance blind you." Frisia, infuriated by the assault, erupted with a golden-red aura, clenching his fists and retaliating without a second thought. Yet, Broly's massive hand merely crushed Frisia's feeble punch within his palm. "What?" Frisia gasped in shock as he attempted to pull back, striving to liberate his arm from Broly's grasp. His face contorted in agony, sweat pouring down his forehead, but he found himself unable to escape Broly's hold. Suddenly, Frisia felt a surge of heat in his head, realizing Broly's hand was pressing down upon him, fingers curling in a painful grip. "Ah!" Frisia's eyes bulged in pain as he struggled violently, kicking and thrashing, attempting to strike Broly with every part of his body. "Is this the power you wish to demonstrate?" Broly grinned wickedly, increasing the pressure, his fingers sinking deeper into Frisia's skull, distorting it further, causing his golden form to fade away. "Hey, you mustn't kill him, Broly," Paper urged urgently, trying to intervene, though Broly was in a frenzied state. He was aware of the fundamental rule: to kill under the watchful eyes of the Grand Priest and the Omni King would only lead to his own demise. With a cold chuckle, Broly released Frisia, only to deliver a powerful kick that sent him flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. "Just wait. Though I am restrained now, I shall be the one standing at the pinnacle in the future." At that moment, Broly craved power intensely. He yearned to be free, unbound by the will of others. He wished to act without worry. Yet here he was, hindered by a mere competition, feeling utterly restrained. "Enough. I have had enough. Arriving in this world, I have been mistreated, scorned by the god of destruction, and my dearest friend is on the brink of death because of me." He was furious, infuriated beyond comprehension. He sought to end this competition. He would obliterate this wretched place into the heavens. "Ha-ah, yeah." Broly clenched his fists, roaring in rage. All around him, spectators were bewildered, unable to comprehend what Broly intended to do with the immense energy he was gathering. "It is time to conclude." Explosive meteor. With a leap, Broly unleashed a multitude of energy spheres from his core, delivering an overwhelming assault in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the energy spheres contacted the ground, they detonated in a spectacular explosion, prompting the competitors on the ring to scramble for safety. However, they soon realized Broly's target was not them, but rather the very arena beneath their feet. Has he lost his mind? Someone stop him. This will ruin the competition. Everyone was taken aback, watching in disbelief as the arena visibly disintegrated, while the rest of the universe trembled at Broly's reckless actions. Hearing the commotion, the Grand Priest turned to the Omni King for guidance, but the Omni King merely clapped in delight, exclaiming how beautiful the fireworks were. The Grand Priest smiled slightly before informing the crowd that the Omni King refused to intervene. TCH. Jiren, stop him at once. Vegeta gritted his teeth, dissatisfied with this blatant unfairness. Goku, bring that fool down. Beerus, with a dark expression, felt equally displeased, yet the Grand Priestess' words indicated no intervention, leaving it to the fighters on the stage. Without needing further prompting, Goku and Jiren prepared themselves, bending their knees slightly before rocketing towards Broly with immense speed. You wish to impede me? Down you go. Broly's emerald aura flared as he converged his hands, transforming the explosive meteor into a super explosive sphere. Boom. The colossal energy sphere plummeted downward. The only choice left for the two was to withstand it. If they did not resist, the arena would be annihilated, and they would all perish. Jiren bellowed, resolute in his decision to disperse this energy, while Goku, under Broly's pressure, entered the Ultra Instinct mode once more, this time with even greater mastery. He clasped his hands together, the Kamehameha ready. But just as they were about to unleash their attacks, a dark figure zipped past them, hurling curses as it did so. Goku recognized the figure, his son, Gohan. What is happening? 10 seconds prior, Gohan, witnessing the energy mass Broly was gathering, devised a plan to use Frieza as a shield against the energy blast. Yes, Frieza. After all, he is already dead. Taking this hit should pose no issue. Gohan stumbled over to Frieza, who, after enduring a brutal beating from Broly, lay helplessly as if his body were in pieces. Gohan, you little brat. Upon realizing Gohan's intentions, Frieza struggled desperately. This was no trivial matter. That colossal energy sphere would obliterate him if it struck, though I may be dead. Go, Frieza. You bastard. Ah, Gohan. I will not forgive you. With all his strength, Gohan seized Frieza by the tail, swinging him with all his might, and at the peak of his effort, he released him. Frieza shot through the air like a comet, racing past the onlookers. Returning to the present. Ah! Frieza screamed in terror, the sheer magnitude of the energy body overwhelming. Unbeknownst to him, Broly hurled the energy sphere, which collided directly with Frieza. Boom! 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 The ferocious force struck Frieza, who struggled to raise his hands, feeling excruciating pain upon contact. What is this thing? Watch me deflect it. Ah! P.S. Today I had intended to update twice, but my friends said the updates were too few. Initially, I hesitated to comply, but the enthusiasm of my friends was too compelling. Thus, for one significant boost, I shall add another chapter. For 2 significant boosts, I shall add 2 chapters today. In other words, 2 significant boosts will yield 4 chapters today. I shall keep my promise, and dear friends, please watch advertisements to enhance the gifts. Chapter 45, One Against Many. Boom. The moment the energy blast engulfed Frieza, a colossal explosion erupted. The force of this explosion shattered the very fabric of the Void Realm. At this moment, the Void Realm was devoid of chaotic spaces, replaced instead by an expanse of pristine white. There was nothing but white everywhere, reminiscent of the hyperbolic time chamber, utterly empty. The floating arena was left in ruins, battered by the aftershocks, with only a few small patches of solid ground remaining. The spectators were left in awe, witnessing the transformation of the Void Realm by Broly's power. Swish. Android 18 from Universe 7 returned to the stands, unconscious, her attire torn from the blast. 18. Krillin rushed forward, cradling her in his arms, tears welling in his eyes. He quickly fed her a senzu bean, and soon she began to awaken. Krillin. Yes. It's wonderful. You're okay, 18. Krillin wept like a child, vowing in his heart never to let 18 partake in such perilous battles again. Not just him, but even Gohan had returned to the stands. Universe 7 had suffered the elimination of 2 fighters due to Broly's explosive display. Yet, Frieza, at the epicenter of the explosion, did not return to the stands, leaving everyone uncertain of his fate, whether he had perished or fallen into some crevice. My apologies, everyone. I couldn't make it to the end. Gohan expressed his remorse, and Piccolo patted his head, producing a senzu bean to offer him. Gohan, you did exceptionally well. Truly, you've given your all. Now, take a seat and rest. Yes, Lord Beerus, Uncle Piccolo. Huff, huff, huff. Broly descended from the sky, landing on a stone. Gasping for breath, the overwhelming energy he had unleashed had taken a toll on him. He scanned the surroundings, searching for the others. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air as a powerful leg swept towards the back of Broly's head. Sensing the threat, Broly crouched down to evade the attack. only to see Jiren, covered in dust and with his clothing shredded, revealing his muscular form. What is the matter? Your movements seem considerably slower. Was it my explosion that did this? Broly mocked, but at that moment, another figure appeared and sent Broly flying. Bang! Broly crashed into another boulder. He looked up to see Goku standing alongside Jiren. Not only that, but several more figures stood behind them. Android 17, Vegeta, and Frieza, who was battered and bruised with his tail severed. One must acknowledge Frieza's resilience. Surviving such a massive explosion is a rare testament to his vitality. Broly, you are too dangerous, so I must ask you to leave. Goku's brow furrowed. He had witnessed the elimination of 18 and Gohan, yet he chose not to intervene, knowing their injuries were severe and that further conflict would only prolong their suffering. What? You wish to surround us, mighty warrior? Just then, Hit and Caulifla appeared behind Broly. Broly turned and barked, "Get lost. We do not require the assistance of two weaklings." What did you say, you brute? Do you wish to fight? Caulifla, inheriting her predecessor's fiery temperament, was ready for a brawl. However, Broly had no intention of wasting time on such trivial matters. Clenching his fists, he shouted at Goku, Jiren, and the others, "Come on." Ha, 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 ha. The sheer arrogance emanating from Broly astonished everyone present. Even in the face of top-tier fighters like Goku, Jiren, and Vegeta, he remained unfazed. At that moment, Broly embodied the essence of a true conqueror. In both Blue Star and this world, one often hears the proclamation of divine will. Gods are the masters of this realm. Some are born to reign, while others become outlaws. These are the choices determined by the divine. But Broly did not subscribe to such beliefs. He sought to live for himself, to live for his own freedom, whether it be the god of destruction, the grand priest, or even the mightiest Xeno, all are included. Angering him will result in their demise. As Broly lifted his gaze, his bloodthirsty, savage eyes sent a chill down the spines of those opposite him. Even Caulifla and Hit involuntarily stepped back, creating distance from Broly. They were unaware of the ominous transformation that had taken place within him. This dark aura, why had it suddenly manifested around Broly? Unlike any previous presence, this energy was familiar only to Goku and Vegeta. It was reminiscent of the malevolence he had exuded during the tournament between Universe 6 and Universe 7. Moreover, Goku and the others now realized that Broly's energy was continuously escalating, seemingly boundless. No longer willing to remain passive, they recognized that an opponent like Broly was unlike any they had encountered before. Without further ado, they unleashed their powers, releasing their energies in a vibrant display. Boom! The myriad colors of their auras intertwined as the five charged towards Broly. Yet, Broly simply extended his arms, pushing aside the obstructive Hit and Caulifla. His eyes gleamed with intensity. Kakarot! 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 Broly, prepare yourself. Broly's chilling laughter echoed as he engaged them in fierce combat. Bang! Broly sent the weakened Frieza flying with a punch, then followed up with a swift elbow strike to Vegeta's face, causing blood to spew from his mouth as he was sent reeling. Meanwhile, Goku took the opportunity to kick Broly in the face, while Jiren simultaneously struck Broly's back. This created a pincer attack. Bang! Broly's body emitted a deep thud, yet he merely smirked, seemingly impervious to pain. He suddenly lunged forward, seizing Goku and Jiren's hands and feet, then executed a powerful spin, flinging them away. Broly's assault was far from over. He unleashed a fierce burst of energy, swiftly closing in on the nearest Jiren. As Jiren attempted to counter, Broly brazenly lifted him off the ground. Then, with a violent clash, Broly slammed his head against Jiren's back. Broly stood alone against the multitude, lifting Jiren in a display that left everyone in awe. P.S. Brothers, shall we continue with more updates? Let us keep it going. Viewing a few ads will quickly achieve that. Chapter 46. Deep Blue Vegeta. The Prince's outburst. Bang! A fierce collision caused Jiren to cry out in pain, his body nearly bent at a 90-degree angle by Broly's overwhelming force. Jiren, in the audience, clutched his hair in disbelief, astonished that a formidable opponent like Broly would appear at the Tournament of Power. Moreover, judging by the current situation, Broly was clearly dominating. Hee, Whis exclaimed, time remains 7 minutes. Universe 11 has only one fighter left. Universe 7 has 3. Yet, our Universe 6 still boasts 4 warriors. The tide of battle favors us in terms of both numbers and strength. How will you win? Kampas was brimming with confidence, resembling a victorious little man. provoking a desire to strike him. Behind him, Vados, although pleased with Broly's performance, appeared troubled, determined to investigate Broly's condition once the match concluded. Humph. Kampa. Do not get too cocky. This is far from over. Beerus scoffed, crossing his arms, his nonchalant tone betraying the discontent etched on his face. Indeed, Kampa. Do not revel too soon. The outcome remains uncertain. The Supreme Kai of Universe 11 echoed Beerus' admonition, chastising Kampa for his arrogant demeanor. Due to Kampa's status as a god of destruction, the other universe's fighters refrained from speaking out, though disdain brewed within them, and cheers of encouragement grew louder, drowning out Kampa's smug laughter. On the arena, as Broly tormented Jiren, the remaining fighters pounced back into action. Among them, Goku exhibited remarkable speed, effortlessly closing the distance to Broly's side in the blink of an eye. Broly. Goku's voice caught Broly's attention, prompting him to shift his focus onto Goku. In a swift motion, Goku launched the first strike, landing a punch squarely on Broly's nose. However, Broly remained unfazed, absorbing the impact with his face. In retaliation, Broly delivered a powerful blow, then seized Goku by the hair, forcefully slamming him into the ground. Goku quickly escaped the hold, retaliating with a kick to Broly's nape. Though even in his mastered state, Broly's physical prowess remained formidable. With a sudden movement, Broly appeared behind Goku, swiftly seizing both of his arms and driving his knee into Goku's back, lifting him off the ground. Aya! The excruciating pain elicited a cry from Goku. Just then, Vegeta launched an attack. Seizing the opportunity as Broly turned his head, Goku executed a swift maneuver, striking Broly atop the head. With all his might, the blow resonated, leaving Broly momentarily dazed. Goku then forcefully pushed off from Broly's chest, launching him toward Vegeta, who was readying his final flash. Die, you monster! Final flash. With a flourish, Vegeta's hands came together, unleashing a powerful beam of energy that engulfed Broly's form. Haha. This is the consequence of underestimating Lord Vegeta. Vegeta laughed maniacally as the power of his final flash intensified. Boom! An explosion erupted, shrouding the arena in smoke. Vegeta, believing he had vanquished Broly, felt a rush of triumph. One mustn't be too complacent, lest they be humbled. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, clearing the smoke, revealing a massive hand before Vegeta. Broly, with his arm bent, seized Vegeta by the neck, forcefully pinning him against a rock. The immense strength shattered the stone beneath them. Broly pressed Vegeta's head down, declaring, "Little Prince Vegeta, let us repay the injuries your father inflicted upon me." Hee. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock, overwhelmed by Broly's ferocity, leaving him feeling utterly powerless and desperate, unable to muster any resistance. Thud, 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 thud. Broly's fists rained down upon Vegeta, causing him to tremble as the ground beneath him cracked. Yet amidst this relentless assault, thoughts of Bulma, Trunks, and the newborn Bra surged in his mind. I cannot lose. Bulma and the others are waiting for me. I cannot lose. I must not lose. Vegeta roared skyward, unleashing a fierce aura, transforming into his Super Saiyan Blue form. Unlike before, this transformation radiated pure, overwhelming power. His hair shifted from light blue to a deep blue, his aura thickening into a darker hue. An immense energy emanated from Vegeta, pushing everything around him away, even forcing Broly back several steps. In that moment, Vegeta's eyes sparkled with determination as he delivered a powerful punch. Broly reacted swiftly, crossing his arms to block the blow. Yet, with a smirk, Vegeta's deep blue aura exploded forth, propelling Broly backward. Well done, Vegeta. Since Broly had dominated the battlefield, Beerus had been seething with frustration. However, witnessing Vegeta push Broly back, he could not help but bellow, releasing his pent-up irritation. Uncle Vegeta has broken his limits. Gohan wore an excited expression, with his father surpassing his limits, and now Uncle Vegeta doing the same. Hope for a turnaround flickered. Truly remarkable, Vegeta. In the arena, Goku swiftly joined Vegeta in battle. Yet, to Goku's surprise, Vegeta shouted at him, "Stay out of this, Kakarot. I can handle Broly on my own." Vegeta exuded newfound confidence. The proud Vegeta had returned, relishing his new form. However, pride often invites downfall. Broly suddenly unleashed a shockwave, surrounding himself with a green protective barrier. Vegeta's fists met an impenetrable wall. As he stood bewildered, Broly delivered a crushing knee strike to Vegeta's abdomen. Ugh! Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, while rising in his throat. Boom. An explosion reverberated as Jiren clashed fiercely with Hit. The enhanced Hit deftly evaded Jiren's relentless assaults, darting left and right to find an opening, then forming a seal to unleash a time-lock technique. Jiren's body froze, immobilized in an instant. Subsequently, Hit manipulated the time lock with his left hand while raising his right, conjuring a purple energy sphere in his palm, compressing it further. Jiren, this ends now. Meanwhile, the observing Caulifla remained unaware of the shadow lurking behind her. P.S. I almost forgot to express my gratitude for your support. My friends, thank you all for your efforts. Here's an extra chapter for you. Love you all. Starting the day after tomorrow, I will update 3 chapters daily, and perhaps even more. Of course, the motivation to increase the updates is self-evident. As long as my dear friends offer their generous support, I shall strive tirelessly to craft engaging and delightful tales to share with you all. Chapter 47, Brutal Tactics. Bang, 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 bang. Broly displayed his might, standing firm against 3 opponents without faltering. The intense clash of their battles stirred a tempest of shattered stones. Meanwhile, perched upon a nearby rock, Caulifla observed their fierce struggle. However, as she became absorbed in the spectacle, she suddenly felt a gust of wind behind her. A surge of crimson energy enveloped her in an instant. It was Frisia, who had mysteriously appeared at her back, rendering her immobile. Oh ho ho ho. How do you like this technique? It's called nightmare pressure. Can't move, can you? The deep red energy sphere confined Caulifla tightly. Breaking free would take time. Yet, Frisia showed no mercy, using telekinesis to hurl the surrounding debris towards Caulifla. You despicable fiend. You dare to ambush me. Oh ho ho ho. You from Universe 6 are truly naive. This is a life-or-death situation, and you think I would hold back? Down you go. Frisia roared, his fingers splayed wide, unleashing a powerful thrust that sent Caulifla hurtling towards the edge of the arena. Caulifla struggled valiantly, but just as she was about to tumble from the stage, an energy sphere shot towards Frisia, interrupting his attack and granting her instant freedom. Who dares? Frisia bellowed in annoyance, only to see Hit, who was controlling Jiren, extend his hand towards him. Humph. You interrupted me, so you shall not escape unscathed. Ah. With a malevolent grin, he pointed a finger at Hit, intending to return the favor. You bastard, you'll not succeed. Suddenly, Caulifla rejoined the fray, landing a punch on Frisia, who was sent crashing backward with a loud thud. Hit smirked, but soon felt something amiss. His energy was being siphoned away. He quickly turned to see Jiren, who had previously been immobilized, now beginning to stir. Ah! Jiren roared, unleashing tremendous energy within Hit's space, causing it to fracture. Veins bulged on Hit's forehead as he channeled all his strength into the conflict, their energies colliding with a sound akin to shattering glass. Jiren's icy gaze fixed on Hit. What? Hit gasped in disbelief, realizing that despite enhancing his abilities through the time skip, he was utterly powerless against Jiren. This realization left him feeling utterly defeated. With gritted teeth, Hit charged at Jiren. If his techniques were ineffective, then he would have to resort to brute force. Yet, as an assassin, he was ill-suited for close combat. Jiren's fierce glare unleashed an invisible assault that sent Hit sprawling. Blood poured from his mouth, and he now comprehended the monstrous adversary Broly was up against. Farewell, assassin from Universe 6. Jiren coldly pursued Hit, then, before Hit's astonished eyes, he clasped his hands and struck with tremendous force. Boom. Hit cried out in agony as his body pierced through the ground. In a flash, Hit returned to the stands, where his fellow eliminated competitors rushed to offer their concern. However, Hit was not in the mood for idle chatter. His gaze remained fixed on Broly in the arena. The fate of Universe 6 now rested solely upon Broly's shoulders. As for that reckless Caulifla, Hit held no hope for her. Ha ha ha. What is the matter? Is this the extent of your abilities? Broly's fists pounded relentlessly, while number 17 and the deep blue Vegeta were forced into a defensive stance, gritting their teeth as they desperately resisted the onslaught of Broly's powerful blows. With Goku's Ultra Instinct having faded once more, only 17 and Vegeta remained to hold back Broly. This is infuriating. This frustrating battle vexes me. Vegeta seethed in anger. Having finally surpassed his limits only to be dominated, it made him question his very existence, especially after witnessing Goku's last explosive display before the Ultra Instinct wore off, where he fought Broly to a standstill. Why is Kakarot always ahead of me? And I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Vegeta's pride propelled him to once again break through his limits. In that moment, his aura erupted with unmatched intensity. Kakarot, Broly, watch me surpass you. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with fierce determination as he unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, transitioning from defense to offense, leaving number 17 momentarily stunned. Bang! With a powerful strike, Vegeta successfully repelled Broly. Humph! Is that all the legendary science amount to? Vegeta smirked, confidence radiating from him as his newfound strength revealed a disdainful demeanor towards his opponents. Broly, clutching his abdomen, suddenly trembled. Vegeta and number 17 exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of Broly's current condition. Ha ha ha! Broly erupted into laughter, shaking uncontrollably as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Vegeta, irritated by his laughter, shouted, "What are you laughing at, you fool?" "I'm laughing at how foolish you are." In an instant, Broly charged forward. His massive form delivered a knee strike directly to Vegeta's face. Following that, he pressed a sphere of green energy against his abdomen, sending Vegeta flying without a sound. Vegeta, damn it! Number 17 rushed forward to intercept Broly, but without even glancing. Broly swatted him away effortlessly. Humph, a foolish puppet. Broly then turned back to Vegeta, who had barely steadied himself, only to see a massive foot descending upon him, crashing him into the ground. Vegeta, Goku roared from behind Broly, landing a punch squarely on Broly's face. Yet Broly merely grinned menacingly, absorbing the blow. At that moment, number 17 joined the fray, wrapping his arms around Broly's back. However, the fallen Vegeta stood tall again, launching relentless attacks as the three engaged in chaotic combat once more. Broly, bearing the weight of number 17, relentlessly struck Goku, while Vegeta attempted a counterattack from behind, only to be repelled by Broly's swift kick. Immediately after, Broly grasped number 17 by the collar, tossing him to the ground with ease. The fierce struggle between the three was met with Broly's overwhelming brutality, leaving them all prostrate on the ground, howling in agony. "This little game of pretend is over," Broly declared, grasping both Vegeta and number 17, positioning them against his chest. Green energy surged forth as they screamed, instantly blasted away by the force. "Kakarot, I refuse to accept this. Do not let Universe 7 perish. I implore you." As he fell from the ring, Vegeta raised his arm, condensing all his energy into a sphere, hurling it towards Goku. Universe 7, number 17 and Vegeta are eliminated. Chapter 48. The Battle of 3. After Broly vanquished Android 17 and Vegeta, Kappa was beside himself with joy. Moments ago, he had expressed regret over Hit's elimination, but now he was nearly bursting with laughter. "Brother, how does it feel to have two contestants eliminated at once in the final moments?" Kappa teased, leaning in with a smug grin that made Beerus lose his patience. With a swift motion, Beerus delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed throughout the arena, leaving Kappa dazed, as well as the competitors from Universe 7 and everyone present. "Beerus, how dare you strike me?" Kappa exclaimed, bewildered. "How could I not? You annoy me." Beerus shot back, retaliating with punches aimed squarely at Kappa's face. The two exchanged blows with fervor, quickly ending up with bruised faces. Just then, a cold voice interjected. "Perhaps we should consider replacing these two deities. Their noise is unbearable. Indeed, it is far too distracting to enjoy the match," chimed in the two diminutive figures. The Grand Priest smiled, prompting Beerus and Kappa to kneel in submission. "Then you two shall remain quiet for a while." "Yes, yes, yes." They nodded fervently, terrified of incurring the wrath of the Omni King. Meanwhile, having consumed a Senzu bean, Vegeta rushed to the edge of the arena, his eyes fixated on Goku, who was slowly rising to his feet. "You must not lose, Kakarot." Back on the stage, after Hit's exit, Jiren assessed Broly and Goku, then glanced at Kefla and Frieza. He decided it was best to eliminate the trash before savoring the victory. With a sudden burst, Jiren propelled himself toward Frieza and Kefla. Frieza, in his golden form, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, while Kefla appeared to be effortlessly dodging them. The combined strength of their fusion far surpassed Frieza's. For Kefla, this was merely a way to pass the time, playing with the golden punching bag. Yet, at that moment, Kefla sensed an impending threat. A red figure was rapidly approaching, targeting them. Frieza too felt the overwhelming power drawing near, and they instinctively halted their attacks. They were about to face a monster, one even stronger than a god of destruction. "It's coming. I already know." Kefla and Frisia reached a silent agreement. Their only chance of survival lay in combining their powers. With a thunderous crash, Jiren landed before them, radiating an aura that made them both uncomfortable. But now was not the time to be at ease. Come at me together. I'm in a hurry. Jiren beckoned with a dismissive wave, his expression dripping with disdain. Kefla could no longer contain herself. With a burst of green energy, she launched a kick at Jiren. But he effortlessly sidestepped her attack and grasped her by the leg, lifting her upside down. Why don't you take a little trip down? Kefla's anger flared as she unleashed a red energy cannon from below, directed at Jiren. With a mere scoff, Jiren retaliated with a punch, sending the energy blast back at her. Kefla was struck by her own attack, the pain only she could comprehend. Cough. She spat blood, glaring furiously at Jiren before turning to Frisia. If you're still just watching, you won't escape elimination either. Frisia, realizing his intentions had been revealed, sprang into action, launching a punch at Jiren. The two then combined their efforts against Jiren. However, Jiren remained unfazed. The damage inflicted by their attacks paled in comparison to a single blow from Broly. Just as Jiren prepared to clear them from the arena, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Frisia suddenly used a technique to immobilize Kefla, striking her and sending her soaring into the audience. The rapid shift left everyone bewildered. Oh ho ho ho. Jiren, no need to thank me, Frisia said with a sly grin. What do you mean? Even if you knock her out, I will still throw you off. Let us make a deal. I'll assist you in ambushing Goku and that brute, and in the end, I'll concede voluntarily, allowing you to claim victory. How does that sound? Frisia's face twisted into a cunning smile. Hey, Frisia, what are you scheming now? Beerus from Universe 7 was alarmed, fearing Frisia would betray them again. Yet Jiren showed no interest. You talk too much. Leave the arena. With that, he raised his fist, ready to strike, but Frisia retreated, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha. Jiren, you should be the one to be eliminated. Ayah. Frisia's audacious move shocked everyone. A red energy sphere suddenly enveloped Jiren, trapping him. Frisia wasted no time. Knowing his power could only restrain Jiren momentarily, he kicked the sphere, launching Jiren toward the edge of the arena. Everyone gasped in disbelief at Frisia's cunning maneuver. Frisia had been diverting attention all along. Ha ha ha. Victory belongs to me, the great Frisia. His mouth agape in triumph. He had finally dealt with this monstrous threat. But then, crack. Ah! Jiren roared, his fists clenched as the red sphere shattered. Trash. You will pay for this. Jiren seethed, enraged that he had been outsmarted by a fool. With a resounding blast, he prepared to retaliate. Wait. Hold on. Ayah. Frisia's face contorted as Jiren's fist landed squarely, sending him hurtling away. Boom. 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 Frisia crashed through several stone structures before plummeting downwards. Humph. Jiren turned to face Broly and Goku. Yet, as Frisia fell, a floating rock caught him, preventing his descent. Meanwhile, as Vegeta exited the arena, he transferred all his energy to Goku. This revitalized Goku significantly, allowing him to re-enter the Ultra Instinct form during his battle with Broly, enhancing his power tremendously. With each transformation, Goku grew increasingly adept, and the two fighters engaged in a spirited clash. Suddenly, a red figure descended between them, arms outstretched, ready to absorb their attacks. May I join the fray? Thus, the epic battle of three commenced. Chapter 49, The Final Confrontation. 1. The howling wind stirred the hearts of all present, rendering the realm of nothingness eerily silent. No one spoke. Only the chilling gusts swept through the crowd. Ah, how quiet it is. Indeed, it is quite serene. Two little pea sprites giggled as they gazed at the arena, where the final moments of the competition unfolded. Three universes were embroiled in the ultimate battle for the last chance of survival. In the audience, every face bore an expression of grave seriousness. The time to determine victory and defeat had come, and no one wished for their universe to face annihilation. At last, Clint could no longer contain himself. The stifling atmosphere was unnerving. He stood, cupping his hands around his mouth to amplify his voice. Go, Goku. Fight hard. Defeat them. With his rallying cry, others followed suit. Rising together at the barriers, their voices a desperate chorus for the survival of their universes. Lord Beerus, whom do you believe will prevail among the three? Humph. It has begun. Beerus scoffed lightly, acknowledging that only the finest contenders remained on the stage. To hastily declare a victor based on mere preference would only reflect poorly on one's discernment. No sooner had he spoken than the three combatants clashed. unleashing a wave of energy that radiated outward in a magnificent halo. A sinister smile crept across Broly's lips as he unleashed a devastating energy blast directly at Goku and Jiren, who were taken aback by the ferocity of the attack at such close range. Boom! The three were sent reeling, with Broly managing to dig his feet into the ground, leaving deep impressions on the hard surface. With a powerful thrust, Broly propelled himself forward, laughter echoing as he set his sights on Goku, disregarding the nearer Jiren. Bang! Broly rammed into Goku, sending him crashing into the mountainside. Blood sprayed from Goku's mouth as he realized the relentless pursuit of this madman. Yet, all he received in response was Broly's unyielding barrage of punches. Suddenly, Jiren appeared behind Broly, delivering a swift kick that sent both Broly and Goku colliding together. Broly turned to see Jiren unleashing an energy blast, further propelling both fighters away. Well done, Jiren. Keep them down. Humph. What a show-off. The taunt from Vados was met with disdainful glances from Kampa and Beerus, but Vados remained unfazed. Victory was all that mattered. Enough, insects. Broly, fueled by rage, retaliated against Jiren's relentless assault, striking back with a powerful elbow. The clash of their blows ignited fierce determination in both combatants. You two, get away from me. Goku, feeling the weight of Broly's relentless pressure, found himself sharing the pain as well. Clenching his fists, Goku gathered his energy and propelled himself off Broly's chest, sending both him and Jiren flying. In that moment, Broly found himself caught like a filling between two crackers. Enraged, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, taking advantage of their distraction to strike. He first kicked Goku towards Jiren before unleashing a titanic roar. The earth shook with the reverberation of his might, and as the smoke cleared, the silhouettes of Goku and Jiren emerged. Ha ha ha! Kakarot! Jiren! Begone! Broly bellowed, channeling all his power into a radiant green energy sphere that shimmered with brilliance. As he hurled it at his opponents, the energy sphere unexpectedly fractured into multiple blasts upon nearing them. Galactic Omega. Instantly, a spectacular explosion erupted where Goku and Jiren had stood, illuminating the realm of nothingness like daylight. The audience was left in stunned silence, marveling at Broly's astonishing display of power. Just when they thought Broly was overwhelmed, he consistently defied expectations, delivering even greater surprises. Suddenly, Broly furrowed his brow, sensing two brilliant lights flickering amidst the smoke. Two mighty roars erupted simultaneously, and two beams of energy pierced the sky, restoring the white space to its original hue. A silver and a red figure materialized before Broly. In that moment, Goku had transcended his limits once more, mastering the perfect Ultra Instinct, while Jiren had also reached his ultimate state, his muscles bulging more than ever, enveloped in a fiery crimson aura. Just moments before, Jiren had endured the brunt of Broly's devastating attack, and the voices of Tawa and others echoed in his mind. Tawa had orchestrated their transmission. Particularly, their words illuminated the reality that some things could not be attained solely through strength, love, friendship, and camaraderie. In the past, the deaths and betrayals of his comrades had molded Jiren into a silent, solitary warrior, devoid of belief in genuine familial or fraternal bonds. Resentful of his tragic past, Jiren had vowed to become stronger, eschewing teamwork for solitary endeavors, mistrusting anyone, including Tawa and her companions. Yet, as he found himself faltering against Broly, they had not abandoned him. Instead, they offered encouragement, causing the long-frozen heart within him to tremble. "We are with you." The word struck Jiren, bringing him to the brink of tears. Chapter 50: The Final Showdown. 2. At this moment, Jiren brimmed with unparalleled confidence. What he had lost had returned to him. He would become immensely powerful. As Goku faced the onslaught, the faces of all his friends flashed through his mind. Vegeta, Chi-Chi, Gohan, Goten, Bulma, Master Roshi, and Krillin. He could not bear the thought of his universe perishing. He refused to let his friends suffer. In that instant, Goku broke free from his shackles, unleashing the ultimate form of Ultra Instinct. The sheer might of two formidable energies whipped the surroundings into a frenzy, conjuring two swirling hurricanes, one white and one red. As two figures surged forward in unison, before Broly could react, both struck simultaneously, landing powerful kicks to his abdomen. The two were in perfect synchrony, determined to eliminate Broly, the unstable variable, before engaging in their duel. With a pained cry, Broly was propelled through the entire arena. Yet, with indomitable willpower, He grasped a floating rock and returned to the stage. How despicable. 2 against 1 is hardly fair. Seeing Goku and Jiren join forces against Broly sent Kampa into a frenzy. Wasn't it obvious they wanted the 6th universe to perish first? He could never agree to such a fate. Humph. The events on the stage are theirs to decide. We have no right to intervene. Beerus snorted dismissively, uninterested in Kampa's outburst. Whis wore an expression of bemusement, echoing Kampa's previous words. This was a matter of life and death. Simply surviving was already a blessing. So why was Kampa whining? Kampa coughed violently, the words he wished to utter caught in his throat. Indeed, he had once made such remarks. But he had not anticipated this fellow would hold a grudge. Hey, you lot, stop dawdling. Cheer for me. Kampa yelled at the eliminated contestants. His face marred with worry. Time was running out. If things continued this way, defeat was imminent. Bang! Goku and Jiren toyed with Broly like a ferocious beast, rendering him unable to land a single blow. With Ultra Instinct's passive evasion and Jiren's overwhelming power, they pressed Broly back relentlessly. Yet Broly, like a raging tiger, roared in fury. However, it wasn't long before they recognized a significant issue. Though subtle, Broly had begun to evade their attacks, occasionally foreseeing their movements. This was bad. His adaptability was astonishing. It was Jiren's first encounter with such a troublesome foe, one capable of infinitely augmenting his strength. He realized that as long as Broly continued to fight, his power would grow without bounds. Unless they could vanquish him with overwhelming force in one fell swoop, he would soon catch up. This ability was utterly abnormal. Simultaneously, Goku grasped Broly's exceptional trait. He exchanged a glance with Jiren. Both resolved to combine their strength and eliminate Broly at once. However, could their plans unfold as they wished? Broly possessed 3 souls. He was now a being of intellect, fury, and boundless potential. To think they could dispatch him in one go? Such folly! A tremendous roar erupted from Broly, shaking the entire void as he unleashed a ferocious aura. Veins bulged across his body, coiling like a dragon. A sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Extraterrestrials, you shall be the first to taste my wrath. Broly's eyes glimmered with fury, muscles rippling, enveloped in crackling lightning. The green flames that enveloped him roared like a beast, spreading wide. Goku and Jiren were taken aback. This creature was indeed a monster. Before they could register the thought, Broly charged at them, shaking the already battered arena, the ground crumbling beneath him, everything around collapsing. Broly's power had surged to fill the entire void. The two braced themselves. But in a split second, Broly accelerated, ensnaring them with his massive arms, and then heaved them downwards, smashing their heads into the ground. He then dragged their heads along the surface, leaving long imprints in the earth. Following this, Broly forcefully slammed their heads together. A muffled thud resonated, followed by their pained cries as large bumps swelled atop their heads. You scoundrel! Goku growled, biting down on Broly's hand. Recollections of the match on the desolate planet flooded back. The pain of being bitten by Goku was still fresh in his memory. Broly, startled, flung Goku away, nursing his swollen hand. You beast! You're truly formidable, Broly. As Broly released them, Goku and Jiren broke free. Goku chuckled, showing no signs of anger despite the beating he had taken. Meanwhile, Jiren, though stoic, felt exhilarated to face 2 opponents he could not conquer. Yet, this was a battle of life and death, and after a moment of levity, Goku's demeanor turned serious. Come forth, Broly and Jiren. It is time to determine a victor. As Goku's words fell, the voice of the Grand Minister echoed. Attention, all contestants. Only 2 minutes remain. If no victor is declared, or if numbers are equal, then all universes will be obliterated. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the arena. The 3 gods of destruction lost their composure, urgently calling out to the trio. Broly, finish them off. You cannot afford to lose. Jiren, hold nothing back. Unleash your full power. Goku, you must not succumb to them. Absolutely not. Without needing further urging, the 3 understood the urgency. With a resounding crash, they engaged in battle once more. Bang, bang, bang. All restraint was cast aside. Goku was no longer frivolous. Jiren had grown serious, and Broly became even more ferocious. Broly defended against Goku's powerful punch with one hand, and Jiren followed up with a kick. Broly snorted, seizing Jiren's ankle and smashing him down towards Goku. Broly rampaged like a wild beast, wreaking havoc upon the arena. Suddenly, a crimson beam struck Broly from behind, completely unguarded. A gaping wound opened, spilling forth a torrent of blood. P.S. There will be another update tonight. The chapter on the Tournament of Power concludes here. Brothers, let us dive into a new plot together. Please encourage me with gifts. I am grateful. The more support I receive, the more powerful my writing will become. Chapter 51, The Final Confrontation. 3 Cough. Puffed. Scalding blood erupted from Broly's chest, leaving both Jiren and Son Goku momentarily stunned. Blood gushed forth, splattering both of them. Broly collapsed to the ground with a thud. Oh ho 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 ho. Damned wild monkey. Frieza. The crowd erupted in surprise. No one expected this fellow to remain in the competition. The match had been so intense that no one had noticed the presence or absence of any participant, all captivated by the battle. As Frieza emerged, Beerus beamed with delight. Although his methods were dubious, avoiding defeat was all that mattered. Broly. Frieza, are you courting death? Jiren's eyes narrowed, radiating a palpable aura of destruction. He was furious. He was exceedingly enraged by Frieza's audacious sneak attack on Broly. Just as he was about to disregard everything and eliminate Frieza, a delicate hand restrained him. Bardoss shook her head at him, signaling him to maintain his composure. Broly had yet to be declared defeated, so the situation remained uncertain. Ha ha! Splendid. 7th Universe, go Jiren. Defeat Son Goku and that Frieza, and victory shall be ours. With the most troublesome opponent down, the excitement surged within the crowd. Even the angel Margarita, standing behind him, displayed her exhilaration, cheering on. Go for it, darling Broly. Is this truly your end? Bardoss's gaze fixated on the fallen Broly. At this moment, her feelings began to shift. From indifference to concern for Broly, she had evidently come to acknowledge him. I implore everyone, do not associate this with romance. A woman's concern or kindness does not equate to affection. Sigh. Currently, there is no heroine, and if there is, that is a matter for the future. Frieza, why would you commit such an act? Son Goku's eyes blazed with anger, as Broly's blood painted the ground beneath him. Such underhanded assaults were the very things Goku despised. Oh ho 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 ho, Son Goku, you remain ever so naive. As long as victory is within reach, this king will employ any means necessary. Frieza clenched his fist, his gaze filled with ruthless determination. In Frieza's mind, there was only himself. As long as he could win, he paid no heed to methods. He was the malevolent Emperor Frieza. Goku, do not hesitate. Quickly, bring them down. Time is running out. Beerus shouted impatiently, though Goku was furious. He conceded to Beerus's assertion. Alas, it was regrettable that he could not face you in a fair fight. Come, Son Goku. If we can bring this fellow down, victory will be ours. Frieza, in a fit of rage, transformed into Golden Frieza, radiating pride as he envisioned his imminent victory and resurrection. The thought alone stirred a thrill within him. Jiren glanced at Broly before turning away, his expression impassive. Oh ho 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 ho. Do you think I would fear you simply because you were a poker face? Frieza, displeased with Jiren's demeanor, raised his hand and unleashed a beam of light. However, Jiren's eyes widened, and an invisible wall materialized before him, extinguishing Frieza's attack. Yet, amidst the fierce clash of the three, Broly's fingers twitched slightly. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced violently. That. Broly seems to be moving. Krillin, sharp-eyed, noted the motion of Broly while Goku and Jiren were locked in battle. As Krillin spoke, everyone witnessed Broly slowly rising from the ground, his skin inexplicably darkening. With a swift motion, a brown tail shot forth from Broly's rear, the fur standing on end as if startled. In that moment, Broly's eyes glowed crimson, devoid of pupils. His teeth elongated, resembling the fangs of a beast. The wounds on his chest healed rapidly, leaving behind strange markings. Intense heat radiated from Broly's body, and with a ferocious roar, a dark red shockwave expanded from him, annihilating everything in its path. An evil energy swept across the arena. As this overwhelming aura erupted, the three combatants halted. Frieza, about to turn his head, was suddenly seized by an immense force gripping his head. Boom! In the astonishment of Goku and Jiren, a dark figure surged past at incredible speed, leaving them stunned. Roar! Broly's voice had transformed, sounding less human and more akin to a fearsome roar of a tiger. Frieza struggled to break free but found Broly's arm as unyielding as steel. His head scraped against the ground until it collided with a massive stone. Broly delivered a crushing blow, sending him flying, then pinned him against the boulder with a swift kick. You wild monkey, you're still alive. Frieza exclaimed in shock. Yet his only reply was Broly's unrelenting fury. Fueled by hatred for Frieza, every blow Broly landed was imbued with devastating force. The angelic halo above Frieza flickered ominously, as if it were on the verge of vanishing. "Stop it, Broly!" Son Goku and Jiren rushed towards the scene, but Broly roared in rage, lifting his hand and delivering a powerful kick that sent Frieza hurtling away. A thunderous crash resounded as Frieza pierced through the entire arena. Whoosh! Frieza is out. Beerus in the audience lost his composure. Initially, his universe had the most participants, but now only one warrior remained from each universe. Time was running short. Only 1 minute remained. Beerus's heart raced with urgency, and all the gods of destruction wore solemn expressions. "It's your turn now, Kakarot." Broly grinned wickedly, a bloodthirsty and savage aura emanating from him, chilling the air around them. He moved with lightning speed, appearing before the two before they could react, capturing them with a thunderous force. At that moment, Broly was the epitome of strength. With a deafening roar, Broly unleashed a torrent of dark red energy, violently colliding the two together, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks that sent them both flying. Then, with hands outstretched, two beams of dark red energy shot forth. Jiren and Goku, sensing the impending danger, unleashed their ultimate techniques in response. Kamehameha, super explosive wave. The two attacks collided with Broly's beams, instantly altering the very fabric of reality, as the void once again faced obliteration. P.S. The next chapter marks the conclusion of this tournament, and a new story shall soon unfold. The Crisis on Earth. The Android Incident. With the emergence of the sixth universe, Android 21 will soon make her appearance, albeit with alterations from the original narrative. Chapter 52. The Conclusion of the Tournament. Boom. Broly continuously channeled energy through his hands, unleashing two beams of light simultaneously towards his opponents. This fiend's strength is insufferable. He is capable of contending with both Goku and Jiren at once. Krillin clenched his teeth, his expression darkening. If this continues, defeat is inevitable. Krillin. Android 18 gently grasped his hand, her intent unmistakable, even in the face of loss. She wished to perish alongside him, though it would be a disservice to their daughter. Thoughts of their child welled up in 18's eyes, crimson with emotion, while 17 remained silent, harboring his own fears of failure. As Broly's beams relentlessly repelled their assaults, Beerus and Whis wore expressions of uncertainty. It seemed that this truly was the end. Yet, at that moment, Goku and Jiren roared in unison, their auras surging skyward, enveloped in divine radiance as their power escalated once more. Witnessing this, the warriors of Universes 11 and 7 felt a glimmer of hope rekindle within them. In the face of life and death, Goku and Jiren shattered their limits once again, unleashing unprecedented energy. Time and again, they defied the odds, reversing the tide of battle. This dramatic scene would be etched into the annals of the Tournament of Power. Go Goku! Krillin's tears flowed freely as he shouted hoarsely from the stands. Indeed, for Goku, Krillin's voice served as a catalyst. Power surged through him like a tidal wave, erupting forth. Hi-ya! Goku's muscles bulged as energy erupted from every fiber of his being, surging fiercely toward Broly. The beams fired by Broly were gradually pushed back by Goku's relentless assault. Similarly, Jiren, having forged bonds in his heart, felt the weight of his comrade's emotions. He too was unwilling to see this newfound connection obliterated. As the saying goes, the left side falters in the face of a wave, but what of the center? Broly's gaze turned increasingly ferocious as he noticed the beams being repelled. In a fit of rage, he let out a primal roar, and in that instant, the pinnacle warriors from the three universes unleashed their full might. Boom! A thunderous explosion enveloped the arena in blinding light. All present were compelled to shut their eyes against the searing brightness. As debris fell and a thick cloud of smoke veiled the ring, the spectators slowly opened their eyes to witness the devastation. The arena lay in ruins, save for a few shards of stone supporting the three combatants, all of whom had collapsed. With 30 seconds remaining until the match's conclusion, the first to rise would be declared the victor. Otherwise, all universes would face obliteration. The Grand Priest's words resonated through the crowd, prompting all, from contestants to gods of destruction and supreme Kais, to rise and witness to this final act. Jiren, stand up. You are the strongest warrior. Do not succumb to others. The members of Universe 11 shouted fervently. Goku, rise now. Goku, Father, Son, Beerus, Krillin, Gohan, Piccolo, and others cried out in unison. Across the arena, there was little commotion from Universe 6, but suddenly, a small, frail figure approached the railing. Broly, you must persevere. Stand tall. It was Kaba, fully healed, cheering for Broly as he always did. Hearing the chorus of encouragement, the three warriors slowly began to rise from the rubble. Goku, battered and weary, bore a visage of exhaustion. Jiren gasped for breath, experiencing this level of disarray for the first time. Broly, having regained his composure after the explosion, withstood the pain and stood alongside Goku and Jiren. Oh, they all rose simultaneously. Indeed, the two diminutive beings were ecstatic, while the Grand Priest smiled slightly. There remained 20 seconds. His intention was clear. Since they had all arisen together, the battle would continue. Huff, huff, huff. All three were utterly spent. Merely standing was a monumental task. Raising their arms felt burdensome. Yet, at that moment, Broly's innate advantage became apparent. His formidable physique was pivotal in this critical moment. With a thunderous roar, he summoned the strength within, delivering a powerful punch to Goku's face. Goku grunted in response, instinctively retaliating by charging his head into Broly. However, Broly staggered back a step, leading Goku to collide with Jiren, who lost his balance and fell. My apologies, Jiren. Goku's emotional nature had sealed his fate. Goku, behind you. Goku felt a gust of wind at his back, turning just in time to see a fist descending upon him, striking him squarely in the face. In his weakened state, Goku's consciousness faded as he plummeted from the arena. Aha! Broly, you have won. The entirety of Universe 6 erupted in jubilant cries. Bardock smiled contentedly at Broly's performance. Meanwhile, Universes 11 and 7 fell into a heavy silence. Goku and Jiren had both succumbed to unconsciousness. Gohan, poised to feed Goku a Senzu bean, was halted by Beerus, who deemed it better for him to remain unconscious. Tears welled in the eyes of the others as they realized their defeat. Alas, we have lost, yet we remain the proudest warriors. The competitors of Universe 11 embraced one another. The tournament of power had concluded, with Broly of Universe 6 emerging victorious. Thus, the other two universes would face erasure. As the Grand Priest announced the outcome, the members of Universes 11 and 7 braced themselves. Every face bore a resolute expression. Hand in hand, they exchanged glances, as if bidding farewell to one another. Beerus. Kampa's countenance darkened. Despite winning, his brother was on the verge of vanishing, leaving no room for joy in his victory. Beerus cast a glance back, wishing him well. Alas, Goku has lost. Indeed, Goku has lost. Lord Zeno, this is the rule. The Grand Priest timely reminded the two Zeniths, cautioning them against making a misstep. What a dilemma, yet rules are rules. Ultimately, with great reluctance, the two diminutive beings clasped hands, and in an instant, Universes 11 and 7 were erased from existence. Beerus. Kampa's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, yet none fell. The arena was left with only the angels and the members of Universe 6. Now, as the victor, Broly, please state your wish. Any desire you hold can be fulfilled. Indeed, any wish can be granted. The Grand Priest's words hung in the air, and the two diminutive beings looked on with curiosity, eager to discover what wish Broly would make. Chapter 53. The God of Destruction candidate seated upon the stone. Broly was acutely aware that the concept of wishes could be elegantly termed as rewards, yet, in a more candid light, they could just as easily be deemed tests. He felt a sense of relief that he had managed to regain his composure in time. Otherwise, the old version of Broly, in his Navet, might have uttered an imprudent wish. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "Let all the vanished universes be restored." The moment these words escaped his lips, jaws dropped across the assembly. Could this truly be the feral beast from the arena? The very notion of him possessing such awareness was astounding. The gods, along with the angels, gazed at him in astonishment. Broly, are you certain? The God of Destruction, Kampa, was equally bewildered, never having anticipated such a wish from Broly. Ah, indeed. It seems Broly's character surpasses that of the capricious Kampa by a considerable margin. Hey, you scoundrel! How dare you claim my character is lacking? Retorted Kampa, vexed. Meanwhile, two diminutive beings approached Broly with innocent eyes, asking, "Is this sufficient? Is it enough?" The Grand Priest, taken aback by the warrior's unexpected wish, had anticipated Broly would wish for immense power through the Super Dragon Balls. Broly nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I am certain." Please, grant the wish. With a smile, the Grand Priest turned to the Eternal Dragon to articulate the wish. Boom. The magnificent dragon unfurled its wings, transforming into a cascade of golden light that sliced through the cosmos. In that instant, every lost universe was reinstated to its former glory. In Universe 11, Jiren gazed up at the soaring dragon, a tinge of melancholy enveloping him. He had not expected Broly to make such a wish. Clearly, he had misjudged him. He silently hoped for another chance to cross paths with him. In Universe 7, Goku and his companions returned to Bulma's Capsule Corporation, staring up at the sky in astonishment. Broly, it appears he is not such a bad fellow after all, Krillin remarked, nudging Goku with his elbow. Goku chuckled heartily before murmuring, Broly, I look forward to our next encounter. I will become even stronger. Back in the void, Broly had returned to the audience section and was gazing at the unscathed Kaba, ready to approach him, only to be tossed into the air by the other contestants from Universe 6. Kaba cheered, Welcome back, hero. Amidst the festivities, Kampa sulked. Why waste such a splendid wish? Just then, a shadow loomed over him, causing him to look up in fright. He hastily stood and bowed. Grand Priest. The Grand Priest waved his hand, signaling for Kampa to relax, and spoke. The Omni King has considered that any warrior who reaches the final stage must harbor concerns for the well-being of other universes. Kampa, still feeling uneasy, stammered. What if he had made a selfish wish? If he had requested something self-serving, the Omni King would have chosen to erase everything, the Grand Priest replied. At this, both Kampa and the Supreme Kai of Universe 6 were momentarily stunned. With tears welling in their eyes, they turned to Broly, exclaiming, Thank goodness you did not wish for anything else, Broly. How fortunate. Now, esteemed competitors, the tournament has concluded. I look forward to our next encounter. Kampa shuddered. He had no desire to participate in such perilous contests again, yet he politely nodded in agreement. 3 days later, within Kampa's palace, after the tournament of power had ended, Broly had been summoned by Beerus, and the two had remained together for 3 days. Due to the emergence of a blackened version of Broly during the competition, Beerus had concerns about his health and conducted a thorough examination. However, it puzzled her that throughout these 3 days, no abnormalities were detected, leaving her to question the source of the malevolent energy that had radiated from Broly. While Broly had an answer in his heart, he was unable to divulge the situation regarding the old version of himself. Firstly, he was uncertain of how to manage it. That soul was akin to a savage beast. When driven to fury, he found it nearly impossible to suppress, able only to restrain it under non-combative circumstances. Yet, once combat commenced, all bets were off. Secondly, he worried that if he could not contain it, Beerus would take preemptive measures, concerned for the stability of the universe. Thus, for the sake of his own safety, he chose silence, opting to proceed with caution. Fortunately, Beerus did not press the matter further, and after 3 days of examinations yielded no results, she relinquished her concerns. Broly, your health appears normal. Should you experience any discomfort, do not hesitate to seek me out, she remarked with concern. Broly nodded, preparing to return and enjoy a restful slumber. However, just as he was about to leave, Beerus recalled something. Oh, do remember to train tomorrow. I previously promised to teach you some true techniques. Broly's heart leapt with joy. It seemed he would soon learn the ways of destruction. The following day, Broly rose early, donning the meticulously crafted God of Destruction attire prepared by Beerus. This outfit fits quite well, he thought, as Beerus' voice echoed. Indeed. Not only is it a perfect size, but it is also exceptionally comfortable, maintaining an ideal temperature. Come, I shall lead you to the training grounds, Beerus said. Broly nodded eagerly and followed closely behind. On a desolate planet, the environment was far harsher than even planet Vegeta, shrouded in a relentless storm of yellow sand. With visibility severely compromised and extreme temperature fluctuations between day and night. In a sandy desert, Broly sat cross-legged, his eyes closed as if in meditation. Beerus, observing him, nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, Broly's eyes snapped open, revealing his eerie purple irises gleaming with intensity. He emanated an aura of destructive energy, and with a flick of his wrist, 5 small orbs of destruction materialized in his palm. They spun rapidly before soaring forth, crashing into the ground, whereupon the sand was devoured as if by a ravenous demon. Vanishing completely. With applause, Beerus approached Broly, declaring, Congratulations! You have now become a qualified candidate for the role of God of Destruction. Chapter 54. The Crisis on Earth. Listening to the praises of Beerus, Broly's violet eyes gradually returned to normal. He turned to Beerus and flashed a smile, grateful for the teachings imparted by his master. Beerus chuckled softly. Undeniably, Beerus had been tirelessly instructing Broly during these days. After all, mastering the divine power with a mortal body requires not only willpower, but also innate talent. Broly, indeed, was exceptionally suited for the role of a god of destruction, with an unwavering desire for strength and a decisive heart for annihilation, which is paramount. In contrast, Goku would hesitate to destroy imperfect planets due to his compassionate nature, rendering him eternally unfit for the role of a god of destruction. Brushing off the dust, Broly inquired, "Master, what further training is required?" Beerus fell silent for a moment, contemplating Broly's rapid progress. Within merely 3 months, he had already mastered the destructive powers and learned several techniques of a god of destruction. It was undeniable that Broly possessed remarkable talent. Just as Beerus was about to inform Broly of the next training subject, she noticed her staff shimmering brightly. Upon inspecting it, her brow furrowed, realizing the gravity of the situation that had unfolded so soon. "What is it?" Broly asked, sensing that whatever troubled Beerus was not trivial. She turned to him and said, "Let's discuss training later. For now, we must address the crisis on Earth." "Earth?" Broly paused, recalling that it was the Earth of the 6th universe. Having been in the 6th universe for some time, he had yet to visit it. "What has happened?" "Well, the Earth is in ruins, plagued by the arrival of some malevolent force," Beerus explained. Broly's lips twitched at the thought. Earth was indeed a planet beset with calamities. The Earth of the 7th universe had already faced destruction multiple times, and now, the Earth of the 6th universe had barely recovered before facing such turmoil again. Subsequently, Beerus issued the first task, serving as an assessment for Broly. "You shall resolve the crisis on Earth." "How should I proceed?" Broly asked, though he was adept at destruction. He was uncertain about handling this particular incident. Surprisingly, Beerus replied, "Do what you deem right. This is a test. Oh, and remember, Lord Kampa must not be informed of this situation, or he will be furious if Earth is destroyed." Broly felt overwhelmed. It seemed the easiest solution, to obliterate Earth, was off the table. With a resigned sigh, he nodded. "Then let us depart." Beerus smiled sweetly and placed her hand on Broly's shoulder, and they transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from sight. On the Earth of the 6th universe, boom. 3 figures ruthlessly unleashed energy blasts from above the city, reducing it to ruins. Flames erupted throughout the city as thick smoke billowed into the sky. The populace scattered like frightened birds. Cries of despair and the thunderous sounds of explosions turned the city into a hellish landscape. The 3 figures appeared to revel in the destruction, leisurely firing energy blasts, allowing the people to flee momentarily before mercilessly eliminating them. Meanwhile, in a certain location on Earth, Beerus brought Broly to the devastated city. Observing the desolation, Broly felt no discomfort. Beerus nodded, preparing to evaluate Broly's performance, ultimately assigning a score. Should Broly score below 8, he would remain merely a candidate for the god of destruction, and she would seek someone else. "Broly, you may take action. Resolve this crisis in your own way," Beerus declared before vanishing into a speck of light. Broly shook his head. Wasn't it simpler to annihilate the place with a single energy sphere? Such complications. However, Kampa had gone to great lengths to protect this Earth, even utilizing the Super Dragon Balls and organizing a tournament. Should this place be destroyed, it was evident that Kampa would be enraged. Sighing, Broly closed his eyes, attempting to sense the presence of enemies, but soon detected something amiss. The overwhelming energy emanated from the east, while the majority of fatalities occurred in the west, with no discernible enemy presence. What could this mean? Broly felt increasingly agitated, pondering the strange circumstances. Boom! Broly surged into the sky, racing towards the location of the numerous casualties. In a secret underground laboratory, a woman clad in a white lab coat, wearing glasses, intently scrutinized the display screens. Beside her lay a sweet-looking girl on an operating table, tubes protruding from her body. "Mom will wake you up soon. Just need this. Just need this," the woman exclaimed, retrieving a small vial from the refrigeration unit. She poured the pink liquid into the girl's body. Moments later, the girl, previously akin to a vegetative state, began to convulse, veins bulging as vitality surged through her. Her appearance transformed. Her skin turned pink, and she sprouted a tail, radiating an aura of ferocity. With a thunderous explosion, everything around the girl erupted into chaos. "What?" Broly furrowed his brow, sensing a sudden surge of immense energy that flickered and vanished. His mind became increasingly muddled. What was happening? One disturbance from the east, another from the west, and now this? Frustration ignited within Broly, and his eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. He despised this feeling. In an instant, he accelerated, causing the air to tremble, followed by a sonic boom. Broly arrived at the new site of devastation, which, like the other cities, lay in ruins. However, this time he had found the source. Suspended in midair, the three figures ceased their attacks upon spotting Broly. Yet, when they turned to face him, Broly's heart sank. The three figures were none other than Android 16, 17, and the goddess of Dragon Ball fans, Android 18. What is going on? This isn't the 7th universe. Could the Red Ribbon Army be here as well? Broly pondered, though his thoughts were interrupted as the trio began to gather energy blasts in their hands, aiming them directly at Broly. However, Broly merely dodged left and right. Dashing towards them, he noticed that although they resembled the androids from the 7th universe, they bore an ominous symbol on their foreheads. Thus, the emergence of Majin Android 18 and Android 17 was officially heralded. Chapter 55. The Demon Majin Bu. Why do the androids, particularly number 18, exist on the Earth of the 6th universe? At first glance, apart from the devilish smile adorning her face, Android 18 appears strikingly similar to her original counterpart. Broly is momentarily taken aback, yet his fists continue to fly, sending Majin 16 hurtling away with a powerful punch. The sound of impact reverberates, with Majin 16's head caving in, exposing twisted mechanical circuitry within, a sight most unsettling. The enemy is too formidable. Number 17, number 18, flee. Seek out our master. Majin 16 urges, pushing the two away, determined to hold off this foe himself. With a fierce gaze, Android 18 retorts, do not fear him, 16. We shall confront him together. However, as her words conclude, Majin 17 seizes her arm and hastily retreats. It's time for them to partake in the game of cat and mouse. Broly does not pursue. Instead, a playful smirk graces his features. They are escaping towards the east, and he intends to catch them all in one fell swoop. Let them flee for now. What are you doing, number 17? 16 is still there. She protests. Do you not sense the power emanating from him? He obliterated 16's head with a single blow. We stand no chance. Staying is tantamount to courting death. We cannot abandon 16. He has already made his choice. We must not squander his resolve. Seek out the master. Trust that he can deal with that fiend. Number 17's reasoning resonates with Android 18, and without further hesitation, they accelerate to their utmost speed, skimming across the water's surface toward their master. Are you prepared to meet your end? I shall not let you pass. Majin 16's eyes flash a menacing red as he charges at Broly. With a mere flex of his arms, Broly effortlessly deflects the assault with a single foot. Damn it! Majin 16 exclaims, frustration mounting as his attack is easily thwarted. Yet, upon utilizing his internal scanning function, he realizes that numbers 17 and 18 have successfully distanced themselves, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Broly observes the relief wash over him. Curiosity piqued, but he soon comprehends Majin 16's intent. Die with me. Majin 16 suddenly wraps his arms around Broly and activates his self-destruct mechanism. His entire form begins to swell, culminating in a massive explosion that obliterates everything within a kilometer radius. Broly, displaying a hint of exasperation, brushes off the remnants of circuitry clinging to him and remarks with disinterest, "Is that it? I expected at least a modicum of entertainment." Well, the hungry tiger approaches. Flee, my prey. Ha ha ha. Broly licks his lips and, in an instant, accelerates like a bolt of lightning, swiftly pursuing androids 18 and 17. The sound of destruction echoes. Majin 17 and 18 glance back in shock as Broly closes in with astonishing speed. Run. Ahead lies our master's position. They grit their teeth, pushing themselves to the limit. With no intention of confronting the relentless Broly, his presence here indicates that 16 is no more. This adversary is truly terrifying. Oh, so that is their stronghold, Broly muses. Gazing upon an empty island devoid of any life or vegetation, overshadowed by a colossal, pulsating mass of flesh that seems alive. Thus, the game of cat and mouse comes to an end. Broly thrusts his hands forward, unleashing two green energy blasts aimed directly at numbers 17 and 18. Sensing the immense energy approaching, the androids are momentarily paralyzed with fear. Yet, just as annihilation looms, a figure suddenly appears before them, effortlessly swatting away Broly's attack. Lord Bu. Both androids exclaim with relief. Majin Buu beckons for them to retreat. Who is this? Broly halts, scrutinizing the figure before him, who bears an uncanny resemblance to the original Majin Buu. Surely this must be the Majin Buu of the 6th universe. After all, the 6th and 7th universes are sibling realms. What exists in the 7th must manifest in another form within the 6th, as evidenced by the likes of 17, 18, and Frost. However, this Majin Buu does not exhibit the mindlessness characteristic of his 7th universe counterpart. His movements reveal a semblance of autonomy. Who are you? Broly inquires. As Majin Buu speaks, his malevolent expression and overwhelming aura far surpassing that of the 7th universe's Majin. Who I am is of little consequence. I am but a sanitation worker, tasked with eliminating the refuse. Broly shrugs, feigning indifference, inciting ire from androids 17 and 18 behind him. You possess quite the bravado. Majin Buu exclaims, gesturing grandly as a tempest whirls towards Broly, who merely sidesteps the attack. With a rip, Broly looks down to find his chest torn. His attire, a gift from his master, now marred. You dare to seek your demise. Broly's forehead veins bulge as he suddenly appears beside Buu, gripping his head to slam him into the ground. Yet, Broly realizes that Buu's form is suspended midair, utterly unmoving. Moments later, a sinister grin spreads across Buu's face as he unleashes a surge of energy, propelling Broly away. Ha! Buu suddenly claps his hands against his chest, letting out a primal roar. With each clap, shockwaves ripple outward, and his physique begins to transform, expanding incrementally. Despite Broly's normal state, few can withstand his onslaught, and it becomes evident that Buu is indeed formidable. Broly folds his arms, observing the metamorphosis with keen interest, eager to witness the full extent of Buu's capabilities. This is an unwavering confidence in power. He intends to compel his opponent to unleash their full might, only to shatter their resolve with overwhelming force. Yet, at that moment, Buu emanates a dark red aura, and his height surges to 3 meters. This is not the great Buu, is it? Broly muses, bewildered. If he has not absorbed the Kaioshin, how has he achieved this form? Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, Buu channels a purple energy into his mouth, and with a resounding blast, a colossal beam hurtles toward Broly. Chapter 56, Android 21. Note: the story of Android 21 is a completely new adaptation, differing from the original work. Boom. The speed of Buu's energy beam was astonishing. In an instant, Broly transformed into his Super Saiyan form and, like a king weaving around a pillar, maneuvered around the beam to arrive beside Buu. Then, to Buu's astonished gaze, Broly unleashed a powerful punch that sent him flying. Boom. Buu crashed into the fleshy tumor, erupting in a shower of blood as the mass exploded violently. The destruction released a torrent of blood that swiftly stained the surrounding sea a deep crimson. Broly gazed upon the island of corpses, taken aback by the sheer number of bodies tightly pressed against the meat walls, each dismembered and mutilated. The wounds bore the marks of teeth, as if the bodies had been gnawed upon. The black carpet beneath their feet was woven from human hair. Moreover, within the tumor, a group of humans with glowing red eyes glared at him with rage. It was clear that they could not be spared. This was merely Earth, should he grow stronger. The entire 6th universe would be at risk. Broly wasted no time. As the janitor of this battlefield, he was ready to begin his cleansing. Boom. Buu unleashed a frenzied barrage of energy blasts. Broly clenched his fists, releasing medium-sized energy blasts of his own, charging forward to neutralize Buu's attacks. Die. Broly's eyes gleamed with determination as 2 energy blasts collided with Buu, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent him crashing into the island once more. You wretched fiend. Buu snarled, biting into the flesh wall and chewing voraciously, reducing the body to nothing but pulp and bone, resembling a grotesque meat grinder. Broly descended slowly, the nauseating stench of rotting flesh permeating the air, deepening his disdain for this grotesque creature. Just as he prepared to annihilate the place, a shocking scene unfolded before him. A group of humans emerged from the tumor, their faces twisted in rage, blood staining their features. Most notably, 2 figures at the front caught Broly's attention, a red-haired and a green-haired pair, his first friends in this world, Chi-Lai and Lemo. How could they be here? Why had they transformed into this dreadful state? Broly's heart raced, and he rushed forward, but Buu seized the opportunity. In a moment of distraction, Buu struck Broly squarely in the face, following up with a relentless assault of blows. As Broly regained his composure, he noticed the M mark on Chilai and Lemo's foreheads, revealing that they too were under Buu's control. If he could eliminate Bu, perhaps everything would return to normal. However, was this merely self-deception? As he prepared to retaliate, a dark red beam surged towards them, a terrifying energy that severed Bu in half. Following the beam, Broly beheld a sweet-looking girl in a white lab coat. Her disheveled brown hair cascading over her shoulders, black-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, and oversized earrings adorning her ears. She cradled a woman who bore a striking resemblance to her. Was she her mother? Who was this woman? Broly furrowed his brow, sensing her immense power, yet detecting no discernible energy from her. Was she also an android? The situation unfolded before him, leaving Broly bewildered. His comprehension of the narrative was rendered utterly useless. You ungrateful woman. Buu's remaining half-body clung to Broly, startling him as it spoke. Wrinkling his nose in disdain, Broly grasped Buu's tail and flung him to the ground. Just as he prepared to stomp on him, Bu held his breath, miraculously regenerating. Buu's infinite regeneration was troublesome, while Broly possessed destructive capabilities. They paled in comparison to his offensive strength. If he could refine his skills further, he could obliterate Bu entirely, preventing any resurrection. Yet, as fate would have it, his training had been interrupted by the chaos on Earth. This battle would undoubtedly be a protracted one. But endurance was his forte. As Broly contemplated, the girl spoke. You have destroyed my years of research and my daughter's memories. Go, Android 21. Tear that monster apart. The sweet girl named Android 21 released the woman and charged at Bu with incredible speed, transforming into a dark red flash as she appeared before him. With one hand, she thrust Buu's jaw upward, while her other hand pierced through his body. A massive energy beam erupted from Buu's abdomen. Boom. The tremendous energy instantly engulfed the island. In that moment, Broly realized the danger. Chilai and Lemo were still near the tumor. He quickly accelerated, scooping them into his arms and fleeing to safety. Aru? Broly looked into their crimson eyes, which resembled feral beasts, and his heart ached. These two had distanced themselves to spare him, and their loyalty moved him deeply. I will restore you both. I promise. With a flick of his wrist, Broly unleashed an energy binding them and turned his fierce gaze towards the battling Bu. You vile creature. How dare you harm my friends? I will end you. Broly roared, his entire being erupting with green energy, the ground beneath him shattering. Boom. Both Bu and Android 21 were taken aback by the surge of raw power. But Bu soon felt a heavy grip on his head, slamming it into the ground. Boom. Broly charged forward, dragging Buu's head along the ground, cleaving the earth in two. Chapter 57. The reason Puu was being propelled forward by Broly, his head firmly grasped, causing the ground beneath him to split apart under the immense force. You worthless creature! How dare you transform my friend into that wretched state? I shall not forgive you. Broly exclaimed, lifting him and repeatedly smashing him against one hill after another. Subsequently, Broly unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, launching a colossal roar towards Puu. Boom. A massive energy pillar soared over 10,000 meters, instantly obliterating everything in its path, leaving a thick trail of destruction across the Earth's surface. The sheer force of devastation was unparalleled, far surpassing anything witnessed before. Meanwhile, 21, standing nearby, looked on with confusion, and inexplicably, she launched an attack on Broly. In a flash, 21 appeared behind Broly, delivering a swift kick. Yet, her strike did not faze him in the slightest. Broly turned, his bloodthirsty gaze flashing red, prompting 21 to swiftly distance herself, sensing an imminent danger. 21, come back. He is not our enemy. A woman on the ground shouted, but 21 remained resolute, pointing at Broly and insisting he is harboring an enemy. Upon hearing this, the woman addressed Broly, Sir, my daughter does not err. You ought to investigate. At that moment, Broly grasped the situation. The daughter she spoke of was indeed the one before him. It seemed she had transformed her daughter into an android. Though the reasons eluded him, Broly had learned a valuable lesson during his time on Blue Planet. Do not hastily draw conclusions without understanding the circumstances. Broly examined his clothing and, to his surprise, discovered a small piece of flesh the size of a grain of rice at the site of a previous tear. The reason he had overlooked it was that the energy emanating from it was nearly imperceptible. However, the structure of an android was distinct. Regardless of thermal energy or life detection, it could be pinpointed in an instant. After crushing the fragment, Broly expected the ordeal to conclude, but suddenly, a wave of heat surged around them, engulfing the area in thick smoke. Is he not dead? The energy belonged to Puu. The white mist began to coalesce, and Puu reformed before their eyes. Not only that, but the creature's power had inexplicably doubled. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down as Puu clenched his fists and emitted a thunderous roar. The clouds above began to shift ominously, darkening the sky as if night had fallen. Puu's strength surged once more as he pounded his chest, causing his muscles to swell dramatically. His height increased from 3 meters to 5, his jaws gaping wide to reveal sharp fangs, a crimson tongue flickering like a ravenous beast poised to strike its prey. Before Broly could react, 21 had already launched her assault. She transformed into a streak of light, striking Puu and causing him to stagger. With her slender hands, she seized his neck and, in a swift motion, conjured a dark red energy sword in her other hand, slicing through Puu's head. Blood sprayed forth as his massive head rolled onto the ground. This woman's prowess was remarkable. Her speed alone surpassed that of Caulifla. Moreover, the weapon she wielded possessed considerable offensive power. Broly could not help but compare her to Caulifla, the strongest fighter of the 6th universe. However, upon further reflection, he realized that Android 21 outclassed Caulifla in every conceivable aspect. The technological advancements in the Dragon Ball universe were indeed astounding. In Dragon Ball Z, Super Saiyan Vegeta was thoroughly defeated by Android 18, and now, the 6th universe had produced a formidable fighter like 21. Broly found himself intrigued by this technology. "Hello, sir. I am Hesterway." As 21 was clearing the battlefield, her mother approached Broly and extended her hand. Broly gently shook it, waiting for her to continue. He was uncertain of her intentions and decided to listen first. "You need not worry. I was once a scientist under Black Satin. In my efforts to restore my daughter's health, I explored numerous methods, all in vain, until the arrival of that extraterrestrial being, Puu." Hesterway recounted the entire saga, revealing the circumstances surrounding her daughter's transformation. 30 years prior, the innocent Hesterway was recruited by Dr. Kuro of the 6th universe to join a research team and participate in the Android project. At the time, she believed it to be a noble endeavor for humanity, dedicating her life's work to it. Soon, under the guidance of Dr. Kuro, the android experiments proved exceedingly successful, and a bond blossomed between them. A year later, they welcomed a son, but their joy was short-lived as greed led humanity into war, resulting in their son's tragic death. The android project was consequently halted. Heartbroken, they soon had a lovely daughter, who became the present-day 21. However, due to an unfortunate incident, 21 fell into a comatose state. Determined to revive her, the couple resumed their experiments, but diverging paths emerged. Dr. Kuro clung to the hope of resurrecting their son, while Hesterway focused on their daughter, resulting in a facade of collaboration while secretly pursuing their separate goals. Not long ago, an extraterrestrial being descended, the creature known as Puu. This monster could articulate human speech and reveal the potential treatment that involved his cells to aid in their daughter's recovery. Yet, fate took a dark turn when Puu annihilated the Black Satin organization and killed Dr. Kuro, seizing control of his island, now known as Meat Tumor Island. Hesterway, fearing for her and her daughter's safety, fled. Today, Hesterway resolved to exact vengeance. She had lost everything: her husband, her son, and even her daughter's memory chip had been taken by Puu. Thus, she planned to use Puu's cells to enhance her daughter's modified form, transforming her into the ultimate warrior to confront Puu. Now, she sought Broly's assistance, revealing that significant threats remained on Meat Tumor Island. While 21 was tasked with eliminating the remnants of Puu, Broly was deeply moved by the gravity of the situation. Recognizing that Puu's actions had wrought such devastation upon the world, a place cherished by Zampa. As they conversed, an unexpected tremor shook the ground. From beneath the rubble, white mist erupted from every crevice, enveloping 21 in its dense embrace. Daughter. P.S. The memories referred to from 30 years ago predate Earth's destruction, and during the cataclysm, their memories were altered by the Dragon Balls, leaving no recollection of those events in their minds. It is advised not to skim through the text, as certain details may be overlooked. That will suffice for the explanation. Please like, save, and offer small gifts. Today is a holiday. I will post as much as I can, not less than before. Chapter 58. The arrival of utter malice. Heather witnessed her daughter enveloped in a shroud of white mist and instinctively rushed forward to save her. However, as an ordinary human, she was flung back by a wave of scorching heat before she could approach. Gazing at the ethereal vapor, Broly realized that Majin Buu had once again returned. Ha! Truly deserving of his title as master. At that moment, androids 17 and 18 emerged simultaneously, followed by a multitude of androids, numbering in the tens of thousands. Beneath the island lay an underwater base where these androids had been stationed, rendering 21's earlier attack merely a facade. Finally, the minions of Bu had revealed themselves. Heather's expression grew grave, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of their numbers. Is this the hidden danger you spoke of? Upon seeing Heather nod, Broly found amusement in the situations. Humans, oblivious to the true nature of power, perceived formidable foes as mere insects in his eyes. Ascending into the air, Broly roared, a horde of worthless scrap. Disappear before me. As he gathered green energy throughout his body, he unleashed a widespread attack, akin to petals scattered by a celestial maiden. Boom. Hundreds, even thousands of androids were instantly reduced to ashes, exploding in a dazzling display reminiscent of fireworks. These tattered dolls. With each punch, Broly dispatched an android as if he were a deity of destruction, unstoppable in his might. Suddenly, sensing a disturbance behind him, he swiftly swept his arm, sending the newly arrived 17 and 18 flying. Bang! Bang! The two crashed into the ground. Yet, at that moment, a powerful dark aura erupted. A thick black mist enveloped the sky, shrouding the entire earth. Crack! A bolt of lightning descended, dissipating the fog, revealing a figure, Android 21. Her appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation. Her eyes were pitch black, devoid of whites, with crimson pupils glowing ominously, and her skin bore strange dark spots. A long tail sprouted behind her. Her aura was exceedingly malevolent, and her energy was escalating rapidly. The dark red flames surged like hellfire, growing ever more intense. The arrival of utter malice. It succeeded. Ha ha ha. Majin 21 reveled in her newfound power, emitting a sound of sheer delight. A being of absolute perfection had been born. With infinite energy and the ability to regenerate endlessly, each revival would double her strength. An unbounded ascent of power. This was the ultimate being he had longed for. Broly's gaze sharpened as he recalled Bardock's tales of the evil sorcerer and the Majin, entities capable of defeating King Salad while merging with the formidable 21. This overwhelming force was far more than a simple sum of its parts. Broly furrowed his brow. This adversary would not be easy to overcome. The mere ability to regenerate was troublesome enough, compounded by the limitless energy of the androids. Even if he were to scatter them, their combat prowess would merely double. Such potential could rival his own. He had yet to acquire the ability of infinite regeneration. Anyone who obstructs me shall meet their demise. Majin 21 hissed maliciously. And in a flash of red light, she appeared before Broly with astonishing speed. With her fingers splayed wide, she conjured a dark red sphere of energy. Boom. Broly raised his arms in defense, blocking the attack. A tingling sensation coursed through his arms, prompting him to shake them off. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Another worthy opponent had emerged. Excellent. Truly splendid. Ha ha ha. Kill. 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 Broly erupted into manic laughter, the soul of the traveler suppressed by the old version of himself. Re-emerging with fervor. Majin 21 was taken aback, unable to comprehend Broly's sudden shift in demeanor. But soon, she recognized him as nothing more than a pure lunatic. Broly roared, and all surrounding energy began to coalesce, the green flames erupting with the force of a volcanic explosion. Boom. Broly charged forth, and Majin 21, undeterred, met him head-on. With a tremendous crash, it was she who was sent reeling. 21. Heather shouted in alarm from below, but this was no longer her daughter. She had been transformed into a monstrous being fused with the Majin. Die. Broly's muscles expanded as his god of destruction attire tore apart, and he seized Majin 21, unleashing a punishing strike that sent her flying. How is this possible? Majin 21 gasped in disbelief, wiping the blood from her lips, her mind racing with questions. Who is truly the monster here? Yet, Broly offered her no respite for contemplation. Now that the battle had begun, it would continue unabated. Broly extended his hand, and Majin 21, filled with trepidation, took a step back, resembling a frightened maiden confronted by a wolf. Caught in Broly's grip, she emitted a piercing scream. The pain was unbearable. Silence. Broly grasped her head and forcefully slammed it into the ground, then lifted his foot and kicked. Boom. The ground crumbled beneath them, and Majin 21's cries echoed as she realized that transforming into the ultimate species had led her to this fate. He could not accept it. ever since consuming the sorcerer. He had gained extraordinary intelligence. This was supposed to be a flawless plan. Why had it unraveled so? Bang, bang, bang. Broly's relentless fists pummeled Majin 21, shaking her to her core. Wait, this isn't how the story goes. She struggled to regain her composure, but Broly seized her tail, dragging her back for another onslaught. This was a case of a scholar encountering a soldier. Reasoning fell on deaf ears. Damn it! Majin 21 clenched her fists, channeling energy for an explosive release. But Broly would not relent. He restrained her with both arms and legs. At point-blank range, Broly grinned cruelly, opening his mouth wide. Boom! In the face of Majin 21's terror, a deafening roar erupted, obliterating her head, followed by the collapse of her entire form. In the end, only her hands and feet remained, the rest of her body annihilated. Chapter 59, The Soul Existence Boom. As the beam of light dissipated, Heather fell to the ground, believing her daughter to be dead. However, before she could shed a tear, white smoke billowed once more. The severed limbs began to twitch, flesh regenerating despite Broly's relentless assault. His ordinary attacks proved futile as the foe continued to thrive. In the depths of his mind, a voice echoed, "Fool, your efforts are in vain against such an adversary." The old Broly sneered, "You worthless wretch, merely observe. If you meddle again, I shall tear you apart. My patience has limits, foolish one. Should you persist, I will send you to join that other being." Indeed, the voice emanated from the displaced traveler. One body housing 3 souls was already an outrageous phenomenon. And now the emergence of the old Broly posed an insurmountable challenge. Despite attempts to suppress him, the moment battle commenced, control would slip away. No one desires such a grave threat lurking within their own being. Although an outsider, it was undeniable that both he and the old Broly were intruders, each vying to consume the other for ultimate control. Survival of the fittest, even at any cost, is an unchanging law. The old Broly gritted his teeth. Yet he understood that he was incapable of annihilating this repulsive entity. "What do you propose?" "Of course, I shall consume you." The traveler's soul suddenly opened wide, tearing and devouring the essence of the old Broly. He sought to become himself, unwilling to share dominance within a single body. Having already absorbed the new Broly, only the old one remained. Seizing the moment when the old Broly's focus lay externally, the traveler launched an offensive. Strike while he falters. The overconfident fool, disdainful of ambush, had unwittingly granted an opportunity. "Farewell, Broly. From now on, I am the sole existence. Allow me to consume you willingly." "Do you think I fear you, mere insect?" Roaring with all his might, the old Broly prepared to retaliate, yet at that instant, the formidable android 21 had fully recovered and pierced Broly with a single strike. Blood gushed forth, surrounded and assaulted by both the traveler and android 21. The old Broly was inadvertently eliminated. Crack! The souls merged, and the traveler ascended to become the sole authority. No longer would he worry about the old Broly's ambitions. He was free. Ha ha! Blood spewed from the pierced Broly as he erupted in maniacal laughter. The agony was unbearable. From this moment forth, I alone shall remain. Android 21 was utterly bewildered, questioning the man's sanity as he changed before her eyes. Broly licked the blood from his lips and, in a state of ecstasy, closed his eyes. With the fusion of 3 souls, the traveler was set to inherit the combined prowess of both Brolys. A layer of purple energy enveloped Broly, exuding a terrifying aura infused with destructive power. In truth, the traveler had not deceived the old Broly. To resolve the current predicament, embracing destruction was the only path. Destruction is the eternal nemesis of infinite regeneration. The fused Broly would experience a comprehensive enhancement in both destructive force and combat prowess. Buzz! An overwhelming pressure descended, crushing everything in its vicinity. The remaining androids in midair were slammed to the ground, as if the earth itself had transformed into a magnetic force, binding them tightly. Moments later, the androids were obliterated in a cataclysmic explosion. "What is this?" Android 21 exclaimed in panic, feeling an oppressive weight upon her. Upon gazing at Broly, the source of this pressure became clear. He had been grievously wounded, yet here he was, radiating such formidable power. Broly's destructive force had surged beyond limits. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his purple gaze striking fear into Android 21, sending chills down her spine. The power of a god. Broly's body began to visibly heal, the gaping wound in his abdomen mending swiftly. "Pooh, I present you with 2 choices. Willingly vacate this body, or I shall force you out," Broly stated calmly, commanding her to choose the former. "How dare you? I am the ultimate species, the most perfect being in this universe. How could I possibly be defeated by you?" Android 21 roared, her aura exploding as she conjured two dark red orbs of energy, poised to attack. But Broly merely raised a hand, slicing through her energy with a wave of purple force, cleaving her in two. The split Android 21 stared in terror at her irreparable form. When she lifted her gaze to Broly again, she was met with his commanding eyes. For the first time in her long existence, she felt true fear, surpassing even the dread of her defeat by Salad King. Who is this man? Yet, Broly's response was to grasp her head tightly, delivering a devastating blow to her chest, unleashing destructive energy that wreaked havoc within her form. Puu shrieked in anguish. Broly understood that Puu's fusion was merely parasitic, not true amalgamation. With precise control over his destructive force, Broly obliterated the parasitic entity within Android 21. Soon after, she reverted to her original form. P.S. As this is a tale of transmutation, the protagonist cannot remain indefinitely in a brutish state. Otherwise, he would truly become a fool. Seizing this opportunity, the traveler shall evolve into the true Broly. So, rest assured, future battles will be exhilarating. I can guarantee that they will only become more thrilling. This chapter also reflects my responses in the ratings section, as he transforms into a rational, brutal, bloodthirsty, decisive warrior with no limits to his capabilities. Some may perceive the protagonist as despicable, but if roles were reversed, would you allow a madman to reside within you, constantly opposing and suppressing your very soul? Finally, let us welcome the birth of a new supreme being. Chapter 60, God and Demon. As the 21st unit regained its original form, Heather immediately embraced her. However, the 21st unit bore an expression devoid of joy or sorrow, resembling a lifeless machine. Indeed, I should check on Zilai and the others. Just when Broly thought the chaotic scene had reached its conclusion, a torrent of blood began to flow from the ground. The earth split apart, and countless vines emerged from the fissures. Strangely, these vines were entwined with innumerable human corpses, all pointing towards the Flesh Tumor Island. Despite the island's dilapidated state, it appeared as if the flesh tumor was blossoming, its fleshy walls curling outward to reveal the sinister remains within. A pungent odor of decay permeated the air, transforming the surrounding environment into a foul one, while the waters grew murky, causing numerous fish to surface, lifeless. Suddenly, the grotesque flower of the flesh tumor began to contract violently, as if it were about to expel something, and all the blood surged toward it. A sense of foreboding washed over Broly. With swift determination, he unleashed a blade of purple energy, slicing through the petals of the fleshy wall. Remarkably, the petals regrew instantly. 3 more cutting strikes followed, yet the flesh tumor retaliated with overwhelming energy, halting their advance. The ground quaked, the sky turned a deep crimson, and the black mist that had shrouded the earth retreated rapidly into the tumor. Something was about to emerge. "You, an ordinary person, should leave this place at once," Broly urged, yet he turned his back and charged toward the flesh tumor, eager to uncover the secrets hidden within. Heather, remaining in place, gently caressed the 21st unit's face and urged, "Go. Put an end to this calamity." Numbly, the 21st unit nodded and pursued Broly towards the tumor. "Wait." Broly glanced back at the 21st unit and inquired, "Are you not concerned for your mother?" Yet, she offered no response, her gaze fixated solely on the flesh tumor, seemingly indifferent to all but her mother. Broly chose not to dwell on it and propelled himself directly above the tumor. Below, the flesh tumor resembled an unfathomable abyss, its gaping maw shrouded in darkness. As he contemplated delving deeper, the 21st unit unexpectedly unleashed a powerful energy attack. "What the?" Broly narrowly evaded, astonished that she would even target him. However, it made sense. The current 21st unit was devoid of independent consciousness or emotions, merely obeying her mother's commands. Heather had mentioned that her daughter's memory chip was housed in the underground laboratory, a crucial element for restoring her autonomy and emotions. In a previous conversation, she had beseeched Broly's assistance in retrieving it, but he had declined, feeling no obligation to her. Yet, as the 21st unit's energy wave struck the flesh tumor, it unexpectedly rebounded. A thunderous explosion ensued, and the 21st unit's attack detonated midair, followed by an eerie laughter. The fleshy wall erupted, showering blood, and a figure slowly materialized. It was Bu. However, Boo's appearance had transformed. His skin was no longer pink but fluid-like, resembling blood, and his limbs sprouted sharp spikes, making him even more menacing. In his grasp were two figures, Android 17 and Android 18, who struggled futilely against Boo's grip. "Master, what are you doing? Let us go," they cried. Bu, however, merely laughed more sinisterly. Before Broly in the 21st unit, he tore off 17's arm and consumed it. Though Android 17 was not entirely robotic, he felt pain and bled. "Ah, Master, why? Brother, how dare you harm him?" Android 18 protested through gritted teeth, but their resistance was futile against Bu. Their powers seemed insignificant. The anguished cries seemed to resonate with the 21st unit, who charged toward Bu. In an instant, Bu hurled 17 and 18 toward her, then conjured a massive energy sphere aimed at all three of them. Boom. In an unexpected turn, the 21st unit used her body to shield the two from the blast. They were sent flying, and seizing the opportunity, Broly unleashed a powerful punch. Bam! Bu merely raised an arm to block Broly's strike, then delivered a swift kick that sent Broly sprawling. With a fierce roar, Broly clenched his fists, unleashing a torrent of green energy as he charged at Bu once more. Bam! 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 Bu scoffed, effortlessly parrying Broly's onslaught. Unfazed by Broly's formidable pressure, he had transcended his former self, having absorbed the blood of humanity, thus attaining a qualitative leap in power. If Broly was a candidate for destruction, a pseudo-deity, then Bu was a true demon. This was a battle between god and demon. Observing from the shadows, Beerus sensed that the situation had spiraled beyond control. Nevertheless, she was curious to see how Broly would handle this dilemma, if necessary. She would intervene personally. As Broly and Bu clashed, their combat raged from the sky to the ground, then beneath the waves, causing the entire area to tremble. Boom! The ocean erupted. Bu soared into the air, launching energy blasts with both hands while Broly, freshly emerged from the sea, deflected all attacks with ease. With a menacing grin, Bu elongated his neck, aiming his head directly at Broly. Yet, Broly, familiar with such maneuvers, leaned back slightly and collided head-on with Bu's head. Bang! Bu recoiled in pain. His face contorted, while Broly smirked cruelly, seizing Bu's neck and pulling him closer. What followed was an onslaught of heavy punches, relentlessly pummeling Bu's body. Chapter 61, The Wrathful Ultimate Android Bang. Bang! Bang! A series of attacks echoed, striking Puu and producing a dull sound, as Broly's grip tightened around Puu's neck, rendering him momentarily helpless. Yet, at that critical moment, Puu transformed, liquefying his body into a vast net, attempting to ensnare Broly within. Futile. Broly was acutely aware of this tactic. He had witnessed Buu utilize it in Dragon Ball Z to absorb others. While Buu employed his tail to absorb, Puu was attempting to do so with his entire being. However, for Broly, it was utterly ineffective. With a thunderous roar, Broly enveloped himself in a violet energy, which erupted outward, causing Puu to burst apart. Puu reassembled, his power escalating rapidly, yet this only indicated his lack of fear towards Broly. Defeating him was an impossibility. His mind raced, ultimately fixating on the decaying tumor. Despite the impending loss of self, it was his last resort. "Boy, I shall kill you." Puu cackled maniacally, discarding Broly and charging towards the tumor. Even Broly, though not the sharpest, recognized the malicious intent. Retreat was not an option for this creature. With a swift motion, Puu dove into the tumor, immediately merging with it. Although Broly was oblivious to Puu's intentions, he could not remain passive. He unleashed a barrage of destructive energy, sending dozens of cutting blasts towards Puu. Astonishingly, Puu made no attempt to defend himself, instead laughing maniacally. The destructive force sliced through Puu, yet the severed portions resembled a gecko's tail, swiftly regenerating anew. The tumor flower rose dramatically, becoming a conspicuous and colossal presence upon the island. Beneath the flower, thick roots delved deep into the earth. A thunderous rumble resonated as the ground began to fracture. Countless robust vines and roots ascending into the sky. This creature, does it intend to drain the earth of all its vitality? Broly squinted, observing how Puu's grotesque flower was voraciously absorbing the planet's nutrients, augmenting its power continually. It was imperative to eliminate him swiftly. Broly placed both hands at his chest. A sphere of destructive energy slowly coalescing, gradually increasing in size. Meanwhile, Android 21 cradled Androids 17 and 18, approaching Hawthorne. To her surprise, A rare expression crossed her face as she spoke. Can you help me look after them? This was a moment of breakthrough. It seemed the two children had awakened dormant memories within her. Indeed, despite possessing a memory chip, 21's genuine memories lingered within her mind, likely re-emerging when 17 and 18 faced peril. 21 had grown up alongside them, and affection was undeniable. These twin children were pitiable, having been abandoned by their parents and left to wander the streets. The Hawthorne couple had taken them in, bestowing upon them powers through technology, only for them to fall under Pooh's control. Upon hearing Hawthorne's agreement to care for the twins, 21 surged towards the tumor flower. An unsettling feeling gripped her heart, an inexplicable discomfort that could only be alleviated by the destruction of that flower. Boom, boom, boom. A series of energy blasts sliced through the air, and Broly turned to witness 21 launching her assault. The relentless bombardment continued, yet the tumor's regeneration was astonishingly swift, repairing itself almost instantaneously. Die Pooh. Broly's destructive energy coalesced, and with a powerful thrust, he directed that immense force towards the tumor. Do you think I'll let you succeed? Humph. Pooh, manipulating the tumor flower, moved aside just as the destructive force struck beside him. The island and adjacent waters suffered a significant rupture. Damn it. Just like Tor. The pace of destruction was too slow. Broly gritted his teeth. This battle was not merely about strength, but about preventing Pooh from regenerating further. Such regenerative capabilities were unprecedented for him, truly monstrous. Meanwhile, Hawthorne, dragging the unconscious 17 and 18 to safety, remained oblivious to the countless creeping vines emerging from the earth, consuming the planet's nutrients. Suddenly, a sharp vine pierced through her abdomen from behind. Gush! Ah! Blood sprayed forth as Hawthorne gasped. But as a mother, she could not abandon her children. Clenching her teeth, she summoned all her strength to push them into a building. Mother! Hearing the anguished cry, 21 turned to see Hawthorne impaled. In an instant, she dashed to her side, severing the vine. Holding Hawthorne close, long-buried memories began to resurface. Mother! Hadn't she urged her to escape? Why was she still here? Broly observed, but felt no sympathy. He had advised her to leave, and her refusal was not his fault. Yet, suddenly, 21 clutched her head and let out a heart-wrenching scream. The mournful wail echoed through the skies. Adu! Hawthorne was dead. 21 had just regained her memories, only to face the loss of her mother. Ha ha ha! Die! Die! All of you perish. I shall consume you all as my nourishment. Pooh fully merged with the tumor, becoming one with the grotesque flower. Silence, you wretched insect. Broly relentlessly attacked Pooh with destructive energy. Yet with the earth as his source of power, each strike hastened its decay. The surrounding waters began to diminish, and the ground was withering away. Broly, caught in a dilemma, cursed under his breath, wishing for assistance to restrain Pooh so he could obliterate him. As if summoned by his thoughts, a figure materialized beside him, 21, radiating an aura of terror. She had transformed. Freed from Pooh's parasitic grasp, she had become Majin 21. Noticing Broly's perplexed expression, she explained, as the ultimate android created by my parents, I possess the ability to replicate. Pooh's cells have been rewritten within me, granting me his powers. Broly nodded in understanding. Yet 21 coldly declared, if you are confident in destroying it, I shall assist you. Without another word to Broly, she charged towards the tumor flower. You monster! I will make you suffer in your demise. You will regret ever entering this world. P.S. The focus of this segment is on Android 21, so discussions of Broly's strength are unnecessary. While Broly is formidable, the only means to defeat Pooh is through destruction. And his destructive capabilities remain unrefined, even after merging two souls. Lastly, rapid power escalation makes future plots difficult to develop. Do not argue. If you do, you are indeed correct. Chapter 62. Resurrection of Number 21. Number 21 roared, transforming into a bolt of lightning, instantly appearing before the tumor flower. How dare you? How dare you harm my mother? You shall perish. In a frenzy, Number 21 unleashed a barrage of attacks on the tumor flower, her savage fighting style evoking memories of the old Broly. However, this was not the time for nostalgia. With both hands converging, the power of destruction began to coalesce anew. Broly aimed for a single, decisive strike, maximizing his destructive energy. Futile, utterly futile. All shall become my nourishment. Majin Buu manipulated his tendrils, launching them towards Number 21. Yet, with a fierce shake of her hands, Number 21 summoned 2 dark red energy swords, slicing through every single vine. Watch as I uproot you. Her eyes glinted with ferocity, the energy swords continuously cleaving the tumor flower. With boundless energy, she circled rapidly around the tumor flower, leaving a path of destruction in her wake. Splatter. Blood gushed forth like a waterfall from the wounds of the tumor flower. You vile ant. Bu shot forth a multitude of vines, their tips unfurling into gaping maws lined with fangs. Humph. Number 21 scoffed, her dark red energy exploding. Then, with incredible speed, she began to slice at the tumor flower. Swish, swish, swish. A dark red flash carved a Z-shaped slice from bottom to top. Subsequently, number 21 leaped into the air, conjuring a massive energy orb with one hand, crashing it down upon the flower. Boom. As the energy orb descended, countless vines attempted to intercept it. Now's the time. Hurry. Number 21 suddenly shouted, and Broly smirked, channeling his destructive power downwards with great force. I told you it's useless. Bu sneered, preparing to move, but number 21 suddenly bellowed, trying to escape. You will die with me. Number 21 was resolute. She would avenge her mother, even if it meant her own demise. She would drag Bu down with her. With her limbs stretching infinitely, she ensnared the tumor flower, using her own strength to prevent its movement. Bu was taken aback, never anticipating this woman would sacrifice her life to bind him. Damn it. A deafening explosion echoed as number 21 and Bu were struck by the destructive energy sphere. The entire island was reduced to ash. A massive crater formed, swiftly filled by the surrounding sea. The dark clouds above gradually dispersed, and the vines left by the tumor flower began to turn to ash, scattering with the wind. Phew, finally, it's over. That foe was indeed exceptionally troublesome. Broly sighed, only to suddenly notice something floating on the surface of the sea. It was number 21. He flew over to find her drifting amidst the waves. Her body was severely damaged, her clothes long gone. She was left with only half of her form, the clean-cut a testament to the destruction she endured. Surely, at the last moment, she still wished to survive? Oh. Although the mission is accomplished, this state isn't ideal. Suddenly, Beerus appeared beside Broly, startling him. Truly, as an angel, his strength was unfathomable. Even after such a lengthy time, Broly had never detected his presence. Broly remained silent, for the earth was now barely distinguishable from ruin. All of humanity had perished, and the planet had suffered catastrophic damage. However, considering the extraordinary circumstances of this battle, the outcome was not without merit. Beerus smiled sweetly, but Broly felt a twinge of frustration. After exhausting himself, the results were deemed null. Suddenly, he recalled the abilities of the angelic race. After the Tournament of Power, Whis had resurrected Frieza, and when Frieza threatened to destroy Earth, Whis had even employed a time reversal technique. He wondered if Beerus, being stronger than Whis, possessed similar abilities. He then asked, Master, is there a way to help restore this place? Beerus frowned slightly. If it were within 10 minutes, I could restore it. But we have surpassed that time frame. Sigh. At that moment, only 3 words echoed in Broly's mind. I've caused trouble. If Zeno knew that he had reduced Earth to this state, he would undoubtedly punish him severely. Wait, Piccin and Sanel are Namekians. Surely, we can find Dragon Balls on their planet? Even if not, they could create them anew. Yes, this is it. Broly had found a solution and turned to leave, only to suddenly remember number 21. Master, is there a way to restore her? Indeed, do you know her? Well, somewhat. She is an android, quite powerful, and I would like her as a training partner. Broly mused, intrigued by her technology, her formidable strength, and her ability to regenerate. Leaving her on Earth would be a waste. Indeed, her power, while not as great as yours, is still commendable. Beerus nodded in agreement, raising his staff and waving it toward number 21. To Broly's astonishment, her shattered form began to visibly restore itself. With a leap, number 21 floated in midair, scanning her surroundings until her gaze landed squarely on Broly. Where's that bastard? Ahem. Please put on some clothes first. Broly cleared his throat, attempting to guide her. However, number 21 seemed unfazed by his suggestion, her eyes blazing with intensity. I demand to know where that bastard is. Broly shrugged. If she was indifferent, he would look unabashedly. That guy, Bu, is already dead. Yes, we took him down together. Broly was not one to shy away from claiming his accomplishments. Number 21's containment was essential. TCH. Wait, didn't Ti die? How am I restored? Number 21 asked, bewildered. Broly explained his encounter with Beerus, and upon learning that they were deities, number 21 urgently pleaded, "Gods, please, save my mother. Since you've revived me, then." Broly turned to Beerus, for he lacked the ability to resurrect others. However, Beerus shook his head, "While I possess the power to resurrect, your mother's body has been irretrievably lost. It was absorbed by Bu." Crack. Number 21 froze in shock. Yet, at that moment, Broly draped his clothing over her shoulders, stating, "I have a way to bring your mother back." Chapter 63 The Namek of the Sixth Universe, is what you say truly real? Number 21 exclaimed, her hands gripping Broly's arms in excitement. "Are you suggesting?" Bardoss, standing nearby, seemed to grasp the situation. Broly nodded, affirming that resurrection was indeed imminent. Otherwise, he would have difficulty explaining to Lord Kampa. "What are your plans then? Master, could you kindly tell me where the planet Plynot is? Would you be able to take me there?" "Sure. It will only take a few minutes." Broly conversed with Bardoss, while number 21 appeared utterly bewildered by their dialogue. The terms Namek, Plynot, and Lord Kampa left her in a fog of confusion. After a moment, Broly approached number 21 and suggested, "Come with me. There is no one left here. The city and its people have been annihilated. Staying here is less beneficial than joining me in searching for ways to resurrect humanity." Number 21 nodded, then suddenly recalled something. Asking Broly to wait, she hurried to the site where her mother had been killed, making her way toward a building. She had scanned the area earlier and detected 2 heat signatures at the location of her mother's death. If her intuition was correct, they belonged to her childhood friends, number 17 and number 18. Sure enough, after only a few steps, she found 17 and 18 lying on the ground. Number 17 was gravely injured, his arm completely severed, while number 18's legs and one arm were severely twisted and deformed. A heavy heart weighed on number 21 as she lamented why her memories had not awakened sooner. Silently, she approached and lifted them, returning to Broly's side. On Namek of the Sixth Universe, the environment mirrored that of the Seventh Universe, consisting of countless islands blanketed in an unusual green fungus. The entire planet appeared as a sea of green. Upon their arrival, Broly immediately sensed Plynot's energy and, after a brief exchange with Bardoss, took his leave. "Excuse me, is it true that such magical items as you describe actually exist?" Number 21, now calm and gentle, contrasted sharply with her previous combative demeanor. "Indeed, there is much you remain unaware of. This world harbors countless mysteries." Bardoss smiled slightly at her. "Grand Elder, a decree has arrived. Distinguished guests are visiting. Ensure that Plynot village extends proper hospitality." At that moment, the village chief of Plynot addressed the villagers. Although others were unaware of the guests' identities, the Grand Elder's words were to be heeded without question. Suddenly, a loud whoosh echoed as Broly descended into the village, causing Plynot among the crowd to display a look of astonishment. "Broly, what brings you here?" Plynot approached with warmth, then instructed his kin to inform Sayanel. "I have come to inquire if you possess the Dragon Balls." "Dragon Balls? You mean the Super Dragon Balls? We don't have those." Broly's lip twitched. "You wouldn't be able to create the Super Dragon Balls even if you tried. I seek the ordinary ones." "Well, we no longer use such items, as the Grand Elder deems them to be against the natural order," Plynot stated gravely, noting the Grand Elder's strong aversion to the subject. Broly fell silent. This posed a dilemma. However, without the resurrection of humanity, Lord Kampa's culinary desires would remain unfulfilled, ultimately complicating matters for himself. It appeared he should have a serious discussion with the Grand Elder. "Hey, Broly, long time no see." At that moment, Sayanel, sent by Plynot, approached with a cheerful demeanor, seemingly holding something in his hands. Broly greeted him politely, and they settled into a room to converse. "What is that thing you have, Sayanel?" Broly inquired with curiosity, while Plynot adopted a serious expression. "Haven't I warned you numerous times? Stop carving such items. If the Grand Elder finds out, you'll face punishment." "I enjoy it. Besides, no one has ever seen what the Grand Elder speaks of." "You. Humph. I want to concern myself with your matters. Just don't blame me when the Grand Elder punishes you." Plynot turned away, visibly displeased. Broly felt awkward, unsure of what had sparked the brothers' quarrel. Sensing Broly's confusion, Sayanel explained, "Look, this is my carving. It's beautiful. I assent it." As Broly gazed at it, his body jolted. Indeed, what lay before him was a model of the dragon. Moreover, this model differed from that of the Seventh Universe. It resembled the Western dragon from the Blue Planet. "You." "Indeed, Sayanel has carved a dragon." He has always yearned for dragons, yet due to our clan's prohibition on creating Dragon Balls, he resorts to carving them in secret, facing punishment each time he is discovered. Plina lamented, hoping to shield Sayanol from further reprimands. Do you remember when Sayanol was caught as a child? He was punished for an entire day. Sayanol, you are fond of Dragon Balls, yes? Do you know how to summon them? Broly disregarded Plina's warnings and formulated an idea he deemed plausible. If Sayanol could become a deity on Earth, akin to the one in the 7th universe, then all their problems would be resolved. Sayanol nodded proudly, exclaiming, I secretly entered the Grand Elder's chambers as a child and perused many books about the dragon. Broly clapped his hands, grasping Sayanol's hand, leading him outside. Broly, where are you taking him? Plina pursued them. Broly chuckled, I'm taking him to become a god. With that, Broly, amidst Plina's bewildered gaze, flew with Sayanol toward the Grand Elder's residence. Hey, Broly, where are you taking me? We are approaching the Grand Elder's place. Sayanol questioned, bewildered and somewhat fearful. Broly flashed him a reassuring smile, instructing him to remain calm, assuring him that everything would soon become clear. Outsiders. Entry forbidden. Upon arriving at the Grand Elder's residence, they encountered a figure resembling Piccolo, who immediately adopted a defensive stance to block Broly's path. Caruso, let him in, you are no match for him. With a voice resonant and commanding, the Grand Elder exuded a vitality surpassing that of the Grand Elder from the 7th universe. Caruso, slightly disgruntled, retreated, allowing Broly to pass without further ado. P.S. Today, I have updated 4 chapters in a row without having eaten. It indeed poses a challenge for me. It's the first time I've done so many consecutive updates. However, if my brothers support me, I shall fulfill my promises to all of you. But I must ask, could we perhaps receive a small token of appreciation? My earnings today have been quite dismal. Chapter 64. The deity of Earth. Upon entering the abode of the Grand Elder, Sayanol felt a tremor course through his entire being, indicating the profound influence the Grand Elder held over him. Outsider, what is your connection with Lord Bardos? Why has Lord Bardos descended upon our Namek? The voice boomed as Broly raised his gaze to behold the Grand Elder seated upon a colossal chair, his immense stature rendering Broly somewhat diminutive in comparison. Bardos is my master. I have come at the behest of Lord Kampa to seek the Dragon Balls, Broly replied, fully aware that dealing with such a figure necessitated employing an even greater authority to intimidate him into submission. However, we possess no such Dragon Balls here. It would be best for you to take your leave. The Grand Elder's evident disdain for the topic was palpable in his tone, which, despite its polite veneer, conveyed an unmistakable desire for dismissal. Indeed, I am inclined to do so, yet I must take Sayanol with me. He is of my kin, and to simply take him without permission seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Must Lord Bardos personally come to seek you out? No need for that. Young man, I must warn you, the Dragon Balls cannot be used frivolously. While they may grant benefits, they also accumulate negative energy. Although Sayanol had the ability to create Dragon Balls, he lacked comprehensive understanding of them. Before the Great Calamity, our Namek was also a planet endowed with Dragon Balls. But due to excessive wishes, our race was met with disaster, resulting in a cleansing that left me as the sole survivor. As the Grand Elder recounted the harrowing tale, a shadow of sorrow crossed his features, for that disaster remained the most painful memory within his heart, which compelled him to vehemently oppose the existence of the Dragon Balls. Grand Elder, I must clarify the situation. Earth has transformed into a lifeless sphere, devoid of any organisms. And it was Lord Kappa who resurrected this planet using the Super Dragon Balls. However, due to certain circumstances, this newly revived planet has faced calamity. If Lord Kampa were to discover that, due to your obstruction, Earth cannot be restored, one can only speculate on his reaction. Rest assured, I shall not create Dragon Balls here. Rather, I intend to take Sayanol to Earth, where he shall become its deity and initiate creation. After a prolonged silence, the Grand Elder sighed and handed a tome to Sayanol. This is the authentic method for crafting the Dragon Balls. With your rudimentary skills, it would be prudent to study it thoroughly. Grand Elder, you. Sayanol's expression was one of exhilaration, for it appeared the Grand Elder had consented to his creation of the dragon. Very well, you may accompany this young man, the Grand Elder decreed, signaling the end of their audience. With the objective accomplished, Broly deemed it unnecessary to linger further. He nodded respectfully before leading Sayanol away. Grand Elder, will you truly allow them to depart? Have you not always opposed the Dragon Balls? Caruso, The will of the destroyer is beyond our influence. As long as they do not create a dragon on Namek, we shall allow it. After returning home with Sanal and bidding farewell to his friends, everything was in readiness, awaiting the favorable wind. Upon rejoining Bardos, the extraterrestrial appearance of Sanal piqued the curiosity of Android 21. However, during their conversation, Broly received unsettling news. As it was Sanal's first endeavor in crafting a dragon, it would require several months. Though the wait seemed lengthy, the group accepted it, provided revival was attainable. To evade any potential inquiries from Kappa, Broly requested Bardos to send everyone back to Earth. He wished to keep his distance from Kappa until the matters on Earth were resolved. Upon arriving on Earth, Sanal gazed upon the ravaged planet. His resolve to create the Dragon Balls and revive the Earth only strengthened. Meanwhile, Bardos imparted the next phase of destructive power to Broly, advising him to train diligently on Earth and promising to return should any issues arise. 3 months later, since parting with Bardos, Broly had remained active, regularly practicing alongside Android 21 and honing his destructive prowess. He occasionally visited Sanal to monitor the progress of the dragon's creation. Each day was fulfilling, and during this period, Android 21 utilized her parents' expertise to restore androids 17 and 18. The insignia on their foreheads vanished, indicating that Majin Buu had indeed perished. Today, Sanal announced to Broly that the Dragon Balls had been restored. Bursting with anticipation, everyone gathered around Sanal, their eyes fixed upon the translucent glass enclosure containing the dragon model, awaiting Sanal's next move. As Sanal recited a passage from the ancient Namekian language, the model began to radiate light. With a powerful shout from Sanal, the entire model transformed into a brilliant gold and soared into the sky. Crack! Thunder rumbled, and dark clouds rolled in. Before their eyes, a magnificent dragon with 4 limbs and wings sprouted from its back materialized. This dragon, though slightly smaller than the Namekian dragon, surpassed the one from Universe 7 in size. Overall, Sanal's inaugural attempt at creating a dragon was an undeniable triumph. State your wishes. Any desire, I can fulfill too. Oh, it seems this one is not as potent as the one on Earth. Broly mused, for the Earth's dragon could grant 3 wishes, while this one could only offer 2. Broly, please articulate your wish. Sanal's visage was weary, a testament to the relentless effort he had expended over the past months. Your toil is appreciated. I wish for all living beings on this planet, save for Majin Buu, who were slain to be resurrected. My second wish is to restore Earth to its pre-destructive state. As soon as Broly's words fell, the dragon's eyes gleamed with light. The once desolate Earth began to rejuvenate, with cracked and barren ground, diminished oceans, and everything returning to its former glory. 21. A sudden exclamation caused Android 21 to shiver, prompting her and Androids 17 and 18 to turn around. Upon seeing their friend, they rushed forward with fervor. Moreover, the previously grotesque island had reverted to its original state. Witnessing their reunion with loved ones, Sanal smiled, knowing that the efforts of the past months had not been in vain. Your wishes have been granted. Farewell. The dragon ascended into the heavens, transforming into 7 golden orbs of energy that dispersed across Earth. Congratulations, Sanal. From this moment forth, you shall be the deity of Earth. Chapter 65. The date in progress. Sanal was momentarily taken aback as Broly clapped him on the shoulder, proclaiming, "You have saved the Earth and all of humanity. You rightfully deserve to be their deity." "Thank you, esteemed divine being," Sanal replied humbly. At that moment, Heather and Android 21 returned, and 21 had already informed Heather of the current events. Naturally, Heather, having been resurrected, was willing to acknowledge Sanal's identity. No. I merely did what I was meant to do." Sanal gazed shyly at the group, eliciting a chuckle from them. As humanity began to revive, the streets grew increasingly crowded, with people perplexed as to why they had returned to life after having clearly perished. Seizing the opportunity, Broly promoted Sanal through the technology of the Black Ribbon Army, initiating a global broadcast. Skepticism lingered among the populace until Broly shook the very earth beneath their feet, at which point they began to believe in the existence of divinity. Through their interactions, Broly and 21 fostered a strong bond. Having fought together and shared vulnerabilities, there was an undeniable sense of familiarity, especially for 21, a demure and gentle girl who had never before been seen by a man outside of her family. This naturally led to her harboring some innocent thoughts. A month passed since humanity's revival, and the Black Ribbon Army resumed its operations. Broly, as a friend of 21. Received an invitation to visit. He accepted with enthusiasm, eager to witness the experiments involving androids that he had never seen before. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Black Ribbon base, he spotted Sanel waving at him, likely invited by 21's parents. "Hurry inside," came the cold voice of Android 18, who opened the door, seemingly displeased. Broly was taken aback. "What does this mean? I don't believe I've offended her. Don't misunderstand. 18 is just worried you might whisk away her sister, 21, explained the jovial Android 17, whose sunny disposition starkly contrasted with the aloofness of the 17 from Universe 7. With a resigned smile, Broly realized that not only was 17's personality different, but even 18 had transformed into a protective elder sister. Broly then turned to Sanel and asked, "How do you find the new temple?" "Quite impressive, isn't it?" Sanel scratched his head, responding, "Thank you, Broly. I truly love the palace you designed for me." Last month, Broly had constructed a divine palace for Sanel, ensuring it surpassed that of Universe 7 in grandeur. Built upon a pillar from Karin Tower, the magnificent floating temple loomed large, dwarfing all but the hyperbolic time chamber. Having shed the burden of those two souls, Broly felt considerably lighter. He had once feared that if he did not eliminate that iron-witted adversary, he might one day lose control, inadvertently harming his friends. Now, he was free to pursue his desires with a sense of ease, living a life of contentment. Upon entering the Black Ribbon facility, Broly was greeted by 21's parents. "Welcome, esteemed Divine One. Would you care for a drink?" "I shall have someone prepare it," said 21's father, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Dr. Gero. Broly, feeling somewhat awkward, waved his hand, declining the offer, and chose to join them entering the laboratory. Inside, an array of experimental subjects awaited: mechanical dogs, mutated animals, and even humans suspended in transparent nutrient pods, connected to tubes, while the computers operated autonomously. The overwhelming sense of advanced technology captivated Broly, a boy from Blue Star. "Dr. Gero proudly declared, do you know why androids possess such extraordinary power?" Broly and Sanel shook their heads, having no inkling about such matters. However, this was precisely the reaction Dr. Gero sought, eager to flaunt his brilliance before the divine. Unable to endure any longer, Heather interjected, urging him not to keep secrets from their esteemed guests. "Ahem, it's because the energy systems within the androids are sourced from across the universe. We collect genes from various species and powerful beings on different planets," Dr. Gero explained, activating a display screen showcasing the planets his machines had visited. As they scanned through the images, Broly suddenly recognized a familiar figure, King Salad. Though the image was blurry, the towering silhouette and abilities matched his recollections. The identity of the figure he battled remained obscured, a mere shadow. The timestamp indicated it was during the Tournament of Power. Broly contemplated what had transpired on Salad Planet during that period and resolved to inquire with Kaba when the opportunity arose. He didn't dwell on it, as battles occurred constantly across the cosmos, but this incident would later weigh on his conscience. After concluding the tour of the laboratory, Broly settled into a chair, savoring a drink that 21 had brought him. Meanwhile, 21, blushing and shy, resembled a bashful bride, which brought a smile to Broly's face. He recalled the fierce determination she had displayed during their battle against Majin Buu, finding her current shyness amusing. The outside world has also returned to normal. Shall we go for a stroll? I heard there's a new cake shop that's supposed to be delightful, 21 suggested, her voice filled with newfound courage. Though her gaze flitted away, Broly, inexperienced in matters of romance, nodded awkwardly. As they stepped onto the bustling streets, Broly felt a surge of nervousness. This was his first time accompanying a girl out. Observing the throngs of people and couples in love, both of their faces flushed crimson. Ultimately, it was 21 who took Broly's hand in hers. Thud. Broly stood frozen, staring at their intertwined hands, his throat dry as he swallowed hard. 21's head hung low, her neck and ears visibly reddening. Broly chuckled, but just then, a figure approached him. "Broly, Lord Kappa is looking for you. Or more accurately, your old friend Goku seeks you. P.S. The romantic subplot is minimal. 21 was chosen at the request of my brothers." Chapter 66. Rest assured, I will not kill you. Broly, your old friend Goku is looking for you. The visitor is none other than Beerus. But it seems she has arrived at an inopportune moment. Broly awkwardly mutters, it's nothing. You go ahead and take care of your business. Number 21, with her head lowered, had chosen an exquisite dress for this occasion and had meticulously styled her hair, clearly having made significant preparations for this day. Broly is put in a difficult position, as it has been made clear that not only has Goku arrived, but also the god of destruction of Universe 7, Beerus, which implies that Whis is also present. Having such a multitude of powerful beings waiting for him to finish his date is indeed rather inappropriate. Oh, is this the girl? Suddenly, Beerus displays a mischievous smile, further adding to Broly's discomfort. In a moment of inspiration, Broly swiftly kisses number 21 on the forehead and says, "Wait for me to return, and we will continue this." Before he can finish his sentence, he is whisked away by Beerus. Number 21 stands in a daze, covering her forehead, and after a moment, reveals a sweet smile. "Well, wait for you to come back and continue our date, boom." Broly's expression is somewhat aggrieved. Why is Beerus in such a hurry? I hadn't finished my words yet. Beerus smirks. I truly apologize for that. Beerus' antics are relentless. She often enjoys teasing Kampa, and now it seems her focus has turned to him. Swish. Upon returning to Kampa's palace, they immediately hear an argument between Kampa and Beerus. The food from my Universe 6 is the best. No, it belongs to our Universe 7. Crack. Terrifying energy coalesces around the palace. The atmosphere shifts dramatically, and the sky darkens. Broly glances up to see the two floating in midair, baring their teeth at each other, their destructive powers pulsating and causing tremors in the surroundings. Stop! Both Beerus and Whis use their staffs to separate the two. Lord Kampa, Broly has returned. He is back, good. Where's Broly? Quickly, go and defeat Goku from Universe 7. Broly, feeling a sense of foreboding, thinks to himself, has Kampa been drinking fake wine? Nevertheless, he approaches politely to greet the gods. Oh Broly, long time no see. At this moment, Goku appears, waving cheerfully at him. I heard from Beerus that you were looking for me. Is there something you need? Broly finds himself somewhat perplexed, as he is completely unaware of the subsequent events, leaving him uncertain of Goku's intentions. Thank you for the wish you granted last time. I didn't expect you to be quite something. Goku, ever so familiar, claps Broly on the shoulder. Broly waves his hand dismissively, saying it's nothing, but internally reflects. Why would I wish for anything else? It's simply because if I hadn't wished for the revival of the universe, my fate would have been the same as the erasure by the Omni King. So, what exactly do you want from me? Well, I just wanted to spar with you. Bang. Broly stumbles, nearly falling over. After all this time, it's just for this trivial matter that he has to push aside his date. Veins bulge on Broly's forehead as he reveals a bloodthirsty smile. All right, Goku, I accept your challenge. Rest assured, I will not kill you. Goku, ever the fool, beams with delight and immediately assumes a fighting stance. Well, they are going to spar. Let us bet on who will win, Kampa says with a mischievous grin, propping his chin up on one hand. Beerus, equally competitive, replies, all right, but it better come with a wager. Okay, the wager will be the best delicacies from our universes. For an entire month, no repeats. Agreed. It's settled. The two childish gods of destruction sit atop Kampa's palace, gazing down at Broly and Goku, who are preparing for battle. Beerus chuckles softly, then with a wave of his staff, clears the trees around Broly and Goku, granting them ample space. As Whis initiates the spar, Broly and Goku spring into action simultaneously. Broly, with a wild look in his eyes, snarls at Goku. Goku, I will not hold back. Rest assured, I absolutely will not kill you. Goku chuckles, that's the best. Boom. A tremendous sound erupts as Broly and Goku collide, the ensuing shockwave shattering the ground beneath them. Hey, Kampa, your destruction planet isn't resilient at all. It cracked after just one hit. If it were your destruction planet, it would shatter just the same. Bang. Another thunderous crash, and Broly and Goku unleash a flurry of attacks. Countless punches collide. Broly grows increasingly exhilarated, as if his body has instinctively recalled the combat style of the former Broly. His techniques are wild and reckless. Bang bang bang. Broly lunges forward, seizing Goku by the collar and slamming him into the ground. Bang. The ground collapses. It is important to note that the materials and quality of the place where the gods of destruction reside are far sturdier than the arena of the tournament. Goku, you have lost. Broly pins Goku down with one hand, but Goku merely grins, and a blue aura suddenly erupts around him. Boom. Dust and debris fly as an overwhelming power sweeps across the battlefield. It seems Goku is prepared to unleash his full strength. Broly activates his full power mode. This time, the intensity surpasses that of the tournament. Broly is fully aware. A conscious beast is the most terrifying. 20 times Kaioken. Goku bellows once more, his muscles bulging with veins. The immense strength suggests that he has trained significantly over the past 6 months. Ah! Both unleash a mighty roar as their fists collide. Boom! Broly reaches out, but to his surprise, Goku's speed is astonishing, slipping away like an eel in the mud. Then, Goku seizes Broly's arms and pushes off with his legs. Bang! Broly counters with his chin. The two strain against each other. However, at that moment, Broly smirks and declares, Goku, take this. Destruction. Boom. Oh no. Seeing Broly enveloped in purple energy, Goku instantly creates distance. Hey. You can actually use the abilities of a god of destruction. What? Is that a problem? You can learn it too. Chapter 67. An invitation from Wukong Ah. Kampa, how could that rascal wield destruction? Beerus observed skeptically, while Kampa, with a hint of pride, retorted, I appointed Broly as the candidate for the god of destruction. Is that not acceptable? TCH. Don't say I didn't warn you. He harbors. That power of his has vanished? Beerus' eyes widened in disbelief. He had witnessed Broly's malevolent energy during both the tournament hosted by the gods of destruction and the tournament of power. Yet now, he felt not a trace of that uncontrollable energy. Why is this so? Beerus was perplexed until was clarified. Lord Beerus, Broly has surpassed that power and has gained control over it, so there is no need for concern. Beerus fell silent, finally realizing that his previous decision had been rather hasty. Just as he turned, he noticed Kampa's cautious demeanor. Hey, Beerus, don't tell me you're having second thoughts about this and want to challenge Broly. It won't work. He is already the candidate for the god of destruction of my 6th universe. TCH. How dull. I merely meant to say that I have been here for quite some time, and yet you haven't even provided me with delicacies. What a poor host you are. What did you say? I'm a poor host? Kampa exclaimed, agitated, and then commanded Whis to present food. With a wave of Whis' staff, a delicate porcelain plate appeared before Beerus and Whis. Humph. The 6th universe is indeed stingy. You think you can impress us with just a plate? Do not be hasty. Just watch closely. Suddenly, atop the plate, a roasted duck materialized before them. What is this? What an enticing aroma. Beerus and Whis gazed in wonder, their expressions betraying their lack of worldly experience, which filled Kampa with pride. He exchanged a knowing glance with Whis. Ahem, Lord Beerus. This is a dish personally prepared by Broly, known as Peking duck. Though I do not comprehend what Peking signifies, the duck is indeed as it appears, Whis elaborated. Though Beerus and Whis remained confused by the explanation. Nonetheless, the duck before them emanated an irresistible fragrance. As they savored the delightful dish, below them, Broly and Goku were nearly dismantling Kampa's palace. Boom, bang, crash. Broly, emboldened by his body's destruction covering, pursued Goku with reckless abandon, showing no fear of his attacks. Meanwhile, Goku taunted him while engaging in a kite-like tug-of-war, aware that neither was holding back their full strength. Broly, you and Toppo share a common flaw. The power of destruction hampers your speed. It seems you have yet to master it completely. While dodging, Goku called back to Broly. I know that without you telling me. Broly replied, continuing his destructive assaults, believing this to be a form of training to refine his abilities further. All right, Goku, we should be leaving now. Burp suddenly. Their sparring was interrupted by Beerus. Goku felt a twinge of disappointment. Lord Beerus, we haven't finished yet. At that moment, Kampa, covered in dust, emerged from the rubble, shouting at the two. What are you two doing? Look at you. You're about to demolish my destruction planet. The two gods of destruction, who had been enjoying their roasted duck moments before, now found themselves sitting on the ground as Kampa's palace lay in ruins. At the moment of collapse, Beerus had seized the remaining duck and stuffed it into his mouth, bones and all. Well then, Broly, I hope you can visit the 7th universe next time. I shall take my leave now, goodbye. Goku called out as he returned with Beerus and the others. Kampa, left fuming, exclaimed, you better not come back. A month later, after Broly made up for the date missed due to Goku's visit, his relationship with Android 21 blossomed rapidly. Dr. Gero and Hela, upon learning of Broly's identity, grew increasingly fond of their son-in-law, admiring his formidable strength and status as a candidate for God of Destruction. They had no objections to their relationship, until today, while training. Broly suddenly received a telepathic message from Whis, stating that Goku missed him and wished for him to visit the 7th universe. Without hesitation, Broly agreed, eager to settle the unfinished business from their last encounter. This time, he was determined to dominate the 7th universe. His destructive power had reached a new level. The first phase of training was complete, and he was confident he would not repeat the mistakes from his previous battle with Goku. The burdensome speed of the destruction power would no longer hinder him. After asking Android 21 if she wished to join him in exploring other universes, she was thrilled and readily agreed. The two then accompanied Whis to the 7th universe, after leaving a message that she should inform him when she wanted to return. They vanished in a flash of white light. Hey, Broly. Long time no see. We still haven't settled our score from the last match. Come on. I can't wait any longer. Goku exclaimed, changing into his martial arts uniform. Nearby, Gohan and the others could hardly bear to watch, especially Bulma. Son, they just arrived. And you're already eager to battle? How rude. Haha. I believe Broly shares my excitement for a spar, right? Goku grinned, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, while Vegeta scoffed at the side. Ever since Broly's arrival, Kakarot has been fixated on proving himself against him, neglecting to seek a match with me for ages. No. I can wait. I want to allow 21 to enjoy herself first. Broly's words caught Goku and the others' attention as the bashful android 21 stepped out from behind him, politely greeting everyone. Wait, Broly, is this person? Goku's face displayed shock, akin to a husband caught in infidelity. Yes, 21 is my girlfriend. Is there an issue? Don't you have a wife too? Why the surprise? Broly responded, puzzled, while Goku blurted out something rather inappropriate. I thought someone like you, a battle fanatic, would never have a woman. Huh? A battle fanatic? You're no different. How can you say that to me? Their playful banter brought laughter to everyone present. Just then, Bulma suddenly interrupted with a serious tone. Wait, everyone. Satan has just sent an urgent message. Chapter 68. Headquarters of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Bulma's words captured everyone's attention, prompting Vegeta to hurriedly inquire. What's wrong, Bulma? I'm not entirely sure. But Satan mentioned that a group of people wants to take Bu away. Bulma exhibited a perplexed expression, recalling Satan's urgent tone, though he hadn't elaborated, simply stating that someone wished to abduct Bu. Bu is incredibly powerful. Anyone attempting to take him would be utterly delusional, Gohan remarked. Sensing the situation was more complicated than it appeared. Is there a new enemy? Goku, who had been bantering with Broly, immediately assumed trouble was afoot, abandoning Broly to approach. After gathering information, Goku's demeanor turned serious as he declared, let us go and see. Everyone, hold on to my hand. As everyone reached for Goku, only Vegeta refrained. Vegeta? Goku questioned, puzzled. I could fly to Satan City in 5 seconds. You take them? Vegeta retorted dismissively. What's with that attitude? Goku scratched his head in confusion. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed. What do you want to do with Mr. Bu? You cannot take him. As the group arrived at Satan's courtyard, they rushed towards the source of the commotion. They beheld a spaceship parked in the yard, with several individuals attempting to carry the sleeping Bu away. Damn it, if that's the case. Satan, unable to contain his fury, drew a pistol and fired at the culprits. To his astonishment, a boy with a watermelon-shaped head effortlessly blocked his attack. Mr. Satan, I already indicated that we are, the boy began, but his words were cut short as more figures approached. It was Goku and the others. Mr. Goku. Upon seeing Goku, Satan's confidence surged as he pointed at the watermelon-headed boy, exclaiming, they are the ones who have kidnapped Mr. Bu. Please help me retrieve him. However, the watermelon-headed boy seemed to recognize Goku and Vegeta, yet the impulsive Goku had already taken action. In an instant, he appeared among the individuals carrying Bu, swiftly dispatching them with powerful strikes. The watermelon-headed boy frowned, realizing the predicament. In a flash, he materialized behind Goku and struck, rendering Goku unconscious. Everyone gasped in shock. Vegeta was about to intervene when the watermelon-headed boy reappeared behind him, his speed astonishing. With a loud bang, Vegeta too collapsed, unconscious. The onlookers were astounded by this individual's incredible speed and the mysterious weapon that had incapacitated both Goku and Vegeta in an instant. Goku, Mr. Vegeta. Satan was at a loss. Gohan and the others prepared for a confrontation, while the watermelon-headed boy ordered his subordinates to continue carrying Bu and to seize Goku and Vegeta as well. That Kakarot truly is reckless. At that moment, Broly and Android 21 emerged, causing the watermelon-headed boy to pause. "Who are you?" he inquired. Broly, undeterred, clenched his fists and activated his Super Saiyan form, while Android 21 simultaneously transformed into her Majin state. Their combined immense power surged skyward. Yet, just as Broly was about to engage, another small spacecraft descended from the sky. "Wait, this is a misunderstanding," a voice from the ship called out, swiftly stepping in to prevent a conflict. "Gak, why are you dressed like that?" Upon hearing the voice, Bulma and the others recognized the newcomer, but Gak was obscured by his combat attire and helmet. Without his voice, they might not have recognized him. "Mr. Broly, this is all a misunderstanding." Upon seeing Gak, Bulma felt relieved, and Broly nodded at Android 21, both reverting to their normal states. "Now, Gak, explain what is happening," Bulma demanded, furiously tugging at his ear. "Ouch, that hurts. Bulma, can't you just listen? Don't pull my ear." Gak quickly surrendered, turning to the watermelon-headed boy, Lam-Z. "They can be trusted. Just tell them." Sighing, the boy named Lam-Z holstered his weapon. "All right, then you all come along. There's no time to explain. You'll understand once we arrive." Bulma glared at Gak. "Can we really trust him? He won't sell me off to another planet, will he?" At her words, Gak froze, and even Broly and Gohan were momentarily taken aback. "An old lady with sagging breasts won't fetch a good price," Gak remarked boldly, provoking Bulma to deliver a series of punches to his head in anger. In the cosmos, Lam-Z guided the group toward their galactic elite force, the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. Upon arrival, Goku and Vegeta regained consciousness and, lifting their heads, spotted Broly, Android 21, Bulma, and Gohan gathered around a coffee table chatting with Gak and the watermelon-headed boy. "Huh." Goku scratched his head in confusion as Gak approached to help them up. "You were out cold. It seems our tranquilizers are quite effective, haha," Gak boasted, proud of the Galactic Patrol, which he always bragged about. This is the headquarters of our Galactic Patrol," Gak proclaimed with pride. "I apologize for the earlier misunderstanding." Lam-Z and the others approached as Goku remained bewildered. "Due to your earlier agitation, I had no choice but to use the tranquilizer," Lam-Z explained. "I'm a Galactic Patrol officer responsible for Area 104, ranked as the top elite member." After Mel's explanation, a burly man beside him introduced Mel's position as well. "Then what was the purpose of abducting you?" Vegeta crossed his arms, his tone unfriendly, while Bulma hurriedly interjected, hoping to ease the tension. "Vegeta, Gak and the others mean no harm. They've already explained everything while you were unconscious." Chapter 69, The Legend of Morohumph. With Bulma's statement, Vegeta leaned against the wall, awaiting their explanation. "Due to our negligence, a notorious criminal has escaped from the galactic prison, and we need to enlist Mr. Buu's power to capture him." "Buu's power?" Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of how Buu could assist them in apprehending the fugitive. Melis nodded and recounted the past events. "A million years ago, a being claiming to be Moro suddenly appeared in Universe 7. This entity possessed the ability to manipulate objects from a distance and could extract the life force of planets to convert it into attacks. He could absorb the energy of planets and all living beings on them, transforming it into his own strength. When at full power, he could even devour entire planets. Moro wielded the power to manipulate planets directly, rendering his strength virtually limitless, as the energy of planets is nearly infinite. In short, Moro's abilities are formidable and troublesome. He once battled the Grand Kai and the South Kai, ultimately being sealed by the Grand Kai's ultimate technique, the Magic Seal Wave. At the cost of most of his divine energy, he was then defeated by the two of them, despite being sentenced to death by the Galactic Patrol. His overwhelming combat prowess made it impossible for anyone to carry out the execution, leading to a life sentence instead. However, after a million years, Moro surprisingly regained some of his strength and escaped from prison. Hence, we require the Grand Kai's power to seal him once more. But what does this have to do with Buu? After that battle, 5 million years passed, and the emergence of Majin Buu once again brought calamity to the universe. This being even absorbed the Grand Kai, which is why we are seeking Buu. We desperately need the power of the Grand Kai that resides within him. Melis disclosed everything without reservation, yet Vegeta delivered some disheartening news to Melis. Buu is not merely in a deep slumber induced by tranquilizers. Unless he awakens on his own, no one can rouse him. Melis sighed and replied, "But we truly need the Grand Kai's strength. Otherwise, if Moro regains his power, then, in that case, we shall assist you in capturing him." Sun Wukong chuckled, his scion blood surging at the prospect of battling a formidable foe. Ah, having your assistance would indeed be splendid. We have heard tales of your prowess. It is said that you are exceptionally powerful. Hee hee, not at all. Look, that fellow over there is also quite strong. He won the tournament of power. Humph. Is it something to boast about that Kakarot lost? Vegeta was nearly driven to madness by Kakarot's antics, but Melis turned his gaze towards Broly, who was chatting with Android 21. He was somewhat astonished. This individual also possesses divine power. What is the meaning of this? Approaching Broly, he extended his hand and said, "Hello, Broly, please lend us your strength." Broly hesitated, then looked towards Sun Wukong and the others. At that moment, Sun Wukong approached and said, "You must be eager to witness Moro's power, right?" Broly would be lying if he said he wasn't, but he had initially promised 21 to visit Universe 7 for sightseeing, participating in such a battle. No worries. After we help them capture him, we can explore together. Android 21 said thoughtfully, recognizing Broly's yearning for combat, evident from their frequent sparring sessions. Very well, Broly smiled. Then clasped Melis's hand. Let us proceed with the appointment ceremony. The Galactic King has been waiting for quite some time. Galactic King? That name sounds familiar. Yet I have no clear recollection. Hey, you rude fellows. The Galactic King was also present during the last competition with Universe 6. Gak's expression was animated, while Sun Wukong merely remarked, "Oh, so it's that octopus-like fellow. Hey, I am not an octopus." At that moment, an octopus entered through the door, and Sun Wukong enthusiastically approached, grasping its tentacles. "Hi, long time no see. Galactic King? I've told you numerous times, this is not my hand. It's my." Under the Galactic King's organization, Broly, Android 21, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan were all marked with the Galactic Patrol insignia. Of course, this was merely temporary. Everything would revert after capturing Moro. While the group deliberated on how to apprehend Moro, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. One of the Galactic Patrol officers exclaimed, "Melis, the Magalini brothers have begun robbing again. Those two again. It seems they truly never learn. Mr. Sun Wukong, please wait while I take care of this." Melis stated as he prepared to leave, but Vegeta interjected, "Wait, we shall go as well." Huh. This is merely capturing ordinary criminals. I want to see just how formidable you truly are, Vegeta proclaimed with a haughty demeanor, clearly still vexed by Melis's previous strike that had knocked him out. Without further ado, Melis consented. On the planet Xianggu, a train laden with blue gold was speeding along, and Melis and the others arrived just in time to encounter the fugitives. Indeed, their target was blue gold. Broly and the others exchanged puzzled glances, questioning what this substance was. Gak explained, "Blue gold serves as a power source for various machines. I believe it is referred to as heavenly gold on Earth. Is this stuff important? Well, if used properly, it is harmless, but in the hands of wrongdoers, it can become explosives capable of destroying planets." Upon hearing this, the group recognized the gravity of the situation. If this material fell into the wrong hands, countless planets would be jeopardized, and they must act swiftly to prevent it. "Let us move out," Melis declared, leaping into action at lightning speed, launching a series of fierce attacks that forced the opponents to flee. Oh no, they are attempting to escape. Just as the group marveled at Melis's speed, he shouted, "I've halted the blue gold train." However, the adversaries proved cunning. They executed a lizard's tail detachment maneuver, escaping with a small amount of blue gold aboard their spacecraft, leaving Melis unable to pursue them. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong and Vegeta charged forward, but at that moment, a dark red figure darted past them like lightning, delivering a single punch that obliterated the entire spacecraft. There stood Android 21, effortlessly holding 3 fugitives in midair. Sun Wukong and the others were left dumbfounded. Never did they expect that Broly's seemingly shy and gentle girlfriend could exhibit such unyielding ferocity. P.S. Do not nurture books. It may result in their demise. Chapter 70. Moro. With a resounding thud, 3 prisoners were unceremoniously thrown to the ground by number 21, who then dusted off her hands and returned to Broly's side. "This woman's speed is astonishingly faster than mine." Vegeta gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of frustration. It was one thing to be bested by Broly, but now, he could scarcely fathom the prowess of Broly's companion. To add to his vexation, there was also Meru's, whose speed surpassed that of this woman by a significant margin. He was certain that Meru's was not even exerting his full strength. "Broly, your little girlfriend is truly formidable." Just now, her speed eclipsed my own, Goku exclaimed. His eyes widened in disbelief. Broly was unfazed by their reactions. After all, it was the first time he had witnessed number 21's wild capabilities, which left him equally astonished. Meru smiled at the group, feeling bolstered by the presence of such powerful allies, confident in their ability to capture Moro. With a resounding clang, the three prisoners were secured within a cell, marking the completion of the group's immediate task. At that moment, Vegeta abruptly addressed Meru, stating, I know you are concealing your true power. You cannot deceive my eyes. Perhaps you could handle that Moro on your own. That's not the case, Meru replied, shaking his head. Though I am the strongest within the Galactic Patrol, my abilities pale in comparison to Moro's. His power knows no bounds, and will continually amplify. If we do not act swiftly, the entire universe will be plunged into peril. Moro has been imprisoned for 10 million years, and his remaining energy should be limited. If we find him soon, capturing him should pose little challenge. Broly took over the conversation, and the others voiced their agreement. With the support of their fathers, Vegeta, and Broly, Gohan felt confident that they would soon apprehend Moro. Suddenly, the ship's communicator beeped, and Meru quickly checked it, frowning as he announced, Everyone, we have located Moro. He is in the KT-40 sector. It appears he hasn't ventured far. Let me search, Goku said, employing instant transmission to locate their target. After a brief moment, he suddenly broke into a cold sweat. What is it, Kakarot? Have you found him? Vegeta inquired, rushing to him, noting Goku's unusual demeanor. Goku halted him, exclaiming, Stop, Vegeta. He has already sensed our search. What is going on? I'm not sure. This is a feeling I have never experienced before. His energy is not overwhelmingly powerful, yet it exudes a terrifying aura. It feels as though countless souls are wailing in despair. Goku's words led the others to regard him with skepticism, but Meru nodded in agreement, explaining, Moro has the ability to absorb the life force of planets, transforming it into his own energy. Thus, the cries you sensed are the collective anguish of those he has slain. His longevity of 10 million years is closely tied to this ability. Gak gulped involuntarily, horrified at the thought of countless lives being consumed, like a scene from a horror film. Wait, the place they are heading. It resembles the area where I once retrieved Dandy, but it should be undetectable. It is an extremely remote location. Goku, ever vigilant, suddenly furrowed his brow, realizing that Moro was headed toward the planet where the Namekians had relocated after the destruction of their home world. If this is the case, it seems Moro has regained his powers and can sense the presence of life. Yet, Meru pondered, with so many planets in the universe, why would he choose such an isolated one? At that moment, the three prisoners in the cell sneered. It is precisely because the Namekians possess the Dragon Balls that Moro is drawn to that place. What do you know of Moro? And how do you know about the Dragon Balls? Gak demanded, slamming his hand against the bars. The prisoners retorted mockingly, during my previous imprisonment. A member of Frisia's army mentioned it, and he escaped alongside Moro. I trust he has informed Moro of our pursuit. You should hurry. Wasting time on us is futile. Go stop Moro, ha ha ha. Gak kicked the cage in anger, startling them into silence for a moment. So, Moro is specifically seeking the Dragon Balls on Namek? What wish could he possibly desire? To restore his youth? To reclaim his power? Or something else? Why ponder so much? Let us confront him directly, Broly declared, stepping forward to urge Goku to use instant transmission. Goku nodded, and, together with Broly and Vegeta, they departed for Namek. How reckless! They were utterly unaware of Moro's true strength. Meru clenched his teeth, issuing a command to the pilot to accelerate. Upon arriving at the new Namek, Broly, Goku, and Vegeta were met with a sight, a spaceship hovering above them. The ship's door opened with a hiss, revealing a towering figure draped in a black cloak, his crimson eyes glinting ominously in the breeze, sending a shiver down Goku's spine. Indeed, it is this sensation, the power of countless anguished screams. Is he Moro? Are you the one seeking the Dragon Balls? Huh. It seems your wish remains unfulfilled. You should abandon hope. It is I, Lord Vegeta, who shall fulfill your desires. Vegeta pointed his thumb at himself, his proud demeanor swelling as he sensed Moro's relatively weak power, only fueling his arrogance. Moro chuckled darkly, extending his skeletal arm toward a nearby direction. With a resounding crash, a house collapsed, and a Namekian child was seized in his grasp. He then tossed the child to Kuririn, instructing him to use the boy for his Dragon Ball wish. You fiend! Vegeta yelled, launching into a furious assault. only to find Moro sent flying by his kick. How pitifully weak. Broly and Goku shared the same sentiment, deciding not to intervene, confident that Vegeta could handle the situation alone. However, as Vegeta pressed his attack, Moro pressed down with both hands, causing Vegeta to suddenly crash to the ground. Chapter 71, Planetary Energy and Superpowers? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow as Moro pinned Vegeta to the ground and swept his hands. With a resounding crash, Vegeta was sent flying. Sprawled among the rubble, Vegeta spat and clenched his fists, unleashing a surge of crimson energy that obliterated the surrounding stones. Super Saiyan God form, Vegeta. Moro expressed surprise. Not expecting you to retain such power. Let us continue. As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta executed several rapid dashes, swiftly arriving beside Moro, launching a dual fist attack. Moro defensively braced himself, but Vegeta smirked, forcefully propelling himself off the ground. Bang! His blow struck Moro's chin, sending him hurtling backward. I've heard you're a criminal feared across the galaxy, yet you seem rather unimpressive. Vegeta looked down at Moro with disdain, enraging him further. Moro yanked his cloak and dramatically proclaimed, "You wish to witness my strength? Then I shall oblige." With clenched fists, the ground began to tremble. In an explosive display, numerous holes erupted from the earth, each exuding pure life energy. This technique releases the life force of the entire planet, harnessed for my use. Planet Namek truly is a remarkable world. Its energy is exceptionally rich. As Moro spoke, he unleashed planetary energy upon Vegeta. It seems fighting in the air is my only option. With the ground saturated with this energy, Vegeta was forced to ascend into the sky. At that moment, Sun Wukong urgently warned, Vegeta, don't let your guard down. Suddenly, several streams of planetary energy surged toward Vegeta like furious dragons, striking him from behind. Bang! Just as Vegeta crashed to the ground, he shot back up. Die. Useless, you want to even touch a finger on me. Moro raised his hands, conjuring a wall of planetary energy that completely absorbed Vegeta's assault. Hey, Vegeta, should I take over? Broly and I are waiting. Seeing Vegeta at a disadvantage, Sun Wukong could hardly contain himself. Shut up, Kakarot. Watch closely. Vegeta shouted in frustration, then turned to Moro. Hey, Moro, your energy isn't limitless, is it? If I keep evading, your power will eventually deplete. At that point, you won't stand a chance against the three of us. Haha, how naive. My energy can sustain until this planet's demise. Moro raised both hands, simultaneously attacking the three present while telepathically urging Kuririn to make a wish. Boom. Broly unleashed his rage form, effortlessly deflecting the energy, then taunted Vegeta. Is this the level of the Prince of all Saiyans? Where's your Super Blue form? Silence. Vegeta, veins bulging, clearly affected by Broly's remarks, surged his energy, transforming into Super Blue. Sun Wukong also activated Super Blue, and the two charged at Moro. Just then, Moro coldly scoffed, grasping the air with one hand. The planetary energy enveloped them like a vast net, instantly draining their strength. What is happening? Before they could break free, they found their Super Blue forms regressing to Super Saiyan God. Moreover, the surrounding flora began to wither and decay. Broly's eyes narrowed, realizing Moro's ability resembled that of Bu, both capable of absorbing planetary energy. However, given Moro's relaxed demeanor, he might prove even more troublesome. Without delay, Broly clenched his fists, preparing to transform into Super Saiyan, but suddenly he felt his energy waning. What is going on? Can Moro's power affect opponents now? Hee. Did you just realize? Alas, it's already too late. Moro raised one hand, summoning an energy sphere filled with planetary power, then astonishingly swallowed it. Gulp. Boom. A surge of formidable power emanated from within Moro. Indeed, Moro's ability allows him to combat while absorbing his enemy's energy. I wonder if you can absorb divine power? Destruction. Broly roared, enveloped in violet energy as his muscles swelled, his eyes radiating a cold intensity. Moro was startled. The power of a god of destruction. However, your energy seems impure. You must merely be a substitute, right? Ha. I thought a god of destruction had arrived. After scanning Broly, Moro appeared unfazed, sarcastically taunting him. Broly, uninterested in banter, surged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Moro's face. The tremendous force distorted Moro's bull-like visage. Wham! 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 Broly dashed forward, grasping Moro's head and slamming it into the ground with force. Moro coughed up blood. Just as he attempted to rise, another kick slammed him back down. You're far too arrogant, little brat. Yeah. Moro unleashed his psychic powers, sending Broly flying backward. Broly! Damn it! Sun Wukong shouted as he broke free. Vegeta followed closely, but in that instant, he charged at Moro. You scoundrel, prepare to face your demise. Final flash. Vegeta, enraged by the absorption of his power and the humiliation he suffered, vowed to make this old scoundrel feel the wrath of Prince Vegeta. Gathering intense energy, a brilliant flash erupted, with golden lightning swirling around him, as if Thor himself had descended. Moro scoffed. The ability of a god of destruction cannot be absorbed. But you too. Ha ha. Moro raised one hand, abruptly halting Vegeta's attack. He felt an immense force pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Moro swiftly approached Sun Wukong, capturing both him and Vegeta in his grasp. Boom. Sun Wukong and Vegeta reverted from their Super Saiyan God forms to their normal states, their energy being siphoned by Moro. However, at that moment, this ends now. Broly suddenly launched a kick, sending Moro sprawling, then grasped his horn. With a swift stomp on Moro's head, he forcefully twisted. Crack! Ah! Moro shrieked in agony as one of his horns snapped off, blood gushing forth from his head. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were left in stunned silence. P.S. Special thanks to Mu Shi Zhao Yin for the 20 blades, trembling with anticipation. Chapter 72. Namek has exploded again. Broly gripped Moro's aged bovine face with one hand, casting a disdainful glance at him. So what if he is a candidate for the God of Destruction? Huh. Moro panicked. He never anticipated that a candidate for the God of Destruction could possess such power. Even the Supreme Kai of the universe did not wield such combat strength. How is this possible? A cruel smile emerged on Broly's face as he prepared to crush Moro's skull. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A beam of light shot up into the heavens, glaringly bright against the ominous backdrop. This is bad. The accomplices of Moro are beginning to make wishes. Vegeta was taken aback. If Moro were to use the Dragon Balls to restore himself to peak condition, their chances of victory would be utterly non-existent. He propelled himself towards the light beam with all his might. Simultaneously, Moro used telepathy to alert Karambari. Listen, Karambari. They're heading your way. You must act swiftly. Ah, really? Then I must flee at once. No. Quickly use the Dragon Balls to restore my body to its peak. Hurry. But I still need to escape from other planets. First, grant me this wish. The rest is your concern. Hear me, Karambari, if you dare betray me, I will find you no matter where you hide. You should know my abilities. All right, Mr. Moro. Meanwhile, Broly tightened his grip, on the verge of obliterating Moro's head, but Moro suddenly unleashed a tremendous surge of power. This is unbelievable. Though Broly was startled, he continued to exert his destructive energy with all his might. However, before the rejuvenated Moro, Broly's destruction seemed feeble. Moro sneered and effortlessly shook Broly's hands away, then unleashed a sphere of energy that struck Broly in the face, sending him hurtling backwards. Seizing the opportunity, he charged towards the light beam. Please let me reach a place where neither the Galactic Patrol nor Mr. Moro can find me. Karambari shouted at the dragon, and before the nearby Namekian could translate, Vegeta had already closed in, kicking him down. Yes, it's you, Vegeta. Karambari wiped the blood from his mouth and drew a laser gun from his waist. Humph. So you're Frisia's lapdog. Have you now pledged allegiance to a new master? Vegeta regarded him with contempt, leisurely approaching Karambari. Glancing at the dragon in the sky, he wished to have the dragon restore his power alongside Kakarot, but at that moment, Moro lunged at him. In an instant, before Vegeta could react, Moro's hand pierced through his abdomen, simultaneously impaling Karambari. Ugh! What? Vegeta struggled to turn his head, while Moro withdrew his arm with a flourish. Splattering blood across the ground in a macabre arc thud, Vegeta collapsed. Is this the dragon? Very well, then let my second wish be fulfilled. Release all the criminals imprisoned by the Galactic Patrol. Your wish has been granted. Please state your third wish. Ha ha ha. Grant me eternal life. Moro screamed frantically. He yearned to become an immortal being, spreading terror throughout the universe. You shall not succeed. At that moment, Broly and Goku arrived, both striking simultaneously, sending Moro flying with a resounding impact. Dragon, please restore Vegeta. Goku wished without a moment's hesitation. For a dear friend, What was one wish? No. Moro shouted in despair, but it was too late. The dragon's eyes flashed, and the fallen Vegeta stood once more. You scoundrels! How dare you interrupt my wishes? Moro's fury erupted, and the rifts on Namek multiplied, as torrents of energy surged forth to assault Broly and the others. Boom! The trio dodged left and right. And Vegeta snorted coldly. Each time a Saiyan nears death, their strength increases. Thank you for not killing me. In return, I shall repay you. Yah! A deep blue aura erupted, and Vegeta successfully activated his deep blue form. Prepare yourself, Moro. Get lost, minions. Moro roared, sweeping his arm to obliterate everything in his path. Namek split in two, teetering on the brink of annihilation. At that moment, a spaceship appeared in the sky, followed by Jocko, Maruz, and others encircling Moro. Maruz drew his weapon and fired a shot, ensnaring Moro in a massive net. Moro grasped at the net, tearing it apart instantly. Impossible. This was specially designed for you. Indeed. Humph. If you had arrived a few minutes earlier, perhaps I would have been captured, but now. Moro sneered, prepared to send everyone to oblivion. Bang. Suddenly, a heavy figure leaped from the spaceship. Majin Buu had awakened. However, Majin Buu's appearance was markedly different this time. Greetings. I am the Supreme Kai. I just exchanged control with Buu. Broly felt a resonance within him. Like Buu, he too housed multiple souls within. Yet, unlike Buu, he had not coexisted with them so harmoniously. As Supreme Kai, Moro broke into a cold sweat. 1,000,000 years ago, he had been sealed by the Supreme Kai, and now that he stood before him once more, it was. Without hesitation, he detonated the planet's energy and soared into the sky, fleeing Namek. That scoundrel! How many more planets must he destroy before he is satisfied? The Supreme Kai seethed with rage, and just then, the entire planet began to tremble, the ground fracturing extensively. Beast cried out in anguish. The harbinger of planetary destruction. That bastard. He intends to extract every last bit of energy from this planet. Everyone was startled. They were not gods and could not fight in space. Jocko promptly ordered everyone back to the spaceship. Boom! Once everyone evacuated Namek, the planet erupted in a dazzling display of light. Namek has exploded again. P.S. Special thanks to Muxazayan for the 20 blades. Chapter 73. The mixed doubles of couples. I will not spare you, Moro. The great Kaioshin, aboard his spacecraft, gazed at Moro, who was still absorbing energy from other planets. Without hesitation, he opened the hatch and launched himself into the void. Boom. The great Kaioshin. His assault was thwarted by Moro. Yet this mere contact sparked a realization within Moro. The current great Kaioshin is remarkably weak. Listen well, Moro. You better comply and return to the Galactic Patrol, or I shall seal your powers once more. The great Kaioshin formed a sealing gesture, startling Moro. However, observing the great Kaioshin's anxious demeanor, a thought struck him. Humph. You truly are frightened. You can't possibly use the sealing technique now, can you? Otherwise, you would have caught me off guard like last time. Who, then, has stolen your divine power? A sly smile spread across Moro's face. Indeed, the great Kaioshin, absorbed by Buu, had sealed Moro with half of his divine energy 10,000,000 years ago, the other half gifted to Buu, who had subsequently perished at the hands of Goku's spirit bomb. In other words, the current great Kaioshin has no divine power to wield. So, you've seen through me. The great Kaioshin lowered his hands, but at that moment, Moro's hatred reached its zenith. In an instant, he kicked the great Kaioshin away and raised his arm, unleashing a colossal energy wave directed at the great Kaioshin. Boom! The great Kaioshin plummeted onto an asteroid, with Moro hot on his heels. This is bad. The great Kaioshin cannot withstand Moro. I must rush to his aid. Lam-Z exclaimed, immediately taking action. You are still alive? Very well, I shall ensure you vanish together. Moro glanced at the nearby spaceship, raising his hands skyward to summon a massive orb of planetary energy to hurl at their vessel. Oh, it's over. There's no escaping this. Gak was beside himself with anxiety, but at that moment, he witnessed the energy sphere gradually dissipating. Mr. Broly. Gak's eyes brimmed with tears of joy as he beheld Broly, enveloped in destructive energy, annihilating Moro's attack entirely. Stay back. Broly, can you handle this alone? Goku asked, a hint of worry in his voice. Yet without the destructive energy, they could not survive in the cosmos. All they could do was fret. Fear not. I will return. Broly brushed off their concerns, giving 21 a reassuring gesture before charging at Moro. On the asteroid, the Great Kaioshin was effortlessly dominated by Moro. Just as Moro was about to crush this rotund figure, Mel suddenly appeared, clad in a spacesuit, weapon aimed at Moro. Useless. Moro dismissed Mel's weapon, as 5 energy waves surged toward him. Swish. Mel's, with remarkable agility, evaded all of Moro's attacks, leaving Moro astonished. Who would have thought a mere galactic patrol officer possessed such skill? Casting aside the Great Kaioshin, Moro charged at Mel's. TSK. Mel's dodged with incredible speed, astonishing Goku and the others. Hiya! A sudden roar interrupted Moro's assault as Broly descended from above, radiating violent purple energy. Boom! Broly's fist struck the ground, forcing Moro to retreat a couple of steps. As a candidate for the God of Destruction, your strength is inadequate to defeat me. You should return to your role as a mere candidate. Moro bellowed, unleashing 4 energy blasts that ensnared Broly, immobilizing him. This bastard has so many tricks. He can not only absorb the opponent's power, but also control them. Gak panicked upon seeing Broly, the God of Destruction candidate, ensnared on the spaceship. Now is my chance. Yet, just as Moro prepared to strike Broly once more, the Great Kaioshin suddenly embraced Moro from behind, transporting him to a desolate planet devoid of life-sustaining energy, featuring only pockmarked terrain and harsh weather. Well done, Great Kaioshin. Hearing the Great Kaioshin's voice, they realized they had arrived on a new planet. And Goku instantly felt invigorated. In the cosmos, survival was impossible, but on this planet, they could fight. Goku extended his hand. Come. Let us unite to vanquish Moro. Vegeta. 21. And Gohan wasted no time, teleporting to Broly's side, bringing him and Mel's along to the desolate planet. Humph. 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 You have all arrived. Upon their arrival, the Great Kaioshin lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, indicating his severe injuries. Let us determine the victor. Ha ha ha. Goku and Vegeta instantly activated their Super Saiyan Blue forms, while 21 transformed into her Majin state, and Gohan unleashed an astonishing surge of power. Hiya! Broly clenched his fists, a colossal energy coursing through him. If he could not harness the destructive energy against the opponent, then he would use his innate power. Boom! A green beam shot skyward as Broly transformed into a warrior of destruction, entering full power mode. His immense figure overshadowed Moro, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Useless. Useless. Give me your energy. Moro raised his hands, but Broly swiftly closed the distance. Bang! A single punch sent Moro flying, with Broly accelerating in pursuit. Although he sensed his energy waning, his fury fueled an incessant surge of power. Seeing Broly in motion, 21 also charged forward. Broly! 21 called out, and Broly understood, seizing Moro's head and tossing him towards 21. With a fierce cry, 21's energy flared dramatically. Bang! She transformed into a dark red lightning bolt, relentlessly assaulting Moro, then soared above him, launching an energy sphere directly at him. Boom! Moro plummeted. But before he could regain his footing, Broly was ready below. He embraced Moro tightly, gathering green energy before unleashing a thunderous explosion. Once more, Moro was sent flying. His chest erupted in pain. Ah, damn it! Moro groaned, his back throbbing with agony. As he lifted his head, he beheld 21 awaiting him. She smirked coldly and raised her arm, gathering a sphere of destructive energy, while below, Broly opened his mouth wide. Pure energy blast. A thunderous roar erupted. Thus, the combined technique of this husband and wife duo was born. Chapter 74, The Target. Planet Adatella, Pure Energy Blast. A thunderous roar echoed through the cosmos. Simultaneously, 2 beams of energy surged towards Moro, who found himself ensnared in an overwhelming force that held him suspended in midair. The intense energy engulfed him, tearing through his very being. Ah, you scoundrels, you shall not escape my wrath. Die. Boom. The entire planet began to tremble. Though it was a mere scrap of a world with scant energy, it still possessed some. Without hesitation, Moro ignited its core, unleashing a multitude of voids that erupted forth. The surge of energy instantaneously deflected the attacks from Broly and Android 21, allowing him to break free. Moro, did you forget about me? Suddenly liberated, Moro was sent flying by a powerful fist as Vegeta closed in. You have incited my fury. Moro stretched out his hand, condensing the planet's energy into a radiant orb, which he then consumed. Gulp. Moro's power surged once more. Buzz. At that moment, Gak received an urgent notification. All prisoners in the galactic prison of the 7th universe have escaped. They're coming, Moro exclaimed, bewildering everyone as a colossal spaceship appeared overhead. Boom. Centered around Broly and his companions, the enemy's ship unleashed a barrage of intense light waves. Get down. This is the latest weapon of the Galactic Patrol, Mel shouted, prompting everyone to take cover. Yet, Broly was struck head-on. Rumbling. The massive energy wave not only bore immense destructive power, but also contained a significant dose of anesthetic. Broly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he stumbled. Broly. Android 21 quickly steadied him, but the anesthetic affected her as well, inducing a similar bout of vertigo. Thankfully, as an android, she swiftly expelled the toxins through her pores. Buzz. The assault from the spaceship gradually ceased, and 21 seized the opportunity to carry Broly to safety. Thank you for waiting. Lord Moro, you've done well, bringing so many. Crack. At that moment, the ship's doors swung open, revealing thousands of prisoners clad in galactic prison attire, flooding out in droves. Leading them was Saganbo, who fell to his knees before Moro, exuding utmost reverence. Rest assured, I shall distribute power to all of you as promised, Moro declared, placing his hand upon Saganbo, who instantly felt his energy soar. What is happening? Why? Why have all the prisoners from the galactic prison escaped? Mels exclaimed in disbelief, hastily attempting to contact Gak for clarification. Yet at that moment, Moro provocatively declared, Do you remember my 2 wishes? My second wish was to release all prisoners from the galactic prison. As soon as he finished speaking, the inmates responded with fervent cries. Charge! With a wave of Saganbo's hand, all the prisoners charged toward the group. This is troublesome. Goku and the others, witnessing the overwhelming numbers rushing towards them while feeling their own strength being drained, felt a surge of anxiety. The opposing force was simply too great. Goku and Vegeta struggled to hold their ground, their energy rapidly depleting, forcing them to revert from Super Blue to Super Saiyan form. The only ones unaffected were 21 and Mels. 21 continued to fend off the encroaching prisoners beside Broly. Just then, Gak and Illiku arrived to lend aid. Goku, we must retreat. The enemy numbers are overwhelming. Damn it. Quickly, grab my hand. Goku, feeling the pressure mounting, realized he could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan form. The rate of energy absorption was accelerating, and if he lingered any longer, he would lose even the ability to teleport. Illiku, you must pilot the ship. We regroup at headquarters, Mels commanded, placing a firm hand on Goku's shoulder, as did the others. However, 21, fearing the prisoners might harm the unconscious Broly, pushed him into the spaceship. Vegeta, grab hold of me, Goku shouted anxiously at Vegeta, who remained unmoving, seemingly entranced. What sorcery? What divine power? What a wretched state I find myself in. Kakarot, go on without me. I will not fight alongside you any longer. Vegeta's forehead pulsed with veins as he suddenly surged forward, heading straight for the ship that carried Broly. Goku, there is no time. We must leave. None of you shall escape. Saganbo thundered, his massive fist crashing down towards them. Damn it. Goku utilized instant transmission, transporting everyone to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. A whistle echoed the Galactic King, enjoying a leisurely bath, was startled by the sudden appearance of Goku and his companions. You all. Apologies, old man, but I only recognize your energy. Within a spaceship traversing the cosmos, a heated argument erupted inside. 21 and Vegeta were locked in a fierce dispute. Turn the ship around. Broly requires medical attention. You troublesome woman. I need to reach a planet capable of defeating Moro. Illico watched the bickering duo, feeling overwhelmed. Both were immensely powerful, and he dared not provoke either. Just then, a muffled groan broke through. Broly gradually awakened. Broly, you're all right, thank goodness. 21, dismissing any further words with Vegeta, instantly returned to her normal state and embraced Broly. Yes, I'm fine just a bit. All right, where are we? What happened to Moro? Broly stood up, surveying his surroundings. Broly, I bear unfortunate news. What is it? This time we have suffered a complete defeat. I am heading to planet Adatella to learn a technique that can overpower Moro. If you wish to return, I'm afraid this spaceship is bound solely for Adatella. With that, Vegeta leaned against the wall. Planet Adatella? Isn't that the very place where Goku learned instant transmission? It is said that the inhabitants possess many peculiar skills. Broly did not oppose, replying, Very well, let us go to planet Adatella. Vegeta smirked at 21, exuding an air of triumph, yet 21 ignored him entirely. In her mind, wherever Broly went, she would follow. Vegeta was of little concern to her. Damn woman. Vegeta seethed, watching as she disregarded him completely, gnashing his teeth in frustration. Chapter 75, The Dismal Vegeta as Broly and his companions journeyed towards the planet Adatella. Moro and a host of prisoners wreaked havoc throughout the cosmos. In their quest for energy, countless planets fell victim to their destructive rampage. Empowered by Moro, these inmates exhibited a tremendous surge in strength, forming groups to dominate various worlds. The rapid succession of these events soon reached the Galactic Patrol headquarters, where everyone expressed their disdain for Moro's actions, yet felt powerless to intervene, as his might was far too formidable for them to contend with. Meanwhile, Goku, reflecting on his recent defeat, proposed a training plan to Meruz. The two returned to the Room of Spirit and Time on Earth to hone their skills, while the remaining Z fighters prepared to face the impending crisis. Android 18 sought out Android 17, summoning Gohan, Krillin, and all the Z fighters to gather for the looming catastrophe. Buzz. On the planet Adatella, a spacecraft descended onto an expansive clearing, surrounded by a throng of peculiar extraterrestrials. As the ship's doors opened, Broly, Vegeta, Android 21, and Illiku emerged. Is this truly the planet Adatella? Illiku remarked in astonishment. The planet appeared rather inconspicuous and remote, a place not easily found by ordinary travelers. Android 21, with her curious demeanor, gazed around, exclaiming, "Are these the Adatellans? They look so strange." Though Broly had seen the Adatellans in anime, their real-life counterparts were indeed somewhat unsettling. Suddenly, a few portly figures emerged from the crowd, greeting Broly and his companions as if they were familiar. "Are you Vegeta?" Quite the imposing figure. Broly shook his head, pointing to the shorter Vegeta beside him. "Ah, my apologies. I didn't expect Mr. Vegeta to be so diminutive." Vegeta's pride was once again wounded, and he resolved to wish for an increase in height of 5 centimeters from the dragon after this ordeal. By the way, who taught Kakarot instant transmission? Vegeta cut straight to the point. The stout alien then escorted Broly and the others into a grand hall, where a massive elder, nearly touching the ceiling, awaited them. Upon learning their identities through the little stout alien's explanation, the elder shrank himself down. "Ah, Mr. Vegeta, you possess a remarkable appearance." Wait. This one is Mr. Vegeta." The elder's assistant interjected. Vegeta's temper flared at the repeated misidentification. "I understand you seek to defeat the one called Moro and have come to learn techniques, correct?" "Indeed. Are there any techniques available?" Vegeta inquired eagerly, while Broly also displayed a longing expression, as the Adatellans were shrouded in mystery in the original narrative. However, the elder shook his head. "You may have misunderstood. We Adatellans do not possess a plethora of techniques. In truth, there is only one thing you must learn: to control the Spirito." "Spirito? What is Spirito?" Broly and the others exchanged puzzled glances, having never encountered this term in Dragon Ball before. "Spirito is what Goku refers to as Ki," the stout alien explained promptly. "As long as you comprehend that, we can proceed." The elder, alongside the stout alien, led Broly and the others out of the grand hall. On Earth, within the Room of Spirit and Time, Goku bore the marks of exhaustion and injury, indicating the rigorous training he had undergone with Meruz. Suddenly, a distortion in time and space transported them from the chamber. A figure loomed above them. "All right, that's enough for now, Meruz." Goku and Meruz looked up to see was hovering above them. "Brother." Goku nearly bit his tongue upon hearing Meruz address Whis in such a manner. He soon learned that Meruz was an apprentice angel and that an angel would vanish if they fought with full strength, filling Goku with guilt for having previously urged Meruz to unleash his full power. "From this moment on, I shall be your supervisor," Whis proclaimed, waving his staff to instantaneously transform Meruz's Galactic Patrol uniform into angelic attire. "I'm sorry, Goku. It seems I can no longer fight alongside you." As the two vanished, Goku took a deep breath, centering his thoughts. From his senses, he perceived that Earth was under siege by Moro's forces as galactic prisoners rampaged across the planet. "Moro, you scoundrel." Meanwhile, on the planet Adatella, Broly was leaping between sharp stone pillars, while Vegeta sat poised atop one. They appeared to be maintaining balance, but the reality was quite different. "Curse that Broly. I never expected his learning ability to be so formidable. Mr. Vegeta, your Spirito is faltering. Focus your mind." Vegeta struggled amidst his chaotic thoughts, determined not to fall behind. Mr. Broly, You're making rapid progress. It seems we can teach you techniques sooner than expected, the elder observed, satisfied with Broly's advancement. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was dismayed, regretting bringing Broly along. Oh, Awu Android 21, savoring the delightful cuisine provided by the Aditellans, gazed at Broly with adoring eyes, as if he were the sole figure in her world. Mr. Broly, could you come over here? The elder beckoned. Broly approached with steady grace upon the sharp stone pillars. What is it, elder? Mr. Broly, I must admit your learning capacity is quite impressive. Your preparatory work is complete, and now I shall teach you techniques. The elder continued, Mr. Broly, although you appear composed, at times, you may struggle to control yourself, correct? Within you reside two uncontrollable essences, what you might call souls. Though I am unfamiliar with your past, I perceive you are not malevolent, and I wish to assist you in resolving this issue. Broly was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his greatest challenge would be discerned by this seemingly unremarkable elder rather than an angel. Indeed, Broly had kept this secret to himself, even from Android 21. The planet Aditella was truly a remarkable and enigmatic place. P.S. As the impending battle against Moro looms, what abilities will Broly acquire? What transformation awaits Broly as his three souls truly merge? Stay tuned for the unfolding tale. Chapter 76. The arrival of the Moro army in a serene location. Broly sat opposite the elder, who was intoning incantations. With each utterance, Broly felt his soul being tugged, a sensation akin to being torn apart, unbearable for any mortal to withstand. The pain was excruciating, causing Broly's body to shudder involuntarily. Do not move. I will guide the other two souls to stabilize them. The elder's words compelled Broly to grit his teeth and endure. Though the slight tremors of his body betrayed the immense pain even this resolute warrior could not fully bear. On Earth, in preparation for the impending threat of Moro, all warriors were gearing up. Piccolo was meditating in the heavenly temple when suddenly, Dandy informed him of the arrival of extraterrestrial beings aboard a spacecraft, the nature of which remained uncertain. Interrupting his meditation, Piccolo surveyed the area from the temple's plaza and pinpointed the location of the newcomers, a desert where the figures described by Goku as part of Moro's entourage likely constituted an advance party. He soared towards them, only to be surprised by the sudden arrival of Gohan, who donned an outfit akin to Piccolo's. Gohan, what brings you here? Uncle Piccolo, I've come to train with you. Moro has begun wreaking havoc across the universe. If we do not defeat him, Earth will inevitably be next. Gohan replied solemnly, lowering his gaze. Piccolo smiled knowingly. Gohan had matured, and that was commendable. However, Gohan, Moro's minions have already arrived on Earth. I am preparing to confront them. Yes, Uncle Piccolo, I shall accompany you. With a thunderous roar, the two accelerated, sending waves crashing across the sea. Meanwhile, after Meruz had departed, Goku seized the opportunity to continue his training within the hyperbolic time chamber. Boom, I've done it. Goku exclaimed with elation, having finally mastered the Ultra Instinct technique, a significant breakthrough. However, his joy was short-lived as hunger soon overtook him. The food within the chamber required preparation, a skill Goku lacked, resulting in a rather inedible meal. I wonder how things are faring outside, he pondered, scratching his head and focusing on his unappetizing creation. Uncle Piccolo, those three individuals. Gohan exclaimed with a hint of exasperation, having encountered the three fugitives captured by Android 21 once more. The duo promptly brought the captives to the Heavenly Temple and summoned Jack for the transfer. Just as Jack arrived, a wormhole suddenly opened within the temple. Three prisoners clad in cosmic prison uniforms materialized, the strongest among them bearing a striking resemblance to a counterfeit version of Hitler, his head adorned with three obsidian-like protrusions. According to Jack, this individual was a highly advanced synthetic life form capable of replicating anyone's abilities for 30 minutes. Isn't that the Galactic Patrol's rookie, Jack? How come you caught these three? One of the prisoners sneered, resembling a sentient green onion with a disdainful expression, ready to strike the captured trio. In a moment of crisis, Piccolo intervened, seizing the green onion's hand to prevent violence in the sacred temple. Enough. Sabinsley, deal with them. The green onion bellowed, summoning Sabinsley, who swiftly grasped Piccolo by the throat. Replication. To Piccolo's astonishment, he was pierced by Sabinsley's energy attack. Uncle Piccolo, you scoundrels. Gohan erupted with Super Saiyan energy, delivering a powerful punch that sent Sabinsley crashing to the ground. The others, no longer spectators, joined the fray, igniting a 3v3 battle within the Heavenly Temple. Boom. The green onion swiftly snatched Jack's weapon, inciting Jack's furious outrage. Yet, the opponent's speed was overwhelming, leaving Jack unable to keep pace. Gohan engaged in a fierce confrontation with the giant Sabinsley, resulting in a stalemate, while Panda relentlessly pursued Dandy, who, as a support, found himself outmatched by the assailant. Just then, Krillin appeared, rescuing Dandy while cradling the injured Piccolo. "Are you all right, Dandy? Damn, are these brutes truly Moro's subordinates?" Krillin gritted his teeth. Having witnessed Piccolo's injury and realizing the enemy had infiltrated their ranks. Spirit Slice. Krillin raised his hand, conjuring a sharp energy wave aimed at the panda, who merely scoffed, effortlessly shattering it with a punch. Krillin gasped and hastily retreated. In the cosmos, the colossal warship, Moro's stronghold, soared through space. At that moment, Moro absorbed the energy brought back by the prisoners while observing the battle. "Moro-sama, Sabinsley has already invoked your power. It appears that the planet known as Earth harbors formidable foes." Sagambo reported to Moro. "Earth, a planet of monkeys a million years ago. It now harbors such formidable beings? Transmit Sabinsley's battle footage. I wish to witness the prowess of these Earthlings." Yes. With a crackle, Moro's projection transformed into a view of Earth, showcasing the desperate struggle against Sabinsley. "Damn it. I can't believe this fool replicated Moro's abilities ahead of time." Gohan, aware of Moro's might, realized the dire situation as Sabinsley harnessed planetary energy, draining them of their strength, even reverting their Super Saiyan forms. "Oh, isn't this the one who thwarted my acquisition of one of them? So these individuals hail from Earth. Excellent. I shall harness all their powers for my own," Sagambo mused, growing increasingly respectful of Moro's commanding presence. In the sky, a fleet resembling an interstellar battle descended, an overwhelming number of enemies arriving on Earth. The planet was engulfed in chaos as the Moro army wreaked havoc, destroying cities, forests, and all living creatures in their path. Thus, the full-scale invasion of the Moro army commenced. Chapter 77, Black Satin Blindfold Boom. The Moro Legion was rampantly attacking, forcing the surviving humans to scatter in fear of being discovered. "Hee. I never expected the life forms on this planet to be so feeble," remarked Minion 1, with Minion 2 echoing his sentiments. "Indeed, one punch and they're done for. What a dull planet. I can't fathom why our leader would bother with such a weakling world." Just as the two minions conversed, two figures slowly descended from the sky. "Who are they?" The minions quickly turned around, only to lower their guard upon seeing two ordinary-looking individuals. Well, there are some who are not afraid of death. Let me handle this, brother. Hurry up. We must move on to the next location. You won't be going anywhere." The newcomer pointed both hands at them, unleashing a powerful energy wave that instantly reduced the two minions to ashes. "Number 17, you've gone too far." Indeed, the newcomers were the androids number 17 and 18. En route to the temple, the true battlefield from which the Moro army had spread. Meanwhile, Krillin was being pursued and attacked by a panda-like creature. Just as he felt overwhelmed, a sudden energy wave struck down the panda. "Master Roshi, you're here too?" Turning around, Krillin spotted the frail old man, Master Roshi. However, before they could exchange pleasantries, a rustling sound emerged from the jungle as three stunning alien beauties stepped forth. Though somewhat unconventional, their figures were undeniably breathtaking. "Puha!" Master Roshi nearly drooled, while Krillin looked on with disdain. "Grandpa, weren't you training with Poir?" Master Roshi cleared his throat, quickly adopting a serious demeanor. "Of course, the efforts I made with Poir will not be in vain, but these ladies are truly something." Krillin wore an exasperated expression. Yet the three alien beauties had also taken notice of the duo and prepared to attack. "Krillin, we need you. Don't let these minions waste your time. Go. I can handle myself here." Master Roshi firmly urged Krillin to leave while gazing hungrily at the three alien beauties. "Hee. Let us play a delightful game, shall we? You old fool. You're asking for death." The three alien beauties charged at him, but Master Roshi swiftly produced a piece of black cloth. Black satin blindfold. To everyone's astonishment, he covered his eyes. The three alien beauties were swiftly defeated by his unexpected prowess. "You rodents. So, you've been hiding here. Where are those color-changing monkeys?" Moro advanced toward the group, his overwhelming energy causing everyone to tremble. Is he truly Moro? How many lives has he absorbed? Piccolo sensed Moro's aura, the countless wails echoing in his mind for a century. "Moro-sama, you need not concern yourself with these trivialities. Allow me." Sagambo volunteered eagerly. While Moro paid little attention, dismissively waving him on. Let Sagambo entertain you. Sagambo unleashed a tremendous burst of energy, his clothing tearing apart to reveal his muscular physique, albeit with an excessive and somewhat off-putting amount of hair. Gohan. Piccolo braced himself, standing shoulder to shoulder with Son Gohan. As Sagambo approached, the two launched their simultaneous attack, forming energy blasts that hurtled toward him. Expecting an element of surprise to inflict damage, they were shocked to see Sagambo stand still, absorbing the blows with his body. What? Piccolo gasped in disbelief, but Sagambo retaliated fiercely. His massive fist struck the two, then he seized them, smashing them together like a windmill, pounding them into the ground. Stop it. Energy sphere slash. A golden disc sliced through the air, but Sagambo merely tilted his head, evading the attack. Looking up, he spotted a bald man alongside a man and woman, seemingly their allies. Just as Sagambo prepared to counter, he suddenly felt warmth on his face. Touching it, he realized he was bleeding. That accursed bald man. I'll kill you. Sagambo roared in fury, his energy boiling like magma, intent on annihilating the bald figure before him. Yet, in a shocking turn of events, Krillin, 17, and 18 were ready to fight, but before Sagambo could approach, he unexpectedly knelt to the ground. What's happening? Sagambo coughed up blood, and before he could recover, another blast sent him flying. It's Dad. He's here. Son Gohan exclaimed excitedly, while Piccolo looked bewildered. Gohan, I don't sense Goku's energy. As Son Goku moved at blinding speed, attacking Sagambo, he exclaimed, How can you see? I have great confidence in my eyesight. Their conversation reached Moro's ears, causing a smirk to form on his face. One had finally arrived. Enough. Reveal yourself, wild monkey. Moro bellowed, but just then, Sagambo was propelled toward Moro by an unseen force. With a flick of his finger, Moro sent Sagambo crashing away, and Son Goku's figure finally appeared before everyone. Goku. Upon seeing him, everyone erupted with excitement, as though their backbone had returned. Hee. It certainly wasn't going to be that simple. Goku grinned, his gaze locked onto Moro. Hee. It seems you've grown considerably stronger. Indeed, I am not the same as before. The two stood facing each other, an invisible tension flowing through the air. Boom. Just then, the previously defeated Sagambo staggered to his feet, battered and bruised. Moro-sama, I can still fight. Let me. Silence, you worthless fool. With a mere glance, Moro knocked Sagambo down effortlessly. You. Isn't he your subordinate? Goku glared at Moro, while the others were stunned by Moro's ruthlessness, realizing that even his most loyal follower was not spared from his cruelty. All right, since that's the case, I shall show you the fruits of my training. Activate Ultra Instinct. Chapter 78, Sun Wukong vs. Moro. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong transformed into the state of Ultimate Instinct. The formidable aura he emanated left everyone present in awe, even catching Moro off guard. His expression shifted to one of disbelief as he questioned, This cannot be the power of a mere human. Wukong, calm and composed, replied, Indeed. This is a divine technique known as Ultimate Instinct. Fantastic. Father can finally wield it effortlessly, exclaimed Son Gohan, his face alight with excitement and admiration for his father. Although Piccolo felt a pang of unease, he too reveled in Wukong's triumph, for everyone had witnessed the might of Ultimate Instinct at the Tournament of Power. There's still a chance to win. Moro scoffed. I never expected a creature like you to harness divine power. However, as Moro gripped his hands tightly, his energy surged dramatically, and with a fierce shout, the two clashed. Bang! Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches, his speed astonishingly swift, leaving Moro struggling to defend himself. Following that, Wukong unleashed a tempest of attacks. Bang! 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 Is this speed all you have? Then I'll just seal you. Moro, overwhelmed, felt despair creeping in. He conjured dark energy rings around Wukong's limbs, instantly restricting his movement. Startled, Wukong attempted to break free but was sent flying by a powerful kick from Moro. Bang! Humph! Summoning his might, Wukong shattered the dark mist and, in a flash, appeared behind Moro. With a swift kick, he struck Moro's nape. Humph! Don't get cocky. Moro summoned thunder and dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, lightning crackling down at Wukong, who nimbly dodged the strikes. Father, don't worry about Earth. The Dragon Balls are with Dandy. If anything happens, we can revive it with the 7 Dragon Balls. Gohan shouted, witnessing his father's hesitation. Very well. Back away. With newfound confidence, Wukong unleashed his full potential, his body slicing through the air like a sword aimed at Moro's vital points. Boom. A powerful punch struck Moro's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of bile, sent reeling backward. Yet Wukong's assault was far from over. He gathered energy into his palms, radiating an intense light. Kamehameha. Just as Moro attempted to evade, Wukong teleported behind him, and upon uttering the incantation, a massive energy exploded forth. Wave. This technique, first utilized during the Cell Saga, had proven effective time and again. Moro cried out in agony, lifted into the air by the Kamehameha. You wretched monkey. In pain, Moro sought to retaliate, but Wukong's relentless barrage continued. With fists raised, he struck from a distance, landing blows that rippled through Moro's form. Bang, 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 bang. Perhaps this time, I can truly defeat Moro. Piccolo's excitement was palpable. Battles of such magnitude were beyond their reach, relegating them to mere spectators. Bang! Wukong delivered a heavy kick to Moro's face, who fell to the ground, astonished by Wukong's incredible prowess and ultimate instinct. On the destroyer planet, Beerus idly fished, indifferent to the happenings on Earth, while Whis and the apprentice angel, Meruz, watched with keen interest. Remarkable, Meruz. You've trained Mr. Wukong to this level. However, I have yet to guide Wukong to achieve the complete form of ultimate instinct. Meruz admitted, a look of concern crossing his face. Fully aware that despite Moro's current disadvantage, he had not yet unleashed his full power. Bang! Wukong launched a kick that sent Moro flying. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Moro grinned wickedly. Your attacks are becoming increasingly disordered. Are you feeling anxious? Wukong ignored him, throwing a punch. Bang! Moro intercepted Wukong's fist, leaning in close to say, do you really think this is my full strength? Fool. He claims he hasn't unleashed his full power. How is that possible? Aga. Moro's roar reverberated, shaking the very foundations of the earth as an overwhelming force radiated outward, leaving Wukong momentarily stunned. Do you know how many planets I have consumed during this time? I have acquired power that surpasses even the gods. Ha ha ha. Moro laughed menacingly, relishing the moment as he aimed to demonstrate to Wukong the true essence of strength. Die. Moro extended his fingers, launching a terrifying energy blast toward Wukong. With a vigorous swing, Wukong deflected the attack, but with his full power unleashed, Moro's abilities had escalated significantly. In an instant, he appeared behind Wukong, enveloping him in a tight grip that rendered him immobile, his power now capable of devouring even Wukong's divine energy. Wukong felt an overwhelming weariness wash over him, and he reverted from the state of ultimate instinct. I doubt your technique can last much longer. Your urgency to determine the victor is evident. With that, Moro seized Wukong by the head and slammed him into the ground with tremendous force. A deafening crash echoed as Wukong howled in pain. Father! Gohan cried out, helpless to assist. It became clear that Wukong had merely grazed the surface of ultimate instinct. That form was merely the introduction to a power that was incredibly unstable and exhausting to maintain. Indeed, I had yet to assist Wukong in achieving the complete form of ultimate instinct, making the crux of victory lie in managing stamina, as that state was notoriously difficult to sustain. Their conversation reached Beerus' ears, yet he remained unconcerned. Aside from Namek, Moro had merely absorbed energy from planets without causing true destruction, thus not crossing Beerus' threshold. Moreover, he was eager to spar with Wukong when he completed ultimate instinct, as he had grown bored for far too long. You truly are remarkable. In such a short time, you've discerned my weakness. But stalling only implies you believe you cannot triumph over my full power, does it not? Then I shall unleash it entirely. With a furious roar, Wukong activated ultimate instinct once more. Chapter 79. The newborn Broly. With a resounding cry, Son Goku once again unlocked the ultimate form of his power, intending to vanquish Moro in one swift blow. However, Moro, with a disdainful smile, equally amplified his strength. Their energies became visibly tangible, colliding with an explosive force. As they locked eyes, the ferocity and determination reflected in their gazes clashed head-on. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, both warriors surged towards one another. Thud! 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 Each punch struck with visceral impact against the other's body. Moro leaped high into the air, unleashing a concentrated burst of energy aimed directly at Son Goku. With a focused gaze, Goku raised his hand to deflect Moro's assault, and then unleashed a torrent of energy blasts into the sky. The continuous barrage of explosions left Moro with no avenue for escape, as countless projectiles rained down upon him. In a flash, Goku teleported beside Moro, delivering a powerful punch to his face. The impact echoed as Moro was sent crashing into the side of a small mountain. Haha. If this is all the power you possess, then I shall not be defeated. Moro shook his head, producing a cracking sound, his expression revealing contempt and disappointment towards Goku's abilities. Curse be. Just how resilient is your body? Goku, now panting heavily, felt the toll of their fierce battle weighing on him. He was already fatigued. Prepare yourself, Moro. Despite his exhaustion, Goku refused to allow Moro any sense of triumph. Propelling himself swiftly towards his foe, on planet Vegeta, Broly was currently undergoing a profound merging of souls. As per the Elder's guidance, he was transforming what was not rightfully his into something he could master. Though Broly had previously vanquished the two souls, their spiritual power lingered, merely absorbed into Broly's consciousness. Without their autonomy, these souls remained dormant within him, like untapped energy waiting to be harnessed. With a grunt, Broly collapsed to the ground, veins bulging as Android 21 rushed to his side to support him. Excellently done, Mr. Broly. The Elder stood and beckoned to 21. You may approach. It is over. How do you feel, Broly? Are you all right? 21's expression was one of concern. At the onset, she had wished to intervene during Broly's suffering, but he had instructed her not to. Thus, she could only watch anxiously from a distance. Within Broly's mindscape, two humanoid energies stood in stark opposition, their outlines unmistakably resembling the original and the new Broly. Positioned between them, Broly found himself linking the three with the electric energy radiating from his body. With a cry of agony, he witnessed the two energy forms begin to merge into him. The pain. It's unbearable. At that moment, Broly felt as if death would be a welcome relief. The excruciating torment was intolerable, leaving him to howl in an attempt to find solace. Boom. A brilliant beam enveloped Broly as he completed the fusion. The latent dangers that had once loomed over him vanished. Now reborn, Broly had mastered the full extent of the other two souls' powers. Emotionless, he reveled in the ceaseless energy coursing through him, ecstatic to have resolved the troubling ordeal. Returning to reality, Broly opened his eyes to find 21's worried gaze. He gently patted her head, assuring her, it's over. 21 looked perplexed. What is over? Broly rose and nodded toward the Elder, expressing gratitude for his assistance. The Elder, sensing a shift in Broly's aura, found it increasingly enigmatic. Suddenly, an explosion echoed from afar. A colossal spaceship was approaching. Elder, we have intruders. The chubby boy rushed in, his eyes widening in shock at Broly's transformed presence. His aura now bore no resemblance to that of a mere human. Yet, without time to ponder, he dashed to the Elder's side. Leave it to me. At that moment, Broly spoke calmly, I shall join as well. 21 approached Broly's side, and he turned to her with a reassuring smile. Do not worry. I will return in 5 seconds. All right, then boom. Before 21 could finish, Broly shot skyward with astonishing speed. Moments later, a resounding explosion marked the destruction of the invading spaceship, leaving the area in utter chaos. Boom. The flames soared skyward, and Broly had already returned to 21's side. Such speed. 21 gazed at him in awe, wrapping her arms around his as pride radiated from her. Now that you've mastered your power, let us commence with your true training. Broly nodded, continuing his training with the Elder. On Earth, Son Goku poured every ounce of his strength into the assault against Moro, but his movements began to slow. Moro merely sidestepped, evading Goku's attack, and retaliated with a powerful kick that sent Goku sprawling to the ground. Boom. The sheer force left Goku lying there, teeth clenched in frustration as he gazed up at Moro, unwilling to accept defeat. With Meru's having trained him so diligently, yet still unable to overcome Moro, anger and resentment ignited within him. In that moment, Goku transformed his fury into power, unleashing a mighty roar as energy erupted from his body. P.S. The Moro arc is nearing its conclusion. A preview. In this battle, Broly will showcase forms beloved by fans, and following the Moro arc, an original storyline unfolds. The calamity of Universe 11, the dismissal of the Joker, and the involvement of Kampa, leading to Broly's ascendance as the god of destruction. Chapter 80. Vegeta soars once again. Son Goku roared, his body catapulting before Moro. He raised his elbow and struck at Moro with all his might. Bang! Moro staggered back a couple of steps, yet no harm was done. Instead, he swiftly raised his knee and landed a brutal blow to Goku's abdomen, causing a wave of excruciating pain that momentarily disoriented him. Cough, cough, cough. Goku fell to his knees, while Moro stood opposite him, hands on his hips, mockingly taunting. Ha ha ha. What's wrong? Your renowned speed seems to have vanished. Gritting his teeth, Goku sprang back to his feet and threw a punch, but alas, it merely grazed Moro's cheek. In retaliation, Moro delivered a powerful kick, sending Goku crashing to the ground. At this moment, Goku found himself utterly exhausted, his Ultra Instinct form reverting back to its normal state. Son, he has already exited his form, frantically exclaimed Piccolo and the others, realizing that even the powerful transformation showcased in the tournament could not defeat Moro. One could only imagine the magnitude of Moro's power. You've entertained me well, but now, farewell, human. Moro smirked, gathering energy in his hand, preparing to eliminate Goku. This action undoubtedly alarmed Goku's friends. Just as Moro was about to strike, androids 17 and 18 rushed in to assist. You shall not harm him. 17 attacked Moro's upper body, while 18 targeted his lower half. However, under their combined assault, Moro effortlessly dodged back. TCH, though we didn't land a hit, at least we saved Goku, so it's not a total loss. On planet Yardrat, having completed his training, Vegeta clenched his fists, brimming with confidence. Ha ha ha. Just wait, Moro. I shall teach you a lesson. At that moment, the Elder appeared behind him and gently tapped him, bestowing upon Vegeta a new set of gear. Vegeta looked revitalized. It must be said that he had every right to be proud. Is that guy still not ready? Vegeta inquired, glancing towards the main hall. The Elder shook his head. Mr. Broly is still undergoing his final training. Humph. I shall not wait for him. Wait. Why has Kakaroto's energy suddenly diminished so drastically? Vegeta exclaimed in shock, anxiety seeping in as he yearned to fly to Goku's side immediately. Upon sensing the dwindling energy on Earth, he realized it could only mean one thing. Moro's army had invaded. Damn it! How could this happen so swiftly? Vegeta turned to the Elder and demanded, "Take me to Earth. Use that. Teleportation." The Elder sighed. We cannot use instant transmission to travel to other planets. It is only permitted on our own. What? What shall we do? Earth is in peril. Bulma. Trunks. Curse it. Vegeta slammed his fist into the ground, frustration boiling within him. Then, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. If Kakarot could learn instant transmission, why could he not? Teach me how to use instant transmission. But Goku had to train for quite a while. Enough chatter. Teach me now. The Elder hesitated, but a chubby figure approached, causing him to pause. Perhaps he could let you try that? However, that is only a one-time use. Vegeta, do you agree? The Elder inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta replied, I don't care what it is. I just want to return to Earth now. Very well, let it be so. Within the hall, Broly was training in a secluded chamber, and this training involved restoring his tail to its original state. The essence of a Saiyan lies in their tail. A Saiyan without a tail would find their strength and future greatly affected. The source of power was of utmost importance to Broly, having heard of the Super Saiyan transformations, 1, 2, 3, but the stages beyond remained a mystery. I'm almost there. Broly grunted, veins bulging as he exerted himself. Below, Android 21 chimed in, it's coming out. It's coming out. There she was, pulling on Broly's tail with all her might, inching it outward. If they were outside, their exclamations might lead to misunderstandings. Bang! Broly's tail swung, shattering the ground beneath him. It had finally regrown. Breathing heavily, he recalled the intense pain, like someone pulling at his bones. His tail had begun to grow back during the Tournament of Power, but it had not fully emerged until now. Accepting the fusion's aftermath, Broly recognized the critical importance of his tail. Without it, his battle power would undeniably suffer. I didn't know you had a tail. But it's so cute and fluffy, Android 21 gushed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she affectionately touched Broly's tail. Broly ruffled her hair. We must leave. On Earth, Androids 17, 18, and Gohan joined forces to attack Moro, yet they failed to inflict even the slightest damage. Moro stood atop a small hill, shouting down at them. Come on, you pathetic insects. Bring it on. Goku struggled to rise. The previous battle had left him battered, making even standing a challenge. Father, are you all right? Gohan swiftly rushed to support Goku, who glared coldly at Moro. They had to defeat Moro here, or more planets would face destruction. Damn it, our energy has been significantly drained. Piccolo clutched his chest, reeling from a punch delivered by Moro, feeling as though his entire body was falling apart. His energy was continuously being siphoned. If this kept up, they would surely lose. You all should rest. Leave it to us, 18 declared, exchanging a glance with 17 before charging at Moro. As androids, they possessed infinite energy, which Moro could not absorb. However, their strength was still far inferior to his. The duo's attacks landed on Moro, who merely brushed away non-existent dust, wearing a disdainful smirk. What a pity, such splendid energy. Yet I cannot absorb it. Haha. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the fray, confidently pointing a thumb at himself. None other than Vegeta. Chapter 81. Vegeta's Great Power Humph. If you possess the courage, come and absorb my strength. At this moment, Vegeta wore an expression of pride, utterly dismissing Moro. Whereas that individual cloaked in divine energy. Moro, unfazed by Vegeta's insolence, directed his attention towards Broly. Oh, are you referring to that fellow? He need not come. I can handle you all by myself. Vegeta scoffed, raising his thumb to his own face, exuding extreme arrogance and confidence. He then remarked to Goku, look at your disgraceful demeanor. It appears you still haven't mastered the Ultra Instinct. But fret not, the forthcoming battle is solely mine to bear. I have acquired techniques far superior to the Ultra Instinct. Goku was taken aback. Techniques even greater than Ultra Instinct? What could they possibly be? Hey, androids 17 and 18. You may withdraw now. I alone will take care of this. 17 and 18 exchanged glances before retreating to the sides. Ha. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson. Moro clenched his fist, realizing that Vegeta was indeed the type who forgets past defeats. Let us put that to the test. Boom. Standing before you is someone even more formidable. Vegeta transformed into a deep blue state, and indeed, as he claimed, his potential had been unlocked by the Elder, allowing him to wield his powers with greater mastery. His strength astounded everyone present. That must be the transformation from the power tournament. Piccolo's expression grew serious. While Vegeta's power had increased, it still might not be sufficient. Moro's gaze was filled with disdain. He had encountered such power before and had no reason to fear it. However, in the next moment, Moro was left dumbfounded. Vegeta moved at blinding speed, appearing before Moro in an instant, delivering a powerful punch directly to Moro's abdomen. Bang! Moro was sent stumbling back several meters. No, this cannot be. Although Uncle Vegeta landed a hit, it had no effect whatsoever. Damn, this guy is merely boasting. Gohan and Android 18 derided him, convinced that Vegeta was merely talking big. You genuinely startled me. It seems your strength has indeed improved. But at this level, you still wish to contend with me? You are not worthy. Moro crossed his arms, wearing a knowing expression. Yet, Vegeta remained silent, continuing his assault on Moro, refusing to relent even when his attacks proved ineffective. Bang! 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 Give it up, Vegeta. Your attacks are futile. Moro absorbed every blow effortlessly and, with a casual kick, sent Vegeta flying. Boom! Vegeta crashed into a small hill. Ha. Is that all? But I must commend your effort in amplifying your strength, as I am about to absorb it entirely. Thank you for your fruitless training. Moro's words cast a pall over the onlookers, yet Vegeta showed no signs of distress, maintaining his stoic demeanor as he renewed his offensive. Bang! 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 I've warned you repeatedly. It's of no use. Stop struggling. Moro continued to defend against Vegeta's relentless attacks, growing weary of the game, intent on absorbing Vegeta's power. What has happened to Uncle Vegeta? Unable to confront his defeat, has he resorted to reckless abandon? Gohan and Goku exchanged concerns. Enough already, Vegeta. Finally, Moro's patience waned. He threw a powerful punch, only to have Vegeta twisted aside, retaliating with a strike to Moro's head. What? Moro was taken aback, astonished that his blow had actually hurt. The others were equally shocked. It was the first time they had witnessed Vegeta inflict damage on Moro. Moro, in a fit of rage, seized Vegeta, attempting to absorb him, but Vegeta merely shook his arms, breaking free from Moro's grasp. How is this possible? What on earth is happening? This cannot be. Moro was terrified, now on the defensive as he unleashed a flurry of punches. Yet Vegeta evaded them all, eventually delivering a kick in retaliation. Vegeta, could it be? At that moment, Goku, astonished, blurted out, Humph. Indeed. It is the separation technique of Spirito. Vegeta smirked, then delivered a punch to Moro's abdomen, causing him to scream as a massive surge of energy erupted from his mouth. With each strike, Moro's physique began to age rapidly. What? What have you done to me? Moro gasped in disbelief, only to hear Vegeta's cold laughter in response. The energy you forcibly seized? I merely returned it to its rightful place. Moro, look above. Suddenly, Moro's army pointed skyward, and Moro glanced up in shock. The enormous energy sphere was being expelled from his own body. So that's it. Vegeta had been striving to make contact with him for this very moment. As Moro began to regain his composure, Vegeta unleashed a tempest of assaults, seizing Moro's arm with one hand while the other rained blows upon him, each strike forcing more energy to separate from Moro. 3 strikes. The haughty Vegeta displayed 3 fingers, then, with a bewildered expression on Moro's face, delivered a powerful blow to his visage. Moro screamed as he was sent careening backward, and Vegeta pursued him relentlessly, bringing both fists together for a crushing blow. Bang! Finally, as Moro slammed into the ground, Vegeta coldly pressed his knee heavily into Moro's chest. Boom! Silence. At that moment, both Moro's army and Goku's group stared, dumbfounded, at Vegeta. Ha! Go to hell, Moro. Vegeta spread his fingers wide, poised to deliver the final blow, but at that moment, Moro erupted into laughter. Go to hell? I shall not. You have already lost, Moro. Humph. I still possess considerable magical energy. With both hands raised, the ground trembled, and countless voids erupted across the planet's surface, unleashing torrents of energy. This is bad. The onlookers gasped, but Moro used the planet's energy to shield himself, leaping directly before Cyberman, effortlessly eliminating the Namekian. Zamalika! Cyberman cried out. Yet Moro showed no regard for their emotions, seizing Cyberman's body and swallowing him whole. Chapter 82. The final training. What have you done, Moro? Vegeta exclaimed, his shock indescribable as he witnessed Moro devour a living person. Gulp. After consuming Sabansli, Moro licked his lips and cast a wicked smile at Vegeta, beckoning him with a finger. Regardless of your grotesque acts, you have already lost, Moro. Ultimate Flash. Vegeta's forehead throbbed as veins bulged, his hands converging to unleash a powerful energy wave, obscuring the sky itself with his technique. Wow, Uncle Vegeta is so strong. Gohan rejoiced momentarily, but Goku's brow furrowed in concern. Something's not right. Why does Moro's energy not only remain unchanged, but seems to have intensified? Boom. Suddenly, a figure crashed into the ground. Vegeta, battered and bruised, struggled as another figure descended from the heavens. Moro. The crowd gasped. Moro had transformed, his power exponentially greater than before. What have you done? Why do you look like that? What have you done to Sabansli? Hee. What I replicated from Sabansli was not merely magic, it was combat prowess. He has backed up my battle power. Moro shrugged nonchalantly, explaining the situation to the bewildered onlookers. What? You absorbed Sabansli? Gohan gasped, realizing the implications of Sabansli's replication abilities. Indeed, I absorbed his powers as well. Now, not only have I restored my energy, but I am also far stronger than before. Moro clenched his fists, an indescribable energy erupting like a meteor strike. Yet, at that moment, Vegeta, who had collapsed, suddenly rose, his face a mask of fury. Even if you have grown stronger, what does it matter? I'll force your energy out once more. Vegeta charged at Moro, prompting concern among the onlookers. Moro was not the same as before. As expected, the moment Vegeta reached Moro, he was kicked away, but like an indomitable cockroach, he rebounded once more. Swish, swish, swish. Vegeta's relentless strikes were effortlessly evaded by Moro, who remained untouched. Your attack must land, right? I won't make the same mistake again. Damn it. Vegeta gritted his teeth, intensifying his assault. Uncle Vegeta, if he absorbs Sabansli, we only need to stall for 30 minutes. Gohan shouted, suggesting a strategy to buy time, as everyone knew Sabansli's abilities could only last for 30 minutes. Yes, Gohan, you are brilliant. Piccolo praised, but Moro merely sneered at their conversation. Humph. My energy has returned to me, and there is no time limit. Before Moro could finish, he appeared behind Vegeta, seizing him by the neck before Vegeta could react. You scoundrel, what are you doing? Vegeta swung a fist backward, breaking free from Moro's grip. Did you see that? However, Moro did not pursue. Instead, He opened his palm to reveal a gemstone resembling obsidian, within which reflected Vegeta's likeness. This. In that moment of distraction, Moro struck Vegeta's face with incredible force, followed by a headbutt that sent him crashing to the ground. Vegeta raised his arm, mirroring his own signature move. Is that not Vegeta's technique? The onlookers gasped. Even Vegeta himself stunned. Big Bang attack, isn't it, Vegeta? Boom! The small mountain behind Vegeta was obliterated, leaving a massive crater, with Vegeta lying helplessly on the ground. Vegeta, damn you, Moro. Oh, Goku, accompanied by Piccolo, Gohan, Android 17, and Android 18, charged forward. As 17 and 18 provided cover, Piccolo seized the opportunity to ensnare Moro's legs, while Goku gathered energy for the Kamehameha. Attack now. I can't hold on much longer. Just as 18 finished speaking, Moro struck her in the face, sending her flying hundreds of meters. Take this, Moro. Kamehameha, wave. Boom. After the explosion, smoke billowed, revealing Moro's arm severed by the blast. The crowd rejoiced, but as the smoke cleared, Moro regrew his arm like a gecko. Suddenly, with lightning speed, Moro struck Goku with a chilling blow. In the temple, Dandy could no longer sit idle. He soared towards his comrades, determined to heal them. Piccolo, I'm on my way. Hold on. I'll save everyone. Dandy's message reached Piccolo, but at that moment, Moro's ears perked up. Save them. Piccolo gasped, urgently warning Dandy, don't come here. He knows you're coming and will kill you. Yet Moro merely smirked, casually tossing a sphere of light into the air, which transformed into a barrier, sealing the area from the outside world. Bang bang. Dandy arrived just in time to see the barrier, attempting to breach it, but as a support, he was powerless. Damn it. Dandy struck the barrier in frustration, helplessly watching his comrades fall one by one. I haven't done anything. I can't protect Earth and everyone. I don't deserve to be a deity. Damn it. But just then, a rift appeared before Dandy. A voice resonated. The Earth's deity is not finished yet. Clad in angelic robes and wielding a staff, Myers materialized behind Dandy. You are. Let us descend. Everyone is waiting for us. Die. Just as Moro prepared to finish them off, a figure rushed in and interrupted his attack with a powerful strike. You. Who are you? Moro gasped, startled, as he beheld Myers, dressed as a galactic patrol officer. Myers, where have you been? You scared me to death. Gak, armed with a pistol, was nearly in tears, but Myers replied, Mr. Goku, I am here to assist you in completing your final training. Chapter 83. The God of Mischief, Sun Wukong. Only now did I realize. Where are Sun Wukong and the others? Jace pondered, bewildered, as they had just been sprawled on the ground, yet now vanished in the blink of an eye. The opposing demon, upon hearing this, also came to the same realization, astonished. This fellow actually managed to relocate his companions right under his nose. Moreover, he could not discern the true nature of this galactic patrolman. Who on earth is he? What a farce. Such occurrences should not happen within my dominion. Reluctantly, the demon raised his hands to withdraw the protective barrier, commencing his search for Sun Wukong and his companions. Not good. Jace, assist Sun Wukong. I shall confront him. Wait. Mels, you cannot withstand the demon. Jace's words were abruptly cut off as Mels surged forward, suddenly brandishing a staff that sent the demon flying with a single strike. Jace stood agape, yet Mels turned back, urging him to flee. Now I understand. The demon wiped the blood from his mouth, a glint of excitement in his eyes. He unleashed a barrage of energy waves, seizing the opportunity as Mels dodged, charging at him immediately. Bang! The demon's fist struck, but Mels deftly blocked it with his staff. You have been concealing your true power in this battle, haven't you? Before Mels could respond, a figure intervened. Sun Wukong, restored by Dandy, had returned. Stop, Mels. Continuing this fight will lead to your disappearance. Let me handle this. With a confident grin, Sun Wukong clenched his fists and activated the extreme intent mode once more. However, even revitalized, he was still no match for the demon. And with a resounding thud, he was sent flying. Seeing this, Mels immediately used his power to stabilize Sun Wukong, preventing him from being thrown too far. Damn it! You taught me the unrestrained ultimate, yet I cannot wield it properly. No, Mr. Wukong, there is nothing wrong with your training. You merely lack the right opportunity. Opportunity? What do you mean? As the two conversed, the demon suddenly launched a surprise attack, successfully seizing Mels by the neck. Crack! Mels swiftly severed the demon's arm with his staff and turned to Sun Wukong, smiling. As a member of the Galactic Patrol, I cannot afford to lose this peaceful galaxy. Mr. Wukong, my resolve has only grown stronger since meeting you. Wait, Mel's, your body is becoming transparent. Sun Wukong gasped, witnessing Mel's increasing transparency. It seems the next strike will be my final attack. Hey, Mel's, stop this now. Ignoring Sun Wukong's pleas, Mel's charged at the demon, declaring, this opportunity is a catalyst, one that fully ignites the heart dedicated to peace. This is the opportunity Mel speaks of, a chance paid for with life itself. Just in time. What? How could this happen? As Mel's charged towards him, the demon shouted in excitement, energy waves erupting from his hands. However, as a member of the angelic race, Mel's combat prowess was terrifyingly formidable. He effortlessly pierced through the demon's assault, raising his elbow to strike the jewel atop the demon's head with tremendous force. Boom. The demon was sent sprawling, the jewel atop his head beginning to shatter. Mr. Wukong, with your current strength, if you master the unrestrained ultimate, you will be far more stable than before. You shall never lose again, and I implore you to continue safeguarding the galaxy I cherish. As Mel's words echoed, the very fabric of that realm disintegrated into nothingness. Mel's. Sun Wukong gazed at the vanishing figure of Mel's, his entire body trembling. Jace, may I pose a question? What on earth is happening? Can you not focus? Speak quickly. Why did you become a galactic patrolman? Without hesitation, Jace replied loudly, of course. It is to protect the galaxy I cherish, and to don this splendid uniform. A smile grazed Sun Wukong's face. Indeed, Mel's felt the same way. Therefore, I shall inherit Mel's will. Boom. Sun Wukong was enveloped in a silver aura, followed by a soaring pillar of energy that tore a massive hole in the sky. Abruptly, all fell silent, as if nothing had ever transpired. Sun Wukong stood calmly, gazing at the demon, while the latter remained in shock. What form is this? Staring at the silver-haired Sun Wukong, the demon was astounded. Yet in that brief moment of distraction, Sun Wukong had already appeared behind him. Bang! A kick sent the demon hurtling backwards. The demon attempted to regain his footing, but Sun Wukong swiftly closed in, unleashing a flurry of 3 punches, causing the demon to spew blood. How can this be? How can this be happening? Clutching his abdomen in disbelief, the demon could scarcely fathom how Sun Wukong had so easily bested him. Impossible! 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 In a fit of rage, the demon raised his hands, causing the very ground to erupt with planetary energy. Yet, Sun Wukong remained unfazed. With a mere shift, he materialized before the demon, delivering a devastating blow that drove the demon into the earth. Rumbling, the ground collapsed as Sun Wukong's fist pierced through the demon's abdomen. And no. Please, don't kill me. Sun Wukong turned to Jace. Is the demon a death row inmate? Ah, yes. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong seized the tattered remnants of the demon's clothing and yanked. Then let me engage him as a representative of Earth. What does that mean? Jace was baffled, as were Beerus and Whis, who had been watching from above. When Mel's arrived, Beerus had accompanied Whis, but upon witnessing the seemingly assured victory, Sun Wukong suddenly uttered such a statement, causing Beerus to grow anxious. Wait. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Beerus stared at Sun Wukong, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek. Krillin, bring the Sinza beans. Huh, are you looking to restore your strength? Without a second thought, Krillin tossed them over. Yet the true nature of the villainous rot finally surfaced. In an utterly reckless manner, Sun Wukong began to act foolishly once more, addressing the demon. Join me in returning to the galactic prison, and I shall save you. The demon was taken aback, quickly nodding in agreement, and Sun Wukong, the god of mischief, wasted no time in tossing a Sinza bean to the demon, explaining its effects. Without hesitation, the demon consumed it, and instantly all his injuries were healed. Sun Wukong, I thank you, but I will not accompany you back. First, I must eliminate you. Chapter 84. This is my escape route. I shall not return with you. However, I will kill you first. Mo Luo's face twisted in a snarl as he struck out with a powerful punch. Yet, Sun Wukong stood motionless, allowing the attack to wash over him. Crack! The sheer force of the blow shattered Mo Luo's arm. Impossible. Why is this happening? Mo Luo stared in disbelief at his severed limb, instinctively retreating a few steps. Return with me to the Galactic Patrol, and I shall spare your life. Sun Wukong's expression remained impassive, exuding an aura of divinity devoid of emotion. Sun Wukong harbored a singular resolve, to return Mo Luo to prison, thereby providing closure for Myers. Impossible. This cannot be. Not against someone who has mastered the perfect state of. Mo Luo felt a profound sense of helplessness wash over him, a despair born from the knowledge of his impending defeat. He had contemplated replicating Sun Wukong's energy, yet the latter's speed was simply too overwhelming, his reactions beyond human comprehension. In that moment of despair, Mo Luo's gaze fell upon the severed hand behind Sun Wukong. The hand had absorbed Myers' abilities, and he realized that possessing that angelic power was the key. A surge of elation coursed through him, yet he feigned nonchalance as he rose from the ground. Sun Wukong, who exactly is this Myers to you? He is my master. He taught me this technique. Oh, so he can utilize this technique as well? Indeed. Now, I ask you once more, will you return with me? Suddenly, a cunning thought struck Mo Luo. I shall not only refuse to return with you, but I will devour the planets instead. Ha ha. With that, he unleashed a furious punch towards Sun Wukong, who then realized he had been outsmarted all along. You unrepentant fool. Sun Wukong retaliated with a punch that sent Mo Luo flying. However, rather than cry out in pain, Mo Luo erupted with excitement. You fell for my trick. Sun Wukong. This is my escape route. In this battle of wits, you have been outplayed. Do you see this hand? Sun Wukong's eyes widened in sudden realization as he recalled how Mo Luo had previously replicated Myers, only to have his hand severed by Myers himself. He had dismissed it then, but it was now clear that Mo Luo was intent on reclaiming that power. Indeed, this is the escape route I devised to obtain Myers' strength. Mo Luo proceeded to reattach the hand that had been severed, now infused with Myers' abilities. You scoundrel, Mo Luo. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, regretting his earlier hubris. He had assumed mastery of the perfect state of would guarantee his victory, yet he had overlooked the possibility of failure. Haha. Watch closely, Sun Wukong. I have absorbed Myers' abilities. Boom. A radiant white light erupted from Mo Luo, enveloping him in divine energy that radiated outward. As the haze cleared, a resplendent Mo Luo stood before all, his eyes shimmering with golden light, and the image of Myers materialized upon the obsidian stone on his forehead. Sun Wukong, your technique is called the correct? Then. Boom. After absorbing Myers' energy, Mo Luo's power surged, and as he invoked the term, his aura transformed. It was the of the. This was utterly astonishing. Mo Luo had somehow unlocked the, albeit in its nascent stage. Such power was beyond the reach of a creature like him. In the air, Beerus observed with growing concern, slowly raising his arm as destruction energy began to coalesce. Yet, he hesitated, pondering whether he should personally intervene against this adversary. Mo Luo had crossed a line. He had acquired angelic abilities and even manifested the of the. But Sun Wukong was currently engaged in combat with him, leading Beerus to decide to observe for now. If Sun Wukong fell, it would be his turn to act. This creature had absorbed Myers' abilities. Such power was terrifying. Could even the perfected state of fail against him? Amidst the mounting discussions, Vegeta's voice cut through the air. Silence. That detestable cockroach. If you had simply eliminated him, this situation would never have arisen. Vegeta clenched his teeth, disdainful of Sun Wukong's forgiving nature towards his foes. Though he too had been granted forgiveness by Sun Wukong, the past was no longer relevant. The Vegeta of old had been far removed from the cosmic crisis they now faced. While this may not be the technique you currently employ, it resembles one you used in the past. It seems this technique echoes your former style. Mo Luo clenched his fist, reveling in the boundless energy coursing through him. It was a sensation he had never experienced before. Indeed, this technique of yours is called the of, the introductory form of the perfect. Sun Wukong assumed a combat stance, eager to elucidate the situation for Mo Luo. Oh, I see. Then, as a token of gratitude, I shall kill you. Before his words had fully dissipated, Mo Luo had already lunged forward. Sun Wukong barely managed to evade, but Mo Luo's claws struck his abdomen, leaving a gaping wound from which blood flowed freely. Ugh. As Sun Wukong prepared to counterattack, Mo Luo's body appeared to possess an instinctive evasion, turning its back to Sun Wukong in response. Has he copied to such an extent? Sun Wukong had assumed that even if Mo Luo could replicate his techniques, it would only be superficial. Yet, he was astonished to discover that Mo Luo had absorbed the very essence of his abilities. Bang! A powerful strike sent Sun Wukong hurtling through the air. However, Mo Luo had no intention of allowing him respite. With remarkable speed, he closed the distance, seizing Sun Wukong by the head and crashing it against his knee. Bang! Blood gushed from Sun Wukong's nose as dizziness overcame him. Mo Luo ascended into the sky, holding Sun Wukong aloft. As the expressions of alarm spread among the onlookers below, he bellowed, "Sun Wukong, I will make you experience true helplessness. I will return the pain you inflicted upon me tenfold. All troops, destroy everyone below." Yes, in an instant, all of Mo Luo's forces began to retreat across the earth. P.S. From this chapter onward, the narrative will delve into original plot lines, as the original portrayal of Mo Luo proved rather lackluster. I have reimagined him to wield angelic abilities. The next chapter, Late Rescue, will feature Broly's appearance. Enjoy this complimentary gift, everyone. Chapter 85. The Delayed Rescue. The cacophony of battle roared as the Moroa army surged forth from all directions, a spectacle reminiscent of a multitude of demons emerging from their lairs. Before long, the dense throngs of extraterrestrial beings materialized before the onlookers. The nefarious Moroa. Klin lowered his gaze, gripping the remaining Senzu beings with a sense of profound helplessness. Everyone, prepare to face the enemy. They are upon us, warned Son Gohan, urging his comrades not to succumb to despair, for he had faith that his father could resolve this crisis. He must kill. The Moroa forces encircled Gohan, Vegeta, and the others, their strength augmented by Moroa himself. While they may not match the prowess of Piccolo and his allies, the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming. Under the banner of the universe's most wanted criminal, Moroa had amassed a legion of felons from various planets, all of whom had undergone his sinister transformation, becoming the mightiest force in the cosmos. Go, Gohan. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. With a surge of determination, androids 17 and 18 led the charge, unleashing energy blasts as the enemy closed in. Subsequently, Piccolo, Son Gohan, Vegeta, Klin, and Gak joined the fray, plunging the temple's interior into chaos. Boom, boom, boom. The Moroa army retaliated with their weaponry, the overwhelming numbers sending chills down the spines of the defenders. Ha 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 ha. Son Goku, watch closely. Your comrades will be torn to shreds by my soldiers. Moroa cackled maniacally, while the captured Son Goku struggled to lift his head. Witnessing his friends surrounded by Moroa's forces, trapped in a dire predicament. This is intolerable. Son Goku clenched his fists and summoned all his strength for a single powerful punch. Bam! His fist struck Moroa's cheek, yet it inflicted no damage, causing Goku to revert from his perfect state. Oh, Son Goku, you still have the strength to struggle? But do not fret, I shall soon absorb all your power. Moroa taunted, reaching for Goku's neck. Goku, Klin shouted, alarmed at Moroa's lethal intent, prompting the others to share his concern. Goku was their trump card. If he fell, all hope would be lost. At that critical moment, a tempest swept through the battlefield, swiftly materializing before Moroa. I shall take him. Upon hearing those words, Moroa felt an emptiness in his grasp. Stunned, he recognized the figure before him. Was it not the one among the original trio who wielded divine power? How had he arrived here? It was Broly. The crowd gasped. But before they could react, a crimson lightning bolt twirled around them, tearing apart the Moroa soldiers with each pass. A demon! A demon! The minions of Moroa recoiled in fear, daring not to approach the red lightning. Seeing their retreat, the lightning ceased, revealing the form of Android 21. So, you are the 17 and 18 from Universe 7? If the opportunity arises, I would love to introduce you to our universes 17 and 18, 21 exclaimed, approaching Android 17 and 18 and patting their shoulders. Suddenly, Son Goku plummeted from the sky, and Klin hurriedly caught him. Goku, how are you holding up? Can you endure? I'm sorry, Klin, I've let you down. Goku replied, feeling a pang of embarrassment as he addressed his friends. Leave the rest to me. You all stand back. At that moment, Broly, positioned against Moroa above, spoke up. Klin and the others, lifting Goku, retreated to the side of Dondi and Gak. Humph. I want to take orders from you, Vegeta scoffed, remaining steadfast in his resolve to vanquish the Moroa army. Your arrival is fortuitous. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out, Moroa smirked, brimming with confidence in his newfound strength. He pointed his thumb at himself. Come, let me witness the power of this substitute god of destruction. Broly chuckled darkly. It seems I must remind you of the moment your horns were broken. You. Moroa faltered momentarily, his expression darkening as he retorted, in that case, I shall demonstrate the might of Lord Moroa. Broly, uninterested in further banter, transformed into Super Saiyan mode. launching a fierce kick at Morowa. Bang! Morowa raised his hand effortlessly to block, sneering, "Is this your strength? Pathetic, far inferior to Son Goku. If this is all you have, you won't even graze my horns." Morowa's mocking words failed to faze Broly, who executed a swift 180-degree spin, unleashing another kick. Bang! "I told you there would be no, Morowa's words were abruptly cut off as he was propelled back by a surge of energy. Is that a separation technique? I never expected this fellow to have mastered it. Vegeta exclaimed, astonished. The two had trained separately since Broly had been summoned away, unaware of each other's progress. Humph. You realized that far too late. Boom. Broly unleashed a devastating punch that erupted in a brilliant explosion. The onlookers gasped, astonished at Broly's amplified power. Even Goku, who was receiving treatment from Dondi, was taken aback. However, things were not as they appeared. Broly's fist did not find its mark, but rather collided with Morowa's arm, which had been raised to block. TCH. Morowa's strength has escalated to this level? Then I have no reason to hold back. Broly had not anticipated that Morowa's power would have grown so significantly during his absence. Thus, he resolved to unleash his full might against this foe. In an instant, as Broly clenched his fists, the very fabric of reality began to shift, clouds gathered, and the air crackled with electricity. Broly's hair stood on end. Yet it was not the hue characteristic of a Super Saiyan. Chapter 86. The Demon Destruction Form Crack. Countless bolts of lightning erupted in the sky, illuminating the entire area with blinding brilliance. Broly let out a furious roar, his hair standing upright, as if imbued with a luxurious sheen. In that moment, countless lightning bolts spiraled around him like celestial dragons, the earth rending as the Moro army cried out in agony. The very planet lamented under the weight of such immense power. This fellow. Vegeta's mouth gaped in disbelief. How could someone training in the same vicinity possess such formidable strength? Oh, Broly is truly extraordinary. Sun Wukong, just recovered, gazed at Broly standing before Moro, equally astonished. The others were equally struck by awe, momentarily forgetting their battle. "Oh, my darling indeed." Number 21's eyes sparkled with admiration as she clasped her hands beside her cheek, embodying the essence of a smitten fan. "Watch closely, Moro. The time of your trembling is nigh." Aya. Broly's form was enveloped in darkness, exuding a wild aura that relentlessly pushed Moro back. "Isn't this the form from the tournament?" Beerus, observing from above, remarked to Whis. "Indeed, Lord Beerus. It appears Broly has mastered this ability." Boom. A dark red aura erupted. Yet, unlike during the tournament, Broly did not lose control. The real battle was just beginning. Broly flashed a grin, and sinister, demonic patterns emerged upon his body, as if drenched in blood. A mark akin to that of Tofu appeared on his chest, reminiscent of the serpent tattoo from King of Fighters. At this moment, Broly was completely enveloped in dark purple energy, his powerful physique resembling a Greek statue of beauty. The others could not sense his aura. Broly had fused the demon form with the destruction form, creating the latest incarnation, the demon destruction form. The gods could perceive it. Moro felt the terrifying energy radiating from Broly. This, impossible. Fear gripped Moro. Since their last encounter, he had dismissed Broly as merely a candidate for a god of destruction, yet here he was, having transformed so dramatically in such a short time, wielding tremendous energy. "Moro, you shall pay the price for your deeds. And that price is your life?" Ha ha ha. Boom. Broly charged at Moro like an armored tank. Moro immediately retaliated, unleashing countless energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The blast struck the ground, exploding into countless rings of light, obliterating the Moro army below. However, for Broly, the moment the attacks touched him, they dissipated like stardust. That power, it was destruction. Unlike their previous clash, this time Broly's destruction armor did not hinder his speed. Sun Wukong watched Broly charge at Moro, unable to contain his astonishment. "Impossible. Impossible. You shall perish." Moro's mind was in chaos. His attacks could barely faze the perfectly composed Sun Wukong. Yet this Broly, he seemed completely unfazed, allowing Moro's assaults to strike him. With his hands clasped together, a radiant white light emanated. In an instant, Broly accelerated, seizing Moro's arm before he could launch an attack, and in Moro's astonished expression, Broly unleashed the power of destruction. Destruction. Boom. As Moro's body began to shatter from his arm upwards, he instinctively severed the damaged limb. Bastard! Bastard! How is this possible? I have absorbed the power of the angels. Puff. Piccolo's regeneration skill. Moro's arms reformed, his teeth gritted in furious disbelief. He refused to accept that his power was inferior. Die. Moro vanished, reappearing behind Broly. Aiming to replicate his strength, but would Broly allow him such ease? Certainly not. Broly, without even glancing back, delivered an elbow strike that landed squarely on Moro's cheek. In the moment of Moro's daze, Broly seized his neck and forcefully slammed him against his destruction-armored head. Bang. Aya. It seems your angelic power pales in comparison to my destructive might, and you can only utilize the rudimentary M-do. How disappointing, Moro. The once screaming Moro, upon hearing Broly's mocking words, instantly erupted in rage. You bastard. Do not underestimate me. Aya. Moro's muscles bulged, transforming him into a towering giant. His aura immense. Looking down at the ant-like Broly, Moro laughed maniacally. Die. Victory belongs to me. Boom. With a stomp, the ground trembled. Broly. Krillin was dumbfounded, unable to believe that Broly could be so easily defeated. However, number 21 scoffed. Hey, Baldy, don't mistake my Broly for someone as weak as you. Watch closely and witness Broly's true power. Krillin paused, and the others turned their gaze back to the colossal foot. Suddenly, a powerful energy surged from beneath Moro's foot, silencing his laughter instantly. Boom! Broly effortlessly lifted Moro's foot with one hand, then let out an enraged roar. With a mighty heave, he sent Moro crashing down. Is this the extent of your strength after absorbing the angels? How trivial, Moro. Broly advanced slowly, while Moro's face displayed sheer terror. Broly's lips curled into a slight smirk. This was the effect he desired. The chasm between gods and mortals should be this pronounced. You may absorb the energy of angels, but without the skill to wield it, you are nothing. Sun Wukong is reckless. Even in this situation, he could still emerge victorious. All right, Moro, I have grown weary of this game. Vanish. Broly raised his hands, conjuring a massive sphere of destructive energy. Moro watched in desperation as Broly prepared to attack. He had felt the essence of a god of destruction, especially the consuming sensation when Broly had seized him earlier, instilling fear within him. While contemplating his next move, his eyes caught sight of Sun Wukong. Staring blankly at the spectacle, a cunning idea sparked within him. Chapter 87. Looking up at the sky at last, Moro's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He realized that he could not defeat Broly, but if he mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, he would certainly not be at a disadvantage. Goku, here I come. In a flash, he sprang from the ground and, with unprecedented speed, appeared behind Goku. This sudden turn of events made Broly apprehensive, but he knew it was too late when he heard the agonizing scream behind him. In plain sight, Moro pierced through Goku's abdomen, robbing him of the strength to struggle, then seized his neck to replicate his power. This time, due to Goku's inability to resist, Moro's replication was flawlessly executed. With a single hand, he tossed Goku aside like a lifeless dog. You bastard. Broly crushed the destructive energy sphere and hurled a punch at Moro. Yet Moro wore a smug expression, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Ha ha ha. Ultimately, my skills surpass yours. Broly, you are finished. Allow me to show you the true power of an angel. A tremendous force erupted, resembling a tsunami, surging outward, while Broly's fist struck Moro, who surprisingly showed no reaction. Are you merely tickling me? Have you not eaten? Moro's palm struck Broly's shoulder with tremendous force. Bang! Broly was instantly pinned to the ground by an overwhelming power. Behold, the angelic skill, Ultra Instinct. Moro was enveloped in a silver glow, resembling a cocoon. Then cracks appeared, revealing a silver-haired demon with devilish horns. Moro, having absorbed the perfect Ultra Instinct. Ha ha ha. This feeling is simply exquisite. Ah ha ha ha. Moro laughed heartily, disregarding everyone present. I cannot hold back any longer. I will destroy him. Beerus, witnessing the scene, raised his hand to obliterate Moro, but was caught Beerus's arm, saying, Wait a moment, Lord Beerus. Broly has yet to conclude. Beerus was puzzled, but as he looked closely, he saw Broly, struggling on the ground, slowly rising against Moro's power. Moro tilted his head, and then threw a punch. Bang! The speed was astonishing. Broly was caught off guard, and was struck. Bang! 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 A flurry of attacks ensued, and Broly could not keep pace with Moro's speed. As Moro transformed into perfect Ultra Instinct, not only did his strength surge, but his speed skyrocketed, leaving Broly unable to touch him. Boom! Moro kicked Broly away, sending him tumbling and crashing into a small mountain, where he finally came to a halt. Destructive power is not all that impressive, is it, Broly? Moro returned Broly's previous taunt with equal measure, but Broly erupted into maniacal laughter. Haha, what are you laughing at? Moro, confused by Broly's deranged demeanor, gazed at him quizzically. I laugh at you like a dog. You, you, in your desperate struggle, seem to have no right to speak to me. Moro approached Broly slowly, while Broly wore a mocking expression. You still barking like a dog? Come on. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Moro's forehead bulged with veins. This annoying brat was not only fighting, but also spouting trash talk. Damn it, it's infuriating. Bang. However, Moro's attack was unexpectedly caught by Broly. I've got you now. You cannot escape. Broly acknowledged Moro's incredible speed, but when confined, breaking free was not so simple. Oh, is this your strategy? You won't know until you try? Destructive impact. Broly yanked Moro's body towards his chest, condensing a destructive energy sphere. Boom. You bastard. Moro was filled with rage as he took the brunt of a destructive strike. Although Broly's destruction held little effect on him, he was instinctively startled. What? Are you afraid of it? Then let me give you more. Destruction. Broly's fists, enveloped in destructive power, rained down upon Moro's face. You brat. You are courting death. Moro, with his captured arm, forcefully reversed the control and seized Broly instead. Then he unleashed a tremendous force. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as Moro twisted Broly's forearm into a spiral. Ah! Broly screamed in agony, but Moro delivered a fierce kick to Broly's abdomen. Bang! Broly was instantly sent flying, yet Moro was unwilling to relent. He accelerated and swiftly appeared beside Broly, then seized his head and slammed it into the ground. Bang! A resounding crash shattered the earth. It's not over yet. Endure this, you bastard. Moro's fist pounded on Broly's body like cannon fire. Bang! 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 The ground began to sink deeper and wider. Damn it! Unforgivable. Number 21, infuriated, was about to charge in. However, Krillin and the others quickly stopped her. Number 21, we know you are worried about Broly, but the current situation is beyond our control. Get lost. Number 21 snapped, completely shedding her earlier shyness, her fists clenched. A dark red aura erupted. Number 21 transformed into her Majin form. I'm coming, Broly. Boom. Number 21 shot forward. Are we being too cowardly? Krillin lowered his head, and Gohan beside him felt similarly uneasy. Let us go. If Broly dies, we will be next. Piccolo removed his hat and cape, charging ahead. Following closely were Gohan, Krillin, androids 17 and 18, and even Yamcha, all rushing forward. Damn it. Vegeta gritted his teeth, glancing at Goku, who lay on the ground being treated by Dent. With a fierce surge of energy, he charged towards Moro. Moro, release him. Number 21 transformed into a flash of red lightning, racing towards Moro. However, Moro merely paused momentarily before flicking her away with a wave of his hand. Number 21 felt an immense force, sending her flying backward. Smack. Number 21 was caught midair, looking up to see Android 18 smiling gently at her. Don't try to endure it alone. You all. Number 21 glanced at everyone. Piccolo, Krillin, they had all come. I'm truly sorry for my earlier outburst. Number 21 apologized, and everyone reassured her that it was all right. Then they all surged toward Moro. Ha ha ha, your friends have come to rescue you. That number 21 is your woman, right? Ha ha, friends and lovers. I shall make you witness their demise. Moro declared, then charged towards number 21 and the others. Broly, startled, shouted, run. You are no match for him. Humph. How could I run? You are my most beloved man. Ah. Number 21 fearlessly collided with Moro, while the others echoed her sentiment. Stop with the nonsense, Broly. You are friends with Sun Wukong and also our friend. Klin grinned widely and charged forward, while the others, though silent, undoubtedly conveyed their camaraderie with Broly through their actions. You all. Watching as one by one, his companions were struck down by Moro, only to rise again with great difficulty before being felled once more. Broly's eyes brimmed with tears. Thud. Overwhelmed by his injuries, Broly collapsed onto the ground. Cursed. 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 Broly clenched his teeth fiercely, a trickle of blood sliding from the corner of his mouth, consumed by a profound sense of helplessness. An intense fury surged within him. Yet at that moment, something round and luminous in the sky captivated Broly's attention. Thud. 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 Suddenly, Broly's eyes turned a deep crimson, and his teeth sharpened menacingly. Chapter 88. A sudden change. Bang. 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 Broly's heart raced violently, and his muscles began to swell rapidly. With a tearing sound, the garments of the god of destruction candidate ripped apart. As Broly's consciousness faded due to the vanishing moon in the sky, his entire form began to undergo a transformation. His visage twisted into a terrifying snarl, dark red fur sprouted from his body, and he emanated a tremendous violet aura, unleashing beastly roars. Boom! The sudden explosion halted everyone in their tracks, drawing their gaze towards Broly. Is this not the great ape transformation of a scion? Krillin trembled in fear, recalling the psychological scars left by Vegeta's and Gohan's transformations into great apes. The tail. He has grown a tail again. Vegeta's eyes widened. Ever since his tail had been severed, it had mysteriously not regrown. However, witnessing Broly's tail now made him realize that scions do indeed possess tails. After all, it had been ages since he had one, or rather, he had grown accustomed to life without it. What manner of monster is this? A monkey? Moro was filled with confusion. Yet he quickly resolved to smash him with a single punch. However, reality proved to be far harsher than his imagination. As he lifted his hand, Broly's massive palm came crashing down. Bang! The colossal hand was unavoidable for Moro, who was sent crashing to the ground. Roar! Roar! The great ape Broly was unlike any ordinary scion. His fur closely resembled the color of a god of destruction's energy, and a mark of destruction adorned his chest. Thus, this transformation was a fusion of the power of destruction with the great ape form. Oh my! It seems that recruiting a scion as a candidate is indeed quite entertaining, mused Whis, observing the scene from above. TCH. The scion race is truly fascinating. The prophecy fish did not deceive me. Beerus smiled, realizing that he would not need to intervene this time. However, reality dealt Beerus a harsh blow. Broly exhibited indiscriminate aggression, causing the Z warriors to descend into chaos. The members of Moro's army were unfortunate, either crushed by Broly or obliterated by his wild energy blasts. This bastard. He is transformed into a red-haired gorilla. Stop this at once. Moro waved his hands, causing circular white mist to appear around Broly's limbs. Thud. Broly crashed to the ground, roaring furiously at the white mist. Monster, watch me deal with you. Just as Moro raised his hand, Broly instantly locked onto him, unleashing a powerful energy beam from his mouth. Oh no! Moro clumsily dodged, realizing the beam's vast range. Being caught in it would be disastrous. The area swept by the beam vanished as if erased by an eraser. Roar! Witnessing Broly's mindless destruction, everyone found themselves in dire straits. The weakness of the great ape transformation is the tail. Krillin, familiar with this, blurted it out without hesitation. No way. Piccolo immediately dismissed this notion. However, confusion spread among the others. Should they really allow Broly to continue rampaging? Even if Broly regained his senses, Moro would still annihilate the place. It would be better to have Moro focus all his energy on Broly. Piccolo surveyed the group, and they understood the situation, but the priority remained how to defeat Moro. After all, a rampaging Broly was merely a beast devoid of reason. While troublesome for Moro, he could still handle Broly with his abilities. Boom! Outside, Moro unleashed dazzling orbs of light from his hands, each striking Broly and eliciting agonizing howls from him. A beast is ultimately just a beast. Moro utilized his incredible speed to toy with Broly, who was treated like a monkey. Veins bulging, the enraged Broly, now a great ape, struck his chest with his fists, unleashing destructive energy that expanded outward from his center. Buzz, such power exists. In that case, I shall eliminate you in one breath. Moro halted, a phantom emerging behind him, revealing 6 pairs of wings. Boom! In Moro's hands, a pure white energy sphere coalesced, surrounded by a halo-like aura, and as power surged, the sphere grew larger. Prepare to receive my attack. Angel's Radiance. Moro hurled the luminous sphere downward towards Broly. Boom! The colossal white energy collided with Broly's dark red energy, resulting in a chaotic dance of white and dark red lightning, erupting with thunderous roars. Boom! The earth trembled, mountains crumbled. Countless streams of lava burst forth from the ground like geysers. The sky turned a deep crimson as the clouds spiraled ominously. The earth was enveloped in a tempest of lightning, resembling an apocalyptic scene. The The air was filled with screams and wails. And as the explosion subsided, the ground resembled the moon's surface, pockmarked and desolate, with not a single intact area. At Broly's location, a massive crater formed, and he lay within it. Phew, that last move truly drained a significant portion of my energy. Moro descended slowly, approaching Broly's position. In the pit, Broly's body was battered and bruised, blood gushing from numerous wounds, staining the ground crimson. Humph, scream. Yell at me. Why have you fallen silent? Bang. Moro kicked out, sending Broly's massive form rolling for over 1,000 meters. Roar. Broly's hoarse roar echoed. He attempted to rise, only to find himself utterly incapable. You dare to roar at me? You shall die, cursed beast. Moro raised his hand to deliver the fatal blow, but at that moment, a figure dashed forward to shield Broly from the impending strike. It was number 21, as Broly beheld number 21 being cleaved apart. His great ape visage froze in shock. That familiar silhouette felt so known, yet so elusive. Why did it evoke sorrow within him? Who is she? Chapter 89. Super Saiyan 4. Broly. Suddenly, an explosion resonated in Broly's mind, awakening his entire consciousness. The giant ape let out an earth-shattering roar, rising from the ground and launching a fierce strike against Moro. Gazing at the nearly severed 21, Broly unleashed a heart-wrenching roar towards the heavens. Humph, she is your woman. Is she? Then I shall ensure you both meet your end together. Yet, just as he was about to strike, Broly's body underwent a remarkable transformation. His gigantic ape form radiated a dazzling golden light. In an instant, his massive figure diminished, ultimately reverting to his human form. I will bring you back, 21. At this moment, the beloved in his arms had lost all signs of life. He lifted his head, his eyes fiercely locked onto Moro. Meanwhile, Moro stood dumbstruck before Broly, bewildered by the transformation. What is this form? Where does that seemingly boundless power come from? Who are you? Moro stammered in disbelief. However, Broly paid him no heed. He set 21 aside and instantly appeared behind Moro. The speed was incomprehensible, and Moro, caught off guard, failed to sense Broly's movement. Yet he was there in an instant. Damn you, you have stirred my wrath. Broly bellowed, seizing Moro's head and grinding it into the ground. Do not overstep your bounds. Moro grunted, forcefully prying himself free from Broly's grip and swinging a punch towards him. Broly merely tilted his head slightly, evading the attack, then raised his elbow and struck Moro's head with a decisive blow. Bang! Moro was momentarily dazed. Yet Broly seized Moro's shoulders and forcefully pressed down as his knee shot upward. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as Broly delivered a heavy strike, causing Moro to regurgitate bile. Why? How can this bastard possess such strength? Moro's mind was a whirlwind of questions, but all he received in response was Broly's relentless blows. Bang, bang, bang! With lightning speed, Broly unleashed a flurry of punches, rendering Moro quaking like a leaf. Each strike bore destructive force, creating multiple holes in Moro's body. Curse you! Moro roared, his body suddenly regenerating, surging with energy. You will die. Die! Boom! The ground erupted with energy, swirling around him, and Broly retaliated with a powerful kick. Bang! The immense force sent Moro flying, and the raging energy around him began to stabilize. No way. Who are you truly? You wish to know who I am? I am Broly. Broly roared, landing a punch squarely on Moro's face, then grabbing his ankle and delivering a kick to his abdomen, followed by hurling him against several mountain peaks. Boom, boom, boom. Moro's screams echoed. But Broly would not relent. He grasped Moro's neck, and in the terror reflected in Moro's eyes, he tore with all his might. With a horrific sound, Moro's body split in two, organs and entrails scattering across the ground. Yet, Moro did not die. Instead, he pleading for Broly to spare him. But he had sought mercy from the wrong being. Go to hell and repent for the harm you caused to 21. Destruction. Broly's hands tightened around Moro as he unleashed a tremendous force of destruction. At this moment, the power of destruction, having evolved with Broly into Super Saiyan 4, could now rival that of the gods of destruction. This transformation was what Broly had long sought, yet it had troubled him for ages. But now, he wielded destruction with remarkable finesse. In an instant, the destructive energy expanded, obliterating Moro's body amidst his agonizing cries, leaving nothing behind. Meanwhile, the others who had been discussing suddenly caught sight of Broly. They were taken aback by the drastic change in his appearance. Long black and red hair, a body cloaked in blood-red fur, aside from his face, which still bore resemblance to Broly, every other aspect had transformed significantly. "B. Broly, how did you end up here? What happened to Moro?" they inquired. However, upon seeing the lifeless 21 in Broly's arms, they were struck silent. At this moment, 21 had no breath of life, presumably having succumbed to Moro's hands. "I have dealt with Moro. Now only the minions remain. I need to use the 7th universe's Dragon Balls to revive 21. What? Moro has been eliminated? No wonder I felt nothing of his presence." The group quickly produced the Dragon Balls and summoned Shinron, with 3 wishes. The first was to revive 21, the second to restore Earth to its pre-battle state, and the third to resurrect all Earthlings who perished in this conflict, excluding outsiders. Shinron's eyes gleamed, and in an instant, 21 was restored to her former self, embracing Broly, while Earth reverted to its original state. And all the humans slain by Moro were successfully revived. At Mr. Satan's house, everyone gathered around the table, enjoying a feast and chatting merrily. Not a single warrior from the 7th universe was absent. "Hey Broly, I heard your form is called Super Saiyan 4, right? Is it the next step after Super Saiyan 3? Goku inquired, munching on a chicken leg, while casually draping an arm over Broly's shoulder. "Yet," Broly grimaced. "Could you refrain from touching me with your greasy hands? Broly, show me what Super Saiyan 4 looks like. I was unconscious before and didn't get to witness it firsthand. Come on, let me experience it." Goku laughed heartily, and Broly's lips curled into a slight smile. Although from different universes, they had become friends. And this feeling was quite delightful. He rose to his feet, fists clenched, a powerful energy erupting from Broly's body. The ground trembled as dark clouds gathered in the sky, lightning streaking across it, creating an awe-inspiring atmosphere. "Then, I shall join you." Huh. Goku transformed into his perfect state as well. And the two prepared to spar. Just as their fists were about to collide, a staff intervened and halted them. Bardock appeared out of nowhere, her expression grave. "Ah, Bardock. What brings you here?" Broly greeted, but Bardock replied with utmost seriousness, "There's trouble. Broly, come with me immediately." Chapter 90. The Fiend Whoosh. 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 As the time-space portal shimmered, Bardock was hastily escorting Broly and Android 21 towards the destruction planet of the 6th universe. Bardock, what has you in such a rush?" Broly inquired, observing the serious expression on Bardock's face. Just moments ago, during the celebration feast, Bardock had abruptly seized him by the ear and whisked him away, leaving Goku and the others utterly bewildered, with Broly being the most perplexed of all. "Did you not notice that during the celebration for defeating Moro, neither Whis nor Lord Beerus made an appearance? Given Lord Beerus's notorious appetite, it is inconceivable that he would forego such a culinary opportunity," Bardock explained. Upon hearing this, Broly suddenly understood. Indeed, considering Beerus's gluttonous tendencies, he had no valid reason to miss it. This was his universe. "What is the matter then?" Broly pressed. The 11th universe is in turmoil. The delectable Vemide is currently imprisoned in the palace of the Omni King under the watch of the Omni King's guards, awaiting his fate. Just yesterday, the Omni King informed all universes that a meeting of the gods of destruction would convene today to announce Vemide's judgment. However, in a certain sense, Lord Kampa is also implicated in this affair, Bardock detailed. In a certain sense? Broly was slightly bewildered. Participation seemed straightforward. One either was involved or not. Yet, as Bardock continued her narrative, Broly began to grasp the underlying reasons. This matter was indeed tied to Jiren. In his youth, Jiren's parents were slain by a fiend, and it was a being named Jace who rescued him and became his mentor. Thereafter, Jiren trained under his master, and as more companions joined him, they collectively sought to vanquish evil and uphold justice. However, their fortunes soured when the fiend resurfaced. Jiren, confident from years of training and supported by his comrades, believed he could triumph. Yet the fiend's power was overwhelming, leading to the demise of Jiren's companions, and even his master perished in the battle against the malevolent entity. This fiend moved in secrecy, devouring lives with ruthless efficiency, as if fulfilling a daily obligation. After that, no word of the fiend was heard until this assembly, when it re-emerged with a vengeance, wreaking havoc throughout the 11th universe. Even Jiren fell before this fiend, plunging the entire universe into chaos. The root of this calamity lay with Vemide of the 11th universe. Vemide confessed that he had inadvertently released this fiend, who was not a creature from any universe, but rather a formidable energy entity, challenging to eradicate. Initially, as a god of destruction, He failed to comprehend the severity of the consequences, dismissing the fiend as a mere nuisance. However, after lying dormant for millennia and absorbing more life energy, it grew unafraid of the destructive force of the gods, amassing incredible power, and Vemid sustained serious injuries in his attempts to stop it. Moreover, this fiend had breached the barriers between universes, allowing it to traverse freely and plunder lives at will. As for why Kampa was entangled in this mess, it stemmed from a proclamation made a century ago, wherein Kampa declared that King Salad would be the next candidate for God of Destruction. King Salad had consented, but shortly after Broly's arrival in the 6th universe, he unexpectedly expressed his disinterest in the role. Kampa, not overly concerned, figured that even if Salad wished to assume the position, it would be a long wait until Kampa's retirement. However, everyone else was well aware that Salad was Kampa's chosen successor. Though Broly had emerged as a contender, Salad was still from the 6th universe. And the origin of this crisis lay in Salad's assistance, which had allowed the fiend to roam freely across universes, thus implicating Kampa. Now, this fiend could traverse the cosmos at will, evading capture, which is why the Omni King summoned everyone for the purpose of apprehending it. After absorbing Bardas's account, Broly fell into contemplative silence, recalling the hazy images he had seen with Android 21. Although initially unclear, it was evident that a battle had transpired between King Salad and the fiend. While the outcome remained shrouded in mystery, it aligned closely with Bardas's narrative. King Salad must have some connection to this fiend. What has become of King Salad now? Broly asked, raising his gaze. Bardas sighed lightly. He departed with the fiend. Yet, for reasons unknown, Salad's planet remains unharmed. Perhaps he still holds some lingering affections. After some time spent returning Android 21 to Earth, Bardas and Broly made their way to the God of Destruction's planet. As the light dissipated, Broly heard Kampa's impatient voice. Hurry, Bardas. Time is of the essence. Oh, and Broly, swiftly don the attire of the candidate for God of Destruction. It is imperative to present oneself appropriately at the Omni King's palace. Bardas, I have placed the garments in your room. Please change at once, she instructed. Broly nodded in acknowledgement before retreating to his chamber. Gazing at the photograph on the dresser, he smiled. It depicted Chilai, Lemo, and himself alongside Android 21. Since the events with Bu, the two had been resurrected. But they found Earth unwelcoming and chose to become cosmic travelers, occasionally sending Broly and Android 21 exotic interstellar souvenirs. Next time, let us feast on grilled meats together. Emerging from his reverie, Broly beamed, yet was soon jolted by Kampa's enraged voice from outside. Broly, move it. Coming. Broly hastily donned his attire and positioned himself behind Kampa. Bardas held the key to the Omni King's palace, and in an instant, the trio transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Listen well, Broly, I have a foreboding feeling. If the Omni King loses his temper, never mind. Kampa hesitated. And Broly understood. It seemed Kampa had prepared for the worst. In the Omni King's temple, all gods of destruction and angels from the 1st universe to the 12th had gathered, alongside Vemid and his angel from the 11th universe. At this moment, Kampa knelt, awaiting the arrival of the Omni King, with Broly mirroring his posture behind him, while Bardas casually conversed with the other angels. The Omni King has arrived. Silence, everyone. As the Grand Minister's commanding voice echoed, all angels ceased their chatter. Before Broly, however, Kampa had begun to tremble. It was the first time Broly had witnessed such fear in Kampa, typically brimming with arrogance. He now resembled a frightened creature, quaking in place. Chapter 91. The God of Destruction Broly arrives. All hail the King of all. Silence. As the Grand Priest's voice echoed, two diminutive figures appeared before the crowd, accompanied by two tall, slender attendants. Lord King of all, the assembly cried in unison. The two diminutive beings greeted the onlookers before addressing the Grand Priest. Let us commence. The Grand Priest bowed respectfully and turned to face the gathered assembly. Regardless of their status as gods of destruction or candidates for the role, none dared to breathe audibly. After all, their authority paled in comparison to that of the angels, whose audacity they could not emulate. Cough. The reason for gathering you all here is undoubtedly known, so I shall dispense with unnecessary verbiage. Regarding the recent events in Universe 11, Lord King of all has reached a verdict. He announced, the former god of destruction, Vermouth, has caused great suffering across numerous universes due to the release of monstrous creatures. Consequently, his position has been revoked, and he is stripped of his divine powers. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. To be stripped of destructive power meant he would be rendered mortal, subject to the limitations of life as any ordinary being, facing aging and death. Cough. Silence. The Grand Priest continued. Furthermore, the god of destruction of Universe 6, Kampa, has been found negligent in his duties. Although one of his subjects has made contact with these monsters, Lord King of all, recognizing that it was not intentional, has granted Kampa a chance for redemption. At this proclamation, Kampa collapsed to the ground, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Kampa, hold your horses, for I have yet to disclose Lord King's decision regarding your fate. Kampa froze, then resumed his kneeling position. Recognizing your lack of intent, Lord King commands you to resolve the chaos in Universe 11. Should the monsters return, you are to apprehend them with all your might. But what of Universe 6? Kampa stammered. Since you have brought Broly along, does that not imply a solution? The Grand Priest smiled subtly, then turned his gaze toward Broly. Broly, candidate for God of Destruction of Universe 6. You are hereby appointed as the new God of Destruction. Broly rose immediately, bowing toward the King of all. Broly, you must diligently fulfill your duties as God of Destruction. Indeed. Indeed. Oh, how about we organize a God of Destruction convention next time? The two kings of all, seemingly carefree, were acutely aware of everything around them. Yet, as beings of their nature, they held a profound indifference toward life itself, akin to Akira Toriyama's eraser, capable of erasing anything that falters. Now is not the time for such discussions, the Grand Priest interjected, and the two kings of all chuckled, falling silent. Thus, the Angel of Universe 6, Beerus, would continue to support the newly appointed God of Destruction, while Kampa resumed his duties alongside the Angel of Universe 11. Once the Grand Priest finished speaking, Broly and Kampa bowed once more before the kings of all. Now that the punitive measures have been addressed, we must discuss the matter of the monsters. Following investigations by the angels of each universe, traces of monster infiltration have been found in every universe except Universe 2. Henceforth, all gods of destruction must meticulously inspect their respective planets to prevent further devastation. Moreover, the former god of destruction, Vermouth, has revealed that the energy of these monsters amplifies through the consumption of life. Thus, all must prioritize their safety. Should any trace of these monsters be detected, all gods of destruction are to mobilize immediately to eradicate them. The Grand Priest's decree sent shivers down the spines of all present. It was unprecedented for the Grand Priest to issue such a command. 12 gods of destruction uniting to confront a single monster? Such an occurrence was unparalleled. Broly pondered swiftly, concluding that this was indeed a rational explanation for the Grand Priest's orders. Yes, Lord King of all, Grand Priest. Very well. Hasten back to your realms and avert further destruction. With that, the two kings of all joyfully bounced alongside the crowd, before departing with the Grand Priest and others. Lord Kampa, Broly hesitated, wanting to offer words of comfort, but found himself at a loss. This outcome was beyond his expectations, with Kampa now serving as the god of destruction for another universe. Enough, Broly. Do not address me as Lord any longer. From this day forth, you and I are both gods of destruction. As for Universe 6, I hope you manage it well, and for Salad Star, well, you'll figure it out. But, Lord Kampa, I truly will miss you. Broly lamented, his voice tinged with sorrow. Well, isn't that rich? I dare say you'll be the happiest now that I'm gone. You were always reporting me to the kings of all. Kampa retorted playfully. Nevertheless, thank you, Beerus. With that, Kampa strode toward the Angel of Universe 11, standing at a distance. As Broly watched Kampa's retreating figure, Beerus sighed. After so long together, how could one feel no attachment? Yet, the decisions made by the kings of all were immutable, an unyielding law. All right, Lord Broly, we must return. As soon as Beerus spoke, Broly felt a jolt of surprise. Lord? Already changing how you address me? He had yet to reconcile with his new role as God of Destruction. Everything had transpired so swiftly. With Kampa's sudden elevation to God of Destruction of Universe 11 and his own ascension to God of Destruction of Universe 6. Alongside Beerus now calling him Lord. Is Broly struggling to adapt to this new honorific? Broly nodded in response. Very well then. I shall continue to address you as Lord Broly until you grow accustomed. Broly felt a peculiar sensation, as if electricity coursed through him. Beerus chuckled lightly, and together they prepared to depart. However, Broly noticed Beerus and Whis from Universe 7 and hurried over to greet them. Yet, they merely cast a glance in his direction before continuing to follow Whis away. Broly stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend their dismissal. At that moment, Beerus approached and said, "Whis informed me earlier not to misconstrue their behavior. It appears Universe 7 has detected traces of the monsters, hence their urgency to return." Broly nodded. Yet inwardly he couldn't help but scoff. Universe 7 seemed to attract adversaries like a magnet, consistently embroiled in calamities unlike any other universe, which remained relatively unscathed. With a hand on Beerus's shoulder, the two transformed into beams of light, racing toward Universe 6. P.S. From here onward, we shall delve into the narrative of Universe 11, entirely of my own creation. I kindly ask for your understanding regarding any dissatisfaction. And if you could extend a free gift, it would be greatly appreciated, as my current earnings are rather meager. Sigh. Chapter 92. The Return to Sharada Star. The god of destruction Star Broly sat solemnly before Beerus, who was explaining the daily responsibilities of a god of destruction while subtly encouraging him to adapt to being addressed as an adult. At that moment, Broly's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. He had not anticipated that the duties of a god of destruction entailed far more than mere indulgence. There were numerous tasks to undertake, such as routinely patrolling the cosmic ecological balance and eliminating planets that failed to meet standards. However, due to the laziness of Kampa, all the work had accumulated, meaning that Broly would also have to clean up after him upon taking over the sixth universe. Nevertheless, these were minor issues compared to the greatest discomfort he faced. Being referred to as Lord Broly by his former master, now a subordinate, made him feel uneasy. Thus, Lord Broly, your primary focus will be on the following planets: Desert Star, Austria Star, and Sharada Star, Beerus instructed, sharing details about the most accessible planets for battling the creatures, preparing Broly for the encounters ahead. Let us first visit Sharada Star. I am quite concerned about the situation with Gabe and the others, and the palace of the Sharada King should yield some clues, Broly remarked. Upon his words, Beerus waved his staff, and in a flash of starlight, Broly was adorned in the attire of a god of destruction. Very well, Lord Broly, your new attire is complete. Are you satisfied? Beerus inquired with a slight smile. Broly glanced down, giving her a thumbs up. This outfit was distinct from those of other gods of destruction, and Broly was indeed pleased, recognizing that Beerus understood his taste exceptionally well. The white undershirt has transformed into black, while the white sections have seamlessly turned into black. I am exceedingly satisfied. Thank you. Ah, indeed, every individual is unique. Lord Kappa has never been this courteous to me. However, there is no need to be so formal. It feels somewhat distant, Beerus replied. Broly nodded and then ascended into the sky with Beerus, their first destination being Sharada Star. Since the disappearance of their king, the planet had descended into chaos. The three divisions of the Lay's defense force had split, with Gabe representing the Lay's faction, steadfastly upholding a service-oriented attitude, while his adversary, the Damaran faction, had aligned itself with the ruling party. The leader of the ruling faction was none other than Mocha, who, emboldened by their numbers, began to oppress the Lay's faction. Yet, they dared not provoke Gabe, as everyone knew he could transform into a golden warrior, while they could not. Bang! Mocha, you have gone too far, Lay shouted, slamming his hand on the table in the meeting room, where the two factions confronted each other. Humph. Lays, since the king's disappearance, we need a leader, and your cowardice is hardly the mark of a true leader. As for your claims of serving the people, humph. A bunch of wretches, their sustenance comes from our provision. Mocha scoffed, resting his chin on his hands, eyes filled with disdain. Wretches. Mocha, do not forget that you and I both hail from the very wretches you disdain. If it weren't for the king's favor, how could you dare to look down upon the common folk? Lays retorted, his patience waning. Mocha's words struck a nerve, prompting Lays to leap up and grab Mocha by the collar, shouting in outrage. TCH, you are insufferable. I have endured your antics for far too long. You cripple. Mocha spat back, pushing Lays down with force, and Gabe rushed forward to assist Lays, glaring furiously at Mocha. How can you treat Captain Lays this way? Humph. Cease your arrogance. Gabe, I once feared your transformation into a Super Saiyan, but now? Humph. I warn you to mind your own business, or I shall deal with you as well. Mocha's newfound audacity was startling, for he usually ignored Gabe's provocations. Enough. I have tolerated you long enough. If you persist in your obstinacy, I, Gabe, will impose sanctions upon you, Gabe declared, anger flaring within him. It seemed Broly's earlier words rang true. Mere tolerance would only embolden the enemy. It was time to show them their place. Huh. Gabe bellowed, golden energy enveloping him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Humph, do you think I still fear you? Mocha stood tall, dark mist emanating from him, transforming into ominous black flames. The sheer magnitude of his energy sent a tremor through Gabe. No, it cannot be. Mocha, where did you acquire such malevolent power? Lam-Z exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief at Mocha's newfound strength. Ha 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 ha. My strength is a gift from that esteemed individual. I am invincible now. Mocha cackled maniacally, causing others to retreat in fear of the impending clash. Die, Gabe. I have long lived in your shadow. Now is the time to break free from these shackles. Mocha sneered, his hands morphing into long, lethal claws. Gabe, realizing the speed of his opponent was overwhelming, struggled to react. With a swift motion, Mocha's claws slashed across Gabe's abdomen, blood gushing from the wound. Gabe gasped, clutching his injury, while Lam-Z rushed to his side, concern etched on his face. However, Mocha's relentless assault was far from over. Gabe pushed Lam-Z away just in time, but it was too late for him to evade the next attack. Mocha's claws pierced through Gabe's abdomen, blood erupting from the grievous injury, causing him to stumble and collapse to the ground. Gabe, Lam-Z and the Lam-Z faction rushed to surround Gabe, their expressions fierce as they glared at Mocha. Mocha, undeterred by their hostility, grotesquely licked the blood from his claws, eyeing the two fallen warriors. Though your power is formidable when it comes to life and death struggles, you remain too inexperienced. With deliberate steps, Mocha and the Damaran faction advanced, ready to eliminate the Lam-Z faction. Ha ha ha. Gabe, I have longed to end your life, and now my wishes are finally realized. Ha ha ha. Damaran brandished two knives, poised to strike, but just as they prepared to attack, a sudden voice interrupted their intentions. Chapter 93. Stop it right now. A powerful shockwave separated Gabe from Mocha and the others. Everyone turned their gaze to the front, where two petite figures appeared before them, Karafura and Kai. Humph, you little brat, I was just looking for you. You've been bullying my brothers, and now it's time for you to face the consequences. Upon seeing Karafura, Mocha's anger flared up instantly. The thought of that female bandit filled him with deep rage, yet he was acutely aware that her strength surpassed that of his own group. They had often been robbed, left with no choice but to swallow their anger. Humph, Mocha, don't think that your darkened form can defeat me. You're mistaken. Gabe has been foolish, neglecting his training since the last tournament, consumed with work. In fact, after the tournament, both Karafura and Kair had surprisingly become involved with Gabe. It was unclear how he managed to handle such a situation. Kair stepped forward to assist Gabe, her eyes ablaze with fury. In her heart, there were two individuals of utmost importance. One was Karafura, and the other was Gabe. If Broly were present, he would undoubtedly understand that being in a relationship with Kair meant only the possibility of widowhood, not a breakup. I will kill you. Kair finally erupted, her muscles rapidly expanding. The green Kair charged directly at Mocha. Hee, do you think my power is merely this? From this moment, I declare myself the king here. Watch closely. Ha 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 ha. Mocha let out a thunderous roar, and a powerful energy shield radiated outward from him, instantly shattering the entire building. The structure collapsed with a resounding crash, leaving everyone scattered. As Karafura and the others looked up, they were taken aback by the sight of Mocha. Mocha had transformed dramatically. His body was now muscular, his skin dark and mottled, with sharp fangs protruding and wings sprouting from his back. He appeared to be a veritable demon. Ha ha. Kair, let me show you that humanity is a shackle. Only by shedding the human form can true power be unleashed. With a wave of his arm, a powerful gust of energy sent everyone flying. Oh, I will kill you. However, Kair stood her ground against the force, steadily advancing toward Mocha. Interesting. It seems you are no ordinary Super Saiyan. Then I shall indulge you. I will kill you. The two charged at one another, colliding with a thunderous crash. Have you lost your mind? Mocha, upon realizing Kair's condition, quickly crouched and ensnared her ankle with his tail, then violently hurled her to the ground. Boom. Kair hit the ground hard. Kair. How despicable. Huh. Upon witnessing Kair's predicament, Karafura transformed into a Super Saiyan, gathering energy into her hands and launching it at Mocha. You underestimate the power granted to me by the gods. Disappear. As Mocha dealt with Kair, he extended his hands to conjure a black void. To Karafura's shock, her attack was pulled into the black hole, only to be spat back out at her. What? Karafura exclaimed, quickly leaping to evade the counterattack. Yet, Mocha was relentless. He flapped his wings and lunged at her. His long, clawed hands aimed to deliver a fatal blow when suddenly, Mocha's body came to an abrupt halt. What's happening? Looking down, he saw Kyer grasping his tail, preventing him from advancing even a fraction. You ugly monster. Die! Mocha roared, raising his hand to strike Kyer. Yet, at that moment, Karafura leaped onto his back, unleashing a barrage of punches. Bang bang bang. You two are infuriating. Mocha bellowed, unleashing a surge of energy that sent both Kyer and Karafura flying. Cough cough. Kyer crashed to the ground, instantly reverting from her berserk state, while Karafura also returned to her normal form, both spitting blood from the injuries they sustained from Mocha's attack. How can this be? His strength is overwhelming. Even Kyer cannot withstand it. If only the Patera earrings hadn't been taken back by the Supreme Kai, I would have easily dismissed you, Mocha, Karafura said defiantly, while Mocha laughed heartily. When you lose, you must accept defeat. You must stand still while being beaten. However, if you two lovely ladies become my subordinates, I might consider sparing you. Bah, dream on. We only need Gaby, the two declared in unison. Mocha was momentarily taken aback, displaying a peculiar expression. Do you two enjoy playing with short ones? You. The sisters were enraged, yet Mocha had lost patience for idle chatter. Since you refuse to become mine, then you shall perish. With that, Mocha unleashed massive beams of energy from his hands, and the two closed their eyes, resigned to their fate. Destruction. In that instant, a deafening sound of obliteration echoed, as the energy beams before them were suddenly extinguished. Opening their eyes, the sisters recognized the familiar voice. They looked up to see Broly, clad in the garb of a god of destruction, accompanied by the angel Vados from Universe 6. Ah, Broly-sama. It seems we've caught a big fish right away. Humph, daring to act recklessly in my Universe 6. As Broly and Vados descended, Mocha began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Vados was renowned as a powerful entity in Universe 6, the attendant of the god of destruction. While commoners may be unaware, those with status certainly knew of Vados. However, Mocha was also curious as to why only Vados had come. Where was Kampa, the god of destruction? And who was this imposing figure before him? Though he wore the garb of a god of destruction, he was unlike Kampa, causing Mocha to hesitate in making any rash moves. Be Broly. The two sisters gasped, their eyes wide. Had they just heard Vados refer to this man as Broly-sama? What was happening? Hey, Karafura, Kaya, what on earth is going on? Chapter 94, The Puppet of Darkness. Hey, what on earth is happening here? Kale exclaimed as she abruptly rose from the ground, circling around Broly before finally exclaiming, Ah, have you become a god of destruction? Kale, you must show respect to Lord Broly. Previously, you were comrades and could play around as you wished. But now he has ascended to the rank of a god of destruction. The seriousness in Bardock's voice startled Kale. All right, Lord Broly, what brings you here? Kale crossed her arms defiantly, unable to fathom how Broly had achieved such a status in such a short time. Well, as you can see, we are here to find him. Broly nodded slightly. It was better for fewer people to know about the demonic entities, as it could cause panic. And if the information spread, it might alert the enemy. At present, he possessed immense confidence in his strength. Harnessing the power of destruction atop Super Saiyan 4 had already surpassed numerous gods of destruction. Though he was uncertain how he would fare against Beerus, the strongest, he was still formidable in battle. However, the moment Kale exclaimed about the god of destruction, Mocha shivered and turned to flee. I knew it. This kid is indeed a god of destruction. No wonder Bardock treats him with such reverence. Humph. With such power, the god of destruction won't catch me. Watch me. Shadow of nightmares. Mocha's body transformed into a shadow, instantly becoming a bolt of black lightning as he darted away at an absurd speed, racing through the city. Just as he was about to exit the city, he glanced back and chuckled upon realizing no one was pursuing him. Humph. Although I cannot defeat the god of destruction, escaping is within my ability. Just as he was about to leave the city, he suddenly collided with someone. He looked up and felt cold sweat break out all over his body. You, how did you get here? Mocha nearly lost control, for the figure before him was none other than Broly, who had silently appeared. Hey, where do you think you're going? Broly floated in midair with his arms crossed, looking at him with a teasing expression. Ah! Mocha screamed and turned to run back, only to crash into an invisible wall. Bang! Ouch! What the hell is this? Ah, dear sir, it seems you could use an eye exam. Tripping over your own feet, Bardock appeared before Mocha. revealing that the invisible barrier he had just collided with was set by her. "Don't come any closer, please." As Mocha's cries echoed, Broly unleashed a relentless barrage of blows, rendering him unrecognizable even to his own mother. "Now, speak. Where is the one who granted you power?" Prior to confronting Mocha, Broly had already rescued Gabe and others and learned from them that Mocha had not possessed such power previously. They were also unaware of the identity of the master he kept mentioning. Thus, Broly speculated that Mocha's abilities, along with the master he spoke of, were likely connected to the demonic entities. Broly believed Mocha would be tight-lipped, but to his surprise, the latter showed no resistance and, raising his hands, knelt in surrender. I'll talk. Just don't hit me anymore. Please, tell me. No more nonsense. Hey, I really don't know who that master is or where he is. Oh, please, don't hit me. It's the truth. Just last night, a shadow suddenly intruded, asking if I wanted power. Of course, I wanted it, but then he grabbed my head, and I became powerful. Broly suspected that this was indeed connected to the demonic entities and pressed further. What did he look like? Where is he now? He was shrouded in black mist, with only a pair of blood-red eyes visible. I didn't get a good look at his appearance. Under Broly's intense scrutiny, Mocha divulged everything he knew. It seemed he was merely an unwitting vessel of power, with no obligations placed upon him. Oh no! Broly's thoughts spiraled out of control when suddenly, anguished wails pierced the air from within the city. Dark mist engulfed the entire city, confirming Broly's suspicions that the enemy was testing the energy, aiming to spread the demonic influence further. Roar! As he turned, Broly saw Mocha charging at him with blood-red eyes. Bang! With a swift motion, Broly reduced him to ash. Bardock, it appears the infection has spread across this planet. Indeed, Lord Broly. What are your intentions? Broly's gaze sharpened. Can you distinguish between those who are infected and those who are not? Yes, I can. What do you intend to do? Relocate them all. I intend to annihilate this planet in one fell swoop. You handle this while I pay a visit to King Salad's palace. With that, Broly soared into the sky, while Bardock nodded, recognizing Broly's increasing resemblance to a god of destruction. At King Salad's palace, upon entering, Broly was immediately surrounded by several infected individuals, all transformed into monsters. Much like Mocha, they were puppets created by the demonic entities. A bothersome bunch. Broly's eyes narrowed as he unleashed an attack, centered around himself, targeting the puppets with a modified version of Jiren's I-beam technique. Poof! The puppets exploded, their organs and remains scattering across the ground. As he entered the palace, everything appeared as it had during his previous visit. He found it hard to believe that someone as open-minded as King Salad would be entangled with these dark forces. What could possibly be the reason? Unbeknownst to him, Broly had arrived at King Salad's private chamber. As he pushed the door open, a high-pitched scream pierced through the air. Chapter 95. Anya, a piercing scream echoed through the air as Broly flung open the door, revealing a charming little girl cowering beneath the bed. Meanwhile, a sinister creature had already infiltrated the window, its clawed hand reaching toward the frightened child. Destruction. With a flick of his finger, Broly unleashed a minuscule orb of destructive energy that instantaneously obliterated the malevolent being. Wailing echoed in the room as the girl sobbed uncontrollably, her distress evident. Broly, perplexed by her terror, gently extracted her from her hiding place. She was exceedingly small, perhaps no more than 3 or 4 years old, barely reaching half of Broly's knee. Yet, her adorable visage, adorned with short pink hair and fair skin, was marred by her tear-stained eyes, resembling 2 fried eggs. Hey, what is your name? The inhabitants of this palace have all departed. Why are you still here? Broly inquired, attempting to soothe her. The girl continued to cry, clearly traumatized. Broly, lacking experience with children, was at a loss. Just then, Bardos arrived, and Broly seized the opportunity, handing the girl over to her. Bardos, taken aback, questioned the situation. Aren't you here to investigate? Why is there a child? The palace had been sealed, and the presence of this girl raised suspicions, yet she remained inconsolable. Broly, feeling a sense of helplessness, realized that while he could extract information from enemies through any means necessary, he could not bring himself to harm a mere child. Bardos nodded in understanding and cradled the girl, soothing her until her cries subsided. With the child calm, Broly resumed his search for traces left by King Salad. It wasn't long before he discovered an item within a book, more akin to a diary, chronicling the experiences of King Salad. The entries detailed 100 years prior, when he battled an evil sorcerer and the creature Majin Bu, resulting in a debilitating mark upon his body. For decades, King Salad remained childless until one fateful night. A mysterious individual appeared and erased the mark, earning the king's trust. However, as time progressed, suspicions arose that this enigmatic figure was not human. Ultimately, the mysterious being succumbed to a bloodlust, craving vitality. Yet, King Salad, having regained his strength, managed to thwart the being. Upon reading further, Broly surmised that this location might be the same as the one depicted in the footage from Universe 21, showcasing the conflict between the creature and King Salad. King Salad discovered that he could not kill the creature, no matter his approach, allowing it to escape for decades until its return just nights before Broly's arrival. The creature had grown exponentially stronger, capable of overwhelming King Salad with a mere finger. This entity was no mere demon. It was a being far more terrifying. King Salad regretted not having contained it initially, yet now found himself under its control. The creature commanded King Salad to use his device to open a cosmic portal, threatening his entire planet and beloved daughter, Anya, as leverage. Reluctantly, King Salad acquiesced, subsequently rejecting the position of God of Destruction candidate, a role Bardoss later offered to Broly following his arrival. In the diary, Broly also glimpsed himself through King Salad's admiration, but the account abruptly ended, indicating the creature's return coinciding with the Tournament of Power. Pondering this, Broly settled onto a sofa, realizing that Anya was likely King Salad's daughter. "Hey, little one, is your father King Salad?" he inquired. The girl, nestled in Bardoss's arms, nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that's right. Gigi." "Gigi?" Broly echoed, intrigued. Bardoss explained that this was a term unique to the 6th universe, referring to father, while Hada noted mother. Broly found himself speechless, but returned to the matter at hand. "Anya, have you noticed anyone suspicious around your father?" Shaking her head, Anya replied, "No, just a very handsome uncle." Broly's brow furrowed, puzzled by this description, which diverged from what Mocha had conveyed: dark mist surrounding the figure and blood-red eyes. Was it possible that the one conducting experiments was not the same as the creature? All these thoughts were mere conjectures, and perhaps the handsome uncle was merely a visitor. Concluding that there were no further leads, Broly signaled Bardoss, and the trio ascended into the sky. Currently, on Salad Star, all uninfected scions had been relocated to Earth, leaving behind only the doomed infected ones. Thus, Broly resolved to obliterate Salad Star entirely. Destruction. Broly and Bardoss soared into space, and with a swift motion, Broly unleashed a sphere of destructive energy. In an instant, Salad Star began to fracture, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that reduced the planet to cosmic dust. The visual spectacle of the planet's demise evoked a profound realization in Broly, akin to Frisia's sentiments during his own destructive acts. The explosion of a planet was undeniably beautiful. "Let us proceed with our investigation," Broly declared before turning his attention to the next celestial body, ready for the unfolding adventure ahead. Chapter 96, Ali Gugu on the planet Ostraster. Broly was strolling through the city with Anya and Bardoss. The inhabitants of this world were exceptionally hospitable and bore a striking resemblance to ordinary humans, albeit with the presence of other extraterrestrial races. As the days passed, Anya grew increasingly fond of the rugged Broly. Her eyes sparkled with excitement when she learned that he was a god of the entire universe. "Wow, cool," she exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. At that moment, Anya was skipping ahead of Broly and Bardoss, humming cheerfully, "Ali Gugu, Ali Gugu." Bardoss followed closely behind, her face adorned with a smile, clearly enjoying the company of such a delightful child. Meanwhile, Broly remained vigilant, attuned to his surroundings. As the newly appointed god of destruction, he could afford no carelessness. Suddenly, Anya let out a loud shriek, startling Broly, who quickly turned to see what had happened. Alas, Anya had stepped in something unpleasant. Broly slapped his forehead, bemused by the antics of the little one. As Anya began to cry, resembling a fried egg, Bardoss shook her head and stepped forward to remove the child's shoe and lift her up. Broly observed that Anya's attire had likely not been changed in quite some time. Her once white dress was now grimy. "Bardoss, there's a children's clothing store ahead. Let us take her to get a new outfit," he suggested. "Ah, how thoughtful of Lord Broly. Lord Kampa would never notice such details," Bardoss remarked, amused. With that, the trio entered the clothing store. Meanwhile, in Universe 11, Kampa was perplexed by an incessant sneezing fit. "What is going on? Why do I keep sneezing?" he mused, rubbing his nose in confusion. As a deity, it seemed impossible for him to fall ill. Lord Kampa, are you experiencing any discomfort? Asked the concerned Makalita. No. No. Continue with your work, or else the Grand Priest will accuse me of negligence, he replied hastily. Wow, is Anya adorable? Bardos asked, noticing her attentiveness to the child, which intrigued Broly. Just then, he sensed a formidable energy emanating from the distant south. Without hesitation, Broly burst through the door and took to the skies. Wait, Lord Broly, we don't have any money. Bardos called after him. Huh. The shopkeeper's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he began, Madam. You can't just. But before he could finish, Bardos waved her staff, and the shopkeeper's demeanor instantly transformed into one of obsequiousness, allowing them to pick whatever they desired. Anya's eyes lit up with excitement upon witnessing Bardos's power. Wow, cool. She's amazing, she thought, utterly captivated by Bardos. Upon arriving in the south, Broly found that the energy had vanished, revealing a village that appeared quite primitive, starkly contrasting the urban landscape. As he descended into the village, he was taken aback by the absence of any inhabitants. However, as he stepped into the village square, the windows shattered, and dozens of magical puppets charged at him with ferocious roars. Yet, Broly's focus remained fixed on a thatched hut ahead. Come out. Do not make me repeat myself, he commanded. A raspy voice responded. Ha ha ha. It seems the god of destruction has indeed discovered my presence. An elderly figure, wrapped in bandages and cloaked in black, emerged from the hut, his eyes glowing with a sinister red light and surrounded by a dark mist. Broly found the being's power somewhat lacking. If this was the extent of his strength, then the Grand Priest had indeed overreacted by summoning all 12 gods of destruction. However, he soon deduced that this individual was likely a mere pawn, explaining the grand mobilization of the gods. Where is your master? Broly demanded. Heh. It appears my master is quite famous in the universe. Several gods of destruction are searching for him. But do you think I would divulge that information? I'll take my leave now, god of destruction. The figure laughed maniacally and attempted to flee. Broly would not allow the lead to slip away. He appeared beside the fleeing figure in an instant, too quick for him to react. With a powerful punch, Broly sent him hurtling through the air. No, this is impossible. The other gods of destruction could never catch me. The figure exclaimed in terror, fully confident in his speed. Don't underestimate me. Speak, or you will learn the true meaning of desperation. Broly threatened, squatting down, his gaze condescending. Humph, you think I, Adon, am only fast? Enough of your prattle. In the face of Broly's intimidation, the figure's fear intensified. As Broly seized him by the collar, he unleashed a flurry of punches. Cough. Just kill me. I'll never tell you anything. Even if you kill one Adon, countless more will arise. Ha. Impressive resolve, is it? You refuse to speak? Broly retorted, as he brought forth a destructive sphere, inching it closer in an attempt to break his will. However, the figure charged straight into the sphere, obliterating himself in an instant. Broly stood in shock, never before having encountered someone so unafraid of death. Even formidable beings like Moro had pleaded for mercy, yet this individual, despite his lack of strength, willingly embraced his demise. Frustrated, Broly cursed under his breath. The clue had evaporated with the man's life. Wait, he mentioned that killing him wouldn't in the Adons. What could that possibly mean? Broly pondered, but decided to set aside the mystery for another time. He resolved to return to Bardos, expecting to encounter her along the way. Broly instead found himself back at the children's clothing store. Bardos was busy assisting Anya, who was trying on various outfits, while the store owner seemed to be in a frenzy, joyfully decorating and applauding. Chapter 97. The God of Destruction Ceremony upon returning to the Destruction Star. Little Anya was not only running about aimlessly, but also found the place exceedingly dull, lacking in both size and interest. This left Broly exasperated. Fortunately, with the presence of Beerus, a splendid solution was conceived. She decided to take Anya to Earth, a realm that mirrored the civilization of the Seventh Universe, replete with numerous entertainment venues. At this very moment, the little one must be reveling in her adventures on Earth. Alas, the trail has gone cold, and no leads regarding the magical creatures have surfaced. While Beerus accompanied Anya to Earth, the duties of the God of Destruction must persist. Just after completing his rounds, Broly hurried back to the God of Destruction's palace, eager for a restful slumber. The palace, having undergone a revamp by Beerus, had shed the sinister aesthetics reminiscent of Kampa, transforming into a grand and opulent abode that Broly adored, especially the plush bed. However, just as he prepared to rest, a knock echoed at the door. Lord Broly, I have something to discuss with you. Seeing it was Beerus, Broly promptly rose to open the door. Huh, Beerus, aren't you with Anya on Earth? Broly inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Lord Broly. Every god of destruction must form a life bond with the Supreme Kai, given your recent appointment in the matter of the magical creatures. The ceremony has been postponed. However, the Grand Priest has contacted me and instructed me to bring you to the Grand Zeno's palace for the God of Destruction ceremony. Upon hearing this, Broly felt somewhat uneasy, as the concept of sharing life with another posed a significant risk. Yet, a thought crossed his mind. Could Beerus allow him to serve as both God of Destruction and Supreme Kai? Beerus shook her head. That is absolutely not permissible. With a resigned sigh, Broly followed Beerus as they soared towards the Grand Zeno Palace. And where is Anya? Broly asked, his enthusiasm waning as he questioned why he must share life with someone else. Anya is with number 21. Do not worry. The child is quite intelligent and understanding. If you wish, you could consider training her as a potential successor for the role of God of Destruction, Beerus replied. Beerus, I must say, your tongue is rather sharp. I have just assumed my position, and you are already suggesting I find a successor? Broly retorted. Oh, I was merely jesting. Hee hee. In the blink of an eye, Broly and Beerus appeared in the Grand Zeno Palace, where the guards had been awaiting their arrival. Upon entering, the two Zenos exclaimed, You have arrived, Broly. You have arrived, Broly. Greetings to the Grand Zeno and the Grand Priest. Broly knelt on one knee. Rise, Broly. You should know why you have been summoned, the Grand Priest stated. Yes, Grand Priest, Broly replied. Then follow me. Wow. The ceremony is about to commence. Wow. How delightful. The two Zenos trailed behind Broly and Beerus into the innermost sanctum of the Grand Zeno Palace. Inside, the ambience resembled a celestial paradise, breathtaking in its beauty, with the most striking feature being the golden tree at the center. Broly, the ceremony is about to begin. Please close your eyes and extend your hand. A mischievous smile graced the Grand Priest's face, leaving Broly uncertain of his intentions, yet he complied. The Grand Priest then nodded to Beerus, who ushered someone into the chamber. Though Broly's eyes were shut, his ears were keenly attuned. Someone had entered. He felt an inkling that this person was familiar to him. Now, join your hand with Broly's. The ceremony is about to commence. The Grand Priest chuckled, and the individual linked hands with Broly. However, at the instant of contact, Broly was taken aback. It was a woman's hand. Could it be that his Supreme Kai was female? It seemed Broly had yet to realize the truth. Beerus stifled a laugh, as did those present, who whispered among themselves. Broly felt a surge of irritation. Why must he keep his eyes closed while they laughed? Was it customary to close one's eyes during the God of Destruction ceremony? The ceremony begins. With a commanding shout from the Grand Priest, a brilliant golden light erupted around Broly, enveloping him and the Supreme Kai simultaneously. Boom! A massive surge of energy erupted from Broly's being, leaving him astounded. This ceremony would not only bind him to the Supreme Kai, but would also amplify his power. Such a fortuitous event alleviated much of Broly's earlier discontent. As moments ticked by, the golden light began to fade, and the Grand Priest announced, the God of Destruction binding ceremony is complete. Broly, you may now open your eyes. As Broly slowly opened his eyes, he was struck dumbfounded by the sight before him. The Supreme Kai bonded to him was none other than number 21. This revelation left him utterly speechless. Yet, number 21 beamed a sweet smile and said, Broly, I am willing to share my life with you. Do you accept? Broly, in a daze, nodded, and all his previous grievances evaporated. The prospect of sharing life with the Supreme Kai was something he wholeheartedly welcomed. Wow! Their eyes sparkled with joy. The two Zenos, one on each side, gazed at the pair with wide-eyed curiosity. Ahem, now that the ceremony has concluded, Broly, you both should return and swiftly capture the magical creatures to restore peace to the universe. The Grand Priest interjected at the opportune moment, sensing that Broly and number 21 were on the verge of a romantic moment, especially with the child present. Hee hee. Grand Priest, rest assured, I will fulfill my duties as the God of Destruction. Broly exclaimed joyfully. What could be more romantic than sharing life and death? Broly, shall we host a tournament for the gods of destruction next time? Your fireworks display was splendid, and I want to see more. Indeed. Grand Zeno, this is not the time for fireworks. Let us discuss it after the gods of destruction have apprehended the magical creatures, the Grand Priest remarked, waving farewell to Broly and the others. After bowing to the Zeniths, Beerus led Broly and number 21 out of the palace. It seems these two shall become the most harmonious pair across all universes. The Grand Priest observed their retreating figures, shaking his head before departing with the two Zeniths. P.S. This time, the female lead directly becomes the Supreme Kai, sharing life with Broly, and her appearances will certainly increase. As for Anya, I have arranged for her to become Broly's future successor. Indeed, a punch from Anya should also be quite impressive. Lastly, the usual trio. Chapter 98. The Lair of the Monsters. Upon returning to the 6th universe, Batos accompanied Android 21 to King Kai's planet, a realm of exquisite beauty that once belonged to Fuwa. During their conversation, Broly learned that while escorting Anya to Earth, Batos had revealed to Android 21 the details of Broly's upcoming ceremony. To Broly's surprise, Android 21 expressed her desire to become the Supreme Kai. However, this role came with numerous restrictions. Yet, after Batos conducted an assessment, she turned out to be remarkably suitable for the position. Consequently, they decided to plan a delightful surprise for Broly. How about it? Surprised? Lying on an open-air bed, Android 21 and Broly gazed at the starry sky above King Kai's planet. This tranquil moment, devoid of disturbances, shared with a loved one while admiring the cosmos, was a romance beyond words. Honestly, I was quite taken aback, but with Batos away, it seems we should indulge in some playful activities. Oh, how naughty. The following day, Broly returned to the God of Destruction's planet, radiating joy. He had shed the identity of a two-lifetime singleton and successfully transformed into a true man. Oh, Broly-sama, you've returned. You look exceptionally happy. Has something wonderful occurred? Hee hee, there's an old saying, some secrets are best kept. As for you, being an angel, you might not grasp the essence of my joy. Thus, you cannot share in my happiness. Broly chuckled triumphantly, while Batos pouted, appearing rather displeased. Oh, by the way, Broly-sama, I have heard news from Kampa. It seems that the monster has re-emerged in the 11th universe. What are your plans? Well, he was once my superior. I'll inform him that I shall be heading over shortly. Very well, Broly-sama. In the 11th universe, Kampa huffed and puffed, struggling against a formidable shadow before him. The God of Destruction is nothing more than this. With such strength, he dares to dream of defeating my master? Humph. The Shadow's words dripped with disdain, while Kampa's veins bulged with fury. Humph. I shall obliterate you and see how long you can maintain that smirk. Destruction. Kampa unleashed a barrage of destructive energy spheres, enveloping the surroundings. However, the opponent merely turned, dispersing all the destructive orbs with ease. What? Kampa was taken aback. Such effortless dismantling of destruction was no trivial matter. Surprised, are we? Ha ha ha. The power granted to me by my superior cannot possibly be matched by mere insects like you. Disappear, God of Destruction of the 11th universe. The shadow unfurled its cloak, and countless dark tendrils burst forth from its body. Just as Kampa's life hung in the balance, a destructive force suddenly shattered these tendrils. Who? The shadow turned, only to be met with Kampa's exhilarated expression. Beerus. Ah, Kampa, you truly are in a pitiful state. Even when switching universes, you remain the same lazy glutton. Beerus licked his paw, his eyes gleaming with menace. You are the God of Destruction of the 7th universe. The shadow gasped. It had heard from its master that there was one God of Destruction to be wary of, the one from the 7th universe. This individual was not only supremely powerful, but possessed a keen battle instinct. Humph. It seems you're not entirely foolish. In that case, bid farewell to this world. Destruction. Beerus stood with arms crossed, raising one arm to unleash a colossal destructive energy sphere. Boom. How could I possibly be defeated by you insignificant creatures? We are the most perfect beings in existence. Aya. The shadow braced against the destructive sphere, refusing to yield. Oh, it seems you possess more than mere rudimentary skills. But how will you withstand the second one? Beerus smirked, observing the shadow suddenly feeling an overwhelming force consuming it. Unbeknownst to it, as it held the first destructive sphere, a second one followed closely behind, colliding with the first and igniting an explosion. Boom! In the wake of the thunderous noise, the shadow lay defeated on the ground, its cloak shredded, revealing its grotesque form. The shadow was hideously deformed, with green skin covered in black splotches, and its head reminiscent of an axolotl. Damn it! I may be the weakest among the 13 pillars, but don't celebrate too soon. My master has already transcended the realm of gods of destruction. Humph. Seeing the dying shadow, Beerus grew weary of its incessant rambling and swiftly dispatched a destructive beam to obliterate it. Beerus, how dare you kill it? That was my prey. Oh, come now. I know your worth all too well. I still have my incredibly powerful techniques left and used. At that moment, several figures streaked across the sky, arriving at the scene. All gods of destruction from the various universes, except for the 6th and 2nd universes, gathered here. Humph, your presence is unnecessary. I can handle this alone. Beerus appeared dismissive of the other gods of destruction, yet they felt the same towards him. The last time the 12 gods of destruction played hide-and-seek with the Omni King, Beerus had fallen asleep, and it took all their efforts to quell the Omni King's wrath. TCH. Beerus, don't think we came here willingly. It was merely an order from the Omni King. The yellow rodent turned away, displaying clear reluctance. All right, everyone. This is not the time for quarrels. Kampa, I hear you have located the monster? The elephant god of destruction acted as a mediator, steering the conversation. To which Kampa nodded. Indeed, from the dark star of the 11th universe, one can access the realm of the monsters. However, I did not recklessly enter but awaited your arrival. Unexpectedly, just as I was waiting for you, this entity, called Shadow, emerged from the dark star, and we fought our way here. Kampa divulged all he knew, and the other gods of destruction nodded in understanding. It was a well-established rule that angels could not engage in battle. Otherwise, what purpose would the gods of destruction serve? Thus, several gods of destruction resolved to venture into the lair of the monsters to uncover the nature of this being that warranted a collective response from the gods of destruction at the behest of the Grand Minister. P.S. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the monster arc should conclude the story. The returns have been dismal, and combined with the free gifts, I've only garnered $5. The motivation to continue is lacking, and I plan to conclude the story by the end of the month. I no longer seek the old trifles, but I hope all of you will enjoy the final chapter of this tale. Chapter 99, Hellas. Death, let us go meet this fellow. The diminutive god of destruction from Universe 9, Sidra, declared, eager to rush in. However, the god of destruction from Universe 8, a yellow fox, intervened. Wait, not all the gods of destruction have arrived yet. The gods from Universes 6 and 2 are still absent. How slow? Sidra huffed, shaking his feet and crossing his arms. The god of destruction from Universe 6, Broly, has already informed me that he will be here shortly. Zampa, concerned about potential misunderstandings, hastily clarified Broly's situation, but it seemed the other gods of destruction were not convinced. The newly appointed god of destruction expects everyone to wait for him. What arrogance! Be quiet. The god from Universe 2 hasn't arrived either. Zampa defended Broly, clearly harboring some fondness for him, and was displeased by the disparaging remarks. Suddenly, a voice echoed, and both Jiren and Toppo flew in from a distance. Jiren appeared fatigued, suggesting his previous injuries had not yet healed. What brings you here? Return at once. This is not a matter for you. Zampa, valuing his talents, was protective not only of Broly but also of Jiren, even in Universe 11. Lord Zampa, I seek vengeance for my parents. Please, do not stop me. Jiren's eyes burned with hatred, and Toppo nodded in agreement. As a candidate for God of Destruction, I must do my utmost. You too. Zampa was exasperated. The two strongest from Universe 11 were eager to join, but if they did, he feared they would be unable to manage the situation, especially since the creature they faced was of great significance to the Grand Priest. Let them go, Zampa. Beerus interjected with a smile. Jiren's gaze resembled that of Goku. Despite his desire for revenge, it was clear he had grown. Since the tournament, Jiren had changed considerably, beginning to accept his teammates. His eyes now reflected not only vengeance, but also a desire to protect others from enduring similar fates as his own. Zampa sighed, raising his hands in resignation. You too, do your best to keep up with us. Upon receiving Zampa's permission, Toppo smiled and patted Jiren's back. Just then, a sound of tearing air resounded, and Batos appeared with Broly before the group. My sincerest apologies for the delay, Broly chuckled, having just returned from Earth, which had taken some time. Batos, unable to participate in battle, followed like the other angels, delivering Broly and then departing. Humph. I wonder what is keeping the God of Destruction from Universe 2. They have yet to arrive. The God of Destruction from Universe 5 looked displeased. Having waited for quite some time, let us not wait for her. We shall proceed. Beerus declared, leading the charge toward the Dark Star, with the other gods of destruction following suit. Hello, Jiren. It's been a while. Broly greeted, though Jiren's expression was somewhat uneasy. He did not expect Broly to have become a god of destruction. Unlike during the tournament, he felt no trace of Broly's former rage. Instead, his power seemed unfathomable, like an endless abyss. I am here for vengeance. I hope you will not hinder me. Of course not. Let us hurry before we are too late. Although Broly wore a smile, a weight pressed upon his heart. He had brought something from Earth, a gift from Anya, which she claimed was from her father. Initially, Broly thought it was a memento for a child, but it turned out to be something else entirely. Let us depart. Dark Star, this planet resembled Earth. Yet its waters were not blue, but rather a sinister black, and the ground appeared charred and barren, as if scorched by an inferno. The 11 gods of destruction arrived at Dark Star, and Zampa led them toward the lair of the creatures. Do you see that black hole? It is the spatial gate. Entering it will take us to their realm, but how we return is uncertain. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into silence. The uncertainty of the situation loomed large, fraught with peril. They were unaware of the creature's appearance or strength, and various factors combined to instill hesitation in any living being. The Grand Priest's command was to eradicate the creatures, and they existed solely for destruction. Let us proceed. The god of destruction from Universe 1 stepped forward, and the others followed suit. With so many gods of destruction gathered, if they could not overcome the challenge, the fate of their world would indeed be dire. Buzz. Inside the black hole, what? How is this possible? All the gods of destruction were taken aback. Even Broly was astonished. Upon emerging from the black hole, they found themselves in Universe 2. Yet, to their horror, none of the planets bore any signs of life. Moreover, the most chilling sight before them was the lifeless body of the god of destruction from Universe 2, suspended in midair. Hellas, cursed be this fate. How could this happen? The group was engulfed in fury, realizing that the god of destruction from Universe 2 had not merely been delayed, but had fallen victim to the creatures. At that moment, the black hole behind them vanished, and mocking laughter surrounded them from all directions. Do you see? This is what the gods of destruction amount to, a bunch of panicking insects. Ha! A figure emerged, tall and emaciated, covered in spines. Minus, quiet down. You are far too loud. A robust, muscular demon with fiery red skin, as if engulfed in flames, stepped forward. Not just these two, but soon 10 other bizarrely appearing beings joined them, each radiating immense energy. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Crimson Demon, Headman. We are the 13 pillars of our master. Oh, now that we've disposed of that waste of a shadow, we are down to 12 pillars. After Headman finished speaking, the others introduced themselves as well. This group claimed to be the minions of the creatures, and it was evident that defeating them was essential to vanquishing the creatures. Just as Zampa spoke, Jiren could no longer contain himself. That energy. He was all too familiar with it. The power emanating from the being that had slain his parents was identical to this. P.S. As the end draws near, I am contemplating whether to recruit Bados as well. What do you think? Chapter 100. The war begins. These scoundrels. They actually targeted Hellas. Unforgivable. The 12 universes correspond with one another, meaning that Universe 1 aligns with Universe 12, while Universe 2 relates to Universe 11. Thus, the realm beyond the black hole of Universe 11 is indeed Universe 2. The crowd was incensed by the actions of the 12 pillars across from them. The god of destruction had been slain. One can only imagine the horrific scene when Hellas was besieged by those 12 monsters. You shall pay for this. Jiren, filled with rage, felt all too familiar with the energy emanating from them. Without hesitation, he concentrated all his power and surged forward. Jiren, Trappa shouted. But seeing Jiren had already dashed out, he followed suit. At this juncture, even Xiangpa ceased to obstruct them. With the death of the god of destruction, all gods were at risk, leaving them no time to concern themselves with others. Take this, you bastards. Aya. Jiren instantly transformed into his red lotus form, unleashing full power. However, the lanky Minus charged directly at him. Kid, you don't seem to be a god of destruction, but I'll lower myself to play with you too. Minus engaged Jiren and Trappa, and their clash produced a thunderous sound. Bang! Aya! Trappa screamed in agony, shocked to find his entire arm pierced the moment they made contact. Mere candidate for god of destruction? Pathetic. With a ruthless tug, Minus rendered Trappa's arm useless. Trappa, you fiend! Jiren exclaimed, alarmed. Yet Trappa urged him to focus on the enemy, promising to unleash destruction energy from behind to assist Jiren in distracting their foes. Since the war has commenced, Let us each deal with our adversaries swiftly. The god of destruction from Universe 12, usually taciturn, stepped forward to lead the charge. Indeed, well said. Scatter. As a god of destruction, he instantaneously dispersed, engaging the 12 pillars in combat. Meanwhile, Broly remained stationary, not actively seeking an opponent. For he could not fathom why something infused with the energy of the Grand Priest would appear on Salad Star. However, before he could ponder further, Headman had already deemed him a target. With a massive leap, Headman stood before Broly. Ha ha ha, kid, it seems you are now my prey. Fool, I have no time for your games. Broly's gaze sharpened. The formidable aura emanated from Headman, sending a chill through him, causing Headman to break out in a cold sweat. What is this? This guy is unlike the other gods of destruction. Headman hesitated, unable to gauge Broly's strength. Suddenly, a horrific scream pierced the air. The god of destruction from Universe 3 had been torn apart by the enemy's claws, his mechanical form shredded into fragments, with his diminutive body clutched in the adversary's grasp. It seems I have underestimated them. They are merely gods of destruction. The power bestowed upon us by our master can rival theirs. This fool is nothing but bluster. Yes, that's it. Die. Headman raised his fist, ready to smash Broly into a pulp. Begone. Broly's eyes gleamed as he unleashed countless invisible attacks upon Headman. Bang, bang, bang. Headman's body was suddenly riddled with deep impressions of fists, blood gushing from his mouth. The earlier sensation was no illusion. Curse you, you little brat. You shall perish. Headman roared in fury, this being his first experience of injury. Flames enveloped his entire form, his eyes sparking with fury. His muscles began to contort, his red skin darkening, twisting grotesquely until spikes erupted forth. Unlike Minus, Headman sprouted thick spikes from the ends of his elbows, more exaggerated than Minus. At that moment, Headman unleashed his most potent form. The consequence of provoking me is death. Boom. Headman's speed and power surged as he swung a fist downwards. But Broly had already distanced himself by 100 meters. Headman's attack merely struck the surface of the planet. Yeah, Headman pursued once more, but Broly evaded him effortlessly, leading him far from the battlefield. Aya, kill, kill, kill. Headman's fists repeatedly struck empty air, inciting his wrath. Yet, just as he launched another punch, Broly seized him. Bang! Ugh! Headman gasped in shock, but Broly raised his violet eyes, declaring, since we are away from them, you will obediently reveal the truth. Boom! A punch landed, instantly fracturing Headman's arm, the thick limb snapping audibly, white bone piercing through. Ugh! You! Headman began to speak, but Broly's foot pressed him into the ground, while a sphere of destruction energy coalesced in his hand before Headman's eyes. With a flourish, a pendant appeared in Broly's grasp, radiating a dazzling light imbued with the essence of the Grand Priest. Speak. Where did this necklace come from? What is the relationship between your master and the Grand Priest? Indeed, Broly had visited Earth at Anya's behest, retrieving this necklace bestowed by her father, accompanied by a message. It conveyed that Salad Star owed a debt of gratitude to Xiangpa, never anticipating that one day he would face the threat of monsters. However, he had discovered a vital clue. This necklace was found in the lair of the monsters, secretly handed to his daughter for Xiangpa. As for the power of this necklace, it emanated from the Grand Priest. Yet, this left Broly perplexed. How did this matter involve the Grand Priest? Headman's eyes widened in realization, astonished that this item had come into Broly's possession, as his master had searched for it for so long. Speak. What is the true nature of this matter? Hee hee. Do you wish to know? Ha ha ha. Go seek the answer from my master. I will not divulge it. Curse you for your insolence. Broly forcefully thrust destruction energy into Headman's mouth, causing Headman's head to deform grotesquely, culminating in a thunderous explosion. Brain matter, blood, and shredded flesh scattered everywhere. Chapter 101. The Pitiful One. After the demise of Headman, the god of destruction from the third universe also met his end at the hands of the locals. Each side had lost a member, yet neither had the energy to dwell on it. Following the confrontation, the assembly of gods of destruction finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This group of individuals not only fought against the gods of destruction without faltering, but also possessed the capability to vanquish them. How infuriating! The beings from the third universe constantly hide behind their machines. The elephant god of destruction felt a pang of sorrow. Unlike the gods of destruction from other universes, his companions had emotions. Despite the frequent skirmishes that arose from their encounters, how could they not have developed feelings over countless millennia? However, his adversary seized the moment and struck, knocking one of the elephant god's tusks clean off. Aya, the elephant god of destruction, let out a wail and was sent flying. Yet, there was still the audacity to concern oneself with others, cackling menacingly. I shall send you to meet your fate. As the beast demon Dibaloo, his form swiftly morphed into the limbs of various ferocious beasts, wielding a power unrivaled by ordinary creatures, a force capable of contending with the gods of destruction. Needless to say, how despicable. You wretched creature. You are an elephant, so I shall utilize the strength of an elephant against you. Huh. The roar of the elephant reverberated as Dibaloo's left hand transformed into a trunk, delivering a powerful strike to the elephant god of destruction. Boom. Under the immense force, the elephant god was struck into the very planet itself, while Dibaloo pursued him in an instant. Prepare to receive my attack. Elephant strength. In quick succession, Dibaloo's foot morphed into that of an elephant, descending upon the elephant god with the force of a mountain. Cough. The elephant god of destruction spat out blood. The opponent's speed and strength were overwhelmingly superior. How infuriating. Lam-Z, Sidora bellowed, recognizing that the current circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for the gods of destruction. The overall strength of their adversaries was such that any one of them could stand against a god of destruction, while their own ranks were uneven, with some being truly formidable and others alarmingly weak. I see you care greatly for your companions. Are you looking down on me? Errand, the elemental demon, possesses the ability to unleash a myriad of elemental assaults upon his foes. With arms outstretched, countless elemental projectiles surged forth from behind him, bombarding Sidora relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. Sidora dodged the onslaught, realizing that this was not the time to worry about others. The strength of the enemy was formidable, and their abilities were unpredictable. Ha! Run, little dwarf. On another front, Broly observed the beleaguered gods of destruction, letting out a sigh. Indeed, the era of peace had rendered people complacent. No wonder Beerus had attained the highest combat prowess among all gods of destruction. Having surveyed the battlefield, Broly began to comprehend his adversaries. Their powers bore semblance to the elemental forces of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth from his home planet, yet they were not entirely the same. It appeared this demon possessed a wealth of knowledge. Just then, the being responsible for the death of the third universe's god of destruction approached Broly. It seems the worthless Hadman has been dealt with by you? Humph. Hadman is worthless? Broly finally understood. It appeared there was a hierarchy of strength among them. The crimson demon he had just slain was but a petty nuisance. However, for Broly, even if his opponent possessed greater strength, what did it matter? He had long surpassed the gods of destruction. Although he had yet to contend with Beerus, he was confident he would not be at a disadvantage. I am called H5, the demon of lightning. I rank 5th among the 13 pillars. Do not assume that your victory over the crimson demon grants you any pride. He was merely the third weakest among us. H5's face contorted with madness, and Broly quickly realized the source of H5's lightning power, which explained why the third universe's mechanical armor was so easily shredded. It was a true nemesis he faced. Huh. H5 thrust his hands forward, summoning a net of lightning directly at Broly. Broly leaped back, unleashing a sphere of destructive energy. The two forces collided. Ordinarily, the power of destruction would obliterate all, yet H5's strength prevented it from being extinguished. How perplexing. Is the destructive power rendered useless? It seems this demon possesses significant knowledge of the gods of destruction. Broly had come to regard this demon as a grand priest, as various factors compelled him to believe this battle was part of a long-conceived scheme. A scheme to eradicate all universes. Although he was uncertain why the Grand Priest would pursue such a plan, it was clear they must rely on their own strength to shatter this deadlock. Huh. Broly roared, activating his full power. Boom. He unleashed a punch, yet H5 merely sidestepped, evading the blow, his entire being transformed into pure lightning. Ha! Do you see? You gods of destruction are still far too primitive, astonished by such a display. Humph. Merely an unexpected turn of events, but, huh. Golden light radiated forth as Broly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Even if you can revert to your natural form, in the face of absolute power, I shall obliterate all. Super explosive bomb. Boom. The tremendous force erupted, causing the green energy shield to expand rapidly, consuming everything in its vicinity. H5 fled swiftly, overwhelmed by the sheer strength. He had not anticipated such a being existed among the gods of destruction. His master had instructed him to only be wary of Beerus, yet why? Aya! H5 screamed as he reverted from his natural form. He coughed blood, his flesh mangled and torn. Under the relentless assault of the Super Saiyan 4, he became a mere shadow of his former self. You wretches are even less formidable than the initial Moro. Broly cast a disdainful glance at him, raising his hand to unleash destruction upon H5, erasing him completely. It seemed that while they held power, destruction posed no threat. Yet, once they were rendered powerless, destruction could annihilate them. Let us unleash our full power. Minimize casualties. Broly intended to employ his utmost strength to conclude this battle, but before he could make his move, a familiar scream echoed, causing him to turn around. Not only Broly, but even Beerus felt a shudder course through him. There stood Zampa, struck down by a single blow from the enemy. Chapter 102. Kampa's demise. With a soft gasp, Kampa's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the arm that had been pierced through him. No, it cannot be. I clearly dodged. Slowly, Kampa began to fall, plummeting from the cosmos to the surface of the planet. Kampa, you wretched fools, you have angered me. Beerus's gaze turned cruel. Before his opponent could react, he pinned him to the ground with a swift motion. With a mighty press of his palm, the destructive force reverberated through his adversary, causing his body to begin to crumble. Cough. Impossible. I am known as the most formidable regenerating demon of Earth, Freed. Freed pushed himself up, and astonishingly, his destroyed body began to heal itself. What? Beerus was momentarily taken aback. But Freed seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful punch to Beerus's face. Bang. Beerus was sent flying. You vile creature. Die. Freed, seemingly enraged by Beerus, transformed rapidly, growing from human size to that of a meteor, crashing down heavily towards Beerus. Humph. You truly underestimate me, mortal. Though Beerus was in dissent, he regarded the descending meteor with indifference, his expression one of disdain. With a single hand, he halted the colossal meteor in its tracks. Moreover, as he clenched his fist forcefully, cracks began to form across the entire meteor, swiftly expanding until it shattered completely. Boom! What? How is this possible? Ah! The Earth Demon Freed was obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Kampa. After vanquishing his opponent, Beerus hastily flew toward Kampa's location, only to find Broly engaged in battle with Kampa's adversary, while Kampa lay sprawled on the surface of the planet. Beerus. Kampa trembled, a gaping wound in his chest from which blood surged forth, staining the ground crimson. Kampa. Hold on. Damn it. Beerus, lacking healing abilities, was drenched in sweat from panic. This was his twin brother. Swish. 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 Broly's opponent was the Wind Demon H7. Though not exceptionally powerful, his speed was unparalleled, making him nearly impossible to catch. This was the primary reason for Kampa's injury. Slash. Ft. Ft. The Wind Demon taunted wildly, using the power of wind to slice at Broly, leaving numerous small rips in his clothing. Do you enjoy running so much? Broly's expression hardened. Kampa was akin to a mentor to him. Although Beerus frequently trained him, many of his destructive techniques were taught by Kampa. Without them, he would have never mastered destruction with such ease. Ah! Broly clenched his fists tightly, energy waves emanating from his body in concentric circles, transforming the surroundings into a whirlwind of green, white, and black. Finally, with a thunderous roar, Broly spread his arms wide. Halt! Buzz! Huh! The Wind Demon H7 was stunned. His body had inexplicably come to a standstill. What was happening? Suddenly, a colossal fist filled his vision. Bang! H7 tumbled through space, yet Broly had already appeared at his halted position. For Kampa's injuries, I will make you pay 100-fold. H, how did he get behind me? H7's eyes widened in disbelief. You cowardly insect, perish. H7 resembled a bug, his streamlined body adorned with spikes that allowed for swift movement. However, before Broly's overwhelming strength, those features were shattered with a single punch. Crack! Broly seized the bug by the head and lifted H7 effortlessly. Yet, H7 radiated a sharp, cutting aura, akin to a porcupine ready to strike. Ha ha ha! In the face of my relentless assault, you'll be reduced to mere scraps. Feeling triumphant, H7 believed this was his ultimate survival technique. How about it? If you die by my hand, you can rest easy. H7 attempted to pry Broly's fingers apart, but found them immovable. This, impossible. You should be dead. Why can't I break free? Damn it. Let me go? Oh, who told you I was dead? Broly's eyes gleamed with mockery as he continued. You must be brothers, right? Then H5 should be even stronger than you. But your brother has vanished without a trace. What? You mean H5 has? Go to hell and find him. Infinite impact. Broly's eyes flickered with a crimson hue, and in an instant, H7 trembled, his body covered in punch marks. Then, Broly pressed his hands down, delivering a devastating blow to his chest, severely wounding him. With the remnants of his resistance, Broly obliterated him with destructive energy. Lord Kampa. Broly rushed to Kampa's side, who was now barely breathing, struggling to hold on. Cough. Be Broly, I have told you countless times. Cough. No need to call me Lord. Broly's eyes widened in shock. He had just arrived, and Kampa was already slipping away. How? Is this possible? Brother. Beerus's face contorted with rage. He was furious. He was truly enraged. Unlike the tournament, where the Omni Kings were supreme beings at the pinnacle of existence, these vile demons dared to slay his brother. There would be no forgiveness. Boom. Hey, kid. Behold the true Ultra Instinct. Upon finishing his words, Beerus unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy, the destructive force surrounding him intertwining with a silvery aura. With each movement, the space around him quaked and blurred, leaving behind afterimages. Before Broly could react, Beerus dashed forward, his speed unparalleled, traversing the distance of several planets in the blink of an eye. Destruction. Beerus's voice was deep, as if suppressing the fury within, yet on the brink of eruption. The sheer force of his presence left everyone present in awe. The god of destruction, Beerus, unleashed his full power. Chapter 103. Jillian Max. Cursed be the strength of our adversary. Troper, panting heavily, released his arms, realizing that despite their righteous assault, the enemy remained utterly unfazed. Troper, can you still endure? Jillian, equally breathless, stood beside Troper, confronting the water demon, Mino. Ha ha ha. What is this? Has your previous bravado vanished? Mino taunted, dismissing their efforts with contempt, viewing them as mere insignificant pests, lesser than even the destroyer gods. How infuriatingly arrogant. Jillian pressed on. Don't mind me. I can hold on. But your arm. Go for it, Jillian. Showing the might of our proud team. Troper remained silent, instead raising his arm once more. 5 fingers emanating a golden radiance. Countless light orbs cascaded forth. Bang, 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 bang. Pathetic, futile, utterly useless. Mino ceased evading, conjuring an invisible protective barrier that repelled the light orbs with ease. Damn it, is this all we have? Jillian, next time I will unleash my full power. Seize the moment to strike him down. Troper, you must. Indeed, as a proud team, to uphold our honor, I shall once again embody destruction. Ha! Troper was enveloped in destructive energy, his skin visibly darkening, muscles swelling, transforming his once protruding belly into defined abs, with a blood-like mark emblazoned upon his chest. This is the power of a destroyer god. Mino narrowed his eyes, yet even if his opponent could assume this form, it would not rival the true destroyer gods. Prepare to face destruction. Troper's violet eyes gleamed fiercely as he clenched his fist, 5 beams of purple light spilling between his fingers, culminating in a sphere of destructive energy. Huh. Troper hurled it with all his might, but Mino merely scoffed. We fear not the true destructive power of a god, let alone a half-baked version like you. Ha ha ha. Disappear. Boom. Mino's fist obliterated Troper's attack, yet before he could revel in his triumph, Troper smiled. Go, Jillian. Now. Jillian's veins bulged as he relentlessly pummeled Mino, who was unprepared for Troper's feint. He had mistakenly believed Jillian was merely fatigued, unaware that they had switched their roles in the assault, and the real strike was from Jillian. Bang, 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 Mino cried out in pain. Yet Jillian showed no signs of halting. Enraged, Mino's spines erupted, piercing through Jillian's fists. Curse it! Jillian swiftly retreated. Mino had expanded like a pufferfish. Those spines far too sharp. You've angered me. Mino roared, transforming into a watery vortex. Boom. In a head-on collision, Jillian and Troper narrowly evaded. But Mino executed a swift turn. The water dragon opened its maw and clamped down on Troper. Half of Troper's body was viciously torn away. Troper, Jillian screamed, watching Troper's eyes slowly close. I entrust this to you, Jillian, our team's glory. In a surge of crimson energy, Jillian illuminated the area, obliterating several planets in the second universe. What is this? Mino gasped, astounded by the sheer energy emanating from Jillian. You scoundrel! I will not spare you. Jillian's clothing shredded, his powerful muscles bulging, veins coiling like serpents across his body, surrounded by crackling red lightning, presenting the visage of a harbinger of death. Jillian surpassed his limits. Jillian Max, prepare yourself, you villain. Jillian's wide eyes radiated danger, sending tremors through Mino's muscles as his body instinctively warned him. This foe was beyond his capacity to resist. No, this cannot be. How could I lose to someone like you? Die? In a desperate final stand, Mino transformed once more into a water dragon, charged with lightning, surging toward Jillian. But Jillian remained calm, as serene as the stillness before a volcanic eruption. As Mino approached, Jillian's eyes widened. Boom! The water dragon, upon reaching Jillian, began to split apart, as if a sword had cleaved through the water, dividing it into two. Yet this time, the liquid that flowed forth was not blue, but a deep crimson. Splatter! I cannot believe. I am losing to you. Jillian lowered his hands. Did you think I would allow you to defeat me again? Approaching the fallen trooper, Jillian cradled him, and with a fierce glare, he struck the ground, creating a massive crater to lay Troper's body within, covering him with earth. Troper, I will inherit the glory of our team. I will annihilate these fiends. At that moment, Jillian's resolve crystallized. This world harbors too much suffering, and the loss of loved ones is the most agonizing of all, from parents, mentors, fellow disciples, to his current proud team. Having endured countless farewells, his heart, once numb, was reignited by Troper and the others. He chose to trust his comrades. But now, with Troper's demise, he vowed to carry forth Troper's spirit, to vanquish the monsters in his stead. Jillian clenched his fists and rose, gazing at the ongoing battle around him. Boom! A sudden tremor drew Jillian's attention as he witnessed Beerus erupting with tremendous energy, instantly traversing the distance of several planets to confront the enemy, astonishingly obliterating them with a single punch. Chapter 104. Heavy casualties in an instant. Beerus teleported beside the elephant god of destruction, catching the fist of the beast demon, Dibaloo. Beerus, you. I'm not here to save you. I intend to make them pay. With a powerful tug, Beerus yanked Dibaloo's arm, which had transformed into an elephant's trunk, causing Dibaloo to feel an intense pain before he even realized what was happening. Squelch! That arm was brutally torn off, still connected by sinews, not completely severed, exemplifying a gruesome effect. Aya! Dibaloo shrieked, swinging his right fist at Beerus, but Beerus remained unfazed, as if Dibaloo's punch passed right through him. What? Dibaloo was stunned to see his fist seemingly striking empty air, while Beerus smirked. Fool! Vanish! With a swift motion, Beerus grasped Dibaloo's head, and suddenly, Dibaloo's skull began to radiate with a purple light, illuminating his entire brain. Squelch! Like a watermelon bursting, Dibaloo's head exploded under the force of destruction. Blood rained down, and Dibaloo's body and blood floated amidst the cosmos. The scene of Beerus dispatching his opponent with such swiftness astonished the 12 gods present. Indeed, their master had been correct. Among all the gods of destruction, only Beerus was an anomaly. Who shall be next? Beerus surveyed the arena, his gaze sweeping over the 12 members, who gritted their teeth in fury at his taunting stare. If you do not come to me, I shall come to find you. Suddenly, Beerus appeared before the god of destruction of Universe 1 and delivered a powerful kick that struck the ice demon H6 with tremendous force. Cough. The ice demon's armor shattered, sending him hurtling back. However, just as Beerus intended to pursue, a figure suddenly materialized before him. This figure held the body of the god of destruction of Universe 12 and forcefully shoved it into Beerus's mouth. Squelch! Blood splattered as crimson liquid trickled from the corners of the figure's mouth. TSK. Beerus's expression hardened. This was a blatant provocation. Yet, this adversary was unlike any he had faced before. This muscular monster was entirely naked, his skin resembling steel. Creak. The figure incessantly chewed on the remains of the god of destruction from Universe 12, as if savoring crispy bones. Hey, how do you taste? This individual was none other than the second-ranked steel demon among the 12. Why not give it a try? Beerus clenched his fist and suddenly appeared behind his opponent, delivering a crushing blow. A resounding crash echoed, followed by a sound reminiscent of metal colliding. What? Beerus was taken aback. His attack had proven ineffective. I've devoured you. The steel demon turned around, baring its razor-sharp teeth, which clicked ominously as they closed. Destruction. Beerus thrust both hands forward, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy towards his foe, yet the steel demon neither evaded nor flinched, continuing to gnaw on the remnants of the god of destruction of Universe 12. Boom! An impenetrable defense? No, that couldn't be right. Beerus scrutinized the steel demon still feasting before him, searching for a weakness. Everything has a counter. There must be a flaw. I must have overlooked something. The god of destruction from Universe 1, witnessing Beerus's approach, attempted to assist with his own attacks. However, this action drew the steel demon's attention. I wonder how tasty you are, sea urchin. Hee hee. Go for it, steel demon. Consume them all. Suddenly, a crack appeared beside the steel demon, and a slender figure emerged from within. This figure was none other than the third-ranked space demon, Carter. His unpredictable spatial abilities allowed him to appear and strike at will on the battlefield, complemented by impressive magical prowess. Trying to consume me? You lack the capability. Ha ha ha. The god of destruction from Universe 1, leading the charge, formed a purple square with his hands and forcefully pushed it towards the steel demon. Roar. Unfazed, the steel demon charged forward, and the purple square instantly severed his arm, yet he managed to bite into the god of destruction's flesh. Squelch. Blood gushed forth as the sea urchin-like body was torn in two. Beerus. The god of destruction from Universe 1 could not finish his words before succumbing to death. TSK. Beerus's expression turned ominously dark. The gods of destruction had already suffered considerable losses, and further casualties could not be allowed. They had yet to encounter their enemy's master, yet so many had already perished. Ha ha ha. Well done, steel demon. Now, let us have you devour Beerus next. To heighten the pressure on Beerus, Carter dragged another figure from the spatial realm. The god of destruction from Universe 4 was pulled out. Though not dead, his condition was dire. Beerus. Don't mind me. Kill them. Humph. I had no intention of holding back anyway. Veins bulged on Beerus's forehead as he raised an arm to unleash a destructive strike at Carter. Oh no, that won't do. Carter swiftly closed the spatial rift, causing Beerus's attack to pass harmlessly through. TSK. Have you escaped? Just as Beerus finished speaking, a gust of wind rushed from behind. A massive arm swung towards him. It was the steel demon. Roar. The steel demon's eyes were blood red, resembling a ravenous beast. Is that all you have left? Beerus exaggeratedly dodged the attack, then seized the steel demon's body, plunging downward. Behave yourself. I can make your demise less painful. Beerus slammed the steel demon into a nearby planet, resulting in a colossal explosion as the planet shattered under the force of his power. Boom. Yet, just as Beerus believed he had vanquished his foe, a hand suddenly grasped around his neck. Chapter 105 Encounter with King Sharada. Just when Beerus believed he had vanquished the steel demon, an enormous hand suddenly emerged, gripping Beerus by the throat. The portal to another dimension opened, and the steel demon's arm extended from within. Cackling ominously, the steel demon was commanded to eliminate him. In that fleeting moment of explosion, Carter had utilized his abilities to ensnare the steel demon within a spatial realm. As Beerus momentarily relaxed, Carter unleashed the steel demon, catching Beerus entirely off guard. Damn it! Beerus exclaimed, astonished by the outlandish capabilities of his adversary, who could not only traverse dimensions at will but also imprison allies within them. Given the steel demon's colossal form, it was evident that there could be even greater mysteries concealed within that space. However, seizing the opportunity, Beerus firmly grasped the steel demon's arm, exerting tremendous force as the demon's limb began to indent deeply. Your strongest defense has been severely compromised by the secret technique of the first universe. He roared. Curse you. Avada Kedavra. Carter suddenly produced a short staff, resembling a magical wand, with a sharp tip and a heavier end. A surge of eerie green energy erupted forth. Recognizing the imminent danger, Beerus swiftly raised the steel demon's arm to defend against the impending onslaught. Ah! The steel demon howled in agony, writhing helplessly within Carter's spatial confines. I didn't mean to, Beerus shouted, as Carter, witnessing the steel demon's uncontrollable pain, hastily opened a portal to hurl him away. Go forth. The enraged steel demon turned and charged at Beerus, intent on shattering him to pieces. Desperate are we? Humph. A mindless creature indeed. Beerus deftly leaped, bracing himself against the demon's flailing fist, wrapping his tail around its arm, and channeling tremendous destructive power into its form. "Get out of there. Steel Demon, run," Carter warned loudly, but it was too late. As Beerus unleashed his destructive energy, the Steel Demon's body began to contort and shatter, its formidable defenses collapsing under Beerus's relentless assault. "Damn you, Beerus," Carter seethed, recognizing that he and the Steel Demon were a formidable duo, a perfect blend of intellect and brute strength. Yet, he could not fathom the arcane attack from the first universe that had dismantled the Steel Demon's defenses. "Bring forth any techniques you possess," Beerus retorted, displaying a disdainful grin toward Carter. Meanwhile, Broly observed Beerus's fierce battle, utterly astonished by the god's extraordinary prowess, which rendered opponents helpless. He had believed that Goku's mastery of Ultra Instinct was the zenith of power, only to realize that Beerus had transcended even that. The truth dawned upon him. Goku had not reached Beerus's level. Beerus seemed to be urging him to embrace the essence of Ultra Instinct. What a paradoxical character, Broly mused, feeling warmth in his heart. Beneath the aloof facade, Beerus was, in essence, a caring figure. Suddenly, Broly was jolted from his reverie by the arrival of Jiren, who approached swiftly, though he did not see Toppo, implying that something had befallen him. Without needing to articulate, Jiren understood Broly's sentiment. "I will carry on Toppo's will. Let us conclude this wretched battle." For the first time, Jiren was resolute in his mission, to eradicate the monstrous entities that plagued them. Suddenly, an explosive sound erupted to their right, revealing Aldrin manipulating elements to relentlessly assault the fleeing god of destruction from Universe 9. The latter, utterly defenseless, could do nothing but retreat with gritted teeth. "Run faster. Don't stop. Keep going." Aldrin's maniacal laughter echoed, as his elemental onslaught seemed inexhaustible. Yet, in his frantic escape, the god of destruction from Universe 9 collided with a colossal figure, cloaked in beastly pelts, reminiscent of a primal warrior. In his grasp was none other than the god of destruction from Universe 5. Stunned, the god of destruction from Universe 9 froze, but Aldrin quickly interjected, "Mons. This one is mine. Seek another target." The towering figure was none other than the demon of strength, Mons. No, no. Mons's bloodthirsty gaze fixed upon the god of destruction from Universe 9 as he unleashed a furious barrage of punches. "I have claimed him," Aldrin declared, launching his own assault simultaneously. Their combined attacks left the god of destruction from Universe 9 with no avenue of escape. "It's over." The protective barrier of the god of destruction from Universe 9 shattered instantaneously. However, just as his life hung by a thread, Jiren and Broly intervened, blocking the incoming attack. "Are you all right?" Broly inquired, single-handedly holding back Mons's fists while turning to the god of destruction from Universe 9. "And no," the latter stammered. "Strength, is it? Then let us see." Broly roared, engaging Mons in a test of strength. Meanwhile, Jiren engaged Aldrin in a fierce confrontation. Just when the god of destruction from Universe 9 thought he had been rescued, a figure appeared out of nowhere. With a swift motion, a hole was punctured through the god of destruction from Universe 9's body. This shocking strike left both Jiren and Broly in astonished silence. Yet, as Broly turned to face the attacker, he was left utterly stunned. Before him stood none other than King Sharada. Chapter 106, The Demon Form, King Sharada with a gasp. The god of destruction from the 9th universe gazed in disbelief at the arm that had deeply penetrated his chest. How could this happen? The god of destruction's head tilted, and he breathed his last breath. King Sharada. Fury erupted in Broly's eyes. He could not believe that King Sharada had truly become a pawn of the demon. Anya had once revered him so much, yet he had chosen to ally with the fiend. At this moment, King Sharada's appearance had undergone a significant transformation. Every part of his body, save for his face, seemed as if it had been replaced. Clad in black armor, with crimson eyes and flowing hair, he bore no resemblance to his former self, exuding an aura of sheer madness. A berserker. Broly had previously found one of the 12 pillars familiar, only to realize it was King Sharada. "You bastard." Just as Broly prepared to launch a punch, the demon of strength from behind enveloped him. "You cannot escape, ahahaha. You fool, you seek death." Broly's right elbow struck the demon of strength's head, producing a dull thud as blood spurted from his nostrils. The force was tremendous. Half of the demon's face caved in. It hurts. It hurts." The demon of strength released Broly, covering his face with both hands, glaring at him with malice in his left eye. Yet, Broly had no intention of letting it end there. He swiftly kicked, striking the demon's abdomen, sending him flying like a rocket. Turning back, Broly addressed King Shirata. "You have deeply disappointed me, King Shirata." Gurgle, gurgle. King Shirata remained silent, as if something were lodged in his throat, producing incessant gurgling sounds. Broly sensed something was amiss, yet he was certain it was King Shirata. Was he being controlled by something? Before he could ponder further, King Shirata charged at him. Swish. His speed was astonishing, far surpassing what he had previously been capable of. He had undergone a qualitative leap. Strangely, the dark energy enveloping him grew stronger with each clash against Broly. Indeed, he was absorbing Broly's power while augmenting his own. Broly's heart raced. This ability resembled that of an enemy he had faced before. Did the adversary possess complete knowledge of their battles? Boom. Their fists collided, both Broly and King Shirata being forced back a distance. When Broly lifted his head, he was met with King Shirata's bloodthirsty gaze. "Have you lost your sanity?" Broly gritted his teeth. The opponent's strength was formidable, and it appeared that subduing him would not be an easy task. He glanced over at Jiren, who was engaged in a fierce pursuit of the elemental demon, now completely dominating the battle. It seemed Jiren had transcended his limits, acquiring power beyond that of a god of destruction. Broly turned again to observe Beerus, who was contending with a challenging opponent, the space demon, who relentlessly opened portals, making it difficult for Beerus to land a blow. Had it not been for Beerus's remarkable abilities, any other fighter would have already been defeated. Boom. Suddenly, Broly sensed danger from behind and swiftly dodged, only to see the demon of strength rebound. "You brat, you hit me hard. Give me your life." The demon of strength bellowed in madness, and Broly frowned slightly. Now faced with two opponents, King Shirata's strength was undoubtedly that of a being surpassing the gods of destruction, while the demon of strength, though weaker, still posed a significant threat when combined with King Shirata. Roar. Before Broly could contemplate further, King Shirata launched another assault. His muscular arm swept toward Broly, who seized the opportunity to crouch and grasp the demon of strength from behind, hurling him toward King Shirata. Roar. King Shirata disregarded the approaching demon of strength, effortlessly swatting him aside, his body inflating with power. He was growing stronger at an alarming rate. Broly quickly distanced himself. Yet King Shirata relentlessly pursued him, unleashing a flurry of fierce attacks. Bang, 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 bang. Countless punches whizzed by, each connecting with bone, producing a cacophony of dull thuds. Defense? That was impossible. It was merely a contest of who would fall first. Bang, as their bodies collided. The frenzied visage of King Shirata reminded Broly of his former self, an unpredictable and formidable fighter. Destruction. Broly gripped King Shirata's shoulders, channeling his destructive power. But in an inexplicable turn of events, his own power began to wane, eventually being absorbed by King Shirata. Roar. After absorbing the destructive energy, King Shirata began to transform once more. His hair turned a vibrant purple, his eyes glowed crimson, and veins bulged across his body. Demon form. King Shirata had transformed into his scion in his demonic form. Boom. A green beam shot into the sky as King Shirata's demon form descended. Ahe. Boom. King Shirata collided with Broly, the sheer force propelling him backward. Yet before Broly could recover, King Shirata struck again. Bang, bang, bang. Broly was sent flying further with each of King Shirata's punches. Is this how reckless I once was? Yet, I no longer require such power. Ha 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 ha. Broly suddenly halted, his fists clenched, golden light radiating throughout the universe. His body erupted in red fur, unlocking Super Saiyan 4. Ah! Confronting the frenzied King Shirata, Broly raised his palm, prepared to intercept the oncoming assault. Smack! Is this the extent to which you can absorb my power? I had hoped you would entertain me further. Chapter 107. The Descent of the Dark Demon Bang. A fist struck the elemental demon's body with precision. Jillian, unperturbed, taunted, "It seems this is all you are capable of, nothing more." Cough. "You underestimate me." The elemental demon sneered, then spread its arms wide as vibrant wings suddenly emerged from its back, resembling crystalline rainbows, shimmering and suffused with elemental energy. Die. Elemental storm. The elemental demon brought its wings together, then swiftly unfurled them. Countless multicolored tornadoes surged toward Jillian, each infused with a terrifying aura, akin to hidden blades within a rose. Boom. The colossal tornadoes reverberated ominously, devastating everything in their path, reducing planets to mere fragments with the slightest brush. Realizing the strength of the opponent's attack, Jillian raised his hands high, a crimson energy sphere rapidly expanding before he hurled it forth. The two forces collided, producing an ear-piercing sound, followed by a thunderous explosion that shook the very fabric of space. Boom. I must admit, you possess some skill. But you are no god of destruction. The elemental demon finally recognized the challenge presented by Jillian and began its verbal onslaught. Leave now. This does not concern you. I am here to ensure the survival of those outside. I shall enact justice upon you. Familiar words flowed from Jillian's lips, those often spoken by Tuapa. Now, Jillian comprehended Tuapo's spirit of selflessness, a sentiment worthy of respect and inheritance. You vile brat, then perish. Swish, swish, swish. A multitude of elemental missiles rained down upon Jillian, yet he stood undaunted. Clenching his fists, his body bent slightly, a surge of immense energy coalescing into a protective barrier that absorbed all incoming attacks. As Jillian continued to exert power, the crimson shield began to expand rapidly. What? Impossible. This guy has surpassed the power of a god of destruction. The red energy surged forth, engulfing the elemental demon. Jillian snorted. Justice execution. Boom. No sooner had he spoken than an explosion erupted behind him. A true man never looks back at an explosion. Broly is currently entangled with two foes. I shall assist him first. Just as Jillian prepared to move, an eerie laughter echoed from behind. Ah, kekekek. Do you think you have triumphed? No, not at all. Boom. A beam of light shot skyward as the battered elemental demon rose once more. Elemental fusion. Sacrifice. Sacrifice? Jillian turned to witness the cosmos erupting in brilliance, intertwining with the elemental demon. Indeed, I am the southern pillar, Ninboan. Elemental demon. I shall sacrifice myself to truly descend. Jillian was bewildered. What did it mean to truly descend? Was he not himself now? But soon, he grasped the meaning of those words. The demons previously slain, H5, H6, H7, Haterman, Minus, and others, those embodying elemental attributes, transformed into energy and surged toward the elemental demon, Adelong. With each energy orb merging with his form, Adelong emitted a sound of sheer exhilaration. I am finally returning. Indeed, even in death and destruction, these demonic imprints persisted. Boom. As all elemental energies entered Adelong's being, his body began to transform into a mass of energy, soon enveloped in a shroud of darkness. The dark demon has arrived. Jillian was astounded. The enemy's power had grown to such monumental proportions, akin to that of a planet. Dark flames danced around him. The dark demon was not merely any demon. It bore no name. It was a transcendent amalgamation of elements. Jillian braced himself, scanning for weaknesses, yet found none. The entity appeared as a perfect being, devoid of vulnerabilities. Boom. A sound of breaking air erupted as the adversary suddenly closed the distance between them, its speed leaving Jillian momentarily stunned. Bang. The dark demon seized Jillian by the head, and he felt himself plummeting rapidly, accompanied by a deafening crash and a sharp pain in his back. Damn it. The dark demon shattered planets one after another, the cacophony distorting the entire region. Even the god of destruction had never obliterated so many worlds in a single strike. Jillian grasped the demon's arm, striving to break free. But the strength of the foe was overwhelming, rendering him as immobile as if bound by steel. Die! The dark demon suddenly radiated light from its hands, 5 glowing orbs shattering instantly. Crack! Boom! Jillian was engulfed by excruciating pain, half his body going numb. Infinite impact. Jillian's eyes flickered as intangible assaults struck the dark demon. Yet each attack felt as though it were dissipating into water, inflicting no substantial damage. What on earth is this monstrosity? Jillian's body was nearly rendered useless. Yet he persevered, struggling to sit upright. However, the onslaught of the dark demon persisted, its jaws opening wide as it lunged for Jillian's neck. Splat! Jillian's entire form trembled. He sensed not just his life force, but the energy within him being siphoned away, rendering him weaker, his grip on the demon loosening. Is this the sensation of death? For the first time, Jillian experienced the essence of mortality, a hazy consciousness, as if his soul were being extracted from his body, prompting him to slowly close his eyes. P.S. As the moon does not sleep, neither shall I. I am the bald little treasure. Chapter 108. Limit Max. Am I going to die? Jiren gradually closed his eyes, his strength finally spent. Yet he had not defeated his opponent. Is this truly your limit? Suddenly, a furious roar jolted the unconscious Jiren. That familiar voice. It was Toppo. Toppo, I'm sorry, I have failed to fulfill my promise to you. I am asking you, is this your limit? Jiren. In an instant, Jiren's eyes flew open. He felt as if he were submerged in water, and before him stood Toppo, radiating golden light. With both hands on his shoulders, Toppo roared, Our proud team will not yield. We will fight with all our might to uphold justice. We stand with you, Jiren. Tell me, is this your limit? Buzz. Toppo waved his arm, and behind him, numerous figures materialized. It was Dispo, Caulifla, Kakarot, Kafla, Kale, Zoirei, Taba, and Bojack. Even Broly, Goku, and the god of destruction, Kampa, appeared. Familiar faces floated before Jiren's eyes. At my limit? Jiren lowered his head, tears welling in his eyes, his teeth clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. No, I can still fight. I have not reached my limit. Ah! In reality, die. The dark demon aimed to deliver a final blow to Jiren, but just as it descended, the fallen Jiren suddenly opened his eyes. He saw his attack perfectly intercepted. Smack. No. Impossible. The dark demon gasped in shock. Yet Jiren's eyes flashed, and countless colorful stars appeared, transforming into myriad attacks. Bang, 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 bang. Kaffa. The dark demon was sent flying by a single strike. I felt Toppo. Thank you. Jiren's gaze was resolute as he pursued the dark demon, who had been sent reeling. With a downward strike, Jiren's foot struck the dark demon with immense force, sending it plummeting. Boom! The planet below seemed to be pierced, the dark demon crashing through. How is this possible? This guy should have been finished. How did he regain his strength? The dark demon was utterly astonished, unable to comprehend Jiren's breakthrough. It was beyond understanding. Our justice is not something scum-like you can grasp. Disappear. Jiren swiftly pursued, enveloped in crimson energy, resembling a massive fireball illuminating the cosmos. Dark demon, I shall eradicate you in the name of justice. Jiren bellowed, his body suddenly accelerating, colliding with the dark demon in astonishment. Crack. Cracks appeared as Jiren's body pierced through the dark demon. Justice endures. Jiren swung his arm, his proud figure standing firm. Limit max. Jiren broke through once more. Meanwhile, engaged in battle with the space demon, Beerus was closing his eyes, sensing the enemy's position. Countless spatial portals had opened around him, a staggering number. He. Beerus, my power ranks at the bottom of the 12 pillars, but it is a strength bestowed upon me by my master. It is meant to counter you. Keter appeared and vanished through the portals, his speed nearly absurd. It is impossible to escape from me. Give up, Beerus. Let me kill you painlessly, I promise. Humph. Do you think victory is assured? How naive. I have seen through your tricks. Beerus scoffed, hands behind his back, slowly rising amidst the myriad portals. You, what are you planning? Keter felt a bad omen, but at that moment, Beerus spoke softly. Your spatial ability can only be activated within 100 meters, right? The more portals you open, the more you expose your weaknesses. You. Keter was taken aback, unable to believe his limitations had been discovered. Indeed, Keter's spatial ability could only open portals with a diameter of 100 meters, forming a circular area. The more portals Keter opened, the clearer the circle became. Rest assured, I will not escape this circle, but just as Keter was shocked, Beerus unleashed countless energy blasts towards all the portals. The blasts contained destructive power. Swish, swish, swish. The wide-ranging attack left Keter with no escape. The simplest way would be to leap out of the circle, but as he moved, Beerus would pursue him. Having grasped Keter's attack range, Beerus could predict his next move. You vile creature. Keter retreated into the space, yet as he fled, the newly opened portal collided with Beerus head-on. What? How could you know I would be here? Are your ears not working? I told you, your moves have already been deciphered. 100 meters. I need not even a second. Keter was stunned, realizing that his skill meant to control Beerus had been seen through, turning into his own flaw. Keter quickly closed the portal and opened another, only to find Beerus once again before him. No, impossible. Keter repeatedly activated spatial portals, only to encounter Beerus each time. The faster he opened them, the more his energy plummeted, and he found himself with no escape. Humph. Useless. Beerus, disinterested in prolonging the struggle, swiftly seized Keter by the neck as he still had energy to spare. Your master shall also be eliminated. So disappear with regret. Destruction. Beerus tightened his grip, and cracks began to appear all over Keter's body, culminating in a tremendous explosion. Chapter 109. The ultimate form of Broly with a resounding crash. King Salad's attack was firmly grasped in Broly's hand. Although he possessed formidable power in his demonic form, it paled in comparison to Broly's might. Roar! King Salad let out a primal scream, completely devoid of reason, as he struggled violently to escape Broly's grasp. Calm down. Think of your daughter. Broly had no desire to kill Anya's father, for that would not only weigh heavily on his conscience, but also be unbearable for the sweet child. However, upon mentioning his daughter, King Salad momentarily paused, though it was fleeting. Almost immediately, his attacks intensified. He ceased to struggle, allowing Broly to restrain his left hand, while his right began to gather energy, launching a barrage of energy blasts at Broly. Boom, boom, boom. Each piercing sound accompanied the disappearance of a planet. King Salad's energy sought to obliterate worlds with alarming ease. You bastard! Broly, realizing that invoking thoughts of the daughter had little effect, tightened his grip. With a swift motion, he twisted his arm inward, locking King Salad's joints. Ah! King Salad cried out in pain. Yet he transformed his right arm into an elbow and relentlessly struck at Broly behind him. Calm yourself, King Salad. But before his elbow could land, Broly preemptively struck him in the head with his own elbow. Crack! The sound of bone echoed as King Salad's body stiffened. Yet, at that moment, a transformation occurred in his eyes. The previously mindless crimson orbs morphed into 4 distinct pupils, an unsettling dual gaze. Ha ha ha. It seems you know this fellow. You hesitate to strike, don't you? A disembodied voice echoed, startling Broly. It was evident that King Salad was being manipulated by some unseen force. Who are you? Though Broly maintained control, he sensed King Salad slowly breaking free from his restraints. Me? Hehehe, I am precisely the person you seek. King Salad's muscular form, typically radiating masculinity, unexpectedly erupted into laughter. A woman? A transgender? Broly was bewildered. He had no recollection of such a powerful entity. Ah, you are a traveler, aren't you? Buzz. The revelation left Broly's mind in a haze, as if a storm of confusion had engulfed his thoughts. How could this being know such an astonishing secret? Information even the angels, the Grand Priest, and the Omni King remained oblivious to. Who are you? Broly's grip tightened, reasserting control over King Salad, who was on the verge of breaking free. Let me tell you, regardless of who you are, if you dare impede my vengeance, even as a traveler, I shall slay you. King Salad's face twisted with rage, igniting a tremor of fear within Broly. Yet this revelation confirmed his suspicion. The entity was not the Grand Priest, but rather another traveler, just like him. Otherwise, how could they know the truth of his own existence? But before he could ponder further, King Salad suddenly smiled wickedly. You hesitate? Allow me to assist you. Huh. He placed his left hand upon his chest and unleashed a surge of energy, one that did not belong to King Salad. This energy was terrifyingly potent, piercing through his own body. Broly realized the impending danger and hastily released his grip, but it was too late. Both Broly and King Salad were pierced through. Cough. Blood sprayed from Broly's mouth, astonished that even in his Super Saiyan 4 form, he could not withstand a single strike. Thud. They collapsed onto the planet, and King Salad, with a sinister grin, taunted, I hope you find another chance to traverse. With that, King Salad fell silent, as if the malevolent force had vacated his body. Broly, veins bulging, endured the dual torment of physical agony and seething anger. At that moment, the body of Salad Star erupted with starlit specks, blue and white light emanating from King Salad. Cough. Broly's gaze sharpened. Had that entity returned? But soon, the transformation of King Salad was undone, revealing his true visage. Broly, I overheard your conversation. It appears you and that creature are of the same essence. However, I can confidently say you are a good person. When you revealed that necklace, I knew my daughter must be with you. Coughing. King Salad's face grew pale as the gaping wound in his chest drained his life force. Though Broly too bore a wound, it was not as grave. Yet neglecting it would surely lead to peril. Yes, Anya as well. She lives on Earth in the 6th universe. I've seen your notes. Broly replied truthfully, prompting a smile from King Salad. My greatest concern has always been her. Knowing she is safe brings me solace. However, since you have read my notes, you understand my connection to that creature. I had no choice. My heart belongs to my daughter and my people. Their misunderstanding matters not, as long as my daughter Enough. Speaking like this will hasten your demise. Broly, you likely know of my other identity, the candidate for the god of destruction, and I have grasped the essence of the ultimate form. Now, I shall aid you in mastering it. Wait, you mustn't. There's no need to argue. This wound is beyond remedy, and those controlled by the creature cannot be revived by Dragon Balls. Thus, I shall remain by Anya's side in another manner. Accept this, Broly. This is my final strength. A brilliant white beam erupted as King Salad transformed into a sphere of pure energy, which then entered Broly's body. Instantaneously, Broly felt an overwhelming power coursing through him. Boom. Moments later, Broly's injuries visibly healed, and his hair shimmered silver. The ultimate form of Broly. Chapter 110. The Cosmic Dark Demon. Aten with a resounding boom. A towering beam of light illuminated the entire universe, revealing the resplendently star-like Broly, who had successfully transformed into the state of Ultra Instinct. His silver hair shimmered, enveloped by a flowing layer of blue energy, and his muscular physique resembled that of a magnificent Greek statue. Rest assured, I shall reunite you and your daughter, Broly declared confidently, albeit with a hint of ambiguity. He then turned his gaze towards the two individuals locked in combat with the Dark Demon. As Broly faced King Salad, Jiren was taken aback to see the Dark Demon he thought he had defeated reconstituting itself. This time, however, the creature exhibited a quantum leap in power. Meanwhile, after dispatching Kato, Beerus quickly noticed Jiren's predicament and rushed to assist his comrade without hesitation. It must be noted that Jiren was not only impressive in the tournament, but also possessed remarkable talent. Through this battle, he repeatedly transcended his limits, ultimately surpassing even the destroyers. Jiren, be cautious. This creature is beyond the level of a destroyer, Beerus warned gravely, sensing the peculiar aura emanating from the Dark Demon. Jiren acknowledged, fully aware of the threat without needing Beerus's words. This creature was unlike any of the 12 members he had encountered before. I have returned. I am finally back. Ha ha ha. A sharp cackle erupted from the Dark Demon, as if it had transformed into an entirely different entity. You are not the Dark Demon, Jiren remarked, noticing the malevolent demeanor and aged voice of his adversary, which was not characteristic of the Dark Demon. Who are you? But never mind. Allow me to introduce myself. Thanks to you, I have been reborn. I am Aten, the leader of the 12 Pillars, the Cosmic Dark Demon. The Dark Demon turned to face Jiren and Beerus, initially perplexed, but soon his expression shifted to one of excitement. Transform into my energy, he commanded, suddenly expanding like ominous storm clouds, engulfing the two warriors. Ugh, one defeated, and another appears. This is truly endless, Beerus remarked impatiently, yet his body was not idle. He unleashed a surge of energy that dispersed the surrounding darkness, with Jiren following suit. It seems you are not ordinary minions. Wait, why can't I sense the presence of the others? Aten revealed that he was the very demon vanquished by Broly, and what Broly had eradicated was merely a fragment of his essence. As he had previously stated, even if one were to kill him, there existed countless Atens. For his true form had not perished. He could conjure more Atens. Aten was, in essence, a collective of elements, fused through elemental demons to become the ultimate Aten. Suddenly, Aten spotted a silver figure racing towards him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the individual. It was Broly, the one who had previously defeated his fragment. You wretched foe. This time, you shall pay the price. Aten's cloud-like form rapidly dispersed, transforming into hundreds of Atens. Go. Eliminate them all. Swish. 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 All the Atens launched their assault, encircling the three combatants. You are that scoundrel from before, Broly realized as he approached, and the Aten beside him chimed in. Indeed, you are the one who destroyed my fragment. Who would have thought we would meet again? Aten displayed a maniacal grin, consumed by the desire to rend Broly apart. The Cosmic Dark Demon was known for his vindictiveness, harboring an exceedingly petty spirit. Even if your true form arrives, I shall still slay you, Broly declared, pointing a finger at the Atens, who erupted into laughter. Do you think I am still the fragment you encountered before? That fragment possessed less than 1% of my power. Did you truly believe that by slaying one of my fragments, you became invincible? Aten laughed maniacally. Meanwhile, Beerus gazed at the silver-haired Broly, his heart filled with admiration. He never anticipated that Broly had mastered such a form, realizing that Broly's talent far surpassed that of Goku. Charge! Kill them! Aten commanded, eager to witness the anguish on Broly and the others' faces. I have told you, if I could kill you once, I can do so again. Even your true form. Broly clenched his fists, an immense wave of energy cascading outward, obliterating all Attons in his vicinity. What? How is this possible? Atton's face contorted in disbelief as he beheld his fragments being annihilated in an instant. Even though Beerus and Jiren had not escaped, this individual had managed to exterminate all Attons in a heartbeat. Could it be that this being has surpassed me? The more he pondered, the more fear took root within him. Not only humans, but any creature encountering circumstances beyond their comprehension tends to speculate endlessly, inflating their fears of the unknown. Oh, has your memory deteriorated so quickly? I said, I have come to kill you. Broly lunged forward, his silver aura surging beside Atton. And in a moment of astonishment, he seized Atton by the throat and delivered a powerful punch. Boom. The immense force penetrated Atton's body, causing him to arch his back in shock, not anticipating Broly's strength to be so formidable. Subsequently, Broly lifted his arm, ensnaring Atton's neck and crashing him into a nearby planet. Kaboom! The colossal explosion resonated as the planet erupted, inflicting intense pain upon Atton as he bore the brunt of the planetary destruction. The outcome was painfully evident. Has Broly truly surpassed me? Beerus watched, dumbfounded, as the Attons around him disintegrated into the cosmos due to Broly's onslaught. Indeed, Broly is remarkable. It seems I must become even stronger, lest I be left behind. Jiren smiled, always holding admiration for Broly, who had single-handedly claimed victory in the tournament. Since that moment, he had yearned for the opportunity to battle him once more. It is over. Atton. Rampaging Bomb. The Rampaging Bomb, evolved from the super-explosive bomb, erupted around Broly, radiating destructive power that spiraled to obliterate every last Atton in his grasp, leaving not a single cell intact. Chapter 111. The Traveler, Yi Ching Boom. A brilliant wave of light illuminated the cosmos, its formidable power causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The rippling aftershocks swiftly swept across several planets, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that engulfed them all. The scene resembled the grandiosity of a cosmic explosion. The three stood together, their hearts heavy with melancholy. After all, only 2 of the 12 gods of destruction remained, the others having perished in this fierce battle. Let us proceed. Ahead lies the abode of the demon. Once we eliminate it, we shall use the Dragon Balls to restore everything to its former state, Broly proclaimed, clenching his fists as he spoke to Beerus and the others, while Jiren nodded in agreement, longing to resurrect Toppo. Let us save the pleasantries for later. Our foes are upon us. Suddenly, Beerus furrowed his brow and yanked the other 2 backward just as a streak of dark energy surged toward them. Had it not been for Beerus's keen senses, they might have fallen victim to a single devastating strike. Truly, Beerus is remarkable. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause grew ever closer, revealing a woman clad in the robes of an angel before them. Yes, it is you, Beerus exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he recognized her. To his astonishment, she was a woman? Broly, bewildered, sensed the familiarity between Beerus and this enigmatic figure, realizing she must be a fellow traveler. Ha ha ha, did you ever think Yi Ching, would return? The angel named Yi Ching trembled with excitement, having long awaited this moment. Thank you, truly. I never imagined the ones who would ultimately free me from my chains would be you. What do you mean? Ha ha ha, those 13 fools. Do they even comprehend who created them? It was the Grand Minister. However, due to my influence, they remain oblivious, believing the powers of destruction they wield were bestowed by me. In truth, the 13 pillars were merely constructs established by the Grand Minister to seal me away. Broly and the others were momentarily taken aback, realizing that the pillars were not foes, but rather guardians under her control. Hey Broly, what is your real name? Broly shuddered at her words, realizing she was aware of his identity as a traveler. It was evident she was also a traveler, otherwise, she would not speak so confidently. I am Broly. The name I once bore is of no consequence. Upon hearing his response, she erupted into laughter, as if finding his answer utterly amusing. Ha ha, are you truly so immersed in your role, occupying another's body and yet believing yourself to be someone else? I shall tell you this. I, Yi Ching, live solely for myself. You, the reincarnated traveler, cannot compare to me, the one with a system. What? A system? Broly gasped, astonished. Do you understand why I, as an angel, can still engage in battle? It is the power granted by the system. She continued, Yet I never anticipated that the Omni King would be so formidable. Truly, he is the author's eraser. However, dealing with your kind is still effortless for me." As Yi Qing spoke, her body suddenly radiated a golden light, and her hair transformed into a brilliant gold. You possess Scion blood. Indeed, I am an angel of the female Scions. Furthermore, I am the strongest Valkyrie of Universe 13, a universe that is seldom mentioned." A frenzied look crossed Yi Qing's face as she trembled, tearing her angelic robe to reveal a form-fitting black suit beneath. How does it feel, Broly? Do not think you alone possess legendary blood. I possess not only Scion lineage but also the blood of ancient Scions. I am the strongest. If it were not for that damned Omni King, I would have long since ruled the entire universe. As a traveler with grand ambitions, Yi Qing sought to ascend to the pinnacle of existence upon her arrival in this world. It is precisely because of your nature that the Grand Minister chose to distance himself from you. Beerus interjected, his words inadvertently striking a chord. Broly felt as though he had bitten into a monumental revelation, realizing this female traveler had an entangled past with the Grand Minister. Such a cosmic revelation was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily speechless, his mouth agape. What does that bastard have to do with anything? Beerus, do you wish to die? Yi Qing's gaze glimmered dangerously. Yet Beerus remained unfazed. I never imagined that even after all this time, you would remain so fixated. However, since the Omni King has decreed it, our battle is inevitable. In an instant, Beerus unleashed his fury, his energy erupting forth and distorting the surrounding space. Indeed, Beerus had been conserving his strength for the ultimate demon. But upon seeing Yi Qing, he no longer held back. When facing an individual acknowledged beneath the Omni King, the question of holding back was moot. Correct. Yi Qing was once the foremost individual beneath the Omni King thousands of years ago. Perhaps she deemed other beings unworthy and found the Omni King too diminutive, which is why she aligned with the Grand Minister, as the Grand Minister's guards, though powerful, are rather slender. The unbinding of my seal is truly deserving of celebration. Your head shall serve as the perfect tribute. No sooner had Yi Qing spoken than she struck, her speed rendering the trio unable to distinguish her movements. Suddenly, Yi Qing appeared amidst them, delivering simultaneous blows that sent all three hurtling away. What? How could she be so fast? Jiren was dumbstruck, realizing their respective powers existed on entirely different planes. You are so weak. Are you truly a traveler? Yi Qing taunted, beckoning Broly with her finger, while Broly remained silent. Fists clenched, channeling all his strength. Before long, Broly's hair turned silver, and even on the foundation of Super Saiyan 4, his locks began to transform into white. Oh, how intriguing. It seems you are not the worthless individual I initially presumed. Yi Qing chuckled, though even as Broly unleashed his full power, she appeared only mildly surprised, offering no significant reaction. Chapter 112, Despair Boom. Broly unleashed his full power, exhibiting his mightiest form. Yet, his opponent, Yi Qing, showed little astonishment. If this is your utmost strength, I can declare your demise. Yi Qing swiftly threw a punch, the formidable force erupting into a violent tempest. The punch surged through the cosmos, aiming directly at Broly. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds reverberated as the punch shattered nearby planets, plunging the entire second universe into a state of collapse. Ugh! Broly gritted his teeth, his hands raised defensively against the onslaught. I am the strongest. After delivering his blow, Yi Qing charged at Broly, recognizing him as the most troublesome among their ranks due to his status as a fellow traveler. With the intent of neutralizing the greatest threat, she approached with a decisive mindset. Bang! The sound of air being torn apart echoed as Yi Qing appeared before Broly in an instant, seizing his head and smashing it against a nearby planet. Boom! The planet shattered, and despite Broly's attempts to break free, he found himself firmly held in her grasp. Let me demonstrate the power bestowed by the system. Even the Omni King cannot eradicate me. Do you think a few worthless beings like you can defeat me? From her elevated position, Yi Qing's gaze was filled with disdain. Broly, however, was not one to yield easily. He retaliated with a punch that connected squarely with her face. Yet, as Yi Qing felt the impact on her visage, veins bulged on her forehead, her previously attractive features twisting in fury. You insolent fool! How dare you strike me? Prepare to die. With that, she lifted her foot and began to rain down kicks upon Broly. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike caused the planetary surface to cave in, until the planet could no longer withstand the force and ultimately exploded. Broly, battered and bruised, found himself unable to respond to the rapid assaults due to the overwhelming speed of his opponent. He felt as insignificant as an ant beneath the weight of her might. At that moment, as Yi Qing continued her assault, she sensed a disturbance behind her. Turning, she beheld Beerus and Jiren launching their own attacks simultaneously. Two beams of energy struck her back, yet Yi Qing dismissed them entirely, a smirk gracing her lips as she leaned back to regard them. "You lunatics." Broly, enduring the pain, wrapped his arms around Yi Qing, preparing to unleash a devastating chest blast. However, a mocking smile spread across Yi Qing's face, indicating that the blast would not be executed. How can this be? Broly was taken aback. Just how powerful was this individual? Bang! A punch from Yi Qing landed squarely on Broly's face, loosening his grip, though he refused to relinquish her. With determination, he tightened his hold and shouted to Beerus and Jiren, "Kill her. Don't mind me. I can be revived with the Dragon Balls. Eliminate her." Broly's desperate cry stunned Beerus and Jiren, yet they understood time was of the essence. They summoned their full strength. Boom, boom. Both fighters unleashed their maximum power, directing their hands toward Broly and Yi Qing. "Ha ha ha. How Navi? Do you truly believe your combined strength can vanquish me? Come on." Yi Qing roared, her laughter echoing through the void. "Umph. Then let us test that theory." Broly, unyielding, refused to believe that he could be utterly controlled and defenseless. Attack. Destruction. Superheated electromagnetic. Two beams, one purple, one red, rushed towards Broly with apocalyptic intensity. "Do you think I would simply stand there and take it?" Yi Qing suddenly smiled, causing Broly to freeze in shock as her hair transformed into a silvery hue. Then, with a powerful shake, Broly's arms shattered, and his chest was torn open, an immense quantity of blood gushing forth. Yi Qing evaded the attack and taunted Broly, "Vanished by your own ally's strike." "Damn it, I can't retrieve it," Beerus exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief at Yi Qing's ruthless cunning. Boom. The collision of Broly's and Beerus's attacks created a blinding explosion that illuminated the cosmos. The subsequent shockwaves were catastrophic, shattering countless planets. It was evident that Beerus and Jiren had poured their entire might into eliminating Yi Qing. "Broly!" Jiren shouted. Yet Broly's figure had vanished. "Ha ha ha!" Yi Qing's laughter rang out, relishing the irony of being slain by her own teammate. Could there be a more delightful fate? "You scoundrel!" Jiren charged at Yi Qing, unleashing a flurry of punches. Bang! 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 Yi Qing swiftly countered, catching each of Jiren's strikes, then seized his arm and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. Boom! Jiren was sent flying. "Weak. You are all too weak." Yi Qing propelled herself forward, grasping Jiren's leg and swinging him toward a planet. Crack! Boom! A vast crater formed on the planet's surface, leaving Jiren reeling from the impact. Ah! Jiren's fury erupted as he arched his body, crashing his head into Yi Qing's abdomen. Yet, Yi Qing merely smiled, clasping his head and delivering a knee strike. Bang! Jiren was sent soaring into the air, and at that moment, Beerus seized the opportunity to attack her from behind. "Beerus, I had intended to leave you for last, but it seems you seek your own demise." Yi Qing turned, her terrifying gaze causing